So that's why I was asking Cyclone, because he was so confident that they use these flight paths, that they don't use these flight paths in the first place. That given that they do, I want to know why.
Flight paths. I didn't make a claim about flight paths.
Well, I gave you 3 assumptions, right? Do you remember them?
Yeah. Everything you said was an assumption since you got here, so no.
Okay, right, but you told me to go and look at that argument, and then I gave you 3 assumptions, and I said, of these assumptions, which aren't true, and you said none of them are true. So then I went and looked into flight paths, and they do use them, which just leads me to the question of, why do they use them?
So what are they assuming in that?
They're making the assumption that, the mathematical concept of a great circle...
on what kind of surface?
A sphere.
Oh, so they're assuming it.
But yeah, they are making an assumption, but in order for that assumption to be true, It would have to be a sphere.
So it's not an assumption.
That's interesting.
So if these maps do create the fastest route from point A to point B, it would have to be a sphere, right? So I'm asking, because I'm assuming that you're correct, right? And it is actually a flat Earth, right? So they're going from point A to point B, and they're just doing this inefficient route because what?
No, they're flying the designated route in the shortest possible time, and they do it over a flat, motionless surface.
Okay, so why have they designed why have they designed these routes?
Why are they presenting it to you on a ball? Is that your question?
No, that's presented on a flat map. I've just showed you. I pasted it in the chat if you need to reference back to it.
So why are you talking about a ball then?
Because the reason that they've come up with that route is because they've used calculations based on the mathematical concept of
the assumption, yeah.
I think everything is a concept, isn't it? It's just like
right.
I mean,
my friend. Cyclone's trying to point out to you is yes, you can do this on a sphere. You can also map this out on a flat Earth. So what? You can map these out in different projections in different ways. The common idea is that the Earth is a ball, and using this type of mathematics where the shortest path between 2 lines isn't a straight path, it's a curved path because of the surface of that ball, then you can create a great circle route or an arc between 2 points. Now, we understand that great circle routes don't necessarily happen all the time. Great circle routes, we understand that airplanes, it sounds like someone's getting attacked by a cat. We understand that, like you said earlier, aeroplanes flying through corridors and following beacons. Now, do you think that every single flight that takes off follows a great circle path between where it takes off and its destination?
No. Hence why my question was, why are they doing this, right? Rather than, so it assumes that you're correct at its basis, right? So why are they doing this?
Well, why are they lying?
Yeah, essentially, like why would they bother to do all this math and then follow these retarded routes? They survive.
They're not retarded. Right? They just seem to be applied to a ball if that's what you think that you're navigating around. You can be going and you can follow lines of latitude around, and that's a circle around north. If you follow the cardinal directions, and that's a circle around north. You can go in lots of different circles depending on your conception and how you think you're going to be achieving it. It's got not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's a silver bullet. Definitely don't think that this is proof that the Earth is a ball. This is just a conceptual idea that Cyclone's pointing out that they use conceptually. But when you look at navigation primarily, if not always, starts from a horizontal stationary plane of reference. When Cyclone's talking about flying above the surface, whatever mapping you're doing, you're going to be treating the surface that you're flying over as horizontal and stationary. That's how they learn to fly in simulators. Right? You simulate that you fly an airplane.
I'm not talking about flight, I'm just talking about the mapping.
I know you're only talking about mapping. But if you want to talk about navigation, that starts with the assumption the Earth is horizontal and stationary.
Then what's the point of flying in arcs if the shortest distance between 2 points on a plane is a straight line?
It's not, like I pointed out to the young person just a moment ago, doesn't
I'm
happen all the
27.
time. That's fine. You're younger than me. I'm 48.
Okay.
Don't have to.
Can
Don't
I
have
call
to
you
have
Dad?
sex with me. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. But don't
Jedi,
give
you're
me
48.
I'm trying to help you. Don't give me attitude when I'm trying to help.
I was
So,
only,
like, I was
teasing.
that's fine. That's fine. Like I was just pointing out, it doesn't happen all the time. For example, the flight path or the corridor between New York and London. Right now, that's an arced circle north, isn't it? Now that's because it stays as close as it can to land. Most aircraft are going to stay as close as they can to an airport. Safety is going to come first, right? You can
So-
look up lots of, and I'll point this out because I can probably find you the information or I can give you the location where you can find it yourself. But there are lots of instances where emergencies have taken place in the sky and the airport that they've come down to relieve the emergency hasn't necessarily been according to where they should be on a globe map. I can point you to that information, but that's well down the path.
Okay, so the idea is that the reason why would be so that they can stay close to land. They do the arcs because of land.
No, not necessarily, but if they're flying over sea, yeah, of course. Otherwise they're going to be flying over the land, aren't they?
Okay.
North
Also,
Hemisphere is where primarily most flights take place. 70% of the land mass is north of the equator. 70% of the population of the Earth, if not more, I think if I get my numbers right, live north of the equator.
okay, I accept that. That's fine. But I guess I'd need somebody who designs flight paths to confirm that, or like some article that confirms that at the very least, because I would just be accepting that blindly.
Okay, so how do you think we navigate across the Earth? What technologies or what historical devices, or how have we done this? How have we navigated across the Earth, say, before modern technology?
Mm.
Was that a moo? I didn't understand what you
Sorry,
said.
I said I don't know, but I have my finger in my mouth.
Okay, no problem. So, have you heard of the concept of navigating by the stars?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay. So, celestial navigation works with a device called a sextant. Do you know what a sextant is?
No.
Okay, a sextant's an angle measuring device. You know what an angle is, right? Two lines meeting at a vertices where you can measure the divergence between those two straight lines. An angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find it in triangles and shapes and shit. Now, celestial navigation, like I said, uses a sextant, which is an angle measuring device. Now, can you measure an angle if one of your lines is curved? Do you think? Got one straight line, one curved line. Do you think you're going to be able to measure that angle, say, with a protractor or something?
I don't know.
Seriously? 27,
I've-
28 years old. Can't remember using a protractor at school. You know, the half circle thing with numbers on it?
I'll be honest. When I did like GCSE maths, once it got to doing graphs and shapes, that's where like I couldn't do it anymore.
Okay.
That's becoming clearer. The shapes thing is what's confusing, and that makes sense.
The shape of the Earth is a highly geometric question. When I'm talking about... Go on.
Yeah, I got like a B because of that. I could have got an A or an A star if I had been able to do it.
That's unfortunate. The kind of crescendo to this point, though, is no, you can't measure angles if one of those two lines is curved. If the surface of the Earth, which you are referencing your angle measurement from, was a curved line, then no, you wouldn't be able to measure an angle to it. This is kind of the basis for navigation. Star mapping and then mapping the terrain according to the stars beneath it. When I said to you earlier, all navigation is going to take place first and foremost from a horizontal plane. That's where it starts from. Angle measurements to things in the sky. They give us things like the equator. like 90 degrees north, like your latitude lines, 45
I have
degrees,
a
that
question.
type. Yes.
So I have a telescope downstairs. I like looking at stars and shit, right? And the stars like move. So how do you like? And this might not be relevant to the flat Earth thing, right? So like if I go and look at something with my telescope one day, it can fall between the below the horizon. The next day, and then I can't see it anymore. How do you continue to navigate when like over several days if the star has become non-visible?
Because
And why
you
do you
use
think that
different stars.
happens?
And because stars move above our head, the horizon isn't the geometric curve of the Earth, it's just a limitation of your perspective. The star appears to descend down towards the horizon because of perspective, but hasn't actually changed its altitude. Once it goes past the horizon, your limitation of view, you can't see it anymore. It's interesting that you brought this up because this is how we measured our latitude lines to begin with, using the sextant and Polaris, the North Star. We say that if we were to draw a straight line down from Polaris to where it intersected the Earth, the horizontal plane of the Earth and that vertical line down is 90 degrees. As we move south, but still face that star, we observe it go towards and recede down towards the horizon. If we're to measure that angular drop with a sextant, we would then be able to build a coordinate system. That would be our latitude lines and our longitude line systems derived from the things in the sky. So angles to those is a coordinate system. The thing is, to get those angles, you must treat the Earth as a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Cyclone, you should be more like this guy. He's way better at explaining things than you.
I would say that Cyclone's absolutely awesome. There are days where I this conversation wouldn't take place. But yeah.
By the way, are you British?
Yes, I am, yes.
Do you come from Northern England or Southern England?
Southern England.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Oh well, there you go.
Will you be my friend?
I guess.
Sorry?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to add you as a friend on Discord. Thank you.
But look into celestial navigations. But in actual fact, start with trying to understand what a triangle is. That might help you.
I don't really believe in maths and science, so it's I think it's like.
You're going to struggle in this conversation then.
Well, I mean,
talking about it's a highly mathematical, geometric, scientific issue.
Yeah, I don't think science and maths can give you knowledge. I think they just give you theories. So I respect that within the concepts that you've explained, it makes sense. But I just don't believe fundamentally that the concepts that you have are real.
Okay, so abstract concepts, languages we use to describe reality, you don't think are real. You are kind of right, but also kind of wrong.
Well, I think that they could be real, but they could also not be real.
Yeah, you would be right. You can reify things into existence using mathematical formula. Yeah, too right. But it doesn't mean you should throw the baby out of the bathwater. For example, you said you don't think that we can know things through science. I disagree with that. I think we demonstrate cause and effect relationships that happen within the physical and natural world and understand them better through science. For example, and it sounds really stupid, you understand water boils when it reaches 100 degrees temperature and heat. Now you understand that if you were to apply heat to water, it will boil. That's a cause, heat, boiling water affect relationship. That's what natural science does. But I will agree with you, there's lots of things out there which would fall under the category of pseudoscience, which wouldn't prove anything, which would reify concepts into existence through mathematical formula, which is why we end up in this problem in the first place, thinking the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, because of mathematical formula and pseudoscience.
Okay, but the issue is I don't believe the things that we can observe are necessarily true and actual.
Okay, got to ask you this question. Out of let's say out of 100%, how sure that you are sitting down talking to us on Discord right now? Out of 100%.
I have no idea.
Amazing.
Cool.
It's
You understand? You
called
understand how
epistemological skepticism. Do you know what that is?
No, that's kind of, yeah.
That's great.
But you can fill me on if you want to. That's fine.
No, if you don't understand what it is, it's fine. Yeah, I'm an epistemological skepticist. So I don't actually think we can obtain any knowledge through any means.
Okay, so if I was to give you an apple, do you think that it's not an apple?
It could not be an apple. You could not be real. You may have given me nothing. I might not have a body in order to receive it with a hand, etc., etc.
Stop the retarded shit.
Yeah,
It's have you ever heard of brain in a vat?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
it's retarded.
We talk about that on the daily when we speak to people like that. See, this
So
is
if
one
you're
I'm trying to
brain in
bring
that, what is the shape of
with
the
that.
Earth, dude?
That's cool. We'll get to you in a second. But
Okay.
when we answer that question about how sure you are of reality, like, for example, if I was to ask you if you'd eaten any food today, right, then you know if you've eaten today. That food gives you sustenance, and then you shit it out in the bathroom later. Right, it's his first-hand knowledge. If you think nothing can be known, the conversations like this become very, very hard.
Yeah, essentially. That's why I said, like, I can understand your argument, but I just don't agree with it. Like, I don't think there's anything flawed about what you've said, apart from the fact that you're not an epistemological skeptic.
Could you tell me what the benefits are of this mindset that you have?
There's no benefit. Like, you don't have to have a benefit from a philosophical position.
Right, so why do you hold it? What made you choose that idea?
Because it's the only one that makes any sense.
What, that
How do
nothing
you know that?
is real? You're a brain in a jar, that's the only thing that makes sense?
A brain in a vat exemplifies an example of what it could be, right? So, it isn't
Like we're playing on a Call of Duty server.
I don't actually think or know that I am a brain in a vat, right? You could easily just be described by, like, the dream argument as an example instead. Do you guys know what the dream argument is?
What does it do for you in your life?
It's pretty.
It doesn't have to do anything for me in my life.
So when you cross the road, do you just not look and assume that, well, it could all just be imaginary?
So there's a concept within epistemological skepticism, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but basically, like, most epistemological skepticists are mitigated skepticists. That's it. Which means that, yes, we accept that we can't know anything, but for the purposes of, like, existing, we accept some things to be true, even though we know that we can't possibly know something to be true.
Yeah, it just sounds like a load of philosophical, self-congratulatory.
I mean, you can't disprove it. You're just throwing shit at me now.
It's just nonsense. I mean, to the point where you're going to be 27 years old
makes sense.
And saying you don't know if the grass is green.
It totally makes sense. You're just calling it nonsense. So I'm not even engaging. If you're just going to throw, crap, right?
I don't know that I know anything.
I mean, it sounds like it's taken you pre-nursery in terms of what you think you understand. You don't even know the grass is green. So, I mean, I don't really know what that philosophy is doing for you.
Well, I already told you can just be like a mitigated skepticist and have convenient truths.
Yeah, so you just ignore it when it creates obvious contradictory bullshit. You say, oh, well, that doesn't count. We exist in reality and we understand it and we act accordingly, but when we're talking online, we'll tell people we don't really believe it. Yeah,
because I think that by being a philosophical skepticist, right, it allows me to live in a fantasy, and I quite like that.
Just try living in reality.
Because I mean, it is like the reality is that I think the reality is we live in a
the medical term. Hold on, just quickly. The medical term for when someone struggles to come to terms with reality is called delusional.
Oh, but the thing is, we can't know reality. That's the problem.
Is bracketed under a form of psychopathy or psychosis, delusion.
No.
An inability to grasp reality is what you have adopted. It's not even that you've got this mental disposition. You've chosen to not understand reality, and I just don't understand how you think that helps you in any way.
I've explained to you that we can't have any knowledge of reality, right? So I'm not choosing
that's
to
your
not
belief. Yeah,
wait.
Belief.
Let me finish talking, Cyclone. Let me finish talking, please. I haven't chosen not to accept reality, right? I don't know reality, and as a result of me not knowing reality, I can believe in some fantasies, and that's fun for me.
If you put your hand in a fire, are you going to get burned?
I don't know.
You don't know. See, there you go.
So if you use like the dream argument, when you're dreaming or what you perceive as dreaming, can you put your hand in a fire?
Even a baby knows if it puts a hand in a fire, it's going to get burned.
Okay, so I asked you a question. Did you hear it?
No, I mean, what's the point if you don't know?
I asked you a question. Did you hear it?
Whoa.
Did you hear it?
If you don't know that putting your hand in a fire is going to burn you, what's that going to do for you? I mean,
okay, I'll ask the question again. If you were, if we use like the dream argument, right, and we say that like we're currently in a dream, like I'm dreaming this right now, I could put my hand in a fire and it have no impact.
You want to test that theory?
I wouldn't be able to discern one way or another.
You want to test that theory?
Why don't you light a fire and find out if you're dreaming?
Well, I think like
that's the bit where they rationalize it and say, well, no, we're not going to do that. Well, be absurd.
So the dream could be that fire causes that, right? So like I won't ever be able to discern an actual reality because I don't know objectively what the rules are. Okay. All I know is that within certain states there are rules.
Okay, we get it. You don't know if you're in reality. You don't know if you exist. Very good.
How can you have a rational conversation with somebody that doesn't even know if they're here?
Oh, because I'm a mitigated skepticist, so I can have conversations with you as if like the reality that I perceive exists.
As if.
But I just accept that I have no knowledge of said reality. Like actually, like in reality, I have no real knowledge.
In reality, you have no real knowledge. Do you understand how that makes things?
Yeah, it's infinite. It's infinite like recursion of the problem of I don't know anything. Why I don't know anything. Why I don't know anything. Yeah. It's not really a critique. It's more of a feature.
No, it's not necessarily what I was trying to point out. It's things like laws of nature, for example. It sounds like you have the concept that they won't always apply, or that you can't trust the physical and natural world for always acting in the way that the physical and natural world should, which must make, I don't know, getting into a car, living in a house that's been constructed using laws of nature, that must, I don't know, quite terrifying for you?
No, like I said, mitigated skepticist, right? Which means that I just kind of accept these rules, even though I know they might not be consistent and true. I think like if you were like mentally ill, it could make you very anxious.
Yes, I can imagine it would.
But yeah, I'm not mentally ill on that level, so it works for me.
Okay, cool. Just interesting.
I mean, I'd be interested. Like, what are you guys' epistemologies? Okay, I guess like you're all like math and science heads.
Really?
Yeah. Otherwise, like it would be a really quick open and shut question. Like, what are your epistemologies?
I think there are those things that obviously can be known. There are things that can't be known. I think physical reality presents itself to us in a way that we can physically interact with it, and it will be reliable. I think there are things outside of our physical reality, like I said, that don't have any, though I do have a concept of, I do not have any true knowledge about. And I don't know a way of obtaining that type of knowledge outside of this physical realm, I guess.
Yeah, that doesn't really sound like an epistemology.
Well, the theory of knowledge, right?
Yeah, how do you obtain knowledge?
Yes, how do you obtain knowledge? By physically experiencing those things that you wish to seek. So, laws of nature, how the world works around you and how you interact with that can only be demonstrated through primarily first or second hand exposure. So, you or someone else.
So you're an empiricist, there we go.
Not necessarily.
So an empiricist would rely upon their experience in order to give them a basis for knowledge.
A basis for knowledge. It's not the be all and end all, though, is it? Like I tried to point out earlier. I'm aware of my limitations.
Yeah, you can't experience everything, but you can obtain some knowledge through empiricism.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're an empiricist.
Okay, fair enough. I guess in that case, then, I'd suggest that the world would be empirically, demonstratively horizontal and stationary. I think that is something that you could probably get first-hand knowledge about. So do you think we could ever, or do you think that you could ever know what the world was? Or do you think it changes depending on the person observing it?
I don't even know if other people exist, so... It's like a malformed question, I guess. Essentially, I don't believe it's possible to obtain knowledge because there's too much doubt about the reality that I think I'm living in.
Do you think knowledge is?
Is what?
No, what do you think knowledge is?
Knowledge of true justified beliefs.
So, true and justified belief. So, do you think it's a true and justified belief that when you put your hand in fire, like was pointed out, you're going to get burnt?
No.
Do you think it's a true and justified belief that if you walked out into the middle of a motorway, you'd get run over by a car?
No. Everything's just going to end with a no.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for cutting the conversation short. I appreciate that. I would have obviously wasted my time.
I have a question for Jedi.
This is Jedi. Go ahead.
So I think I've figured out a lot of the different segments of the things that we've been talking about over time since you guys arrived, and it all when I messaged you about how it all leads back to Einstein. So I think the kind of whirlwind of things that we like know and don't know all revolves around the relationship between mass, matter, gravity, and the fabric of space-time. And so that's why I keep asking about Einstein. I want to know more about like where you guys stand on all those different concepts being together and creating reality.
Okay. Do you think space-time causes anything?
Space-time? I think space-time is like, it causes like existence, I guess, if you want to like put it in that perspective.
Space-time causes existence. What?
Right, like like the existence of space-time is existence itself.
So space-time is the globe's god.
Space-time's a coordinate system.
Of what?
Three-dimensional space and time.
Okay. All right.
It's a coordinate system.
Of what? What are you coordinating a system of?
So the solar system, galaxies, but primarily the solar system. But everything else that has a solar system. Things of mass, like the sun and planets, in that fabric of a coordinate system, because it's been reified into a fabric, right? But it's a coordinate system. And how that mass bends and warps that three-dimensional coordinate system plus time 4. So it's a coordinate system, three-dimensional space and time.
Yeah, I understand what you mean by coordinate system.
Yeah, it's like me giving you longitude and latitude and say that's why shit goes down.
So is it like, because you say solar system? That's the solar system is like the planets and things like Mars and Venus, the Sun, Earth.
Yeah, so the sun sitting in the middle of the solar system, having as much mass as it's given, bending and warping space-time to the coordinate system, so objects, the planets appear to orbit around it.
Planets are appearing to orbit around the sun in the coordinate system?
No, the planets orbit around the sun, right, in the solar system model. And within Einstein, the reason why is because the mass is sitting in a fabric of space and time. Space and time.
It's like a three-dimensional fabric.
Yeah. That's the reification of the coordinate system. That's like me saying longitude and latitude is physical. And you can bend and warp because you can bend and warp longitude and latitude coordinate lines. You can bend a Cartesian coordinate system, right? A polar reference system, radial, just maps.
Okay.
Sorry, lines and maps. That's all it is. And time, the passing of. So that can't cause anything.
So is gravity gravity isn't straight. Gravity is curved. It bends with the mass that's being warped.
Yeah. Just a mathematical conception, dude. Very pretty.
Of reality.
Do you know what a tensor equation is?
Nope, not off the top of my head.
Okay. Right, so it's been a while since I spoke about this. So a tensor equation gives you the coordinates of your 3-dimension and time and how much to warp, as in elongate or compress those compartments of that segment system to stretch and twist and compress the coordinate, depending on the displacement of mass. So you know you have
is what's bending time and space.
So you know when you have the demonstration of a ball on a stretched out piece of top and it bends in the middle. Now imagine if you had drawn upon that a grid reference system, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Cool. So the tensor will tell you which coordinate, which square, to bend and warp, and by how much because of its proximity to the mass.
That's part of Einstein. So, like, did that come after Einstein?
No, that's what Einstein does. Yeah.
Oh, that's what Einstein explained.
You've got different types of scalars that you can use to apply different types of mathematical ideas to what is actually going on. So I think there's about 3 or 4 you can use, but I won't be able to name them because they're quite complicated.
Yeah, because it's like the question that always comes down is like, why is mass and like why is matter's mass creating the gravity wells and that we're all falling into?
Because in the math, he says mass can do this.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So he just assumes it because that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Or just calculates it.
So mass gives us some type of energy, whether it's a force or acceleration, right?
Okay.
That's what it does.
Well, mass resists acceleration from a force.
Okay, but the force of the mass
inertia
will, but there will be an acceleration, won't there? 9.8 meters per second squared.
once the force reaches like a certain point that it creates where it overcomes inertia and then creates motion into the into the matter, which because it has mass.
The medium of light is what mass is. Mass is light. It's a bunch of photons.
Well, no, light is massless. Light doesn't have mass.
Light is energy. Matter is also energy. It's just another form of energy. Energy transforms into other forms.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. That sounds like
it's called cymatics.
Segue.
It's called cymatics. Have you ever studied cymatics?
Okay. Hold on. I got to start over now because I was like on a different thought process. Wait a minute. So what were we talking about before? Based on like what made you think of that? Based on what did we say that made you think of that?
Basically, because of the fact that you said that if light is your exact words were that light is
massless.
Is massless, right? So if light is massless, it would be considered to be another form of energy, a transformative form of energy, in the sense of that it's the source of transformative energy. And because of our perception and our consciousness perceiving said light, we determine that to be the shape and form of matter in some different forms of what it actually transformed from the energy of what it was. You know what I mean?
Well, is that what E equals MC square, or is that like
that's E equals MC square.
That's E equals MC square.
That's why it reigns true in the universe, because C is the constant, right, of light, and
right.
E is energy, right? All energy is considered to be
M is mass.
Yeah.
Isn't M mass?
Yeah, M is mass. M is mass, but mass is also considered to be another form of energy, right? So, it's really an energy equation, right? But it's also a spiritual equation, right? Because it proves that spirit is manifesting within all forms of cymatic energy.
No thanks. Next.
Yeah, you had me there in the first half. Because I liked how you said energy. Because it's mass is energy because E equals MC squared. Because in order for mass to equal energy, it has to be multiplied by the speed of light squared. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I see. And is that motion?
He's doing a comedy act. That guy.
What is this?
I needed him.
Wait a minute. Why does E? Like, why does? Okay, so now I kind of like.
So are you, to be fair.
Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. I will stop, heretic. You're duly noted. Your point is duly noted.
So is heretic like your version of Darth Dawkins?
Pickle.
No, heretic's just guest modding. So I've talked too much, and he's notifying me.
Pickle, you here?
For you.
That's really not important. Really what I was doing. Tell him, but whatever.
Oh, always cooperate. I said moral of the story is always cooperate with guest mods. You know that's my number one rule.
What are guest mods?
we're in a guest mod. We're in the guest mod room or guest rooms, and so all the guest mods have ultimate godlike powers where they get to mute people for whatever reason. And so if Heretic feels like muting me just because he doesn't like how I sound, then I will mute myself because that's what he said.
I didn't say that, but okay.
That was just an example. I'm just saying that's an example. Like everybody can, all guest mods can mute for any reason they feel like. If they just have like, if they're cold and they want to mute someone, then that's a perfectly justified reason.
I mean, I don't think it means it's justified.
Doesn't have to be justified. That's his point.
Right. Yeah, it's as long as we follow TOS and they enforce TOS, it's their prerogative to run the discussion how they please.
Yeah, so Darth Dawkins operates in a guest room as a guest mod, hence why I asked, is he your version of Darth Dawkins?
No, because that guy's super bad faith and is a huge dick. Heretic at least lets people talk before he's a huge dick, and so he's way better than Dawkins.
I think so too. I don't even know how to take that well, but I say Heretic is a lot better than Darth Dawkins.
Yeah, I mean, I let the shit talking run its course on all sides in here, you know. You want the conversation to happen.
Are there any more British people in here?
Yeah, there's a fair few. Not necessarily at the moment, but if you stick around.
Okay, I'll come back tomorrow while I'm working, and then I'll come listen and meet more British friends.
Okie dokie. We might not all exist though, but it's fine.
Yeah, you might. That's true.
Yep.
If I've imagined myself friends, that would be lovely.
Beautiful.
Well, I'm off tomorrow anyway.
Oh.
We can hang out on the ball with a very, very close diversion on plumb lines, basically. That's how to explain it. That was a bit geeky, sorry, mate. Sorry.
Plumb lines being parallel at distance.
Yeah, I'm just kind of putting us on a globe, you know, and then our plumb lobes would be very diverged, like fractionally, because we're quite local, right?
Mm.
Turquoise, are you British?
Yes.
Are you northern or southern?
I'm like, I'm the in between. I'm
are you
northern.
in the Midlands?
No, northern. No, as opposed to Del or anybody in Scotland.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's why I said England.
You might see, not Del, the Cyclone, sorry.
Did you just compare Cyclone to Del?
For
God's sake, Turquoise, I knew you were drunk.
I'm sorry, dude. I am drunk.
I know.
No, drunk in different ways. I just got tomorrow off, and why not?
Turquoise, how old are you?
Double digits. No, 34.
Oh, cool.
There you go, Turquoise, you've pulled.
Ooh.
I've added you as a friend. Add me back, please.
Oh, okay.
Dear, so what should we talk about next? If it's not Einstein or things we can't ever know. Curvature, anybody? Motion of the Earth. Demonstration of gas pressure with air container.
Does anyone here now believe in a concave Earth?
You'd need curvature for that, so I'm a hard no.
Well, if you find anybody that believes in a concave Earth, please DM me with their username or have a chat.
Okay. There are a couple that pop up from time to time.
I got a good idea of it.
Do you believe it?
Gravity is more of a pushing force than a pulling force in a Newtonian sense. Like the downward vector wouldn't be to a point; it'd be diverging, and the zeniths would all be converging. Basically, the orientation of everybody.
How would you get that to work? Because if you're inside of a ball,
because there's celestial spheres in the center, and the mirror or dome would be inverted. Like, everything's inverted, and it's a lens in effect that flips it. Essentially,
I get that. I'm just trying to figure out how gravity works.
Yeah, electrostatic pressure. It could all be included, or it could just be literally mass attracts mass, and the crust of the Earth or whatever the surface of it is still attractive because it's mass.
Okay.
How would stars work if it was concave?
Well, the stars are like on a globe. They're like a sphere around around the globe, right? But in that model, they're like the view of the core that they showed you in school with the different layers of the mantle and the iron core, whatever. However they explain it, it's like a gobstopper effect, right? Well, the stars are almost like one of them layers within the gobstopper, and the firmament has different layers within the gobstopper at different altitudes. It's almost like a gobstopper, essentially. So that explains like different, like the ISS might be in a certain layer of that. It might be in sort of a different fluid type or fluid dynamic system where you can put stuff up into it and it spins around. It works the same way, essentially.
So if
I just wanted to know if the Americans on the panel knew what a gobstopper was. Heretic guys, do you know what a gobstopper is, or do you not care?
I forget. I feel like I did know that when I was a kid. I've heard it before.
We've had they did. It's in Willy Wonka, so we've had gobstoppers since the 70s. They got Chewy in the 80s. That's what I really remember. Or in the 90s.
I remember those.
Great, best. Ate a whole box of them.
So essentially, a cross section of one of them would reveal like multiple like concentric rings, right? Like multiple layers of like an onion, essentially, like different layers, and each one's a different color. Well, essentially, there's different layers of the firmament in that model. That's the dome, basically, like a celestial sphere.
Okay, then with that in mind, would that mean that the stars would have to be much smaller than you would conventionally think they are?
Inverse. It's the inverse. All the angles and directions are the same as the heliocentric model.
So is it a celestial sphere or a celestial dome?
Yeah, it's a celestial sphere. It's like you reverse the terrestrial with a celestial, and the map is just the sky.
So when you get a sphere with a flat plane?
He's not talking about.
Yeah, to get angles, because you pretty much like spherical geometry from observing it from a flat plane. So it all works because the ball in the center, which is the celestial sphere, has an axis, and it rotates, and it works the exact same.
So what for you proves the concave Earth wrong?
There's not much I know, actually. It's more valid. It's just an alternate way of seeing how you think gravity means. We can't really judge the curve, but the whole model works exact as it should on just like a heliocentric model, all the timings and everything. And we're within the Earth. It's like same diameter as Earth. It's concepts, like you said. I can hold all the concepts as at arm's length. But I know which one. I know there's like three modalities, basically: flat, concave, and convex. And it's trying to judge which one of them it is with observation and measurement. But you can't, because the timing of it all and the way the sky works, it could work all the ways.
I don't have much experience with the concave earthers because they are pretty rare nowadays. Like, people like to stick, if they are somewhere in the middle, having some position.
Right.
These people tend to not stay with that position long because they prefer to be a part of some radical but bigger community, to have some people who support them. That's why, for example, geocentrists became flat earthers. Because if you question that mainstream science, then you don't want to be bashed by both sides at the same time. You just prefer to be with people who have the same mentality but are somehow more radical. But was there explanation for things like drop over distance, like things disappearing over the horizon? Because if the Earth was concave, then we would see the exact opposite thing. Things over distance would be getting higher instead of lower.
It's almost if you can imagine emanation of light from a revolving plane of reference would have like an arc from it, right? If there's a time or an induction rate or something. So as this light's rotating, and see, you have like a circle with paint on, and you spin it, and all the paint comes off at like an arc, and that's how light emanates from a central sphere through a medium, and that's the way it bends.
So the light bends towards the center.
From a higher, it's like inverted completely, and it still works.
I've seen it in the pictures, like the Earth, and inside of it you have that black sphere of the sky. But I know that's supposed to be explanation of the sky, but I didn't know it's also supposed to be
there's layers in between
for the land. Like that, the same thing happens with the land. The light somehow bends and creates that effect.
Light's bending upwards. Essentially, that's what lasers will show over large bodies of water. The way the inclination of light is upwards, it seems.
So,
it's like
in that
magnetic kind of like bounce, or however you want to put it, like a Gaussian. It's a Gaussian surface, a reflection from it. Basically, it's how I can imagine it.
So basically, concave is like reverse engineered globe, like because if
you could say the other way around. Yeah. I think the great debate from the origins of time has been: is the sky a sphere or is the Earth a sphere?
Because I think personally, it's my opinion that if we observe and measure the environment around us, we would reach, like honestly, without any bias, we would reach the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. But you can always make a very much more complicated explanation for the same things that would require both many.
I'm afraid we're not going to be able to let you get away with that, Embo. You're not measuring a sphere.
Right now, I'm sitting on Discord. I'm definitely not measuring a sphere, but many other people.
No, you're not measuring the sphere at any time.
I would disagree with that, definitely.
Right, you claim that you've measured, or you can measure curvature.
I don't claim I did that personally. I claim that other people have done it, and I'm based on their measurements.
You personally measured curves.
No, you haven't.
Isn't that what you just said?
Personally, I've only observed it, but I haven't measured it specifically.
You haven't observed curves, and no one's measured it. Stop the cat.
Yes, I am observing it 2 times a day. I was talking about it previously, like an hour ago, about the sunsets and the sunrises.
On the horizon?
Yes.
And what's the horizon? Is that curved?
It's an effect of a curve.
What does it look like?
The horizon, it's like a circle that surrounds the observer, and it is where it's where the ground gets like in the way of the sky, so the sky gets like kind of eaten by the ground at the horizon, obstructed.
Does it appear to be a horizontal line when you go to the beach?
No, it wouldn't.
No. So why do you think they called it the horizon?
The horizon, because it derives from Greek, and from Greek it means separating circle, and that's technically what the horizon is. It's a circle that separates the part of the Earth that is
nothing to do with horizontal.
No, horizontal wasn't. Horizon wasn't derived from.
So why is the entire start of the word horizontal in horizon?
So the word horizontal was derived from horizon. not the other way around. The horizon came first, and then the horizontal.
Yeah. And what is a horizontal?
Horizontal is 90 degrees from vertical, and vertical is determined by direction of gravity.
So a straight line.
Yes, a flat plane, you could say.
Yeah.
Because the line is
Okay,
only
so the
in one
horizon.
dimension.
Yeah, so the horizon is a straight line. So again, where's the curve?
No, horizontal is a straight line. The horizon is always below the horizontal because it has always that
that's where
angle
it
of
came
drop.
from.
What?
Yeah, you just said that. So it's horizontal.
No, I've never said that. If you ask any person who navigates...
So you're not observing a curve.
Any person who navigates.
Yes, any person who navigates the seas, they will tell you that you can't use the horizon itself as a reference from horizontal. You have to use mathematical reductions that will subtract the angle between the real horizontal, which is called also the astronomical horizon, and that horizon that is visible, because the real horizon that is visible,
you just said. Yeah, the horizontal.
it drops below the horizontal. So to get the angle from actual horizontal, you have mathematical.
So horizontal.
If you
No, not horizontal.
if you're not using a horizon and you use a bubble sextant, what correction do you do then?
You don't, but then you don't use the horizon. So the entire
No,
argument
that's what
makes
I
sense.
said. If you don't use the horizon and you just do a bubble sextant at altitude, what correction do you do?
You don't, because you automatically get the horizontal from the level of the bubble.
No, because you can do an altitude correction. When you do a dip correction, that's to take you down to the plane of the Earth. When you do a height of eye correction, which you would do with both of these things, that's to take you down to the plane of the Earth, the horizontal plane. Your mathematical equations are what? A tangent line to the horizon at 1.2 times the square root of that observer's height in feet? No, because the horizon isn't that. It's just a limitation of our perspective. And if you want to be at altitude above that horizontal plane, of course, that horizontal plane that is below you isn't going to rise up completely to meet the midpoint of your view because you're above it. All horizontal lines are parallel, they don't converge. So with altitude, if you want to use the horizon as a reference, you can use the dip correction formula just and only just to mathematically put your sextant on the floor. The horizontal plane of reference you're going to take your measurement from. You must establish the Earth to be horizontal to take the measurement from.
But if you use a bubble sextant, then you don't have to use the Earth in the first place. You can pretend it doesn't exist and you would get the same result. Because you automatically get the direction.
Yeah. But the reason why you do the correction is, I've told you this, why do you do the correction? Whether it's with the sextant and the horizon mirror and dip correction, or altitude correction with the bubble sextant, why do you do the correction?
You don't do any correction with the bubble sextant.
You do.
Do you have any proof?
You do. Yes, because you take it down to the plane of the Earth, where your angle will be measured from.
But do you have any proof that is being done in reality?
Yes, because we're referencing the ground position, which if you're using a bubble sextant, let's say you're on a fucking mountain, your ground positions aren't in a horizontal line, you're at altitude above it. If that ground position, which is always taken from mean sea level, you have to subtract your altitude to be on the same horizontal plane as the thing that you're referencing, which is the star you're taking an angle to and its ground position. You have to establish yourself on the same horizontal plane as that ground position.
But the stars aren't at the same altitude as you. They aren't even on Earth.
Couldn't give a fuck.
He's Brett.
It's not important here. What is important is the ground position and the distances between you and it and several other ones. because you need that distance. You need a horizontal plane of reference to draw your circles of equal altitude on. You need to establish that you are on that horizontal plane when you do dip correction or altitude correction or height of eye correction. The correction takes you down to 0, horizontal plane, to then measure the elevation angles up from and measure the distance to ground positions of stars at 90 degrees in relevance to you on that horizontal plane.
I don't understand a damn thing you just said, but okay.
So finally, at all, you agree that the horizon isn't. You have reduction. But
Say that again. What?
You acknowledge the fact that the horizon is perfectly horizontal because you have to account for that.
I agree that you can use the horizon, which is the surface of the Earth, at its limitation due to perspective, to then correct to be on it if you're above it.
And what is the deep correction based on?
Your altitude and the angle difference between horizontal and the horizon.
And what is the that angle derived from?
Well, it's not derived from a sphere because that would make the horizon geometric, wouldn't it?
It's derived from Earth's 7/6 of Earth's radius.
Yeah, 7/6 of Earth radius. No, you can do it like that if you want to. That's fine, but that makes the Earth bigger. So the horizon isn't at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet.
Yes, because at the same time it accounts for refraction.
At the same time, changing the Earth's size to just a bigger size accounts for a refraction which is variable.
Yes, apparently.
Yes. What do you mean? Yes. 7/6R is just one statute number. Refraction is variable. Do you understand the problem here?
Yes, and I understand the problem because that horizon will be fluctuating. But remember
But after you do the dip correction, what are you doing? Why are you doing it?
Because remember that what the point of the measuring angles for celestial navigation isn't the measurement themselves, because you don't doing geodesy to have these precise numbers. You want to simply measure the elevation angle. That approximation of standard refraction, though it be never matching that horizon perfectly, is enough good to have small number of error. Get that for practical use.
That's lovely, but it's not the curvature of the Earth that we're looking at. It's the horizon. And after you do the dip correction, it's so there's a horizontal line between you and the ground position of a star beyond the horizon. And then you can turn around 180 degrees and measure another angle to another star, which is beyond the horizon. Horizontal plane of reference between you and all of those ground positions. Every time you say dip correction, the correction is to take you down to the surface where you measure your angle from.
No, I would disagree. I would say it's actually the opposite. Taking the angle that is measured from the horizon that is below and taking it up to the horizontal plane.
No, that's why it's called a height of eye. You can call it dip correction if you want, but your height of eye will be calculated before you even leave the harbour. You're just establishing your place on that horizontal plane of reference. That's all you're doing.
I wouldn't say that the horizontal plane of that is changing with height. I think that's simply the direction you're looking regardless of the altitude. And it's universal.
Why do you do the calculation?
To bring the horizon to the horizontal plane.
To bring the sextant down to the plane. Height
Up
of
to the plane.
No, height of eye correction.
Yes, and the horizontal plane is at the level of the eye. So
No,
the eye is higher.
No. It's in reference to the ground position of the star, which isn't at your height of eye, which is on the plane of the Earth, which your eye is above. I said this earlier. You're referencing that ground position. That's the thing that you're going to be drawing your circle of equal altitude around.
No, the ground position is completely irrelevant to that.
No, it fucking is not. It's the whole fucking point. You want to know the ground. You want to know the ground position of that star. You're going to get that because of its elevation above the horizon in your azimuth. You're then going to draw a circle around that because you know the distance to it because of a certain time of year and your direction towards that star. You do this 3 times, hopefully. You'll draw 3 circles of equal altitude around the ground positions of those stars. Where they intersect, there you are. The whole fucking point.
Yes, but the reduction of the angle from the horizon to the horizontal plane is before you do that.
The reduction, yes, because you want to establish yourself on the horizontal plane.
You're already on the horizontal plane. You're always on the horizontal plane because the horizontal plane is passing through you.
The horizontal plane is passing through me. No, I'm standing on it.
No, the horizontal plane isn't something physical. It's a direction.
The horizontal plane of reference, when taking a height of eye correction to mean sea level, isn't the sea level.
No.
No. So even though 0 degrees altitude is mean sea level, and altitudes will be derived from that mean sea level, and angles will be derived from the horizontal plane of mean sea level.
No,
that's the plane of
the sea level isn't a horizontal plane.
Isn't a horizontal plane. So
it isn't.
For 3,000 miles between me and the ground position of one star, where that intersection of that vertical where it meets the horizontal is 90 degrees in reference to me, and the other stars that I use isn't a horizontal plane of reference.
It's also the other observer also has a horizontal plane of reference, but these two aren't parallel to each other. So yours and that observer's.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Everything, the vertical lines down from the stars are parallel to each other because the 90 degrees are all in reference to each other and you. You're drawing 3 circles of equal altitude around those 90 degree ground positions. You can turn around, like I said earlier,
you're right.
100 degrees.
You're right, Jedi. So, like, every point on the surface is 90 degrees to a star. And that star, you can put it on a celestial sphere around the Earth, or you can put it a celestial sphere in the Earth, but you can't put it on a celestial dome.
Yeah, I said this earlier, dude. The ground positions are all in reference to themselves. So 90 degrees in front of you is 90 degrees behind you. Where you intersect the Earth, that's 90 degrees too. But they're all parallel to each other.
No.
Jedi, can you take...
I'll show you the picture. Now I'm getting pissy.
They're horizontal to each other.
Jedi, can you take a quick look at the picture I have in the text chat?
Yeah, in a minute when I got this one.
A level, if you want to put it.
It can be somehow above the current memes because many of the people made a significant meme spam after I sent it, which launched it somewhere up in the chat.
Dude, I can't find what you posted. What the fuck? Let me start again. Maybe I can pass it.
Scroll up for a moment.
Okay.
So, do you see it?
What, the one at 10 minutes past the hour?
Yes.
Okay, what about it?
So the horizontal plane, as you see, is a plane passing through the eye of the observer, and the horizon is below that. So you don't take that angle below;
Yes, you do.
you take it above. The direction you want to have is at
No.
the eye level of the observer, and you
No, that's-
reduce the angle that was measured from the horizon below.
Who drew this?
I drew this right now.
Okay, so you drew this. All right. Can you scroll down to the 2 pages that I've taken out of the Celestial Navigation book?
Yes.
You see the blue circle. You see the 3 circles on it. You see the triangles on the midpoint at all 90 degrees and the intersection point. You understand that you see the straight lines there. You see the vertical lines down where they meet the horizontal plane and the circles of equal altitude. You scroll down again. Yeah.
It only shows they are 90 degrees at the center of this circle, but they don't show it's 90 degrees at the intersection point. You would have to make a leap of logic.
What? You would have to make a leap of logic to suggest that you can even have 90 degrees on a curved surface. You're just saying where the vertical meets that horizontal at that point on the curved surface. I think that would be the leap of logic. You just have to look and scroll a little bit further down.
Okay, so next picture.
Do you even know what an azimuth angle is? Why
Yes, I
you?
know.
Yeah, good. So that's an angle deviation from north, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the horizontal angle from
Good.
north measured like clockwise.
Yeah. So the horizontal angle, all angles, dude. When you say it'll be a leap of logic, or what? To have an angle on a horizontal plane of reference? No, it's not a leap of logic. Leap of logic, where you start inserting a ball into this, that's the leap of logic.
It's a leap of logic if you have 3 circles and have lines that are 90 degrees to these circles in their centers.
It's a leap of logic to suggest that circles of equal altitude are not equal with relevance to each other in the midpoint of that circle?
No, it's a leap of logic to suggest these 3 lines are 90.
They are. Because you've established yourself on a horizontal plane of reference. That's 90 degrees horizontal line between you and that star that you've measured. Because you've got to form a triangle. You've got to form a triangle, haven't you? The star, the ground position, and you being the 3 points of that triangle.
But that's only at your position.
In every position. The position of the star and the position of me, the zenith over my head, 90 degrees. That's a parallel line to the parallel line that's drawn underneath the star in its intersection with the Earth at 90 degrees. I could start forming a box out of this with 90-degree corners. And the other stars that I measure angles to, because it's not just one, they have to intersect with their circles of equal altitude. So their ground positions are most definitely all going to be in reference to me and each other.
Jedi? I think what it is we can agree that horizontal is 90 degrees from plumb. But we can't agree that all plumbs are parallel. And the
I understand why these guys
and a horizontal line from an observer is not. It converges. Or it diverges from. See.
I'm pointing out that they are.
Is that measurable over like at least 70 miles so we can measure a degree?
I haven't done it, mate.
Well, that's how we measure the stars. That's what the stars do every minute. They go like 62 miles of distance. Essentially. Inverted.
Okay.
So so you've got a star you're observing in the sky, and it's on the equator or whatever, so it's rotating. You're able to observe it and get angles from it. And that implies a sphere. Be it the sphere, celestial sphere, or terrestrial sphere, and we always measure from a flat plane because that's the basis of measuring. You get everything level, and then you take a zenith. You've got a zenith / plumb, and then 90 degrees from that, and that's all the orientation you've got. Everything else derives from that, and each person's zenith theoretically is not the same. Just like every single zenith on a flat Earth is never converging, right? So everyone's zenith's unique on a flat Earth, and you've got this star field above you, which in the globe model is a celestial sphere around the Earth. So you can pretty much put it and make it a celestial sphere, and you can map it out, and it works perfectly. So what's the sky in the flat Earth?
Except there's still no curve of the ground. Anyway, this is getting boring. Let me see if Imaru, the flat Earth destroyer, is spiraling pretty hard in chat. You there, Imaru? Could you spiral on voice for us?
Yeah,
instead?
I am. Where's your flat Earth proof?
Sweet, sweet. All right, so you said you had a 3.9 thousand mile radius, is that right?
Correct. Where's your flat Earth proof?
Okay, who measured that?
I'm asking for your flat Earth proof.
Well, let's
I'm asking
deal
you a
with your
direct
claim.
I'm asking you a direct question.
3.9k
Answer.
mile radius. Who
Is
measured
there
that?
proof for a flat Earth? Yes or no?
So no one's measured it.
People have measured it. I'm asking you a question. If you have
Oh,
proof for flat
who did?
Earth, I'm asking
measured
you
it?
if you have proof for a flat Earth. I'm not answering
Okay,
your question until you answer mine.
so no one's measured
Someone
it.
has. I'm just not answering your question until you answer mine.
Okay.
Because you
The water
refuse to
being
answer.
level.
So I'm
Okay,
going to
the water
refuse
being
to answer.
level. There you go.
That
Now
has
who
nothing to
measured
do
it?
with flat Earth. Try again.
Now I answered your question. So
No, you didn't.
who measured it?
You give me an
I
answer
did.
that makes
For
no
the water
sense.
being
Doesn't
level.
explain
You're not
anything.
happy.
Try again.
You're not happy with the answer. That's fine. But I give you an
17
answer.
attempts
Who
I've asked you guys for
measured it?
flat
This
Earth.
is a
You still come
rotating
short.
Earth.
Come
Nobody
on.
experiences the curve. It's
Come on.
not experienced. We
No
only
shit, you don't feel it.
experience
'Cause
a
you're moving
flat,
with it, not against it.
non-rotating Earth. The burden of proof is on the globe side, not on
The
the
burden of
flat
proof is
earther
on you.
side.
We've already proved it.
No,
You just don't
you
want to
burden
listen.
proof's on you because you made the claim. 3.9k mile
Literally,
radius.
there's millions of people who have already proved that, and you just don't want to listen
You
to them.
said it's been measured.
So,
Who measured it?
once
So who
again,
measured it? Just tell us one.
you have a flat
Settle
Earth
down
proof.
there and
All right,
take it one question at a time. You're just
So you're not going to
spiraling.
answer the question.
Right. So Imaru.
So no flat Earth proof. Gotcha.
3.9k
You
mile
Anyways,
radius.
you won't
you
even
guys should just
listen.
Hold on. I'm just gonna mute him until he's actually paying attention. Imaru, you paying attention? 3.9k mile.
All right, so you guys should just go ahead, shut this
You just
little.
said. Come on. No one's measured it, or you said millions of people have measured it. So could you name one?
Any evidence for a flat Earth? Anybody?
No, that's not the name of someone. Try again. So millions of people have measured it. Could you name just one for us?
Anybody have evidence for a flat Earth? I'm trying.
Wow. So one more time. Third time's a charm. Millions of people have measured this radius you just claimed. Could you give us the name of one person?
Awesome. So nobody has evidence for a flat Earth.
Wow. There we go, folks.
Didn't Aristophanes know that
no one's measured it?
Sun's difference between two places and the time it took to go between them on the certain lines of latitude?
I mean, look, if the gentleman is asking for evidence the Earth is flat, then he's not necessarily asking for proof. He just wants evidence, and evidence can come in many forms.
Yeah, like evidence would be like an experiment of kinds. Sorry, go on.
Hey, Jedi, feel free. See if you can get anything coherent out of Imaru, but I sense that he's already too bricked and triggered. But please, have a go.
He just wants evidence, and just show him a picture of the horizon, which is horizontal, and there you go. There's some evidence.
Gee, it's automatic. It's like it's easily debunkable.
There you go, Imaru. Did you listen to Jedi?
Literally, do I have to explain this like for the 7th time?
Could you
I've
tell us
explained
what
this
Jedi
numerous
just
times
said
in
to
here.
you?
You guys just don't seem to listen.
Could you tell us
So
what
either you're
Jedi just
stupid
said
or
to
you're
you?
just willingly not
Imaru,
paying
calm
attention.
down, bro. Calm down.
You asked for evidence, didn't you? You asked for evidence.
Right,
Yes.
and I've explained this like 7 times in the past. Why that
Okay, well,
argument makes no sense, and
What the-
why that's
just
not
asked
actually
for
proof the Earth
evidence.
is flat.
Dude, you just asked for
So
evidence.
try again.
You just asked for evidence.
You didn't give me
isn't
evidence. You gave me
proof.
bullshit. That's easily
Excuse me.
debunkable.
I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I tried to engage
Okay,
with
then mute
you.
yourself.
No, I'm going to
No,
mute
you there, Mar, Flu, whatever your name is there.
Okay.
You're a guy,
Alright, so
you're
you have no evidence. The
spiraling.
Earth is
You're
flat.
just
Go ahead and shut
spiraling.
this
You can't
VC
even
down.
listen. You can't even listen. There you go. Now you'll listen.
No, you won't. Yes, someone else. I'm not reasoning with this idiot. It's fine. Someone else can try.
No, there's no reasoning with that. Triggered NPC. Do you have evidence of observable reality? Well, thanks for the concession, Imaru, that no one has measured that 3.9k mile radius you claimed. That was a good demonstration to everyone listening. You have absolutely nothing.
I wonder if Imru is still talking to himself.
Want to spiral in VC, Imaru?
Sure, you got evidence of a flat Earth yet? Or are you still coping?
Coping with what? Water flattening out at rest?
Coping without the evidence of a flat Earth. If you have it, give it to me.
What do you mean?
That's
water
not evidence
flattens
of a
out at
flat
rest?
Earth. It's not evidence
What are you
of a
talking
flat
about?
Earth.
Why not?
Well, how would it be evidence of a flat Earth?
Well, if water flattens out at rest, then I guess the surface of this place that we live on isn't curving convexly to the tune of a 3959 mile radius ball, is it?
Well, that's not true. So
how so?
There's already people who've debunked this a million times. So
how?
But
what was the method?
You're not going to listen to that. So why should I argue with you? Anyways,
so what was the method?
Mute you two now. Thank you.
You can't local mute me because I run this chat, so that won't work. So what was the evidence?
It's oddly silent. Anybody got evidence of a flat Earth?
Okay. Goodbye.
I guess he doesn't realize that if we had proof of the globe, we wouldn't be here. The reason why we're here is because we're finding that the proof of the globe just doesn't play out. It's just not there. You can't find it. And he's asking us for flat Earth proof. Well, he's experiencing it every day. He's just not aware of it. He experiences a flat, non-rotating Earth every day. He lives on it. And yet he wants us to give him proof of where he lives. Unbelievable. If you've got proof of the Earth...
I don't live in your stupid dimension.
Okay, I guess he lives on a spinning space monkey ball somewhere. Unbelievable.
Yes, we do, actually, and you do too. Welcome to the Globe Earth. It's a population of 8 billion people.
If you have to choose between which is a stronger argument, it being stationary or it being flat, which one would you side with? Which one have you got more evidence of?
There's no evidence for motion or curve, so I don't see the difference.
You got to pick though. Like one's more fundamental, one's guaranteed,
It's both, it's both the same.
speculation. You know,
it's both the same. We don't see curve. We don't experience motion. When we look out on the water, we see further than we should be able to see. There's no curvature. All we see is flat. That's what's there. Yes, there's mountains. Yes, there's valleys. We're not talking that there's no topographical stuff on the Earth. There's ups and there's downs, but there's also mean sea level that everything is referenced to around the whole world, across the whole plane.
The way you're using the terms, how it all is exposed, really, because level is just parallel to the surface, okay, but parallel is like every step you take.
No. Level.
You've got a new horizontal.
There is no height higher than the other. It's one level.
All horizontals is the same elevation.
Level is parallel to the surface, and that's a straight line. You've already debunked the curvature of the surface with that. Yeah.
Horizontals.
Yeah. That's a straight line. Straight lines are parallel.
Horizontals are parallel with each other. Yeah, you're right. But horizontals are parallel with each other.
No shit.
But verticals aren't.
That's nonsense.
Like it's respective to each observer at the exact time you measure it, and that relevance between the observers is what we measure in the sky, and angles. That's the curvature.
It's like if I made the claim.
No, it's not.
There's an invisible dragon in the room with you right now, I make that claim, and I'm like,
there's one actually.
You know what? Yeah, everything you just said was completely incoherent because you just said parallel to the surface. That would be a straight line if it's parallel. And then you went and said that the verticals. Then you went and said that the verticals. Then you went and said that verticals deflect because that's the curve of the surface, the same one that you said that you had a parallel straight line to. So which one is it?
Yeah. So we agree that plumbs have a 90-degree horizontal from them, right?
They're 90 degrees to the horizontal. Absolutely. Yes. 90 degrees to the horizontal plane.
but each observer's reference is different.
Incorrect. You cannot have 90 degrees to a sphere ever.
Yes, you can.
You can get an angle
Show that to me
curved
in
surface.
AutoCAD.
That's interesting. You'll be the first person ever.
What? A plumb bob goes to the like hypothetical geometric center of the Earth.
Yeah, you're pre-assumed begging the question sphere. You do not have a plumb to a sphere ever.
Yeah, you're assuming they're all horizontal. Sorry, my bad. You're assuming all horizontals are parallel to each other. Sorry, I said it the wrong way around. I'm sorry. That's your side. All your horizontals are parallel to each other, but all the horizontals diverge. The plumbs converge.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Especially when they survey, they use parallel zeniths. They use parallel plumb,
The heavens,
rise over run.
When we measure the sky,
really?
we map it on the Earth. That's what we measure. We're measuring.
So you're not measuring to a zenith that is 90 degrees below the surface, or to the surface that you're standing on, making an elevation angle. You're not doing that. You're not using parallel zeniths.
No.
No. Oh, okay. So how are you going to have
the azimuth? The azimuth's like the angle around the observer. Like you could put like a dome around the observer on a flat or a globe, and then you've got like a north, south, east, and west. You've got directions, and then you've got this dome, this theoretical dome, which you're able to see the sky, which you measure, and you've got degrees around the observer, and the monad of the dot in the center is the observer, and that's a unique observer every measurement. The relationship between
it's a horizontal plane that they're measuring from to the celestial sphere. Duh. That's exactly what we're saying. Welcome to flat Earth. No, you don't have a celestial sphere on a curved surface. One or the other. They always do in a sphere, on a sphere. But no matter what, you're measuring from the surface. And the celestial sphere doesn't really matter, right? You're on a plane.
Right, you can see it as the sky's a plane or the Earth's a plane, but one of them's a sphere.
No, no one ever. No,
that's
absolutely
how
not.
astrology works, man. That's how astronomy works.
Astrology? We're not talking about astrology.
We all measure from a planar surface, right?
We're not doing horoscopes today. I want you to put a citation in chat.
Astronomy.
Put a citation in chat.
Astrology and astronomy. Okay.
Put a citation in chat that you're measuring angles from a flat surface. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, we measure from I'm agreeing.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Surface,
right.
And the spherical sky is projected onto that. And that's how we get our longitude and latitude lines, and all our seasons are in relation to the equator, the angle and the tilt, and the tropics are all on the tilt angle. It's 23.4 degrees. It's all angles, dude. The whole of every angle to the sun is in relation to a sphere.
Yep, all on a flat plane. It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's how
he
you
keeps
measure
saying it. It's like he doesn't know it.
That's how you measure it, and you work it like a timer. Right. It's a clock. It's degrees, and you can predict things that way. That's why we project maps onto flat surfaces. The AE map is a time calculator. It'll tell you where your solar noon is, depending where you are on Earth. It'll in relation to their sun, their solar noon to your solar noon.
It's a really bad. It's a really bad LARP, dude.
No, it's accurate.
Like I don't.
It's an AE map. It's a longitude. It's a latitude calculator. It's a time calculator.
Nobody cares.
Fuck about that, dude. What are you waffling about, man?
We're talking about projections and angles. So if you want to angle the sun and find out where all the solar noons are and solar noons. Where the shadows.
Talking about projections. First of all, you said that verticals aren't parallel. Now you're talking about projections, dude.
Stop hanging on that, man. That's the other end. So. If you can proving flat Earth means you've just got to prove your zeniths are all parallel to each other.
No, we don't. All we have to show is that water is horizontal. It flattens out at rest.
Well, the rest of that
stuff just follows from that.
70 miles is 1 degree.
Of what? A circumference?
It's a 1 degree difference. That's all I'm saying.
We're
1
looking
degree
at a
difference.
celestial body, and
It's an arc.
as you move back, it goes down 1 degree at 60 nautical miles, and it goes all the way out to the equator on a flat plane, and that's the furthest distance that you can
measure from
see
the plane.
Polaris
I
until it's
understand that.
on the horizon. But it's also been known that Polaris has been seen by at least 20 degrees south of the equator
I don't know
on
about
a
that.
couple of occasions. There's some about it. It's interesting. You should look it up.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. If you want to talk about stars, there's the south to worry about with the way that the maps are projected in the flat Earth, to be honest. They're either on a sphere or a dome, and they've not really got an idea of it. Like, if you want to talk about concave is just as valid as a flat Earth, but it's got a sky, right? The idea is exactly.
If
It's
it
an
was
inversion
concave,
of.
we would have found the curve. Again, we can't find the curve. We've never seen a curve
It's not about
as a
curve.
concave, as a convex. We haven't seen it. If it's there, we should see it. It's just not there.
Right, we agree on this axiom that all our horizontals are 90 degrees from our plumb line, right? At all points. Every single
All
plumb line you whip out now
horizontals
is going to
are
be.
horizontal lines, and
We
all
can't.
horizontals are horizontal or parallel to each other, and all verticals are 90
We can't
degrees
prove that.
to
You
the
haven't proved that.
horizontal.
You haven't proved that.
Can
You haven't
measure it.
proved that.
Drop a plumb line and you put a
No, you
protractor
can
on
prove
it.
the
And that's
zeniths. You can
90
prove the
degrees.
zeniths aren't parallel. But we can prove the zeniths aren't parallel, which disproves
You
the
can prove the
horizontals being
zeniths aren't
parallel too.
parallel.
Yeah, that's your GP of your star, and you can time that with the celestial sphere, and that's your location on Earth. And the angle to the Polaris is obviously an angle to Polaris, and it all has spherical geometry, and
You're not making any points. You're not connecting anything that you're saying. Do you understand that you're like the worst arguer ever? Like, your rhetoric is discombobulated and it doesn't connect. Make a point.
I don't understand how it can't be projected onto a sphere or projected onto a flat map.
Don't tell us how things aren't or can't be done. I want to ask you how you get, number one, a diverging zenith anywhere. Number two, I want to know, right, like how you're going to get any flat plane on a ball.
If you extend your horizontal line, it's not going to be somebody else's horizontal line at the same altitude. It doesn't work like
So
that.
why would you even bother taking an angle? Why would the zenith be 90 degrees above the star or below the star?
You're measuring azimuth, which is the horizontal
No, you're
line,
not measuring an azimuth. You're measuring an elevation angle to a star, which is 90 degrees above the GP.
How would you put an experiment together to prove that over a distance we can get the zenith angle and?
It's called celestial navigation. How would I conduct an experiment? That's how people figure out where they're at.
No.
This has been going on for a long time, my friend.
How does that prove flat then?
What do you
Looking at the sky.
Are you insane? I just told you. There's a horizontal line between you and the GP. You have to get an elevation angle, my friend. And that's hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles, and it creates a circle of equal altitude, and that means tens of thousands of square miles flat. Come on.
Oh, another problem. Let me get this straight. So you believe you're living on the AE map? Is that the problem?
No. Who in the world even brought that up? You brought that up, and now are you going to straw man me with an AE map? Why in the world are you saying that?
I want to get your point of view. You must either believe you live in an AE map, or you've got a celestial sphere.
Why? Make the connection. Why?
Or you've got
Why? Make the connection. Make the connection. Don't just straw man me with it. Don't say I must. Actually make the point.
We measure from a plane. Everybody is measuring from a plane, flat plane. All measurements are
Do you know anybody that's not? Do you know anybody that's measuring from anything other than a flat plane?
No, that's how you measure. That's how you take the measurement on a flat plane. And then the sky is projected into that, and you get where you are.
The sky is projected into that? Who told you this?
Latitude lines. Longitude, latitude. And
what about them? What about them?
They're related from the stars. They're not an Earth natural thing, right?
Yeah.
It's to do with the actual rotation and where the stars are at that current time around the Earth. You could pretty much put a celestial sphere around the Earth.
No, that's incorrect.
Well, what's your star configuration on the flat plane then to view them?
I want you to find me a citation that tells you how this was done.
No, because the safe stars have problems.
Where are you getting this even from, bro? Like, you know that the latitude lines to the equator, right, were elevation angles to Polaris, right?
Yes, it's 90 degrees.
Okay, 90 degrees.
Roughly.
So at least half of the Earth is 90 degrees horizontal.
They're not parallel, though.
What's not parallel? You're not making any sense. What's not parallel?
They'd only be parallel if you got two people opposite sides of the Earth on the equator looking at Polaris, right?
Opposite sides of the Earth, like on the equator?
That's the only time horizontal lines would be parallel.
He's gone to tangents.
Yeah, that's the only time horizontal lines would be parallel if you've got somebody opposite side of the Earth.
So they're not measuring from a horizontal plane.
No, I'm relating that from a ball model. So if we can prove that, that's the ultimate proof, right? But you can't prove any of them models a relation to each other on a flat Earth. You can't confirm that they are parallel to each other.
I think you just flip-flopped on us. You just told us we were working off of a flat plane, and now you're telling us we're working off of a basketball or something. Where are you in this argument?
The interesting thing about this, right, is that the angle that's important in this is the angle from the vertical to the star. It's not the angle relative to the horizontal. It's the co-altitude angle that is important.
Yeah. The azimuth's like 360 degrees around you, and that'll give you a location, right, up or down, left and right. Okay. And the middle of this, you know the image with the zenith and the celestial, like the sphere around this observer on a flat plane, and that's celestial navigation. You get an angle from a star from zenith, right, and you can figure out where you are that way, right? At any one time, you've got half of that celestial sphere in view at all times, and each person's location on Earth has a different field of view of that sphere in the sky. And that's how we navigate. You can imply that on an Earth and make the Earth is, you can't do that on a flat Earth.
You can't observe a celestial sphere from a flat plane.
And how's
perhaps you're not aware that everybody sees the sky from their own point of view.
So is it a dome or is it a sphere? What's the
no one ever said a dome or a sphere or anything. See, and then right there it is. There it is. See, you always okay. Let me ask you a question. What's a star? What's a star to a globe earther? No, it doesn't. I'll tell you why. Because we're going to go to co-altitude real quick, and this is going to ruin everything for you. Are you ready? No, you're starting to interrupt, so I'm going to ask you a question. What's a star to you?
Okay. It's a point of reference in the
Okay.
sky.
Oh, it's just a point of reference. What is it? So that's it.
Yeah.
It's just a point of
You give
reference.
it a name. It's
Okay.
EP25G, whatever they call them these days. There's little crazy names because there's so many of them. They're just points of reference.
Is there a distance to those stars?
No, it doesn't matter.
Is there a distance to those stars? It doesn't matter. No, it very much matters because if we're going to talk about co-altitude, right? If we're going to talk about co-altitude, then you're going to have a problem. Oh, it doesn't matter now because I'm going to talk about co-altitude, right? Oh, you don't want to talk about co-altitude? Let's talk about co-altitude real quick. You want to do that?
Go for it.
Okay. So you say that there's diverging zeniths, right? It doesn't matter if there's diverging zeniths. The problem is you actually have to know the height of the star, the distance to the star, and that could be hundreds of billions of miles, right? Light years. And then you'd have to draw a line between each star, the co-altitude of each star, and that would be hundreds of billions of miles across the sky. And you don't have those measurements at all. That's why everybody does this with the parallel zeniths, right?
That's all, man.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. No, I want you to show me the geometry. I want you to show me the geometry in the chat. I want you to cite it. I want you to show me the diverging zenith geometry and post it.
I'll do it in the very few words I can, and you'll make complete sense.
No, I want you to post it. I want you to cite your garbage in chat.
Can I just use words for a minute?
No, I want you to post it. I don't want to hear you. You can't even make two things connect in your conversations anyways. You're a terrible communicator. Just go ahead and post it.
Okay.
Just prove it for us. Just go ahead and post it. Don't talk. Don't just say bullshit. Just post it. Just prove your point.
Let me get words out. At any point in time, everybody's got a different GP, right? Everybody's got a different star above the head. At any one point. Can you agree upon that? Everyone's got a different
no, I don't agree. You don't always have a star that's used for navigation above their head. There's an almanac, and sometimes they're not directly at your zenith.
How do we navigate then if everyone's not got the different GP? That's how we move across the Earth, dude.
What in the heck are you talking about?
Different GP, and the flat Earth's not got an explanation of how stars work.
Everybody has a different ground position? Yeah, everyone's got a different ground position. Right. But we're talking about celestial navigation, are we not?
Yeah, and a star in relation to the ground position.
And which stars, there's only, how many stars do they use for celestial navigation? How many?
You've got a celestial sphere and a terrestrial sphere. They're the two spheres, celestial sphere, terrestrial sphere, no flat sphere.
Yeah.
Right, and one of them has got a cat on flat navigation, because we use spherical navigation. We're using a flat plane of reference where we measure from, measuring a sphere, and that's how we navigate.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Right, flat plane.
Where's your sphere? Where's your sphere?
What sphere? I didn't claim a sphere.
You have to have a sphere. You just said you have to have a sphere.
I do?
You've got a celestial sphere or a terrestrial sphere, and you've got a flat there somewhere, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Dome over our head. When we look up at the night sky, it appears that there is a dome of stars over our head. That's reality. That's what we see.
There's 50% of the celestial sphere above your head at any one point. I understand that, right? And everyone's celestial sphere, that's 50% of the celestial sphere that they can see, their viewpoint on it is different for everybody. And whichever way you move, you're basically just rotating this ball and looking at the stars. And if you just impose...
see, there it is again. You think it's a physical thing. You keep talking about it like it's a physical thing.
Yes.
What's a projection?
Everything.
What is the projection?
Everything.
Everything's a projection now?
A map's a projection.
Everything's a projection.
Projection. Your reference of a flat plane is where you measure from. And I agree with you. But you're measuring a sphere.
Oh my gosh, dude.
But you're measuring a sphere of something.
You're measuring a distance along the ground.
No, it's from zenith. From
the zenith of the star?
GP on a celestial sphere, which you can impose a map of the Earth over the top, an AE map on a sphere, and it would fit perfectly. And that's exactly it. Celestial sphere, terrestrial sphere. No flat sphere or flat sky, unless the next excuse would be like a flat sky.
We take all the measurements on a flat plane, though, right?
Yeah, we do. I understand. Yeah, we do.
Wow.
Yeah. From each person's reference, but each
And
person's reference from somebody else. Listen.
we assume it's a ball. Oh,
yeah,
cool.
You're called Plumb Bob. This is perfect for you, Plumb Bob. So everybody's Plumb Bob's different, man. Right?
No, they're not.
And
that's bullshit.
No, you're begging the question when you do that.
Okay, which one's right? Everybody's Plumb Bobs or everybody's horizontals? Which one's vertical? Are they both parallel?
Every
Are they
plumb
both
bob
parallel to each
is
other?
90 degrees to horizontal. Every plumb
Yeah, for
bob,
that
90
observer.
degrees to horizontal. There's only one horizontal, and they reference
understand
it
how you're
to mean
explaining it.
sea level.
Yeah, but that horizontal line doesn't just go on infinitely and still continue to be horizontal relative to, another observer. Because when you say something's
parallel. It's horizontal
when you add
everywhere.
another observer,
Well, it's
when you add
horizontal
another
everywhere. What are
person
you
on this,
talking about? Horizontal is
when
horizontal.
you add
It's flat. There's no elevation change in the horizontal line.
elevation, no,
It's
there's
one
not.
flat
There's not
line.
elevation change. Horizontal is on the same elevation for everybody, right? We agree upon that, right? That's another
Someone
thing we
is at a
agree
different
upon.
elevation, and then it's a parallel horizontal.
Right, if I'm on Mount Everest, 3,000 mile up, and somebody's on up X mountain, whatever, 3,000 mile up, we're on the same plane of reference horizontally, yeah? But horizontals curve over,
Where does it curve? Where is this hidden curve that nobody can find? We just have to assume that it's curved. This is just unbelievable. We measure flat. We do everything on a flat plane, and then we pretend that it's on a ball, and that's when we form it on a ball. Everything was done flat.
The sky's a ball. You're pretending the sky's a ball and you can't explain it.
That's the way we see it in reality. It appears as a vault over our head where we can see stars from one side to the other. It appears as if it's in a dome above us.
Yeah,
it's not that
I
it
agree.
is, it just appears that way.
Yeah, I agree. It works like that. And it looks like you
But
could
I'm not
imagine it with
pretending that,
Europe.
Because I see that, I'm not saying, well, I must be on a ball because there's a curve in the sky. I see this curve. There must be a curve what I'm standing on. There is no curve that we're standing on. It's only in your mind. You only have a belief that you live on a curve. You've never
There's no
experienced
curve. I
it.
know, I
You've never
understand.
seen it.
Listen, when you're observing things, you don't see curve. You see a circle around the observer, and that's 360 degrees, and you've got an elevation, and you've got a dome around you, right? And if you can imagine this concept, right, you've got a flat plane, you've got a sphere, and you've got a flat plane running through it, right? And the observer's in the middle of that, standing on that flat plane, and that's the observation.
Dude, we've seen these conceptualizations already 1,000 times. We know exactly what you're talking about. So everyone's observing the sky from a flat plane. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
And
your sky is spherical.
Yep. No, it's not.
The sky is spherical.
No one's saying that the sky is a sphere. That's the way they depicted it to you, and that's what you believe. But you don't know that.
That's why everybody's GP is different. And we map it on a sphere, celestial sphere. And that's how we navigate.
GP is ground position. So wherever anybody
he's not.
that is their ground position.
You can map it onto the celestial
argument
sphere
about
and then
this?
navigate.
It's silliness.
No, we agree. Angles we agree upon. Zeniths we agree upon. And we've got different stars above our heads we agree upon.
Yep.
We know east to west. That's the only direction that exists in the sky. East to west. The only direction. It's an arc. There's no north and south in the sky, is there? It's just east and west. That's the only rotation we see.
Are you thinking that the arc is the dome, like the angle, the protractor over your head? Do you think that's the dome?
No, not the flat Earth dome. No, it's
that arbitrary line of getting the angle. Is that what you think? You think the protractor angles is the dome? Oh, you silly!
Oh no,
that's retarded.
A dome on flat Earth? No.
So what dome are you talking about then? I don't see a dome. I don't use a dome. I measure an angle to a star. I don't think of a dome.
How do you know which star that is? How do you know which star that is?
What are you talking about? Dude, it's in an almanac.
What do you figure out to navigate? No, it's... What do you figure out to navigate? You get a GP that's got a relation to a star, and then you know where you are if you know this, it works out. You know where you can move and
right on a horizontal plane. It's all on a horizontal plane, is it not?
Yes, you measure from a horizontal plane.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, you measure in a sphere.
What sphere? I'm not using a sphere. There's no sphere. What sphere?
There's a sphere around you.
There is? Where?
I agree upon it. Because everybody's ground position star that's above your zenith is
just
different.
because you say it doesn't make it true. Do you realize that? Because you want to go ahead and invoke this. You're thinking of the map of the globe.
I'm giving you real life now. So do you agree? Half of the world.
No, you're not. Where's the sphere at? Where's the? Just show me the sphere at, bro. Just show it to me.
Right. Do you know we've got angles to the sun, and we know seasons, and we know where it's going to rise and set during the seasons, right? Because of azimuth, right? And the sun gradually throughout the solstice is going from tropics to tropics, and it has a medium line. Do you know how the flat earthers do the AE map with like a clock, and the sun's going around, and it's moving between these three lines, right? With an equator in the middle, right, which is 90 degrees to the Earth's axis, right?
Bro, I don't use the AE map. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you strawmanning me again? Why are you doing this? This is the most dishonest thing that you could possibly do. I don't understand why you're going to use an AE map and come in here and strawman us with already it being a projection of a globe flattened out. Yeah.
How'd you navigate?
So why are you bringing it up?
With celestial, what's your celestial?
Why would I use a model to navigate? Everybody uses a Cartesian coordinate system, which is a flat map, and it's not the AE map.
It's projected onto.
What are you talking about?
So we can fucking look at it, man, on some paper.
But the Earth is a globe, then.
Right. No. So if the Earth is flat,
so
we use a flat map.
We'll keep going back to this because if you don't understand that I don't want to play your game with the AE map and then this dome thing, I'll just ask you to show me where the curvature is.
Right.
Yeah. Where's that at?
Oh, wait. What test would I use to measure flatness over distance? What would be the ultimate? Would there be an angle involved, right? Do you agree?
Flatness? The flatness that we see and experience all day, every day?
Triangles. Could you measure a parallel line with triangles to make sure it's parallel over distance?
What in the world? Measure what? With what? What are you talking about? I don't know. Measure what with what? See, you're a terrible communicator.
Maybe.
Like terrible.
Well,
yeah, maybe.
A measurment of the curve. Okay, how about this? Give me a measurement of flatness. So that would be a concession right there.
Right.
No. I'll show you some. I'll show you how to measure a curve. It doesn't actually mean.
Well, why don't you get down to the business of showing us the measurement of the curve instead of deflecting and asking for a measurement of something else?
Okay. No. I'll.
No. I don't want to show it. I live on a ball, but I don't want to show it. I don't want to show you how you can find curve anywhere. I want to assume it always. I want to have diverging zeniths and assume it. But I don't really want to show you any curvature. Just show me the curvature. What's the problem?
Right. Okay.
Right. Okay.
Imagine this. Imagine a flat plane like a Gaussian surface, and there's another Gaussian surface.
We experience every day. I'm having a really hard time, imagining the flat plane that I use every day. Okay, go ahead.
Everybody on Earth looks up, right, and they see a different star. If it was, the stars was available to see in the time where they are, right, 50% roughly, right, are going to see stars, right, around. You got to prove they're fucking parallel, man. You got to prove they're parallel.
How does seeing stars?
You've got the burden of proof.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second.
You're saying
hold on, Plum. I have to prove. Hold on a second, bro. I have to prove what is parallel.
Everybody's zenith on the surface of a flat plane, which
to
is
a star.
Well, obviously, everybody's.
Why would it be?
Is different.
So why are you just saying it's impossible and not letting me go ahead and talk with you about this? Okay. You say you can't do it, and yet every day someone uses a sextant and uses their zenith and the parallel co-altitude zenith with. Why are you talking over me? Why are you doing that?
Go ahead.
Is my zenith not parallel with the people that I'm at the GP that I'm measuring to?
No.
It's not. Okay, great. So then I'm not going to get an angle to that location.
Yes. What?
Well, if their zenith is diverging, that means that there's a curved surface between me and them, which means I can't get an elevation angle to that GP.
Right, so somebody's ground position, you, as another observer, you're looking at that and you're getting an elevation angle to that star that you could that is the other
Off of
person's
a curved
ground
surface, you
position star.
cannot get an angle. No angle off of a curved surface. Impossible. The math cannot be done. It's undefined.
I know it doesn't. That's why you can't navigate on a flat Earth with stars. The sphere, the sky has to be a sphere.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
The sky has to be a sphere? What are you talking about?
Jeez.
Yeah, I know, right?
You're talking about somebody's GP and somebody's angle.
Yep,
You
and you're
somebody's
talking,
GP and someone's angle?
surface.
You
You're
don't see that
talking
it's
horizontal surface when you're talking angle. As soon as you put angle in there, it's coming from a horizontal surface, nothing else.
No, you measure the angle from the zenith,
You
which is not
cannot
parallel
get
to
an
the
angle
horizontal
from a
to
curved
somebody
surface. If
else's.
you can show the math right now in
Right,
the
okay.
chat on how to get
I'm
an
sorry,
angle from a
Bob.
curved surface.
I'm
Put
going to
it
call
in
you
there.
Bob, so it's more personal, right? So you got two people.
All right. Turquoise Dragon, you're going to go ahead and post what we've been asking for in the chat, or I'm just going to leave you on mute because you're just making up bullshit. And it sounds like actually you're going to give actual heights to these stars, talking about it being some kind of dome or sphere or whatever. No one's treating the sky like a dome. The altitudes of the stars are apparent. No one's using the heights of the stars. We're getting an angle, elevation angle. I'll give you a citation. Would you like a citation about what an elevation angle is? But you're going to post it in chat, but you're not going to bullshit anymore.
He's gone off in chat there about the dome.
They prefer you just have a straw man. You guys believe in a dome. The heights of the stars are apparently now geometric. Now we know the heights of the stars. No one said that.
Oh, yeah, you are. Sorry. I'll read it out. Angles from zenith are different. Okay, that is why we measure from them. Yeah.
You're posting this in chat. You're going to get this from a citation.
Oh, this is me. I'm the citation.
No, I don't care.
Right
No, you're not the citation. You're gonna post your evidence.
I am the citation right now. And do you not agree with this axiom?
Then,
do you not agree with this?
The axiom of what? What axiom?
The one that you don't agree with, obviously.
The one that you're about to make up. The one that you're about to make up. Yeah, I'm not going to agree with an axiom that you just make up. That you become the axiom citation, right?
I've got some axioms we agree upon. Okay.
Like what?
Okay.
Like what?
Horizontal is 90 degrees from plumb. Horizontal is 90
what does it say again?
Plumb. Horizontal is 90 degrees from plumb.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
We all agree upon that.
Yep.
Yes. Agreed upon. But then there's another plane of reference. There's another reference point. It's not. Every zenith is different. We use zenith to navigate, and we don't use the horizon angle.
Begging the question.
I'm saying we don't use the horizon angle to measure where we are.
Horizon angle? What the hell is the horizon angle?
Yeah, the azimuth angle. Oh, yeah,
the azimuth angle. What are you talking? What azimuth angle?
The opposite horizontal angle. Opposite from the vertical angle. Or the zenith angle, whatever I'm being calling it all this time.
Horizon. So the horizontal.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're dealing with 90 degrees everywhere.
Yeah, but we don't measure upwards, we measure from downwards, right?
What?
That's why we measure
from downwards. Measure from downwards? What the heck are you talking about?
Sorry. From somewhere from up. Sorry, you just mustn't really understand.
Somewhere from up?
Yeah.
What the hell? Is English your first language?
I think it's hard for you to conceptualize what I'm talking about. I think that is the issue.
Well, maybe because you're not even using words that kind of like flow together. I don't even know how to describe this. Am I the only one that's having a hard time figuring out measuring from up? What the hell does that mean?
Measuring
not the only one.
Up, listen, man. Up would be zenith, and down you'd call horizontal. Can we call that? We'll call that, right?
Yeah. So everyone has parallel zeniths and parallel horizontals on the Earth. Thank you.
No.
No. I'm going to beg the question and say everybody's zenith is actually diverging, right?
So at what point, when you start with this flat plane, you make all your measurements. At what point do you change and go to the globe? At what point, when you made all these measurements, you've got your plumb lines.
Right at the end.
Uh,
At what point do you go? Now we're on a globe, and these all are bent, and they're no longer parallel. When does that happen?
Right at the end. You need angles first, right? So everybody's zenith's pointing at a different star on the celestial sphere. Okay, we agree upon that. And we use that for navigation. That's why we measure.
Okay, we'll assume that everybody has their own star over their head, and it's 90 degrees to them at their little place where they're standing on the horizontal plane. Okay, I'm good with you.
Yeah, the horizontal plane is not somebody else's horizontal plane.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? We're all on the same horizontal plane with reference to sea level.
I mean, you can get away with making stuff like that on a small scale, right? Because we're not talking 72 miles, 70 miles is 1 degree difference. You know, we don't need to use it in making things. It's fine.
Let's do
Plumb boats
1,000. Let's do
diverge 1
1,000
degrees.
miles.
Yeah, plumb boats
He's turning the arc into the sky, but that isn't an actual physical thing.
It's 1 degree difference for every. You know, it's 60 miles for 1 degree. If we stay still,
60 nautical miles per 1 degree of angle. That's correct, but not arc. It's not a dome over your head. It's not a freaking protractor, right?
It's movement.
It's not a protractor. It's just movement. So it's lateral movement, 60 degrees, right?
Yeah.
Or 60 miles per nautical, 60 nautical miles per degree on a flat surface. Thank you.
Yeah. Measured from a flat surface, imposed on a celestial sphere. Yeah, imposed on a celestial sphere. And that's where you get your
sphere is in the
that
sky.
celestial sphere
To do with what you're standing on.
You don't.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with it, and it's not physical.
And that's why we use celestial navigation.
Is it like a physical sphere up there?
Navigation. It's the most simple.
Is it a physical sphere? Is it a physical sphere? Yes or no?
You can imagine it that way. No. In the heliocentric model,
it's no, it's not. Oh.
No, listen.
No, I'm talking about, is it at all a physical sphere?
We can explain this. So in the heliocentric
model, you're going to bullshit it. I'm asking you a very direct question and you're not answering it. Is it a physical sphere?
Physical.
Are the stars is everybody have their own physical dome?
Physical. An apparent dome made from optics.
An apparent dome?
Oh, yes. Every observer.
Why are you strawmanning?
Apparent dome. You want to call it a dome? Hemisphere around.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
We use that to navigate, and we measure from a star. We measure and we impose a sphere, either the sky or the Earth. But we measure from a flat.
No, you don't. No, we don't. We do? Citation, please.
We measure from a flat plane. You agree? The sky.
Yeah, obviously we're standing on it.
we see 50% of the stars at any one point on the Earth, right? If you could see the stars, you'd see 50% of roughly all possible stars that you're ever going to see, right? And that's how we navigate. And you can tell where you are on Earth depending which star is directly above you, because you impose it on a sphere, either the celestial sphere, which is around you, the observer, from a flat plane.
No, I don't. But that's the thing. No one does that. I don't understand what you're saying. No one does that.
Exactly. Like, you don't get...
It isn't actually a dome. You get that, right? It isn't even actually like a hemisphere. And no one's treating the stars as if they are at those values, a dome-like value distance, right?
Yeah,
everything's apparent distances, right?
Yeah.
So we don't even have to treat it like a sphere, do we? Right. Thank you. We don't have to treat it like a sphere then, right?
Hey, if it's flat, you have.
We don't have to treat it like that then, right?
If it's flat, you
no, you don't.
Distance, just like
you don't have to have a distance to that star. No, you don't. Nope.
You can get distances to the sun, can't they?
Nope.
Don't straw man up. That's not how celestial navigation is done. We don't take heights to the stars or the sun or the moon.
Right.
It's not done like that.
What?
Yep.
It's about the angle, and that's it. Celestial navigation is about the angle and nothing else.
That we know.
We're not trying to get the heights to those stars. What are you talking about?
Don't matter about the heights. Jesus, it's the angle. But flat
You
Earth,
can't.
Because of math,
Straw man. You can't. It doesn't work because the stars appear to change elevation height as they get closer to the horizon. So you're not going to get a proper measurement of anything. And that's not what's done. That's trigonometry. We don't do trigonometry for celestial navigation. It's an angle measurement and an angle measurement only.
Angles, right? I understand angles, dude.
Right. So the height of the star is not accounted for in this particular. Right.
You agree? Sorry, mate. Say again.
Yeah. So you measured the Earth flat, and we're not trying to get heights to stars. So don't worry about it. Right.
100%. Just like pilots fly from a flat plane. Exactly.
Yep. So the zeniths are parallel, and the horizontals are parallel, and it's a flat Earth. Appreciate it.
You treat Earth as a stationary flat Earth with a celestial sphere that rotates at 15 degrees an hour, and we navigate with it. Yeah? Is that a weird model
to flat Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
No one's using us. Yeah.
Why do you think I am? I know a lot about it. It's because that's how it works. You measure from a flat surface relative to one observer. And in relation to another observer, you have to use the sky. And then you plot, you know which stars above them, and you know which stars above you, and you know the distance.
Dragon. Is the horizontal plane not extending to the individual at the GP?
No.
No, it's not. So it is a diverging zenith, so you can't get an angle.
No, they're diverging fucking horizontal over distance.
So you can't get an angle.
Diverging horizontal? What's a diverging horizontal? Please explain that to me.
Your zenith is the only truth. You don't measure from the horizontal up. You measure from the zenith down, always, because that's your only truth.
The zenith down? No one's standing at a star and taking a measurement down to the ground. What the hell are you talking about?
So, like, the observer is in the center of the dome. The zenith is directly above that observer.
I know you want to keep conceptualizing this as a dome where someone's standing inside a dome and all the stars are arranged in that dome. I know you want to make that conceptual for everybody. I know that you want that to be the reality, but that's not the reality.
I think I'm placing something here that he's got wrong, that he's missing. Maybe I can help. Okay, when you're not looking for a star directly above your head. When you're doing navigation, it's highly unlikely that you're going to have one of the known map, like almanac stars, directly above your head. You're looking to a star that is a known one, and it has an angle. That's the one you're trying to get. You actually do that you try to do that to 3 stars, 2 or 3 stars, and
you triangulate.
You triangulate that to get an accurate or a fairly accurate location for yourself. But you keep on talking about the zenith like straight up above your head. That's not what
each zenith is 90 degrees to the observer. I agree.
No, the zenith is from the ground, is the ground position up to the star above it.
It's 90 degrees.
And
Do
that's
we
all
agree?
that it is.
Do we agree upon that? Is it 90 degrees the zenith, and is the GP 90 degrees from the observer or the star?
The ground position is it's
90 degrees.
There's a 90 degree angle at the GP, between you, the GP, and the zenith. That's a 90 degree angle.
Right,
the ground position could be thousands of miles away from the observer.
It doesn't matter about distance, dude. It doesn't matter about distance in what I'm saying, dude. It's literally like this. On a flat Earth, with a flat sky, your zenith is a different sky. Do you agree? A different star. So on a
You
flat
see
Earth,
the same
90
damn
degrees
sky.
for the observer.
I don't know what you're talking about. We look up and we see everything that you see. We don't see anything different.
Yeah,
You experience what we experience.
There's three modalities, dude. I'm explaining. The flat Earth paradigm
You don't
needs a
need
flat
to.
sky.
You don't need to tell me what I experience. I'm pretty good at
I know.
knowing what I
But we
experience on my own.
experience the same thing, dude. I know. I'm trying to tell you through 90-degree angles. So we agree that 90-degree angles are okay. We can measure them from each
90-degree
observer.
angles for a vertical is 90 degrees to the horizontal. Horizontals are all parallel, and they line up with the horizon. And you live on
Horizontals
a
are all
flat
level
plane.
and there's the same elevation. Do we agree upon that? Horizontals are all the same elevation, and
I agree that it's level. I do not believe that it's
and the same
curving with the surface of the Earth and some kind of convoluted
the
bullshit
term
that
level.
way.
Okay, the
term
Earth is
level
not flat. The Earth is not flat, and if you think it's flat, you're retarded.
Stephen.
That's a pretty retarded rebuttal, actually. Good job.
So the problem with
You exposed yourself.
Plumb, is that the term level also allows for it to be equidistant and the same elevation from the surface. That's what the word level means. Now, the word horizontal also means that.
Yeah, it's all the same equal elevation. There's no elevation change, and there's no curve in it either. There's no curve in it. We're not putting it on a globe. Nobody's putting it on a globe. You want to put it on a globe. You want to bend it around a globe. You're so adamant that it's got to go on the globe. But you do all your math on the flat, horizontal, motionless plane, and then you want to twist it up and put it onto a ball.
Okay, it's motionless. It's a motionless ball. You didn't see that fucking out of the woodwork, did you? I didn't say anything about us moving. I'm not that side. I don't
interested in
believe
your
in
crap anymore. Now you've gone from a ball to a non-spinning ball. There's no ball. Just unbelievable. I'm done. You can have your little fairy tale
Oh, because
world
I went
there.
stationary, you didn't like it because I'm not like any other fucking glober. Is that it?
No, I'm done. You don't have anything. You haven't brought anything. You don't have curvature.
I'm trying to show you need a circular. You need a spherical something. Where's your spherical something?
Why? Nothing has to be spherical. No, it doesn't.
It does. That's what you're measuring. Why
The sky can be flat and, excuse me, this will work on a flat sky with a flat plane underneath it as well.
Yeah. A flat sky. Yeah, it does. It does. So I'm just asking.
A flat sky and a flat plane underneath it at the same time.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Right?
Yep.
That's what I'm getting
Right. So nothing's curving.
The only way it starts.
Nothing's curving.
Flat Earth conversation as well. I want flat earthers to develop as well because obviously they're fixed on. Most of them, honestly, no disrespect, but are stuck on this biblical belief of a dome, right? And they're stuck on it, but they can't.
Why are you continuing to strawman that? I don't understand. Why do you keep bringing that up?
It's a steel man.
But why do you keep bringing that up?
Because we all observe that, right? On any model, we observe 50% of the sky spinning around us. Stationary Earth.
We all see stars when we look up. That's all we see. Stars when we look up, and they move at 15 degrees per hour. Cool.
Well, yeah. The sky's moving at 15 degrees an hour, and we're stationary. I agree. Right? How can we advance the conversation? Because we have to be proving horizontals and verticals and references to other people are different. Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can live on whatever you want.
Well,
but
if you want it to be a ball, then you got to show us where the curvature is. We're here looking for the curvature, and if you've got it, show us where the curvature is. We've never been able to find it. Nobody can prove it. Nobody's measured it. Right. It's just not there.
Right. Let me just try and lay this idea in your head. Right. So we've got a person looking over a lake, and you can see
If
somebody
it
else
involves
over.
imagining this and imagining that, I'm not interested.
I'm doing a flat Earth experiment. I'm doing a flat Earth experiment to prove the curve. Right. This is how I do it.
You can't do an experiment on flat. That's just ridiculous.
What the fuck? You can't do it. Why are you here then?
You can't do a scientific experiment on
misspoke.
flat. Okay, it's cause and effect. How are you going to do an experiment on flat? Okay, like that's just ridiculous. You're not doing no natural science on that.
I think we're misunderstanding. No, that's not the outcome or the hypothesis. I'm just saying we're all measuring from a flat surface. Okay.
Okay, then we're done. We're measuring from a flat surface. Thank you.
Everybody's zenith is 90 degrees from the Earth's surface, right? And we
and
can
you
assume
want it to be on a curve. You need to know where the hell that curve is.
I'm not saying curved. Forget curved. The Earth's surface is
So
level.
they're all parallel. So they're all
level
parallel.
to me means the same elevation too. Look, we can agree. The Earth's surface is the same elevation.
Nope. If you're going to do curvizontal and level is curved, we're not doing this.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah, so you want to change the. Yeah, that's what he's been doing this whole time. His level to him is curved, and horizontal is curved.
Well, what's the horizontal? Is it curved or not?
Horizontal is not curved. It's in the bloody word.
Okay,
it means a straight freaking line.
So horizontals are parallel. Okay, that's your side, right? Therefore,
and they're straight.
Yeah, listen, it's going to be. I'm going to use some logic. So if parallel,
you agree then that horizontal is straight and flat.
Straight and flat. It's all different. I wouldn't use them words. They're really. Yeah, it's not what you mean. Straight is. You could say
straight. Horizontal is straight.
It creates a plane. Okay.
Not curved, not equidistant from the center of a ball that you don't have. Nope. Horizontal.
Yep.
Nope, you don't agree. Okay, we're not having a discussion then. You're done.
Listen, what we're getting mixed up is what horizontal means. Literally.
Yeah, well, we mean horizontal as in straight, horizontal, perpendicular, 290, right? Vertical.
Okay.
You know, the actual meaning, that's the one we use, the real one.
No, you're saying good things. Keep going. So it's 90. The relationship is 90 degrees to vertical. Okay, we agree upon that.
And you agree that you cannot have 90 degrees to any curve?
Yes. No. That is not. What? I didn't say
no.
That.
Yes. No. Yes. No.
It does exist.
No, I'm asking you. Can you have 90 to a curve?
Yes.
Okay, show it to me.
The math.
Show it to me.
You have to show the math on this. We need to see the math
finally,
from the curve for 90 degrees.
This is it. So 90 degrees is your zenith point, right? Okay.
How do you do the math from the curve? Can you show us that?
Turquoise, you're going to put in the chat 90 degrees to a curve. AutoCAD would be preferable.
Yeah, and then I can duplicate it here and see if I can do it.
Because we've got AutoCAD.
Got quiet real quick.
Yep. Because they don't have 90 degrees to a curve. So no 90 degrees to a curve. 90 degrees to horizontal in that, but not to a curve. So, yeah, thanks, buddy. This is the same garbage that Peter was running around with. Oh, he's part of the troll team 6, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's not going to fly.
Call that text out so you didn't get triggered. I could have done. I could have just left it with that line you needed to know that you can have 90 degrees on a sphere.
Turquoise, you don't have 90 degrees to a sphere. Those are all horizontal lines. Those are 90s to horizontal. So not the sphere. Sorry.
You pulled the old tangent right out of your back pocket. So you told me that you were doing all of this stuff on a flat plane, but you got a ball there. What's going on here? When do you pull the ball out? When you do all this math on the flat plane and all of a sudden, poof, it's on a ball. That's like really neat. I'd like to know when you're supposed to do that in the math.
So if we measure the angle to the sun and 3 locations on the flat Earth, or any Earth, how far is the sun?
I'm sorry. If you don't post 90 degrees to a sphere, we're not going to continue this.
Thought we agreed upon it. Jeez, they're the axioms we agreed upon.
Agreed to what? 90 degrees to a sphere? I never agreed to that.
No. Ignore the sphere. It's about the observer in free space.
I'll ignore the sphere. So we're not going to have this conversation until you post 90 degrees to a sphere. If you can't do it, we're not talking.
What? It's just axes. 6 axes.
Now you're...
One of them's horizontal.
Now you're spurging out, bro. Yeah, horizontal. Not to a sphere.
Vertical. Well, one of them's like...
In your mind, horizontal is curved and level is curved. But you know what? Just show me 90 degrees to a curve. Go ahead.
From its radius, that's what it would extend from.
Radius, so the center of, right? Yeah. A plane in the center, horizontal, right? Okay. So still to a horizontal plane.
How would you work out the radius of the flat Earth?
The flat Earth has a radius?
Yeah, the equator.
No
idea. No,
The same way that it was done for you. The equator has to do with how far you can see Polaris.
We all do it the same way. Don't we? We all do it the same way.
Yeah, on a flat plane. That's the best part. It's all done on a flat plane.
But measuring a spherical something.
Doesn't measure a spherical.
No, he's back to this. The sphere's in the sky again. He just wants to go to the sphere in the sky or the pre-assumed sphere on the ground, and he doesn't have evidence for either one.
Right, we're on a flat Earth.
So badly wants his globe.
It's a flat Earth.
Yeah, dude, like Turquoise, you're doing terrible today, dude. Terrible.
You just confused why I've made it stationary and why I'm saying the sky's a sphere, and you need to explain.
No, I'm not confused. I know exactly what you're doing. You're the standard globe troll, right? Like Troll Team 6, right? It's the same tactics. You pre-assume everything, but you don't show it, right?
And still haven't seen you show us how to get an angle from a curve. That's really important. You need to see that for your math, and then maybe I'll believe in the globe.
Well, it is a tangent, right?
Horizontal, level is curved.
That's how you get a line from a thing. I don't know what you're after. An angle from a circle.
No tangent. You're talking about getting an angle from a curved surface, from a ball. Show us how to get an angle from a curved surface.
Have you seen the concept of a squared circle? That's exactly it. There's an intersection of the square and the circle at 4 points, equidistant to each other on the cardinal directions.
Yeah, from a flat plane, not from a circle. Do it from a circle, not from a flat plane. Jeez, why is this so difficult for you to figure out? Get an angle from a curve.
Every time. Even you can't do what you want without a flat plane.
Did you measure from a flat plane? That's how it works.
Measure what?
You don't carry globes.
Measure what?
To navigate, and everything works off the zenith and plumb.
So all
zenith is plumb. What the heck are you talking about?
All horizontal from a plumb position are parallel? Is that what you're saying? All plumb positions from a horizontal are parallel?
I know, you want to pre-assume that they're diverging because you think you're on a ball, right?
Plumb bobs are parallel. No, they're not. Oh, GPs.
Yeah, they are.
In your world, they're not. My world, they are. I use them as parallel.
That way.
The surveyors are using plumbs as parallel, so I don't know what you're doing.
He builds buildings that are wider at the top. That's cool.
So what? So like, a surveyor's building. Listen, they don't need it. They don't need to use it. Are they building?
They don't need to.
If you look at LIGO, they did. To be honest.
Lego.
Well, you actually need that distance. Like over like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 miles, you do need to take curvature into effect. But when you're building on a small scale, like a house or a Walmart, you might need to level the surface a bit. But it's not even a degree. It has to be 70 miles of rigid surface to be 1 degree difference on the other end. So we don't bother.
Turquoise, do you have any proof of the globe? Do you have anything that you can throw out that'll make us go, yes, it's a globe?
The sky. I'll point at
What
the
does the
sky.
sky
And I'll
have
tell
to
you.
do with the surface of the Earth?
Because everybody's zenith's different. Okay?
What does that have to do with the surface of the Earth?
Assume that.
It shows that the surface
can
of the Earth
judge
is aimed different
differences of
directions in
angles.
different places.
Exactly. That
You're
distinguishes
assuming,
where you are on the
that
ball.
all horizontals are not parallel. You're assuming that.
They're not. They're not.
At what point does a ball...
He's just saying it.
All zeniths and all horizontals are not parallel to each other if you have another relationship. If there's one relationship and one
Yes, chant
observer,
for us. Chant for us.
it's true if there's only one observer. But when you have another
It's true,
observer,
I swear.
physics gets all weird when you add another observer. We know this, right? The double slit experiment. Whatever. If you add another observer, measurement gets weird. You should write that down, get it tattooed, right? Put it as like the fucking title of the channel.
Not interested.
Chant for us, man. Chant for us. This is wonderful.
Swine then, because that was a brilliant quote.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Oh my gosh.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think is at the end of the world, like at the end of the Earth, if it's flat?
I don't know. What do you think's over there? Is there an end of the Earth?
I don't know. I assume if it's like flat, there's going to be an end to it, right? Or is it just going to go on forever?
Oh, well, you got a flat Earth model then you can show us?
Well, it has to be in the south, flying space monkey. It has to be in the south because we know the north and we can get the Polaris measurements and stuff, and we all measure from Polaris, but the south's a bit of a mystery. So it'd be in the south on the flat Earth because they use the AE map to navigate.
No, we
apparently.
don't. You assume
Yeah, there he
that.
goes.
Stop assuming what we
also
do.
as well
We
as
don't
flat.
do that.
And a west and an east.
It's accurate for your north and south, the AE map, but not your east and west.
I'm just
That's why it's a
wondering
time
why nobody's
calculator.
being that far. I mean, I suppose it's meant to be like an ice wall, right? That's what I've heard some people discuss.
Don't
That's what
straw
gets
man.
rejected.
That's not what we believe here. We've never been to the edge.
I'm completely uneducated. I'm not saying I'm not criticizing your argument.
Turquoise is going to go on mute because he lied today. So, anyway.
So, what do you think is at the end of it then?
End of what? The Earth?
Yeah.
No idea. Unless you have an idea in your head. Do you have a flat Earth map that you can show us? That might show us what's at the end of it.
Sure. The ones I've seen have been shown before. So usually that's what I see people sort of talk about. Is it like it goes off like that's apparently this is the azimuth map. I have no clue about the subject. But apparently people sort of view it as this, and that at the end of it, it's like surrounded by an ice wall or something. I'm just wondering your thoughts.
Well, no, that's the globe map there.
Yeah, I know, but I still see people sort of describe it as that, where
Yeah, that's what
wall of ice.
they think it might be, but no one uses that as any kind of real model. If they do, they're insane. That's a globe map there, just splayed out.
Yeah, I know, it's the azimuth map, but I hear some people sort of describe it as that. So what do you think it looks like then?
Well, the conceptual idea.
It looks like what it looks like when I use my eyeballs every day outside. We don't make a model of it. There's no model.
The reason why flat earthers.
There's no.
So nobody's been to the end of it or tried?
Hey, the reason why flat earthers.
Well, I mean.
Shit. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Crit. You go ahead.
I would say the reason why flat earthers use the AE map is to get globalists to argue against their own model. It was like kind of like a joke at first, because they can make a globe projection using math, and they come up with the AE. So when a globalist then says that map is wrong, Flat earthers are dumb. This map doesn't work. Okay, then you say, well, which part doesn't work? The globe or math? That's the two factors in that equation. Then that's to get the globalists to realize their maps don't work either. They just have excuses for why they don't work.
I honestly have no clue about the subject. I'm not going to try and argue, and I've not read anything on it. I'm just wondering what would be at the end and why nobody's tried to go further. That just sort of seems like an obvious question to me, that if it was flat and there was this sort of end, wouldn't it be like perhaps the most important thing to try and map out what goes further than it?
Yeah, here's a demonstration right here. I'm showing that.
It's definitely a fair question. So we implore anybody who wants to prove the flat Earth wrong, if they think this is our model, and I'm not trying to talk smack to you, but I know that there are some other globe believers listening, that if they want to prove us wrong, I would implore them to go down to Antarctica and just go ahead and settle it once and for all, and see if what's at the edge of that map that they strawman us with. That would be great. The problem is that there is actually something called the Antarctic Treaty, and if you try to go past the 60th South Parallel, you're going to be met with some opposition. You're going to have to apply to get past that point. I have no idea why. Maybe they are really worried about the penguins down there, that they want to shoot people. That's how worried they are about the penguins.
Maybe they
so
just
anyways,
don't want you to maybe they just don't want you to die, like to freeze to death or something.
well, I don't even know why that's up to them, because it's my life, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're a child, that you can't look after yourself. They have to look after you for you.
Right, that's the government's idea about everybody, and that's the way people treat the government, mommy media and daddy government, and I'm not going to do anything they don't tell me I can do, because after all, it's not your life, right?
I'm just wondering,
it's their life.
Has anybody ever tried to go that far? Like, and is there a supposed recording of it, or?
Listen, I've only heard rumors about people who have gone down there, boats, planes, and then they got, met with some people with guns, and they said, turn around, right? So, but that's all lore. I can't verify that. I've never tried. I don't know anybody who has tried. But the weird thing is that nobody that I know who believes in a globe has gone down there and verified any of this for themselves. And no flat earther has gone down there and verified this for themselves.
How extreme do we know for a fact is the regulation down there to prevent someone from just, having the means to go down there and do what you're saying? Like, how accurate?
Well, it's all published, so you can go look up what they want. All the hoops they want you to jump through are to explore. You can't take fuel. You can't take many supplies. I don't think there's going to be any motorized transportation.
Is it like a .gov?
Well, look up the Antarctic Treaty.
Okay.
Look up the Antarctic Treaty, and then from there you can kind of follow the rabbit hole, the application process, the requirements, and all that stuff. It exists. It's still in force today.
I'd love to do it.
The best part about the Antarctic Treaty is that it demonstrates that supposedly governments can get along. Then you look, well, that's a great thing, great hope for the future. Then you realize, well, they also get along in space. So there's two places they can get along. We're like, well, how come if they got this trend of getting along, why does it suddenly stop once they leave space or Antarctica? Because the key is those two places do not exist. That's fantasy land. There's no continent at the bottom of the world, and there's no space to go to. That's why they can get along, because it's like imaginary world. It's Narnia.
I think what we should do is making a collective expedition with flattened globe earthers to finally come along for a common cause.
Or you leave them alone. That's what the globe model says. The globe model says there's enough room for disagreement. If you got somebody who disagrees, you just leave them alone. But you won't be able to do that because you reject your own model. You're a Karen. You care more about what other people are doing than actually following your own ideas to a full logical conclusion.
So you don't want to know what's in Antarctica?
Yeah, if that's what your takeaway was, use that. So I don't want to know what's there. What do you do next? You try to get me to go with you if I don't care or don't want to know? Or do you just go do it on your own and leave me out of it?
Then I just go alone and I don't
There you go. So both worldviews, the worldview I laid out for you and the worldview you came up with just out of thin air, just magically made it up, both have the same logical conclusion. Are you able to follow it? I predict no. Nothing new under the sun. You'll be right back here today, tomorrow, the next day, asking the same questions. Why don't flat earthers go to Antarctica? Nothing changes that. There's no amount of logic or reason or levels of communication that will fix it. Because you want to be broken. You want to be bricked.
I'm just really surprised to hear that even the globe earthers haven't been. That nobody's done it before.
Here, flying space, check this out. This is kind of like a better conceptual idea beyond the AE map of what, say, if you could look like from the top of the dome and look down at Earth.
I see.
For example, this is Speculation Sunday, so this isn't some sort of actual photo. This is like a speculative endeavor.
There are definitely people who have done that already, but I think if someone has enough money and motivation to go to Antarctica to either some scientific research or recreation, then he's enough serious person to not care about flat Earth in the first place.
Well, there are people on the Antarctica, in the Arctic, I think it is, but they're stationed near the coast, aren't they?
So you're not a serious person then, because you care about flat Earth, so we won't be taking you seriously anymore by your own metric.
Yes, I agree that I'm not a serious person. Definitely.
Isn't Antarctica
Just kidding, I never did take you seriously.
Isn't Antarctica split between like 50 countries? So wouldn't that complicate?
Yeah, you
do. Isn't Antarctica being split between like 50 countries? Yeah. Wouldn't that complicate someone being able to
It's very complicated, right?
Well,
yeah, very complicated.
No, I mean, it complicates you just being able to easily waltz in, right? Because it is shared by like 50 countries.
Yeah.
How does that make sense? If my country signed the Antarctic and has land in Antarctica that they own, how come I can't go there with my passport?
Well, because they have to make sure you're going to the right area, I guess. I mean, it definitely complicates it a little bit, right? I mean, 50. I don't know how many countries share that continent, but like, does that have no effect on like the difficulty for you to like? It's a unique area. It's not like another. There's
Every
no
area
country.
Is unique.
There's no other country that has like 50 countries like sharing borders within it, right?
Well, they all agreed to stay away from it. See, the whole thing's so convoluted because apparently back in the 40s and 50s, a guy named Admiral Byrd, now this is all just a story, we can't validate this really, but he goes down there and he says, man, that place is loaded with natural resources. We should be down there mining and drilling and the whole world will be better off. And then all these 50 nations said, you know what? We should just go ahead and make this a no-go zone for everyone. That seems very peculiar. And anybody who wants to explore down there, nah, not going to happen. Not unless you go through all the red tape first. So, it's really convoluted. It's really mysterious. And to be honest with you, I don't know if Antarctica is a place that you can go to or not, because I think everybody is probably like me, where you don't go probably most days more than 50 to 100 miles from where you're at. In fact, everybody just goes to work and then back home. If you get a vacation, maybe you go to Panama, But ain't nobody going down to Antarctica unless they're taking one of those cruises. And on those cruises, they'll take you to the ceremonial South Pole, and then they put you right back on the boat and take you out of there. So no one's exploring Antarctica, and I'm with Embo on this. If somebody was really motivated, they ought to go down there and do it. So, Embo, you should contact somebody who's really motivated and see if you guys can figure that out.
Well, there has to have been motivated people by now in the past, 100 years. Why hasn't there been no... I mean, is that really how restricted it is? That no one's been successful enough to just make it down there? Because I would imagine in the past 100 years, someone...
You probably need a nice ship or whatever, like a really specialized ship. That'd be a big sort of requirement.
It's summer in Antarctica right now, and I think there's several dozen people at the South Pole station currently.
Yeah, but the station's on the edge, right? It's not inland that far, I don't think.
It's pretty
There's
far.
a guy. There's some old boy on YouTube doing YouTube shorts of him doing stuff at the station. I think he's at that McMurdo whatever station, and he goes around and shows you the different points of interest, like the storage area. He shows you that they're stocked, how much medical supplies they have. He just walks around and does like a YouTube short, like a minute and a half of some factoid. Like, here, this is how the door functions. People ask, hey, how does the front door work? Like, because the conceptual idea, like if regular storm door, wouldn't work down there. And he demonstrates how it's like a walk-in cooler, like, or a walk-in freezer at like a big restaurant. And he shows you how they operate it and how it was built and how it was manufactured and what tests they do and how they maintain it. I could find a link here because once you start watching a few of his videos, they keep popping up.
Out of curiosity, I have a question.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Okay, so I'm not familiar with this flat Earth theory, but my argument whenever I find someone who argue about it is that what if we start like traveling from, I don't know, France to France in a straight line? Aren't we going to reach the same place? Doesn't that make the Earth like rounded?
Will you travel east or west?
East or west, doesn't matter.
Okay, so if you travel west, yes, you will end up back in the same place.
Mm-hmm.
If you travel east, you'll end up in the same place. Does that answer your question? Doesn't need to be a globe.
Mm-hmm. So, isn't it rounded with this logic?
No, it means that east and west is a circle around the North Pole.
Okay.
How do you know it's the North Pole instead of South?
Say that again?
How do you know it's the North Pole instead of South Pole?
Well, don't jump in when they're speaking to new people.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know the drill.
Because you're going to use a compass, and you use a compass, and it's going to point to the North Pole. And as you travel, you'll need to keep readjusting to keep it pointing to the North Pole, and you'll end up circumnavigating a circle around the North Pole, and you'll end up where you started from.
What happens if you keep going north?
Go north, I guess you'll end up at the North Pole somewhere, and then you'll have to decide what you're going to do once you get there.
That going south in the same bearing?
Technically, I guess every direction away from north is south. Any direction you go is south.
So how do you know it's the North Pole that is at the center and not the South Pole? If you haven't been in any of these places.
You're using a compass that's pointing to what we've been told is the North Pole. So if it happens to be the South Pole, I guess it's the South Pole that's there. But you're using what your compass is pointing to. I don't know why that's so difficult. You're just navigating with a compass.
But the compass points at the north and the South Pole at the same time, because compass isn't like an arrow.
No. We're not going through this argument. Been through this before. We're not doing that. The needle points to the north. Where the other needle points to is away from the north. Okay? That's all that it's doing. It's not pointing to the south. Don't give me that crap. It's pointing to the north. And the other end of the needle will be south because it's the opposite end.
So how do you know it's not the opposite? So like the needle points towards the south and the north is simply the direction away from it. Still haven't
Who
answered.
gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? You're using a needle that's pointing in a direction. If you follow the directions of keeping it pointing in that direction, you're going to do a fucking circle. Why is that so difficult?
Okay, so you believe there's like one. You believe there's like one center, wherever it's called, the North Pole, South Pole, whatever it's called, right? That bit, and then everything else is south of that and around that, basically. Is that what you're saying? Like, if I travel west, I'm going to end up where I am, right? Eventually. And if I travel east,
If
I'll
you go
eventually
east
where
or
I am.
west, it's a circle around north. That's all
Yeah,
that it
and
is.
if I,
It's a circle
yeah,
around
and
north.
if I go to this north place and I go to the center of it, all I can go is south from there wherever I go, right? Like a mountain or something, basically.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the age-old joke about somebody being at the North Pole and only had a southern exposure?
I never heard of that one, but yeah, it's like a mountain or something. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Cheers.
So, okay, I agree that it would be a circle, but would you agree that the north and the south being the center are theories that are equivalent in that observation?
Sphere? What are you talking about? I don't believe in a sphere.
No, I'm talking about assuming a flat plane. So then you have that point at the center, the compass points towards, and the other direction is simply away from that. So would you agree that the north being the center and the south being the direction away is a theory that would explain the observation with the same, like, precisement? It would be equivalent to the south being the center and then in the north being away.
No, it's done this way. I guess you could do a projection map with the south being the center, but the compass isn't going to point there.
So how do you know it's not physically south that is in the center? What's the difference these two realities would make in that observation with the compass?
Because you have a compass, and everybody knows that the compass points north, and that's what you use. And if you want to do something different with your compass, that's up to you. But as far as I know, compasses point north, and that's how we use them for navigating.
Yes, we already went over that it points towards north and the south simultaneously. The problem is which of these directions cause the attraction, and which of them, the second one would have to be simply the direction away from it. So if you had the north at the
Okay,
center...
I'm not having this conversation. There's only one end of the needle that's attracted, and it's the north end. The other end of the needle is not magnetic, so it can't point to anything.
Hold on.
What the fuck are you even talking about? The entire needle is magnetic.
Ambo, chill. Was there a new guy in here who said he was asking questions?
I don't know, I was asking questions earlier, but that was already answered.
All right,
I
you
wanted
got
to
any
know,
other
like,
questions?
I wanted to know how, like, this person thinks about. I mean, what's their name? Sorry, I want to be more respectful. What's their name?
The person you were just speaking to, or me?
Yeah, but both. Well, the main flat earther anyway. The person that was speaking. The main.
I think it was Plumb Bob who was just speaking, and I'm Cyclone. You can ask either of us.
Okay, cool. Are you a flat earther too, Cyclone?
Well, depending how you use the term, yeah, I don't believe in the globe.
Derogatory. Just saying the term. It's just. All right.
Yeah. But I mean, not that does like some people think flat earther and they think disc in space, and it's not the case.
Okay. How do you guys believe like day and night cycles go? Like, does it just the sun moves around the Earth, or like?
Yeah, it's the motion of the sun over the Earth's surface.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't illuminate the entirety of the Earth. So when it's above you, your area is lit up, and when it moves away to another part, your place isn't lit up, and a different part of the Earth is lit up. So it's just the motion of the sun.
Here's another question: do you believe the sun is spherical?
No, I don't really hold any beliefs about the shape of the sun beyond what I can observe.
Okay, interesting.
Like, to define whether it's a 3D sphere, you'd have to be able to travel to it and around it.
You have to travel to and around it. Because I was just thinking about the way light works, right? And like, you know how like some of the sun like reflects off the moon and stuff onto Earth. And
Well, that's a claim.
do you not believe that? Oh, okay.
No, not necessarily. It's not to say that the sun and moon don't have a relationship, but the sun's light reflecting off the moon, no. The moon, as far as if you were to ask me, I would say that it's its own light source.
The moon is its own light source.
Different from the sun, but a light source, all the same.
Interesting.
Like yin and yang, you know?
So it's only about what you can observe.
So could I ask you a question?
You can if you want. It's up to you. I don't know
How,
having a discussion less than a debate, but
yeah, no. I'm more into discussion than debate as well. How strongly do you believe that the Earth is a ball? Are you pretty confident in it, or are you on the fence, or what do you say?
I mean, I just accept, not completely. Like, I'm not completely like anti-science in terms of, I believe in the logic, not just like propaganda. Like I have thought about it, and I do believe the logic in that the Earth is spherical anyway. In terms of, well, not completely perfectly spherical, obviously, because like the equator bulges out and stuff, and you can even
Yeah, so they say. So what would you say has made you, like, what would you say is the best evidence you've seen for that?
Best evidence. In terms of like one concrete thing, it's more of a collection of different facts. Well, not facts, but more peer-reviewed kind of like logic strains, right? And what I mean by that is like certain things discovered over time, and what that means, and what we can even observe today, right? Like the same thing that other people observe, like observing certain stars and different things that altogether makes me believe that I can't like pinpoint one. You can just say, oh yeah, that's exactly what made me do it, But it's more loads of multiple different things over the course of my life.
So you're not just convinced by the images and the videos that you're shown online?
No.
Okay. So
that's just media, isn't it? I mean,
if we were to be specific on what we observe then, because from my perspective, I don't experience the Earth being curved or in motion. I experience the sun, moon, and stars moving. So that's it. So what should I be observing that would tell me that the Earth is a ball that spins?
I think there's very many fun activities. I mean, people in this, they seem like we're just in here to just listen to entertainment or something, but I'm sure there's probably lots of fun activities people can undertake with their kids or anyone about trying to understand the rotation of the Earth and stuff.
And how do you think they might do that?
I did loads of random stuff in physics when I was a kid. I actually got bored of it quite a bit, to be honest. Sometimes I didn't.
Did any of it prove that the Earth was a globe?
I certainly thought it did when I was a kid.
Could you give us an example?
Example. Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not an
something
avid.
that would.
I don't just talk to.
No, that's fine. We're just trying to parse out where
a bit about what
where
flat
our
Earthers
beliefs.
believe. I've not watched
That's
any YouTube
cool.
video
I'm not.
I've honestly never actually watched any YouTube videos or anything about flat earthers. All I know is like the basics. Like, obviously, there's different schools of thought in flat earthers, right, across the world. Even some of the.
Well, let me just stop you very quickly. If you're interested in the subject, I recommend you join our Discord channel, which is discord.gg/flatearth. And there's loads of resources in there, documentaries, PDFs, observations, laser tests, terabytes of information. So you can go in there and research. I mean, the thing is, when you go and try and research this yourself on Google and YouTube, they're just going to give you the other side of the argument that you already believe, right? They're not showing you the other side of the coin. Because for some reason in the algorithms, they have to shadow it. So if you're on our server...
Sorry, go on, yeah. The first thing
I
I
was just
learned
saying,
about... flat earther. It was I think my dad, when I was a kid, he showed me like this meme about like this flat earther who paid a lot of money for scientific equipment to like prove himself wrong or something, and it was quite funny.
Yeah, that's just a meme. We're talking about reality.
Mhm.
What can be observed, measured, tested, repeated, proven, right? Because we all believed in the globe. We went out and tried to prove it, and here we are. Because it's interesting to get to the root of.
Prove out the globe.
Huh?
Did a lot of people on your server start off trying to prove that there's a globe?
Yeah, that's how everyone gets there. Everyone hears the term flat Earth, thinks that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I'm just going to go and listen to what these guys are saying, and then they go down the rabbit hole, and they try and prove to themselves that the Earth is a spinning ball. And not to be derogatory, but based on our conversation, it sounds like you could do with doing the same, because, I mean, off the top of your head, you couldn't really give us any reason why or evidence why you think the Earth is a ball that spins.
Because I'm not a scientist.
Yeah. No, that's normal. Like, loads of people just hold the belief because they were told it in school, reinforced with
Not just
images,
told it, they were
videos.
taught it in a certain way. Well, not
Yeah.
just
I mean, you can be taught it in
no,
loads of different ways.
even from like not even just from school, but even from like from church, from the Holy Church, like in Greek Orthodoxy, we are taught that like in some of the chants as well, like there is some of the really really early saints. Some of them believed in the flat Earth, and some of them believed in more of a.
Well, the Hebrew cosmology is a flat Earth, the biblical cosmology.
Yeah, I'm not arguing the biblical side. I'm just saying like there is a split belief between some of the early church fathers, but not like
right. But either way,
it's more of a scientific one than like a spiritual one, you know.
Well, either way. I mean, we're not arguing here from a position of religion.
Mhm.
We're talking here from a position of empiricism, right? What can be observed, measured, tested in reality.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I say, check out the Discord if you're interested. If you need a link, let us know, and keep asking questions.
I agree. I think everybody should do their own research, look at all the explanations, see which one matches reality and observations the best. Make your own decision. Do your own research.
I think with all of this thing about once being a glober and then converting, that really depends in if some person knows the globe model enough good. Because if they don't, then they can fall into Dunning-Kruger effect, where they think they are the smartest person in the world. So they create a weaker strawman version of the globe model. Because it's so weak, because they don't have a full knowledge about it, they think they debunked it.
Is that why we have to teach the globe model to 99% of the globers that come through here?
Yes, because most of the people here aren't experienced in the topic.
We're called globers.
That's just shorthand. Don't take it personal.
We're experienced in the globe topic.
Like the fact that most of the flat earthers don't know the globe model good isn't contradicted by the fact that most of the
Would you consider yourself would you consider yourself knowledgeable on the globe model?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, could you link us the model?
Link the model?
Yeah.
The model, the globe model isn't a specific, like, literal model to link.
So what are you talking about then?
The globe model. I know the person who did like wasn't it in January 8th? That was earlier this month, right? I think the French physicist Leon Foucault, he demonstrated the Earth rotation. I can't remember how he did it, but like he did something.
Yeah, they say he swung pendulums, and they looked at the pendulum swinging, and they said, "Look, the precession of the pendulums means the Earth is spinning," which is a fallacy, obviously, because he's just swinging a pendulum and declaring why it's spinning. But he has to swing it, and it will stop if it's not assisted.
Mm-hmm. The thing with globe is it affects like that. Just thinking that, I think like thinking that the Earth is flat like implies a lot of not positive claims, but like it implies a lot of like how the way the modern, like I'm saying modern science is in like literally people that are completely different political like spectrums and all sorts of different people of many different backgrounds believe very similar things in terms of like, let's say how like for how a flat Earth would affect gravity, how a globe would affect gravity, how just rotation, sun, all that stuff, moon.
Sorry, what was your premise here? I'm not sure I followed you.
I'm just saying like it's interesting how like, no, I was just saying there's like loads of positive, like very different. I'm just interested to see how in flat Earth, how these, because in the modern, like I'm saying the modern word, but like let's say in science, right? There's a very like concrete, like saying this is this, this is this, this is this, right? And this, because we have a globe, this connects to this, this, and this. But in flat Earth, I guess they would have to make their own ways of making that their own concrete thing, right?
No,
How gravity links to this. Like,
we
how does gravity work?
we would deal things on the objective level. We would make the same observations, run the same tests. Well, we wouldn't be swinging pendulums around and making declarations about the Earth moving, but no, we like science. We defend science. What the globe side is mainly pushing is pseudoscience, which isn't actually based on the scientific method. Swinging pendulums, swinging balls in a shed, not science. Making declarations about the lights in the sky, not science. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you could look at this like everyone's got basically the same observation of what we're experiencing, but there's a difference in interpretation. I see a flat, motionless Earth, and I accept that that's what it is. Whereas, if you believe it's a ball, you observe the same.
Here's another question. We
Flat,
don't have to go
motionless
completely
Earth.
into this. We don't have to go into this at all. It's just asking a general question like for your server. Is there also like a split between different, the different theories of germ theory, like the old one and the new one? Is that within your server as well, like the old
Well,
germ
it's,
theory?
if you're asking, is there like unified agreement on how everything works? Then no, there isn't a model that's agreed upon. There isn't a map that's agreed upon.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of difference of opinion with regards to a lot of things, the things outside of our ability to test and observe. What we agree on is what we can test and observe, which is that water's level, the Earth isn't moving, gas pressure requires a container. These basic observations of reality, we agree on these things. Those things,
Yeah,
it
because
can't be a ball.
the reason I give that example is I know some, well, I've known at least one flat earther that I've spoken to, and he's talked about like believing in the old germ theory, when I know the new one is like, the medical theory.
Right. No, we don't get into medical theory here because it's TOS. You need to keep it to Earth.
TOS.
Terms of service
Yeah.
on Discord, you can get banned for spreading medical disinformation. So on this server, we just avoid that topic altogether.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I know it used to be a big thing, and then after they brought in the guidelines, didn't they, to really knuckle down on that stuff. That makes sense, yeah. Because I know it was massive when back in 2021 I was doing.
So yeah, try and keep the questions to the Earth.
Flat Earth.
You ever thought about the physical properties of water? Like you got a glass of water next to you.
Yeah.
If you look at the surface of the water, pretty flat, right? Flat surface. About as flat as a surface as you can possibly get if you're looking in the middle of that glass. Yeah? Agree?
I agree that it has properties of very low density.
Hold on. You need to speak into your mic. I can't hear what you're saying. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Sorry, my mic is away. Sorry. Yeah, I can see it's very low density. All the
Yeah, well, the surface of the water is a flat surface, right? So if we scale that up to a bathtub, what would that surface be? Flat again, right?
Is water perfectly flat? You're like a spirit level.
Well, yeah, the water's level. Water level. So in a cup oh, Embo, quiet. So we scale it up to a swimming pool, the surface is flat again. Scale it up to a lake, how would you describe the surface of a lake? Looks pretty flat? Or it looks curved? What would you say?
Hello. The wind affects it, but
Sorry, say that again?
pretty flat. I mean, the wind can affect it, and even the moon, but like it tends to be pretty flat. Yeah.
Yeah. So at what point should we assume it's doing anything else? And can we detect this?
Sometimes it's so flat that the sky reflects off it. Sometimes.
Yeah, perfect. It's called specular reflection. It can only occur on a flat surface. So, since we know that about the physical nature of water, how can we know that it's actually not doing that and it's actually bending over a certain distance? Can we know that? Can we measure that? Observe it?
I think because
What do you think?
I don't know, because I'll give an example of the sea, right? Because it's like, even though there's so much water there, because it's so spread out over such a level of surface area.
Level.
If it
Agreed.
had the same gravity applied to it, it would all be flat. Not flat, but obviously depending on the moon and stuff. But like it would all be relatively.
Well, regardless of what you think gravity's doing, the question is, what is the surface doing? Is it flat as water seems to behave?
It's being pushed
or is it
towards
something else?
It's being pushed toward. Yeah.
And does that mean it's flat or curved?
But this is what I meant when when I talked about like different sciences and how it interacts with different things. I think the term flat Earth implies different things. Like, so if I say globe, right, I think that implies.
But it would mean that the lakes and the oceans are curved bodies of water, though, right?
Curved bodies of water.
Yeah, it sounds weird, doesn't it? Like a lake that you observe to be flat. But that would have to be curved if we were on a ball, wouldn't it?
If it's curved over like a monumental distance.
Now, what kind of distance? How much curvature does the globe model predict? Do you know?
I mean, our Earth's pretty crooked, to be fair. We haven't got the most.
Okay. Well, let's take an average, because NASA's showing us all these images of a pretty ball-looking ball. So
it's pretty bally, but
let's say for example, over 10 miles. Do you think there'd be curvature over 10 miles?
Wait, I was asking anyone else in chat really quickly, not in a rude way. Has anyone else seen a photo from NASA for like the bulge in the equator from NASA? Because I haven't seen that yet. Because I don't.
Yeah, can we get a bulging equator NASA photo? Yeah, there's no photos of that. Afraid not. So what do you think? 10 miles curvature? Yes? No?
10 miles?
Just take a guess. I don't expect you to know what the model claims.
I have no idea. I guess they
A
do it in kilometers.
centimeter?
It's running like
10 centimeters?
sorry, man, it's running like a
meter,
microcosm.
2 meters? Hold
Oh, that's
turquoise. We're
tiny.
speaking to a new guy. Can you chill? So, what do you think? 10 miles. Centimeter curvature? 10 centimeters? A meter? 20 meters?
Curvature. Oh, that's raised to geometry, right? So
drop over distance, right?
it's a deviation. It's a
From the
deviation
horizontal.
from the surface, right?
Yeah, so over a distance, it would be dropping down and away from you.
But it goes up as well.
Well, if we're talking about topography, hills and valleys and things, yeah, but we're talking over a body of water. So no hills and valleys.
Over an ocean, okay.
Or a lake, yeah. So it's supposed to drop down and away from you, from your feet over a curve, like you're on a basketball or something, yeah? How much drop do you think there would be over 10 miles?
I'm not the biggest math guy. I'm more of an English guy, but I'm sure like there is a way
Well, I
to
can give you a
calculate
tip.
the
I can give you a tip.
from north to south.
If you go
Okay,
onto if you go onto Google and type in curve calculator, you'll get the calculators where you just plug in the distance, your observer height, whatever, and it will tell you how much drop there's supposed to be.
0.
Earth curvature calculator. Yeah.
All right. So I guess it must not be not like perfectly. I'm sure this is not perfectly tested because I'm sure you guys would have tested this if you're asking me to look it up.
You would be correct. What do you think we're doing here? Because this calculator, if you believe in the globe, this is supposed to be basically what you believe. With the exception
Not
of saying
exactly.
it's not a perfect sphere.
It's by Eldoy Projects. Who are they? Have a look.
Well, there's a bunch of different ones. I mean, they all assume a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. The value that NASA tells us this ball is
0.08 meters for a kilometer. Let me see. How big even is that? So 8 centimeters. How is it? Centimeters.
Over what distance?
You can't even see that with my caveman eyeball. I can't see that with my Homo sapien caveman eyeball.
So what was that? What distance and how much curvature?
I think it was like, what was it? What did Eldo say? 1 kilometer.
So I said
0.8 meters, which is literally 8 centimeters, right? That
0.8 meters, 8 centimeters. You sure about that?
No, it says here. I literally looked up the Earth curvature at the .com.
So what about 10 miles?
Distance.
What about the 10 miles that I said? How much drop is that?
Well, 10 miles is about 16 kilometers, so that would be. It doesn't say exactly. Let me put 16 kilometers. It would be 20.09 meters.
20 meters? Whoa, that's quite significant.
2009 centimeters.
Yeah, okay. So that's quite significant. If you were on the other side of that lake and I was on one side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to see each other, right? If you're, say, 1,500 centimeters, being very generous, below a curved lake, you're on the other side of that basketball, right? So could we see each other?
Yeah, just about. It's a bit more difficult.
If you're 2,000 centimeters, 20 meters below where the curve of the Earth is supposed to be, how would I see you?
I mean, I've been to some massive lakes before, and like
yeah, if you've got like a 20,
they look like ants on the other side.
If you've got like a 20-meter building in front of you, obstructing you, how would I be able to see you?
What's one of the biggest lakes I've been to? Let me remember. I've been to.
Oh, could you answer the question? Should I be able to see you across a 10-mile lake?
10-mile lake.
So you got 2,000 centimeters of curve. I don't think you're taller than 2,000 centimeters.
I don't know how reliable these Earth curvature calculators are, though.
Well, they're based on the globe model of a ball of 3,959 mile radius. So if they're not reliable, we need to be having a discussion, you know?
So I don't know how reliable they are.
That's what I'm saying. This is how you test it, right? Because you've just figured out that you should be below the curve of the Earth by a certain amount that would obscure you entirely.
My logic is
right?
that, well, not my logic. The logic they learned was because it's spread out over such a distance.
No, but we've just taken the distance into account, and we figured out that you should be hidden by a certain amount of curved water. You're on the other side of the curve of the basketball. Yeah? You're below that bit where you just start curving around the ball by 2,000 centimeters. About 66 feet. Right? So if you're 6 foot, you got about 60 foot of curved water hiding you from me. So this is what people are doing. They're going out to places like lakes, shorelines, bodies of water, and they're saying, right, you should be hidden beneath a certain amount of curvature, or the building should, or these lasers, targets, whatever it is, and then they test it and they find that we can see the other person. We can see the building, we can shoot lasers further than the globe model claims we should be able to. I don't know if you understood any of that, but that's a nutshell argument for you.
Okay, I have had something on the lines of that before.
Yeah, so if the lake's not curving, what is level?
Two guys on either side of a lake, and then that is arguing against most common curvature.
Yeah, you shouldn't have a line of sight. You can't have a line of sight through the ball.
Yeah. The thing is, when it comes to 1 kilometer there being like 8 centimeters, it does. Would you not say that sounds? I mean, maybe you're a flat earther, but I'm saying I think that sounds quite logical, right?
Right, but that's like the smallest distance you could choose. I mean, what about 100 miles? How much is that?
I wouldn't be able to see someone from 100 miles away anyway, unless I had like a telescope or
Well,
something.
I mean, 10 miles should have been enough, according to the globe. 10 miles is 60 plus feet.
Well, usually in 10 miles, especially in certain places, there's a lot of different changes in. You're saying a lake though. That's why you started off with the lake thing, because of the water and the body of water.
It's water, so it's not topography.
And how gravity affects it, yeah, because it just kind of pushes
Well,
it down.
according to the gravity theory, that should be a curve that's hiding you by 60 feet. But when we check, that's not the case. You can see beyond that limit. And if the water's not curving, then can't have a ball. You understand where we're coming from? Just go and, I mean, you can, now that you know where the calculators are, and if you've joined our server, you can research for yourself and test that. Don't take our word for it. Try it yourself. You live on a pretty small island, where you have some coastline nearby that you could test these numbers out. Sound like a smart guy? Yeah, if you've got any more questions, feel free. But like I said, check out the server and check out the additional information sections. I'll let someone else pick up with you.
Cool.
Good talk.
I didn't want to interrupt before, but if this guy is already done, can we talk about how dumb statement the previous guy has made? Literally said that only one side of a magnetic needle is magnetic. Do any other flat earthers in this room subscribe to that idea?
That's not what I said. I said
Yes,
one side of the. It's not what I said. I said one side of the needle. You can do a test yourself, and you can use a compass, and you can take a south magnet and a north magnet, and you'll make the north end of the compass point to the north all the time, or point to the magnet all the time. It doesn't care whether it's a south or a north.
Yes, but what if you have the magnetic north pole at the south, at the geographic south?
You want to pick it up and take it there? Go ahead. I just know that one end of the compass points to the what we call the north. That's all I know. If you want it pointing somewhere else and make up some other story, you can go right ahead. Just the normal populace knows that the needle points to the north.
Yes, one needle points one side of the needle points towards the north, and second one points towards the south, because both of these directions are at the opposite sides. So these two statements are equivalent. If you have needle that has two sides that are 180 degrees apart because they are at the opposite sides, and you have two directions that also are at the opposite sides, then saying that one side points towards that direction and this other side points towards the second direction are equivalent.
So why if I take a compass and a magnet and I put it up really close, like right onto the compass, and it draws the north end of the compass, the little needle there comes right to the magnet, it points that way. And if I put a magnet on the other side, you can't make the south part of the compass point anywhere. If you got a compass that does that, that's kind of cool. I don't have a compass that does that. I can only make the north end move. So I'm not sure what you're doing, but that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you can do this with just in Boy Scouts. When you take Boy Scouts to do land navigation, they say make sure you hold the compass away from your body. Like if you've got any metal, like zippers or anything like that, always make sure you're more than an arm. When you hold the compass, like half an arm's length away, and then steady it on your palm. Make sure you have a steady position.
But you know,
let's not get into Embo's diversion.
But yeah, I wanted to add one last thing, please, because if you want to say that the compass can only point towards the north, then that would contradict what actually happens in reality. Because in reality,
no. Again, did you not hear what I said? I told you that I've taken a compass and I've taken two magnets, a north and a south, and either one of them will draw the north needle. Either one, the south magnet or the north magnet. That's what I said.
But no magnet has only one pole.
Meaning that it doesn't matter. Yeah, we need to move on from this. This is just retardio stuff here.
Yeah, remember, guys, we've got a new guy in who's curious and able to have cogent conversation. So let's prioritize those speakers. Thank you.
At the end of the day, north and south are just arbitrary terms and directions. We've painted the one side of the compass red, and we've called it north.
We just said we're moving on.
Yeah. Use a South Pole projection map. You can still navigate the same way. I like the South Pole projection map.
All right, cool. Eggy, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Throw any question out. Any question that you're curious about. No silly questions. As in, there's no questions. It's very silly. Just chuck it out to the room.
Has somebody got that GIF where the use a compass on the AE map? I'm going to leave it as that. I just want the GIF. I just want the GIF for my own personal use. Can somebody just drop it? Because you flat earthers like to use it. I just want it.
You're saying you flat earthers. Turquoise, are you back to on the fence now?
No. Like, I don't have it. I'm asking flat earthers. Obviously, the globe people aren't going to have it, are they?
Yeah. I'm
I want
saying,
flat earthers to give it me.
Back to you're on the flat.
I don't have it. I'm on the fence, dude. I can tell you.
Okay, you're on the fence. All right. Okay, I'm going to update your rules on 24/7. Okay.
I think I was already on the fence on that too. Don't worry about it, mate. I've been on the fence for 8 years, mate.
I updated him to Glober on 24/7.
Okay.
Fair enough. All right. Well, we're going to move on.
Different rooms. The globe rooms.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but either way, it doesn't really matter. I'm just wanting to be clear. So, Eggy, any questions, thoughts on your mind? How can we believe the Earth's not a spinning ball? How does this work? How does that work? What do you got? What's going through your head? Is the water really level?
No, I'm not thinking about that. I'm still thinking about like. I'm just thinking about light, but that can also help you guys out a little bit, unfortunately.
What would sway you to the globe side specifically? What makes you think
Blame me.
that's what it is? Like without just saying this is what all the scientists say. Something specific, an observation, a measurement, a test, some science.
I'm all good. I'm just here to just listen. I'm surprised there's not. I mean, it's very moderated by the flat earthers, which I can understand. Probably a lot of trolls in here. How often do you get actually good discussions in here?
Rarely.
No, we do get them. You've been pretty reasonable. Yes, there's a lot of trolls and a lot of repeat globe enthusiasts. But
There's a lot of some bad faith in here, unfortunately.
yeah, we get a lot of bad faith from the globe side, unfortunately.
Well, from both sides as well. Literally, the older gentleman was also just throwing out like what was it, insult and stuff.
Well, I'm not saying people aren't going to throw insults on the internet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Expected.
It's
but
Discord. It's Discord, so yeah.
Still waiting for one to bring us some actual evidence or proof of the globe, though. That's the common theme. No one seems to have any.
Yeah, I usually
worrying.
say evidence, not proof.
It makes sense
but,
though.
yeah.
A lot of people here for just entertain. I mean, I didn't really come for entertainment. It was more just for amusement to see like some of the basics.
Well,
Like, I already asked
we're
you basic questions. Like I asked you like how does you think night cycles work or day cycles, and you've told me that. I've asked like, what do you guys believe about the solar system or whatever, and kind of answered that, and the other thing was answered already by the first.
okay. Well, just a quick question. How do you think and it's a pretty big question, so feel free to say you don't know or whatever. But how do you think? Well, because you don't know, but how do you think the Earth got here to begin with?
How did the Earth get here?
Yeah. What do you think?
It moved.
I think that's that.
I believe it moved.
It moved.
In the
Is that what you think?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think he's talking about the origin of the Earth, not like how it physically got from here to there.
Oh yeah. I mean like the origins. So I think that should have been more clear.
Ooh. I mean, drifting away. To be fair, our solar system's that old that it's like it's hard to tell whether how like some scientists say like our universe is not our universe, our solar system is drifting towards another one. It's hard to say that like so many billions of years ago, so long ago, that our universe could have like hit something else that could have changed our direction, or we've always moved in that direction, in since the Great Expansion or the Big Bang or whatever they call it, the expansion of space and like the movement of like big rocks and stars and lots of random stuff. I believe the Earth was formed over time in the sense of like a dust ball basically of mass, and then slowly formed and had a core with. They got hotter, obviously, when a star.
And where water came from? From where water came from?
I guess.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was on mute there. So that idea there about the Big Bang, right? So that's forming everything into balls, and Earth just came about after a Big Bang. Right. Do you see how that's kind of tied in with the globe story? So if the Earth isn't a globe, then that story about it coming from an explosion and forming into a globe would also be incorrect, right?
Hydrogen was already with the.
What was that?
Like, how do you think, like, water happened on the Earth? Like, how do you think it formed?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there. But if the story that they were telling us was true about it coming from a big bang and forming into a ball, then those lakes would be curved. That ocean would be curved. We'd be measuring curvature. But without that, that story can't be true. So it must have gotten here some other way.
Hydrogen. H2O.
What? Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Look, I didn't really understand what you said, but I did listen to what you said.
Well, I'm saying that the story that you believe about how the Earth got here assumes that it's a ball. But if it's not a ball, then that story is also untrue, right?
Well, the premise is on.
Yeah,
I mean, like
premise,
most theories,
the
like
dust
most
ball,
theories,
remember?
it premises on other theories. Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned a dust ball, right? Dust pulling into a ball from gravity. But if things aren't being pulled into balls and Earth isn't a ball, then that story can't be correct, right?
Yeah, because I'm in a flat Earth VC, but I'm just saying what I believe, man.
No, we're not talking about. Well, we were talking about your belief in how the Earth got here, a big bang and then a dust ball and then something billions of years, and here we are. But the point is that this topic challenges that creation story that we've all been told, and that's arguably why there's a lot of controversy around it.
Why oceans didn't form on other balls? During the Big Bang. Why atmosphere didn't form on any of that globes?
Both of these has formed on other planets. There are underwater oceans on Europa.
Remember what we said.
But wouldn't do you not think Saturn has an atmosphere? Or like Jupiter? Anything like that? Even if it's like a bad one, like it's not. Let's say it's just mostly helium, or let's say.
Well, what would give you that idea?
Story.
Like, what would give you an idea that a planet has certain
Yeah, properties that you can't observe or detect. You can just look at the light in the sky and take their word for it.
Smart people discovered. They are physicists. They are discovered.
Astronomists as well.
Yeah, they know. They're looking the sky and they know.
They don't just look at this. I think obviously they have to have some methodology to it. They can't just look at the sky
Yeah,
and say, "Hey,
of course, they wasn't there. They are looking the sky and they are saying, "Look at this helium, how it's going around Jupiter." And you are saying, "Yeah, that astronomer said that mean that helium is going around Jupiter because he saw that." But you cannot see that. Only smart people can see that.
It's not only smart people. Like,
Yeah.
people can observe this.
Yeah, you can study 20. Maybe if you study 20 years of astronomy, and if you are in that field, maybe you can see then.
Yes, I'm in the high council of the astronomers, the big cabal. But no. What do you guys think about like?
Do you know how they discovered the distance to the sun?
How?
They assumed the size of the Venus. They said the Venus is almost the same size like the Earth, like this.
Is that good or bad?
Look at the sky. Do you think that Venus is the same size like the Earth?
I can't see Venus.
Yeah, if you take they take a telescope. They took a telescope. Take a telescope. Watch Venus for 1 year if you want, and tell me how did you get that Venus is the same size like the Earth?
What's your point?
My point is, if you assume size of something in the sky, then you can make a math, and then you can make a three, let's say three, blah, blah, blah. I don't know in English, but you can make a math, because you have some object with the size now.
All right. Well, if you looked at Venus for every day of the year, because of how it orbits, right? If you get an average of like in between the telescope, if you get an average of the distance every single time you look at it, if you're in a good place to do a telescope, because most places, like let's say in the UK, very cloudy, it's just absolutely terrible to do observatory stuff.
How we will know the
distance?
You cannot measure distance with telescope.
Cannot measure distance with a telescope.
I know.
Yeah, but I think you can measure other things that can also. It's like how in physics you can, like, let's say if you find even in algebra, right? If you find
What can we
A
measure?
plus B, let's say okay, I'll give you an example, right? Like an algebra, say A plus B equals C, right? Let's say
Yeah,
you didn't
on
know.
paper you can calculate. You can
Let's say
calculate
you didn't know
everything.
what B. Let's say you didn't know what B means, right? It's a question mark. Well, then, but you do know what A is and C is, so it's trying to work out what B is with the information you have available. That's just like algebra stuff, right?
Yeah, but if you assume you don't know the size of the A, but you are saying, okay, let's put it it's that size, and then you go on. But you don't know that. You cannot say, okay, this is the size. You cannot start from somewhere assuming something. You can start from somewhere if you have something measurably, like, okay, this is 1 meter. Okay, great. I have 1 meter. Or size. Okay, I have this big, whatever it is, building, sphere.
Okay. So is a big thing here's a good question, maybe. Is a big thing with flat earthers, like, the bigger the distance, the more convoluted it is, in terms of, like, let's say over a lake, right? Not over a lake. It could even be longer than that, like 10 miles, for example. Covering the curvature that was brought up.
I don't know about that. I think the
Seeing
biggest thing with flat Earth is coherent evidence.
coherent evidence. Okay.
The new concept, right?
Things I just don't go to my local uni library to look at this stuff. It's just something I just don't usually do. It's just not.
Yes.
It's not
No one
interesting.
usually questions things like this.
Not even just that as well. I think physics just wasn't the most. That was the only when I was like teenagers, like one of the only like subjects I didn't like revise for, but I still did okay in it. But it was the only one I didn't revise for. I found it boring.
Even if you revise for it, it doesn't change much. You have to be like an astrophysics major to actually know or care about the intricacies of this subject.
Like it, like what's an like they would calculate in astronomical units, right? Like, I know that's the thing that people use. Astronomical unit. What is that? That is a unit of. Wait, one astronomical unit is. That's a lot of kilometers. Let me change it into miles. Yeah. 9.2956 E plus 7. Okay, that's not very helpful. Let's do it in kilometers.
It's the distance from the sun to the Earth, so about 93 million miles. What, 140 kilometers? Million
93 million
kilometers?
miles. Okay. Okay.
No, it's 186 million.
I would disagree that only smart people can see these things in the sky because I can see them and I'm not smart.
Oh, you can see the gas around. You can see what is on the planet. You can see what is on Mars. How it's made up.
Yes.
Oh, really?
I mean, I can't detect direct composition with my eyes with elements because you can't do that with anything, even here on Earth. You don't have
Man,
something X-ray detecting elements.
Incredible.
But I can see like that there are storms, for example, even though I don't know what they are made from.
Yeah. Okay.
You're talking about Venus,
Water
right? As
weather
well.
phenomena.
I know that's related to Galileo originally, right? That Italian dude that was exiled. He looked at the something like the crescent phases of Venus or something. I can't remember. The tectonic system, I think it's called. I can't remember. I know he looked at like the changing phases of Venus, but it can only be explained if it was moving around the sun rather than the Earth. Interesting.
Yes, so firstly, when there was the competition between geocentrism and heliocentrism, at the beginning they were really equivalent because the only argument for heliocentrism was that it explained the motion of the planets in a simpler way, but that was just a personal opinion because something could be more complicated and true at the same time. But the phases of Venus were like the first observation that actually proven scientifically
Do you know what
that
actually got him
heliocentrism
exiled though? Was
is
it?
better.
Do you know what? Sorry. Do you know what actually got him exiled though? Was it like Was it like everything put together, or was it like just the moons itself, Jupiter's moons that he found?
I think it was just for promoting heliocentrism in general.
Yeah, the Catholic Church didn't like his response to their idea that the Bible says that the earth shall not be moved and is the center of the universe. And he was saying it's not, and which would remove humans from the center of God's creation. So those kinds of controversies are what got him in hot water. And particularly, there were some political things too, like he was,
Okay.
the Pope didn't like him.
Okay, so there was some like back then there was some poetry things that was taken literally. You're saying, like in terms of Ocean, that
Yeah, but it was also kind of like a philosophical idea that God's creation, the pinnacle of God's creation was mankind. And so they said, well, then therefore God would have put the mankind at the center of creation. So it was philosophical and based on some of the way that they read some verses in scripture.
yeah, of course.
Flat Earthers want to talk to you again, so before they do that, I wanted to tell you to research something called atmospheric refraction. It's a natural phenomenon, and just in case you can Google it and read about it or something. Because there's a particular trick that is being used here on people
But
who
isn't
are
there like not variate? But isn't there like variations in it slightly sometimes?
Yes, there are variations.
Most a trick?
Yeah, it's the trick of pretending you don't know where your argument is wrong,
There is
because
there is there is observation. There is observation that there is not. There is observation which not influencing the horizon, and nothing is happening. It's only influencing a little bit of top of some objects.
No, it's
There is a observation. There is not influencing the physicality of the surface. Only the object in distance.
I guess that's like a surface of a horizon, and then there's like an actual true horizon.
Does the horizon is the only horizon we see. That's the true horizon. If you think you live on the ball and the horizon you don't see is the geometric curve of the Earth, then that will be an apparent horizon because you don't see the geometric curve of the Earth. But the only horizon we see is the true one.
Did you see the lunar eclipse in 2019 by any chance? Or? It's a random question. It's just
I've seen quite a few lunar eclipses and solar eclipses. 2019, was that the Selenilian eclipse? Or?
I don't know. I know it was one. There was one back in 2019.
Okay. Was it?
I don't really like to do the I don't really like to do the solar ones too much because they're more radiation, you know. So I like to do the lunar ones. Are always nice.
Okay. Was it a Selenilian eclipse? Was it towards the end of the day? Was it in the summertime?
I know it was in summertime.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out. Was it a partial or full?
I know I was just chilling out with some lass. It was like nearly like 9 o'clock. Nearly, I was like.
Yeah. Was the eclipse? Was it a total eclipse, like a full eclipse, or was it partial, only slightly part of?
I think it's almost full, but I think it was like a kind of partial. I think.
Okay. If it was 9 o'clock in the evening onwards, then yes, I know the one you're talking about.
It's like. It's nice.
Are we discussing eclipses that aren't possible on a globe, but the globers will tell us the shadow refracted?
Yeah, this is the point where Rembo jumps in and says that we don't talk about refraction.
We don't talk about refraction, no.
Baby, we don't talk about. Why do we?
Well,
Why don't
do
we talk
about it all
refraction?
day long because he keeps giving us that excuse all the time.
Why don't we talk about it?
We do. We've been talking about it for 9 years. It's only since 2020 that they've decided that we haven't been talking about it for the previous 5 years. And for the last 4 years, they've been telling us that we keep ignoring it, even though we were pointing out for 9 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if refraction explains it, then it is possible on a globe.
No, that's not how that works.
That's how explanation works. Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, you can say that magic explains it as well. Therefore, magic explains it on the globe, right?
I got.
If magic actually explains something, then it would be real.
Oh, I missed how to live.
Would you agree that Usain Bolt can run fast?
Well, I tell you what I can observe as these guys are saying.
Oh,
right?
sorry. Yeah. So, Brent,
I've only seen them on TV.
That's fine. Would you agree that Usain Bolt can run 100 meters in just under 10 seconds? Yes, no.
He's a bit past the day now. I don't think.
Who are you talking to?
Maybe,
I'm talking to Brenda.
At his peak, did he run 100 meters in under 10 seconds at his peak? Yes.
So many people are talking. I don't know what's going on.
I'm just clarifying the question. Same fucking question.
I don't know how fast he can run.
Okay, so he's the world record holder for running that distance in the shortest amount of time, just under 10 seconds. So a sprinter who can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. You agree that can happen, right?
I guess so.
Cool. Does that mean that he can run the 100 meters in under 5 seconds?
No, it doesn't.
Cool. So if we have refraction, which bends the light a little bit, does that mean we can bend the light to whatever value we want?
It would depend on the conditions. It can bend a lot.
It would depend on the demonstration.
Actually, yeah. If he's running down a hill at like 100 meters, or maybe he can do it a bit faster. Maybe.
Appreciate the comedy.
It would depend on the refractive conditions.
It would depend on the demonstration, wouldn't it?
No, it depends on the physics.
I think it could do it in if you're running down a hill, I think so.
Yes. Fuck running downhill, sunshine. If we could imply that Usain Bolt can run very fast, and we can theorize that maybe he can run a little bit faster, but he would have to demonstrate that he could run a little bit faster, just like you with your refraction. Yes, we understand that light refracts, but you'd have to demonstrate that of which you are claiming.
Yeah, people have demonstrated light refracts.
Okay. Not the claim of light refracts. Sorry, not the claim that light refracts. We understand light refracts. Snell's law, we understand that. But the demonstration that this mediums in these conditions can do what they say out in the physical world, we'd have to have a demonstration of that, wouldn't we?
No, you wouldn't.
No? Okay.
Right, you just plug in the values to the equation, right?
Plug in the values to the equation. What's the equation?
Snell's law.
So two refractive surfaces? So two different mediums and the angle where the boundary is hit by the light?
It doesn't say medium anywhere in Snell's law.
Doesn't?
No.
So a boundary? And
no,
the angle of
it doesn't say anything about.
Okay, well then give me the
Snell's
equation.
law. Snell's law doesn't say anything about two different mediums or boundaries.
Okay, I'll just go and get that for you.
That's a lie.
That's not no. It just
That's
mentions
just a lie.
the index.
I'll just get the citation.
No, it just mentions the index of refraction, right? Right? Isn't that right?
No, I'm getting the citation. It's not right.
I'm just going to go and get it for you.
It wouldn't be the first time Brenda was fundamentally incorrect.
You get a lot of engineers being flat earthers, or no?
There are no flat Earth engineers.
Have you interviewed every single engineer to find that out?
No, I'm just asking.
No, I don't have to.
I'm just asking a quick sample. That's all, because I know a lot of engineers that are globers, as you would call them.
Yeah, but I mean that's not really a big claim to make, is it? It's like engineers who mostly don't really have to think about the shape of the Earth because they're just working with local areas. A lot of them, I know because I've introduced my family. So anyway, I was still talking. So obviously, most of them don't need to think about the shape of the Earth. So it's obvious that the vast majority of people, and therefore the vast majority of engineers, will be globers. Because that's how statistics works. However, to make the claim that there are no flat Earth engineers would require having interviewed all of them.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Shut up.
It only requires a preponderance of evidence.
Cool. So Snell's law is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of instance and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. Wikipedia. Fuck you.
What is the formula? The formula is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, you didn't hear me say fuck you.
Yeah, but that's
sine of
theta. I was right.
But what's the maths applied? What's the maths applied to? Yeah, thank you, Brendan. What is the maths applied to?
Two angles. Theta 1 and theta 2.
What?
The sine of theta 1 over the sine of theta 2.
No, you're just saying the maths again. The maths and the angle applied to what?
That's my point. It's just the formula, and the formula doesn't say anything about that.
Yes,
so what are they applied to?
If there's a difference in theta 1 over theta 2, right, then that's Snell's law.
And what
Maybe
what is
this
that
might be
map
helpful for you
applied
guys.
to?
You might always want to know this. Sorry, never mind. Sorry about interrupting. By the way, I do apologize. Go for it.
My goodness, man.
Right? It's
They're
not
different.
necessary for there to be different substances. The index of refraction can be in the atmosphere as long as there's a difference between one part of the atmosphere and another, then you'll have refraction.
Sorry, you said that Snell's law has got nothing to do with different media, but we've pointed out
That's right.
these two citations in the live stream that says that it does.
It doesn't.
But it does.
No, it says sine of theta 1 over
Yes.
sine of theta 2.
Yes,
Right?
it does.
That's it. That's all you need to know.
It does.
If you just have the air.
Sorry, Brenda, we ignored the citation, do we?
I'm just looking at the formula. The formula.
I'm looking at the citation.
Yeah, the formula doesn't say.
So I was
formula.
correct. So
the formula.
I was correct. I was correct.
No, you're wrong.
Yes, no, I was correct.
If you have.
I was correct.
If you have an expanse
the only way that
of
this
air,
conversation is going to continue is if you concede that I was correct.
There's a difference in the density between one place and another. It's the same medium, it's air, but you will get refraction, right?
You need to admit that I was correct.
No, you're wrong.
Then you're basically just ignoring Snell's law and the citations, yes, and the citations that have been provided for you, which talk about two different isotropic media and the angle of incidence between the boundary between the two.
If you have
I was correct.
air in the atmosphere, there's no boundary.
Citation.
Dude, there's no boundary between. Listen to me.
Don't lie to me. Citation.
No,
we've provided.
I'm not lying.
We'd then go and get a citation that backs up what you're saying. Go and do that.
Well, if you're not lying, you're just insane. It's bad either way.
Well, you could just listen. If there's no boundary, there's no boundary. Why should we listen to you instead of the 3 citations we just posted?
Yeah, so the guy with the red mask that keeps popping in is the one that's making the noise, so if someone catches him, just mute him.
Okay.
He's above crit, I think.
Could I perhaps bring up another topic instead of just refraction, because that's very popular.
Sure, but I just want to get the information across. So the guy who keeps popping in has got a name just above crit in the alphabet, so just keep an eye on between crit and
okay.
I'll get him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Locked in. You had another topic for conversation. You do want to talk about refraction?
No, it's like, other than refraction. I wanted to bring up something that probably need to probably need to go to my university library to get a better citation than just my basic knowledge. But I know, walking across it myself and drawing across it. There's this bridge in the UK, well, in England. I've walked across it. I've driven across it before. It's called the Humber Bridge. It's in North Lincolnshire towards East Riding. And it is, from what I know, the bridge was, I think it was built in the 70s and then it opened in the 80s, really early 80s. And the reason I say that is because I think I was taught that when it was made, the 2 big towers at the top. It's like something to do with the Earth curvature. I can't even remember, but it is an important topic. If anyone knows
What's really funny is that no one interrupted you, but every single flat earther here already knows what your point was going to be before you even finish. Yeah. Because we've heard these arguments 100 times. Just so you know, arguments that you're bringing up aren't new to us. But I'm not trying to be a dick, but just to
because I just know because I walked across it myself, and it's like that would be. What it's like 2.2 kilometers long.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. So what you're basically saying is the difference in distance between the bottom of the towers and the top of the towers is there's more distance between the top of the towers because of the curvature of the Earth.
Something like that, but I think
If
within the
you've got
planetary
two,
core.
if you've got two radial lines coming out from a central point, like spokes in your wheel, those lines will continue to diverge with altitude as the radius increases. So if those two lines are those two towers on the bridge, they would diverge, so the top of the towers would be further apart than the bottom of the towers. Yes?
Because of what, sorry?
Ugh,
The radial.
yeah. The increase with radius away from that central point. You've got two spokes on your tyre, you obviously diverge, right? You're talking about the top of the tower being further apart than the bottom of the tower, right? Okay.
Bro, he's trying to steel man your argument. Are you gonna respond? Egg, bread,
Steel.
buns.
Do you say steel man or straw man? Do you say?
No, I said steel man. Do you want me to explain what that is?
Go for it. Why not?
Do you know what a straw man is?
Yes.
So it's kind of the opposite of a straw man, where you make the best version of an opponent's argument. Sometimes you even make a better version of the argument that the opponent made in order to then discuss that argument.
Sure. It's like a devil's advocate thing, right? Where they do it but in a nice way.
No,
Yeah,
no,
really.
I'm just repeating your argument back to you in the best possible way that I can, so you understand that
Actually,
I'm.
very charitable of you. That's actually very charitable of you, actually.
Yeah, we like to steel man here. Unfortunately, we do get straw man a lot, which is a bit annoying, but it is what it is.
What's the difference in distance between the top of the towers and the bottom of the towers? Do you know?
Top of my head, distance between the top and the bottom.
The difference in distance between the top and the bottom. So, for example, is the top of the towers, is that distance 2 inches more than the bottom of the towers? Is it 4 inches? Is it 10 mil? What's the difference? If, say, the distance between the bottom of the two towers was 1 mile and the top of the tower was 1 mile and an inch, what's the difference? It's important to know the distance.
Well, yeah, because it was doing masses. Yeah. So, as I know from memory, it's about 2.2 kilometers. And then the top. It's the same. Obviously, I know it's the same structural design as the big SF American Golden Gate Bridge stuff.
Yeah.
But the top of the tower, how many inches? This is
Yep.
important. So if we knew that, let's say we did know that, right? We did know the exact distance between the top and the bottom, and the bottom diagonally to the opposite end top as well.
Mm-hmm.
What calculation would we then do after that?
Well,
is it a simple range or what we're looking for?
Well, we're trying to compare the difference at the top of the towers on the bridge to see if that's because of the curvature of the Earth on a structure that is built primarily of iron, which is going to expand and contract and is built to move on a cable stay bridge where the tension is primarily at the top of the towers, where the cable's going over. So it will be kind of hard to say that the difference in the distance
I know
between
the
the top.
towers are they're almost, as far as I know the towers are about, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's at least 1,400. It might be a bit more, slightly, but I'm not.
1,400 what?
It's at least 400 meters apart, the towers.
Okay, so you would have to compare the bottom of the towers and their distance and the distance between the tops of the two towers, right?
Okay, so if you know 400 meters top,
didn't you just say that it was the whole bridge was 2.2 kilometers?
Yes.
Do you think that it's diverging by 20% at the top? That's not true.
What do you mean diverging?
If it's 1,200 meters, the whole bridge, which is 2.2 kilometers, and the top is diverging 400 meters, that's nearly 20% of the entire length of that bridge.
Yeah, it's a long bridge.
Do you know what a percentage is? It's a proportion of something. So if it's a long bridge or a short bridge, doesn't matter. Because I presented you a percentage. So it's 20%. That's not believable.
Not believable.
It's not believable.
Okay.
Imagine how big the Earth would be.
Tall are these towers?
Are you sure it's not 40 meters or perhaps 4 meters? Because 400 meters
the towers
is
are like
not
211 meters tall. They're pretty fucking tall.
211, you said?
Something like that. Yeah.
2.2 kilometers, and it's allegedly 400 meters divergent at the top, more than at the
400
bottom.
meters. I said off the top of my head that this is like, I'm not trying to like give you citations right now, am I? We're just having a discussion.
But that's 20% of the length of the bridge, bro, or maybe 18%. That's mental.
I mean, the towers I know because you go onto the bridge, and then less than, as you said, less than 20% of the way through, then the tower, and then you go a massive long, and then there's one near the other end. Like the towers are very close to the actual coast, the actual like the land.
Yeah.
What's the measurements, man? What's the distance between the towers?
I would say.
What's the distance?
We
How
want
long
two
is it?
distances.
Between 1,300 to 1,400. I
Yeah,
would say.
I'm after
We
the
want-
distance of the
sorry.
bridge. What would be
We
the
want two
distance on the surface of the Earth?
We want two distances.
Huh?
We want two distances. The distance between.
No, I'm just after the ground surface to begin with. Then we can work it out.
Okay.
I mean, it's perfectly possible.
We're gonna get a
Because
distance in that direction. Yeah.
it's perfectly possible if you've got
Find
like.
us the distance. Sorry, mate.
Perfectly possible if you've got a bridge where the beams aren't going straight up, if they're actually angled deliberately, that they could be really far apart at the top. But then that's not Earth curve. That's the design of the bridge.
Well, we can work it out with it being parallel and see how it comes out.
Sure.
And then anything past a certain level will be we'll have a margin of error.
But over 2 kilometers, you're talking about 10 inches, 12 inches.
It honestly depends.
It's a mile and a half in there, so.
Yeah.
It's going to be fuck all.
The measurement it's basically the measurement to measurement. You're not measuring the horizon. You're measuring like from the same the plane of the equal elevation.
You're not that far off the surface, though. It's not going to be that different.
No, not at all.
So you agree this equal elevation is the distance on the surface, right? We both agree that. But then the elevation, that's where the clue would be, wouldn't it? Because they'd both parallel, wouldn't, on the flat Earth. That's what the whole point of this is, right?
Well, no, not really. Because, I mean, well, okay, sure. I mean, you can go back to the point if you want.
Like,
but
yeah, if it's equal elevation.
Do you agree that 400 meters isn't believable even on your globe?
I didn't say 400 meters. I mean, I did say that, but I'm saying like not
I'm
exactly.
just trying to work it out, distance-wise.
Okay.
In my head, because if the towers are like 100 meter high.
All right. I still have access to this university, I think. So let me have a look at the University of Hull, because I think. So. Say 41.3 millimeters.
41.
41 millimeters. That's not 400 meters, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say before, I didn't want to step in, but it's not much. Like 2 diverging plumb bobs diverge over 70 meters,
Very, very
1
small.
degree. 1 degree over 70 meters. So that's why I wanted to know the distance between the towers and the elevations of the towers, and then we could work it out.
1 degree over 70 meters. I don't believe that either.
Literally what I was asking when you
No, sorry, 70 miles, dude. Sorry, 70 miles. 1 degree over, so you need a 70-mile gap between these 2 towers at equal elevation, and that'd check if they're parallel with each other, because there'd be a difference in the angle if you measure it from the top. And that's the globe. That's the globe killer, or the flat killer. That's the ultimate test. We just need to do that.
What's 360 times 70? That doesn't sound right either. 3,600.
Well, it's like 69 point something, whatever. It's like, it's not 70. I'm just rounding up.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought it's an interesting study because it's a lot like one I've actually been on myself, you know. So I thought that's why I was interested. Not that I know
That's
the
the
most about
geometry
it.
of it.
I just
Well,
thought
like,
it
is
was
it?
an interesting one.
How many lanes is it?
It's the Humber Bridge that I was on about.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen images of it. I think maybe I have.
It's just that a bridge that was built in the 70s. That is in England. That
Yeah, I know
mean,
the architect's family, like they when they designed it, initially they had plans of it in the 30s, but the actual proper plans for it in like the 50s and 60s, it was more based around the curvature of the Earth or something like that.
Yeah, I mean I don't think that's true. I mean, you've got this.
I think it's hard to tell. It's a suspension bridge, so they're naturally going to be curved. They're naturally going to be diverging anyway. So that's how they kind of build them, isn't it? So it's hard to.
It's similar to the Golden Gate Bridge, isn't it?
But you've got tension.
Bridges are built as bridges are built, right? But it doesn't prove the curve of Earth.
There's another thing, Crypto.
If they're
the more weight on them.
If they're diverging like 41 millimeters at the top, that can be explained in so many different ways on either model that it's not even worth discussing.
It could be a mechanical, physical production thing, a difference. It could be a structural thing, like without weight and with weight, it might be different. You know, there's a lot of these variables. It's just hypothetical that they're parallel to the surface. They're perpendicular to the surface, right? It's 90 degrees. And then there's an elevation angle from the surface, and then we just need to check them angles at the top and bottom, and just that's the test, man. That's the test. Don't need to measure no curve. We're measuring elevation angles and distances between them, and presuming they're both parallel. And then there's some experiments.
I suppose you just
We need to stop measuring curve and start measuring elevation angles like that.
We don't measure curve. That's the point.
Not measure curve. We're not there.
I just want. I think in general, I think what they're concerned with is they're not concerned with, like, they don't just write the curvature of the Earth. They're more concerned with just actual like rod stuff, right? Like rod readings and stuff. They're not
right. So let me ask you a question, because you seem to think that like we're just saying nah, right? If you had a bridge that was 2.2 kilometers long, and it was in summer, it was in winter, it was in rain, it was in sunshine, it was in all these different weather effects, all these different temperatures. What do you think the expansion of that bridge would be just due to those different temperatures alone?
That's another one. I didn't think of that one. Yeah, temperature. So not only like the amount of load on the bridge, it could be in many variables.
Just temperature. Just temperature would explain way more than 41 mils.
Of course it would.
Yeah, for that amount, I wouldn't use that as a good excuse. They might have counted for it. It might be very slight. You know? Might be another like 0.000 degree difference in the whole plan of things, with everything else being taken into effect. Like there might be a tension angle. You might add on top of that the Earth curvature angle, and it might just have a certain angle. You're breaking up, Crypto, my man.
I swear I said all that 5 minutes ago.
Did you hear that? Maybe it's just it was all breaking up for me. Maybe it's my internet. Sorry, guys.
It was breaking up for me as well.
Yeah, it might be breaking up for you. Might be something wrong with your internet because you said what I said as well.
No, legit. Yeah. Like maybe as well. I'm only on a hotspot, so it could just drop at any time, you know, like that.
No, I saw him drop out as well for me, so I'm just fine, you know.
Yeah,
I
sorry,
don't know, man.
repeat that if you want.
I'm not. I don't even know why I'm discussing this. Like, I'm not versed enough on this topic anyway. And it just literally I've been in like scientific forums before, and it seems even though it's a completely different thing, it seems exactly the same. There's just people just saying no and yes to things. You know, like
Yeah.
like it doesn't seem
There's
any different.
geometric ways of measuring it, and we're being theoretical, and there's all these variables that make things have to be theoretical. Or if we test them, we have to put them in the equation, like, oh, this could happen, and we need like tolerance for measurements. So this needs to be an ideal measurement we could do that'd prove it. And you know, there isn't one really, apart from, as I said, proving that the curvature, or you can't prove it's flat with angles. Essentially, that's the thing. You can't prove flatness with angles. You're just trying to find a curvature with a presumed radius, and if you don't find it, you're assuming flat. Like just geometrically, that doesn't always work. It doesn't work like that.
Who's speaking, sir? Who was just saying stuff? The guy on the hotspot.
Yeah, the guy who said, "Oh, Jedi, just to say no, bro. If I start like roboting or whatever, just mute me so I don't like interrupt the flow of everything."
Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get butthurt. Just remember to unmute me later.
Okay.
But yeah, if I start, I don't want to ruin the VC because I do robot.
No, you're fine. I'll unmute you when you're on the toilet or something.
Brilliant. But yeah, the guy was saying, "Oh, it's just a forum where people just say yes and no's to stuff." I mean, that's kind of the point, isn't it? Like, I mean, I don't think it's not that simplistic, or it's kind of a reductive sort of summary of what's going on. But fundamentally, that's all we can really do is discuss things, provide citations, right?
No, I'm saying you would say no. Not, you can say it's reductive or not, but I'm just saying that just seems like I'm sorry if a bunch of flat Earth people that are well versed on certain scientific principles, and then you have another group of people that are the same educated, and they discuss the same thing. They'd just be saying no to each other's claims, or their guest obviously claims they agree on. You can call that reductive all you want, but that's literally what this sounds like.
Okay, well, how do you suggest that a group of people who disagree would come to some sort of conclusion?
I just don't see how it gets. I just don't see how it just doesn't seem to get anywhere.
Yeah, so how do you suppose they would come to some sort of conclusion?
Find a perfect.
The ultimate measurement test.
Find the perfect observation, but there isn't one.
The ultimate test.
That's why a lot of things are scientific theories that you can test to some degree, not to like the.
Almost like
it's the ultimate geometric test.
Almost
That's
like
what the word means, man. We need to use it.
Almost like you need an experiment, right?
Yeah. That's how you get outcomes and conclusions.
Even if you get really one good experiment to prove flat Earth or one good experiment to prove the spherical, you need multiple, unfortunately, to like make any side agree. Multiple perfect.
Sure. What's your point?
Point is that it's.
But we just have to use one to prove either one of them, because. Yeah, you just repeat it to verify it. You theorize outcomes, multiple variants on outcomes and what it means with the results you get, either being too much or too little.
Try your best to falsify it, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but you give all possibilities or as many axioms or as many like outcomes and conclusions as like variables and not variables, they're like the models at the end, basically. Like you're either going to go flat or a curve, and you got to have the math all set up for that. And it's what the experiment is going to show, one or the other, either being closer to that number or closer to that number.
Interesting.
Yeah. And then you just repeat it in multiple locations to make sure there's no other crazy, spooky phenomenon going on. You try and rule out refraction by not always making it towards the horizon. It makes a big difference. So that's why elevation angles would be good, like the tower example. So if you've got like a height of elevation on one side and it's equal elevation to another, you'd be able to see if like a theodolite or something is aiming higher or lower in the end. Because they're leveled and the other thing's leveled. So you're just assuming they're parallel in one model and you're assuming they're converging or diverging on the other model. So one's going to be bigger. And that's called like spherical excess. And that's the extra angle of the measurement, which is the curvature formula, basically, relative
Spherical
to
axis.
where you are on Earth. Yeah, spherical
The
excess.
spherical axis formula, yeah. There's this like trigonometry stuff. I remember this from school. Yeah.
It's literally the
difference between the sum of all
do it-
angles, right? The classic thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because one's across the surface of a sphere and one's across the planar surface or horizontal plane.
And what do you believe, Turquoise? That was just a genuine question. Just
About
this whole
on the
sugar.
fence, but more experiments showing how you can measure flatness would be good. Because all I'm getting is obstruction. If you want to measure the horizon, either way, there's obstruction.
Yeah.
Seeing too far is not always a reason to say it's flat.
Our Earth isn't very. Yeah, it's very bumpy, isn't it? That's why it's so annoying.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation, problems with the horizon, distance, irregularities, different days, different seasons. Hydrodynamic systems so a dynamic system basically. So getting this ultimate test is difficult. The only thing that's true to the observer is like the plumb bob, and that's the only thing that's true.
Plumb bob.
The plumb bob. Well, honestly, that's the only thing that we can individually say is true to each one of us. But the problem we're having right now is, are they all parallel? That's the whole debate, and I can't verify it yet. I haven't done enough experiments. There is an experiment and way of doing geometry that prove that. I just need to see more of them. But for me, right now, I can't prove somebody at least 70 miles away and confirm that theirs is parallel to mine. And even then, it'd be 1 degree difference. I can't fucking verify it. All I've got is the sky, my zenith point, which is the plumb bob, like antipole, and the stars. And that's it. The north, south, east, and west, like a cardinal direction around the observer, and my location being the measurement point, and a plumb bob, and that's it. And angles from the zenith.
You can't even use a giant measuring tape either, because there's so much different variables that can even come into that.
Yeah. But even before all this new awakening kind of thing, it needs to be so rigid. It's so impossible. It's 8 inches per mile. So it drops 8 inches every mile. So you need a mile-long spirit level that's so rigid and doesn't bend.
Mile-long spirit
Doesn't
level.
bend at all.
Yes. No bending.
It can't bend one bit, else it'd just fuck it all up. 8 inches, it'd just drop it. It'd be like over the Earth on one side, 8 inches. Or the Sagittarius.
How can you get the perfect temperature for that, though? Because
And the temperature change, like Crypto said. It's all these dynamics.
You need to do that twice. You need to do that in a humid country, in a cold country, and
So if you're aiming at something like that, you can't use lasers either. Because lasers do funky shit. Light bends. Light never goes in a straight line. Uninterrupted through. It's never a constant medium.
That's interesting. Sorry, that's interesting you say that. Because now not only do we not just use infrared laser targeting systems, but we actually now use the laser itself to blow shit up. Do you think lasers don't actually go in primarily straight lines?
It might end up conforming to the Earth in the end anyway. Like light does.
Okay.
It does.
Anyway.
Be a parallel or a set.
Light follows geodesics, so it follows curvature. That's what confirms the Earth is curved. Anybody who denies this is a fucking idiot.
It's a celestial sphere. Oh, terrestrial sphere.
Been proven time and time again, dude.
Right, let's go. So, Turquoise, take a seat, dude. Let's go to this guy. It's been proven time and time again because light follows the path of a geodesic.
Yeah. What else are you going to use as a reference frame?
Okay, so can you show me that then?
No, how about you tell me what else you're going to use for reference
No,
frame? And I'm not going to play this cat and mouse
dude,
game with dummies online. So
dude,
you answer
you
my
you
questions, and
told
then we can
no.
move forward because you don't
Oh,
have really a
fuck off,
clue.
man.
Fuck you.
You,
What's
if
going
you're
to
gonna
happen?
Mute
be
me
an,
then.
if you're just gonna be
You're
an
being a
idiot,
dick to me. I don't have to prove shit to
bro,
you. You're the
bro,
one with the retard
you're
view,
not trying to have a
right?
conversation, though, are you?
So how about you explain to me what reference frame you
No,
use if you
bro,
don't use a
we're
geodesic,
not
idiot?
your bitch. We're not your bitch.
Can you
You're
do
either
that?
here. You're either here
Okay,
to have
so
a
there's no conversation worth having.
conversation.
Thanks.
You're the one
Fuck off.
not allowing the
Take your own
conversation.
advice.
So if you don't want to have a conversation, leave. No one cares if you leave. But if you want a conversation, oh, he left. One idiot.
Brilliant. Not going to be using lasers to target shit and or blow things up now. That's
Imagine
not.
coming in. So just quickly, imagine coming into a room where you don't know anyone, and then imagining that you call the shots, and that you're going to tell everyone how it's going to be. No,
Imagine.
what an idiot.
Oh, you wasn't there before, Crypto, but maybe you could get sense of it. So every observer on Earth has a zenith. Okay, we agree upon that. That's a good axiom, right? And then another one would be everyone's star at the zenith would be a different point in space. No, not star. You know, it's not a star. It's a location in space at the zenith, right? It's not always a star, right? It could be not visible, right? It's space. So everyone's zenith star or location is different. So the sky on the flat Earth, or if the Earth is flat and it's all parallel, the horizontal lines are parallel and vertical lines are parallel. If that logic is true, the sky has to be flat as well.
No, it doesn't.
Because the zenith is a different star for everybody, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth unless there's a flat sky. So you have to either accept a flat sky and a flat Earth, or a sphere sky and a flat Earth, and then that's about it. Something's got to be a sphere.
One, I don't think I agree with that. And two, didn't catch everything that you said
I
because it
agree.
felt like slurring your words a bit.
I agree. It is.
Don't agree with what you just said, dude. The sky must be flat for the Earth to be flat. Okay.
Yeah, for the way we see the stars, and the zeniths are different for everybody, and the zeniths would be a different location on that celestial sphere. If you had a celestial sphere and everyone sees 50% of the sky field at any one time, and everyone's GP is translated from the stars, right? So your GP and the terrestrial map and the celestial map is the same thing. So your GP will have a relationship to the terrestrial map or globe or that model, right? Reality is measured from a flat plane. I agree. With all measurements, we have to level everything. And then that relative spot is the point of reference, and we measure from there.
You start with your point of reference, yourself on the horizontal plane, but you have
That's created from the zenith.
But you
the
have
zenith's still the truth.
Okay. Every time I try and talk to you today, dude, usually don't get frustrated with you, but today I am. You have a reference point in the distance that has a ground position, don't you?
Yes.
Yes. And you are on the same horizontal plane of that thing that has a ground position at distance, correct?
You're on the same elevation angle as the other person.
You're on the same horizontal plane as the ground position of that star.
No.
Yes.
Same elevation, different plane.
No, because it's 90 degrees relative to you measuring that angle up to the star that gave it 90 degrees in the first instance. You've got a zenith of 90 degrees. The star has a zenith of 90 degrees because that's the star at the zenith of the ground position. And that line, that angle, is 90 degrees relative to you. So you can make a triangle.
It's my zenith. It's all zenith, dude. Zenith and
Ground
GP.
position.
GP is a translation of the celestial
Ground,
sphere, and then that's how we navigate.
ground position. What's that mean?
Yes.
What's it mean?
Ground position, longitude, latitudely. All them
No,
lines that we have on the globe or on the EAE map are relations and translations of the sky and
yes,
that thing that rotates.
I
The
know.
Earth is stationary.
He's not
But
wrong
they
though. I mean, it is a box.
can't
The Earth
explain
is
it.
stationary. We measure as stationary. I'm with you.
Why are we
I'm with
talking
you
about
on a lot of
stationary now?
axioms.
Why are we
Huh?
talking about stationary now?
But the only thing he said
Because we
wrong
measure
was
everything
the
from stationary.
necessity of it's just the necessity statement. Well, this is this can't really say it right now because I'm in a company, but as far as like with navigation, yeah, it is a box because the information that we gather from the sky is transposed to the ground.
It's a squared circle, and that's how it's all worked forever. 90 degrees and angles and cardinal points, and that symbol of a cross has been with us forever, and then the zodiac and such. It's like been with us forever.
Yeah, but we've got two 90-degree points on the surface of the Earth that are relative to each other, right?
Yes, at like a quarter of the Earth's circumference difference in surface, distance on the surface.
I have not even given you a distance to the ground position. It
But
doesn't
you can
matter
figure it out.
what
You
the
can figure it out.
fucking distance to. Okay, no worries, Turquoise. You crack on.
If there's 90-degree difference between it, you can get the size of the Earth. Just triangulation or trigonometry. You got right angle triangle. There you go. Distance. You can work it out. On the flat Earth model, how high is the sun? If you work out the angles, it's like 4,000, 6,000 miles high, right, or something. It just translates on a globe being parallel at 90 degrees difference. That's all between the equator and the poles.
No, that's an incorrect statement. Your premise, at
Run me
least,
through it.
because no, it's not trigonometry.
Maybe not, but it's a right angle triangle created, and then distance can be derived from it
But
with hypotenuse
it's
angle.
not trigonometry though. So
Sorry,
whatever you're
misquote.
talking about,
Yeah, I don't know.
has nothing to do with celestial
Maybe.
navigating actually. So what you're
So
saying is just a
the
fallacy.
angle from the zenith, then.
Going to keep talking through you like he has done to me all evening.
Yep. It is what it is.
I'm sorry, dude. Excited. Trying to get like a point of view and like my mind into voiced. It's difficult sometimes because I can conceptualize it geometrically with horizontals and vertical planes of reference, and how we see that with the stars and how it translates on the Earth, and the longitude and latitude lines are projected onto it. Nothing about magnetism or compasses yet. We're just talking about the celestial sphere rotating and the Earth being stationary, measured from a flat plane, cardinal directions, all that, like essentially like that's how you would do it if you used magnetism. But there's like an equator, right? And there's east and west, and we've got all this, and that's how we've measured and navigated forever. And the sidereal navigation. Just the concept of is that parallel. It's like you should think about your sky model if you're going to be thinking it's a parallel. I don't know about a dome. I don't think it works with a dome. Just kind of, just the belief of the globe is like the flat Earth is like a dome, and the globe is like a sphere around it, and vertical lines going to different stars for everybody. There's just two ways of seeing it. Or maybe three, if you want to go concave. It's like inverse. It's just literally that three modalities. Are they diverging? Are they parallel? Are they converging? These zenith angles, we need to test it. And that'll prove it. I just need to do that. That style of experimenting over distance at known elevations and known distances and just geometry. Just need to do it. I've seen some that show is bad news for the flat Earth. Because there's known distances, known elevations, and there's an angle difference. So that's one proof, but I'm not going to just lie on that one experiment. Although it does fit the geometry and stuff of it, it needs to be done more. Rather than just measuring to the horizon, that's like, oh, how far's the horizon, and then invoking the globe geometry to say how much it should be. You should measure it and then apply it to the geometry, because it creates the geometry with them angles and parallel lines and distances on the surface. It's all it is. Anyway. Sky's a sphere, the Earth's a sphere. One of them's true. Or both are true. But we measure on a flat plane. I love it, man. It's a flat plane locally, and we measure from it. Just trying to get it's like the observer thing when you double slit thing. You add another observer, shit gets funky, you know. It's like, oh, who's relative?
I actually heard in GeoServer, the Earth Awakenings, I heard Glober claim that it was some kind of something they actually put over the photon gun or whatever to make it go from either wave pattern to like particle pattern. It was not actually had nothing to do with an observer, but maybe I misheard him.
Maybe it was a bunk experiment and we're just spreading it. I don't know. But it does seem to have like some kind of law about it. Like you are the only plane of reference of measurement. And then you got to infer some idea of the surface you're standing on to work out things. And you know, that's it. You have to infer the surface. Because in free space, you can do angles and it's easy. And you can get A, B, C or whatever, get the angles. But when you're working out on a surface, a parallel one or a plane, or it's on a plane or a sphere or a circle, circular. It's just geometry, man. Geometry is in the word. That's what it means. We need to be just using that rather than just being like, oh, water's flat. Right, measure it. Try and debunk it's not flat. And get distances. But you can't do it with water because horizon is a funky place. You know, the zenith's the least resistance, the least refraction. That's why you measure down from it. Yeah, the zenith's the only truth, and plumb bobs are the best tool. Or like, well, it's a basic, the only truth. A lot easier if Earth was half the diameter than it's supposed to be, or half of it again. But it's just too big for us little fucking humans to measure that easily. Anyway, there's over like a 40-mile difference. Two buildings the same height over elevation. I've looked into this. The difference is like not half a degree, whatever difference in like it's not much. Well, there's no proof of it being parallel yet over distance at the same elevation. Doesn't exist. Can't prove the zeniths are parallel. on a greater scale. On local scale, yeah, it's very, yeah, we ain't got the equipment to measure it in like 100 meters. Most people, they do use it in the surveying instruments. Are good at just getting horizontal. Because they locally plumb, and then you create a horizontal plane. That's, yeah. So. Doesn't have to be spinning. Earth doesn't have to be moving to be a globe. For everything to work as it does. Distances don't matter either to these things that we can see in the sky for measurement and navigation. So does that change anything? The only like unit of measurement we've got is like a perceived distance to the sun, and we've equated speed of light into it and assuming the medium, and that's 1 AU. And that's 1 astronomical unit, 93 million miles. And then we just scale everything from that and use that in like as a integer. All based on the speed of light in a vacuum. It's traveling optimally at the set rate with no distortion, no slowing down, no resistance. Yeah. So it's a bit off. And you can invert the world, invert the heliocentric model and have the speed of light being quicker and things smaller and even localer, and it works the exact same. There's a whole lot of other concepts behind it. But having tests. But not like the
I don't
normal
know,
overwater
man.
ones.
You have not just the lack of curvature, you have like that there has to be a container for gas to have pressure. You have, what's the other one? I mean, you already don't think that the Earth moves, like, but it's like when you put it all together, it just, I don't know, it can't be a globe. I don't know necessarily because I've never been to the edges of the Earth if it has edges or whatever, but I can't see it being any kind of spherical like dynamic at all.
Right. I don't even have to take all the visual evidence as it being a globe, but just the mathematical evidence, and it becomes a globe, and it actually fits. You know, that's why it became a globe in the end, because the math worked. In a way.
Have you ever heard of the Sagnac effect?
Yeah.
Then, have you ever heard of Ru Yang Wang and his interferometry and how he like redid all of the Miller and experiments and whatnot?
Yeah, sending light like in a ring and then figuring out which way it has a preference on speed, basically.
Right, with an interferometer.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know as much as I wish I did about all that, but it's like, I don't know, for relativity to work at all, you have to use these you have to use these complex mathematics, being the Lorentz transformation, and it's just, I don't know. I like I said, I don't understand nearly enough about it. Really, I'm not really arguing it, I guess. It's just, I don't know, like relativity doesn't even work anymore. It's just, I just can't even see how it could be a globe. I don't see how the math works. but I guess you don't actually.
It's just hard to get two points of reference at the same time and just mash them together with math and be like, right, this is the answer. We're just true. You know, it's like you can't prove. That's why I was trying to link it to the double slit thing or this quantum idea where the observer as an like not observer, but like yeah, technically observer. Just 2 points of reference. You got one point of reference. There's truth, ultimate truth. You've got the monad. You measure from it. It's like there's perfect. Then you got a second one, and you doing the relationship between them two. That's it. You're measuring. It's always like triangulation, like the first geometric structure, and using that to figure it all out. And that's what we need to do. But the math works in that way. That's what's crazy. And it just works on basically a celestial sphere, in a way, or a terrestrial sphere, whichever way you want to look at it. That's how we do it. I don't know if you heard me saying about the sky has to be a plane as well if the Earth's a plane for the zeniths and the GP stars to all be this different for everybody on Earth. That's how I see it. Because on a globe, all the zeniths are diverging to a different point in space, and on a flat Earth, they're all parallel. So the sky would have to have a different space, something like a star or space, like locality above you. That's how just it'd work. There's something rotating. I don't think it's the Earth. It looks like a sphere. It works like a semicircle, or like the observer's in the middle of a sphere, kind of thing. You see 50% of the sky at once, essentially. The horizon is just a plane, eye level, essentially, same elevation. That's one relative observer, but then you have another observer and it fucks everything up. If you believe it's a flat Earth, anyway. That's what switched my mind a little bit to like lean or to like look at that one, just not be so biased on flat Earth because that's the ultimate proof. It's the geometry, and you're not measuring flat. However much people want to say, you're not measuring flat. You're measuring in lack of. You see, using optics that just can't work. There's nothing big enough. Well, we're too small. I'm going to say that. I'm going to say it. We're too small. It's 1 degree for 70 miles, and we've got LIGO or like railway bridges and stuff to go off, and they're like it's another rabbit hole. Great circle routes on planes and like navigation on a sphere. That's the route we take. Map projections. I always love maps, and they fuck everything up as well. If you're trying to project a globe or a sphere of a celestial sphere, either one. But yeah, I'm starting to echo, so if anybody wants to chime in.
Is the Earth really flat? Can someone tell me if the Earth is flat?
Are you a troll? Because, oh, he's gone.
Can anyone prove the Earth is flat?
Oh, he's going again.
I mean, why does your picture have a guy with a bag, plastic over his head, as if he's suffocated? Like, what's up with that, man?
That's me.
I think the real question is, do you have any kind of confirmed radius value?
Huh?
Do you have a radius value to your globe in your model?
What are you talking about?
Like,
Explain.
you know, the radius of their all spheres have a circumference and a radius and all that shit. Do you have a radius value that isn't an assumption or an appeal to authority?
Nah, I don't.
Alright. Figure the rest out, I guess.
So what's that mean? That the Earth is flat?
I don't know.
What are you trying to say by saying that? That
Just
if I
pointing
don't
out
know
that you don't have, not only do you not have, but you don't even know the dimensions of the thing that you live on. You don't know any of it, so
Nah, I don't. I really don't know that.
I mean, it observes, it looks flat, but you know.
So it
Yeah,
looks
but it only looks flat when you don't look too hard, right?
No, I've looked pretty hard for years now, and it still looks flat. Once again,
if
do
you
you
actually,
have a radius value?
yeah, I
that
agree
isn't-
with the commonly accepted value of the radius, right?
Well, I mean, that's an assumption. Can you show like a
Well,
direct measurement of that radius value?
Not directly the radius, but we can show a measurement of features of the surface that would indicate a given radius. But more importantly, we can show measurements on the surface that show that the surface isn't a plane.
You're right. There's topography. Pretty crazy.
No. The average, we can ignore topography. That's a red herring. Of a otherwise level surface, we can show measurements that indicate they're not a plane. The conversation was had earlier today around the celestial navigation thing, right? Measuring the co-altitude angle with distance. So if you're looking at the Polaris and you're on the North Pole, it's directly overhead. If you go 600 nautical miles in any direction away from the North Pole, you will measure 10 degrees. If you go 1,200 nautical miles, you'll measure 20 degrees, right? So this is how we get our lines of latitude. If you apply those measurements on a flat plane, those distances and those angles, Polaris has a different height according to each position, which can't be right? So there's something not lining up there.
How do you do celestial navigation on a sphere?
Ultimately, you need to measure the angle from your vertical to the celestial body that you're measuring. Low altitude angle is what you're trying to measure.
Celestial navigation requires you to use a triangle, and
No,
you
it doesn't.
can't have
No.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. That's the whole thing. You can't have a triangle on a sphere.
No, the celestial navigation doesn't use triangles. It uses trilateration, and Specifically, if you try to do it with a triangle on a flat plane, it does not work.
I gotta walk into the store. I can't talk at the moment, but
Oh my god. Oh my god. Flat Earth is so cool. Flat Earth is so rad. Flat is the Earth.
I don't think the
Oh,
Earth
there
is
you go.
flat.
Flat Earth theme tune. That's great.
What the fuck is this?
Hey, Daz, are you there?
Yeah, but not for much longer.
Oh, okay. Have you seen Peter's globe proof?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Is it
An early version of it.
All right. Well, the basic thing is that he measured an angle to a mountain, and I asked him a question about it last night, and he got in a huff. I was wondering, maybe if you can answer it. Now that he measured an angle down to something that's supposed to be taller than him. So I asked him, is the top of the mountain actually lower, or does it just appear lower? He got mad at that. So I was wondering maybe if you could help me with that.
So the angle from vertical down to what you're looking at is greater than 90 degrees.
Yeah.
He can't answer either.
So it's greater than 90 degrees. But so this is right. This is coming down to what the fundamental difference between the globe model and the flat Earth model is.
It's a real tough question, Daza?
Because it's
yeah, that's a tough one. That bricks him every time.
Yeah, Daza, don't try to wordsmith your way out of this. Just think about it, okay? Just think about the question and just say, is it A or B?
Yeah.
Don't try to wordsmith your way out of it, okay? Just answer the
why does that matter?
Why
is that the only thing that you can say?
So it was an A-B. Yeah, you shut up. So it was an A-B question. So it just takes an A-B answer. Everything that you just said was sophistry.
So the A-B answers are: is the Earth a sphere or is the Earth a plane? Right?
That's not what he asked you.
That's what you added.
It is.
You added that. Desert.
Okay.
You added that. Take that part out. Just use word by word.
Things, dude.
Just use what Jerry said. Add no words. Take no words away. Read words in appropriate order.
Jerry's
and just
question
answer
is
A or
incomplete.
B.
No, it's not.
What was the question again, Jerry?
Your thought process is incomplete. Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, so we have the top of the mountain that Peter measured an angle down to. So it was greater than 90 degrees, which would imply that it's lower than him. But to me, that's ridiculous because we know that the mountain is actually taller than him. So I want to know, is it actually lower than him, or does it just appear lower?
It is. I didn't see where he measured it from. So was he at the same elevation as the mountain? No, I'm asking for details. Because if the Earth is curved, then the elevation angle will be lower, right? Because level is curved. This is the fundamental.
Yeah, the horizon would be lower.
Really, really hard question.
No, you don't need the horizon. You don't need the horizon here. We just need to measure the angle from vertical.
Yeah, that's what he did. Go ahead, Arthur.
Yeah. Well, he struck out twice, so I guess I'll give him a third shot. Are you measuring an angle to where the mountain actually is, or where it looks like it is?
I didn't see the.
That's kind of a different question, actually.
Yeah, it is. So if
I'll just go back to exactly what Jerry said then. Just scratch that. Okay, so is the mountain lower, or does it just appear lower?
I can't tell from his particular observation. It is likely lower.
Okay, unknown.
If I measure it from other places, we'll be able to confirm it. So this is the thing, right? One measurement can't prove anything, but it can give you very strong evidence. Like going back to the celestial navigation thing, that celestial navigation is a good differentiator between a curve and a plane. It's the same geometry that Peter's got, that we're measuring from vertical down to something. And in the case of celestial navigation, we're measuring down to a star, but he's measuring down to the surface of the Earth. So there's different things potentially involved.
All right.
But we can measure down from vertical.
That's why it's the ultimate proof. It's that measurement I was talking about. It's seeing if plumb's a plumb and getting an angle from it, an elevation. If the elevations are level and parallel to each other, or the only equal elevations lie on the same plane, that is what we're testing.
Now, in celestial navigation, since with that mountain question can't get answered, in celestial navigation, now the baseline that you're working with is horizontal, right?
You don't need a baseline like that. So the important thing for celestial navigation is the angle from your position to the star from the vertical, right? So you have so the celestial navigation is based on stars being far away.
No. Stop. Using a nautical sextant.
No, you don't have to. We're not talking about the tool we're using. I don't know what I'm talking to here, but
we're going back to the traditional way, you know.
No, we're going back to the
spaceships,
the geometry of how it works.
Captain Cook.
No. I'm telling you about the geometry of how it works, not the tools we use, right? So ultimately, the job of anything we do is to measure that co-altitude angle from vertical down to the star.
But is that just the appearance of what it looks like vertically, or what it is actually vertically?
What do you mean by
in terms of
Well, essentially, the experiment is posing both ideas and an estimate for both outcomes relative to the elevation angle, and it was heavily in the side of a sphere. The margin of error was like
elevation angle.
11%. It's theoretical, but
and the perception would be from the ground, like up to the high elevation point, or would it be on the elevation point down to the ground?
So I'll give you
degrees between, the degrees between the horizontal and the plane in the vertical.
We only need to measure the degrees between your vertical.
Is that what an elevation angle is? Fuck, how hard is it to get a fucking definition? What's an elevation angle?
We don't need an elevation angle to do this. We need the co-altitude angle. Now, you can say that as much as you like, mate. The reason we measure anything is to measure that co-altitude angle. That's how it works.
Thank you for that. I was using the wrong terminology.
And for every degree somebody is away from the GP of the star they're measuring, we get 1 degree of co-altitude angle. So if you go 600 nautical miles, you get 10 degrees of co-altitude angle, right? Go another 600 nautical miles.
Do that?
How do they first do it? They probably establish.
Yeah. It's the sun's path and the equator, and that mapped onto the Earth, and that's all relative to the stars. And there's like an equal point in the celestial sphere where the Earth, the equatorial, and it's just all the geometry of that, basically. The zenith angle is the truth. It's a celestial sphere or a terrestrial sphere, and
then you have to somehow imagine that those angles those verticals are tilted.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? So
it does. It shows the tilt of the Earth as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing, Jerry, right? If you do this, if you go and were to start at the North Pole, point straight up at Polaris, go 600 nautical miles, 10 degrees, 1200, 20, you draw that out on a piece of paper. It doesn't draw a straight line. Something is not straight. And that thing that is not straight is the ground.
I say that the horizontal remains straight always, but...
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. You're saying it, but the measurements there that we just did show that it isn't.
Okay. Whatever works for you.
Yeah, so the ground in this case, it wouldn't be a Euclidean plane. It wouldn't be a Euclidean plane, I mean. Like, it wouldn't be like flat, and if you placed a line, it wouldn't be completely straight. Because it would be bent.
Yeah.
It would be bent by the ground, by the sphere.
But you are using Euclidean geometry to do all this, right?
Exactly. Originally, that's how.
Yeah, that's
it was
right.
done.
Euclidean geometry is geometry of 3D space, right? It doesn't. Euclidean geometry is the geometry of 3D space. You don't need to worry about spheres. Spheres are just a 3D construct as well, right? So we could work in 3D coordinates if you wanted to, but the reality is, it doesn't matter how you look at it, if you make these measurements, you cannot make them align to a plane. Either two things have to happen. If you want to go and do that...
You're using a fucking plane.
Yeah. Using
No, but if you unravel a sphere...
Using verticals.
If you unravel a sphere and make it a plane, it won't be Euclidean. Because, like, let's say you have a map, and you have the USA... If you move the USA up, it starts to get bigger. It's not a Euclidean plane. It's just, like, the size of a country depends on where it is on the plane. It doesn't stay the same necessarily. Because
that's the map.
Surveyors use Euclidean geometry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but they nearly always, depending what they're doing, right? If they're doing local surveying, they can stick because the variation and error is small. But if they're doing geodetic surveying, they need to account for the fact that they are not on a plane.
What does that mean? Count for? What is that?
That if they want their measurements they make on the surface to align together, so if you imagine you've got two lots of guys working, doing two lots of observations that have to join together, they will not line up unless you apply the fact that you're working on top of a globe to the geometry.
So what has to change?
I'm not a surveyor, so I can't talk about details.
Oh, you're kidding.
You're not a surveyor either. You're just...
You can just make claims and then provide no evidence to back them. I got you.
But I have done celestial navigation, so I do know that, and you guys will also confirm this, I'm sure, that every degree is 60 nautical miles, right? 69 miles. And that is what is observed. Is that something we all agree on?
Yeah, but that angle only changes if you change your position horizontally, straight.
If you move, the angle changes as you move away from the GP of the object that you're measuring.
Right. It won't.
So if I'm moving away from it,
and vertically.
Okay, so Jerry, if I've got a triangle that is 600 nautical miles along the bottom with a 10-degree angle at the edge where I'm standing, it'll be about 3,500 k's, or 3,500 miles to the other corner of the triangle upwards, right? That's where your star would be. If I double that distance and the angle doubles or halves, and you're going the other direction, then the position of the top of the triangle changes. So it cannot be a flat plane as you move away from a GP. The way the angles change just cannot be a flat plane.
Can't be.
It's essentially because your zeniths are all different.
But
that's why. All your zeniths are different and not parallel. And if they are parallel and all your zeniths are different, like a place in space, then the sky is flat.
Yeah, so you need to have a flat sky for any of this to work.
Yeah.
And all the stars have to be infinitely far away, right?
No, just far enough away that the lines are almost parallel.
Yeah. Like 3 million miles kind of distance where they throw it in there.
Yeah. So, because that's the other question, right? How far away is the sun? Can we measure that by triangulation?
The flat Earth goes about 3,000 to 6,000 miles high, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So if I'm on the tropics, midday, sun's directly overhead, and I measure it. Then I come back the next day, but I've travelled 600 miles north and measure the angle. I get a height for the sun, about 3,000. So if I go another 600 away from the equator, the distance I get is significantly less. It's on the order of 2,500 until I get all the way to the North Pole and it's zero.
Yeah,
it doesn't line
angle
up with
magic.
any
Perfect
triangle
sphere.
on a
That's,
flat plane.
that's a little neat little magic trick because everything you spoke about has nothing to do with celestial navigation.
Well, that's cool. Why is that?
What do you mean? Why is that?
Well, that's the fundamentals of celestial navigation. You measure the angle of between your vertical and the celestial object. That angle is the same as the angle across the ground
No,
between you
in
and them,
celestial
60 nautical miles.
navigation, you do not get the height of stars or the altitude as far as a height over the plane of reference. That
No,
is
you
not
don't. That's
determined.
right. Yeah. No, you
Yeah,
just need the
exactly.
co-altitude angle. Yeah.
Exactly. So talking about the height of this, being 3,000 miles, no, that's fallacious.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. That if you were to assume the Earth was flat, you
No,
would be
that's
able to
not
measure
true.
the
That's
height.
that's fallacious. No, that's fallacious. Because point blank period, celestial navigation isn't concerned with that.
Okay. So on a flat plane, on a flat Earth with celestial
It's just
navigation.
incorrect because you're not talking about celestial navigation. Celestial navigation just is what it is. Using
Okay.
latitudes derived from elevation angles to Polaris, so
Yeah.
it just is what it is.
Yeah, and
Whatever.
those angles that are derived from looking at a star is the same as it has a 1-to-1 mapping of distance on the ground, doesn't it? So 10 degrees, 600 nautical miles.
No.
1 degree, 60 nautical miles.
That is hand wavy. That is it.
So someone can explain to me how it works on a flat Earth. Where is the star? Is it very far or is it close?
Well, this is why I asked you about the mountain way before, because that's Earth, right? Like, we could talk about that, and you couldn't answer that. This is why you have to talk about angle magic and the stars and all that crap.
But I'm saying that what Peter's measuring is the same as what you measure with the stars. You get the same kind of result. So Peter's single measurement doesn't really prove anything. It just provides some evidence that the angle from your vertical down to the distant object doesn't comport with being on a plane where all the verticals are parallel. Parallel. The other test Peter can do is he can go.
Yet the method used to measure the mountain is with a horizontal that remains horizontal all the way out to the base of the mountain. So.
Well, no, with a level. Yeah,
it's dependent on levels.
Distance to it. He works out the distance to it on
equal
the surface
elevation.
of the sphere. So equal elevation. It's not like there's two varieties. There are a straight line, and then one that the surface worked out on a distance on the surface of a circle.
No, I'm talking about how they measure a mountain.
Oh yeah, from its plumb, essentially. Like I said, the plumb's the only truth.
You think so?
Yeah.
Would that be a vertical line?
With its stars. Sorry.
Would that be a vertical line?
Line. I wouldn't use line.
A plumb line.
Plumb is vertical. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, line. Yeah.
Okay. Now, would that line lie on a vertical plane?
One. You could create one at 90 degrees, a horizontal plane. It also creates a vertical plane.
Right. So, would all the vertical lines on a vertical plane be parallel?
You take any given vertical plane that you've created, there's only one vertical line.
No, that's why we've all got different GPs.
So you can't have a vertical plane.
You can have a vertical plane, but there's only one line in it that's vertical. Or two if you go to the other side of the Earth.
So you can't have vertical lines on a vertical plane?
Take that back. If you They will. There will be vertical lines in a vertical plane. Yes.
Would they all be parallel to each other?
No.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they will be.
Yeah. So this is the
So
fundamental
we get
difference,
this.
right, between your view of the world and mine.
Yeah.
It's just our relation to the star and how it maps on the Earth and how we describe it. It's just that the flat Earth goes off the physics and the land and doesn't account for the stars to figure out the shape of the
So
Earth
wait, Dad,
through geometry.
I don't understand necessarily why on a vertical plane would vertical lines not be parallel? Because they're all essentially pointing in a vertical direction, right?
Yeah. So if you believe in the globe, yeah. So if you believe in the globe, all verticals point towards the center of the sphere. So if you take one vertical line, put a plane on it, and then draw all of the lines on that plane, they'll all face towards the center of the sphere. They won't be parallel.
Oh, I thought you were saying like a vertical plane in general. Like, let's say you had a flat vertical plane. Like, I think that was what Jerry was talking about. Essentially, like they would all be parallel in a sense if it wasn't a sphere. If it was just flat. If the plane was Euclidean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the plane's always Euclidean.
Those aren't vertical lines; those are radial lines.
Yeah, but that's the thing, heretic, right? That we're trying to show whether or not radial lines are perpendicular or not, vertical lines.
Yeah, good luck.
So what would you expect if we measured back from? So we've got the mountain, right? We've gone up close. We've estimated its height. If say we could go back 100 miles and still see the top of the mountain, what would you expect the relationship between the angle that you measure to the mountain and your distance from the bottom of the mountain to be? Would it be linear, like in perspective, or would it be a trigonometric relationship?
You do know how the mountain was measured in the first place, though.
Yeah, close. So, you measure it close, yeah.
So who cares what I would expect? Like, take a look in the chat there. Or you could just do a Google search. How are mountains?
Yeah, no, I've got that. So
yeah.
How
I've got
are they?
So I've got your image there. I'm just having a look at it. So that distance x, right, and elevation angle A and elevation angle B. What you're expecting there is that if you're at position A, you measure angle alpha. When you go to position B, you'll be able to predict what angle beta is, right? What if angle beta is not what you measure?
Oh, okay. So I get it. So you're essentially using trigonometry to measure an angle from a specific point, and you expect beta to be a specific angle after length x, but it's not because it's not flat.
Yeah. And
no, there's no expectation when you measure stuff. It's just they measure it. They're not working with a model.
No. Okay. So you measure that, Jerry, right? And you draw it on your paper.
Is the height they measure correct or not? Is the height they measure correct or not?
Yeah, you have to be accurate about the measurements, and then with math, it will be right. But what he's saying is it's not right because the plane isn't flat.
So when they measure the height of a mountain, it's incorrect. Is it correct or not? Is the method that they use the proper method? Is that the method that we should use to measure the height of mountains? Is it correct or not?
If they were to measure the height of a mountain for the purposes of producing a map or a survey document, they would need to account for the distance that they were from the base of the mountain and adjust their angle. If they didn't,
it's all about the base. Yeah, it's all about the base of the mountain and the elevation angle that's equal, and just establishing that horizontal plane between them. If they're on the same, say for example, they're on the same elevation, and there's a horizontal plane, there should be any difference in degrees. But there's a difference in degrees. There's an estimate, and there's a 10% difference, and we can say that was refraction causing it, at the very least.
But do you have actually, one thing to ask is, do you have any evidence of this? Like, are there actually any measurements that people have? Are there actually any experiments that people have done with this?
Yep. There's just the limited one though, right? So like this type of experiment just needs to be done multiple places. I'm not just going to take this as like solid, but it does. It's like a 400% bad time on the flatness, where it should have been.
So this whole method of trying to see if the plane is flat or not, depending on elevation levels, hasn't been done yet?
Yeah, no, it has.
Are there any links to experiments or?
Yeah, that's part of one of Peter's. It's called Ultimate Proof 2, and it's part of the observation with the authority like that people were referring to before. And these mountains are this building on this other side, 40 kilometers away. A theodolite on one side, and the angle from one theodolite on a horizontal plane, because that's how they measure. The angle there's a variance in the angle, what it should have been. It was implying the globe with the correct measurements.
Implying.
Also, there was a big difference in what it should have been if it was parallel, because there was a natural elevation difference, so there should have been a natural difference in the angle anyway. But on top of that, it was 400%. Because you imagine 1% difference, tilt, for example, 1% difference tilt angle for 70 miles. So we were getting a reading of like half a degree of angle, but it was so precise, and there was a big difference. Even though it was a small difference, but it was a big difference, percentage-wise.
Yeah, that's true.
Just don't ask. Yeah, just don't ask if it's lower or appears lower.
Yeah, I'm sure everything was worked out. That's what it's called, the ultimate proof.
Well, maybe you can answer it then. Is the mountain lower, or does it just appear lower, or the building, whatever you're looking at?
It could be appearing 10% difference with a refraction, for example. It wouldn't be like 400% difference in what it was supposed to. It's a big difference.
So it is lower?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So
Implying
it's shorter than it was measured to be.
Yeah. No.
No.
Wow.
It's within instrument error. It is the height is expected, but the angle is lower.
Right, but it's not actually lower than you, right?
Well, I mean, okay, so you measure the height of the mountain at a specific angle, right? And then you measure from another angle. But if it was on a sphere, then if you do trigonometry and you take the sine of that specific elevation angle, it won't be the same as the sine. It won't be the same length as the sine to the hypotenuse from a specific angle A.
Yeah, I'm just asking if it's lower or not.
Yeah, so you're asking if it's lower because you're trying to divert the conversation into confusion about what lower really is, right?
Okay, what is
Whereas we look
really
at the geometry of what we measure, and the geometry of what we measure shows that as we walk away from something and measure the elevation angle to it, that our baseline doesn't appear to be flat.
Just take the cosine. Just hold on. Just take the length of the distance you are away from the mountain, then get the sine of the angle from the elevation using that cosine, and you'll see that the sine is basically how tall the mountain is in this case. So the sine would be different. The height of the mountain would be different. It wouldn't just appear lower. It would be lower because it's a sphere. It would be lower because it's a sphere, because essentially you're below the mountain. You're on a sphere. The elevation level would change essentially, but not from your perspective. It would be it would just appear lower.
Yeah. Everybody already understands that that's their claim. We're asking whether that's actually what's happening.
Essentially, that would be what
is happening.
Essentially, that would be happening if math is correct. Yes.
That is happening. So let's dissuade me.
Elevation.
If math is a lie, if math is lying, then that's not happening. But I don't know. I think math isn't lying in this case.
I don't know.
There's just some axioms to agree upon, and then it's as true as it can be. Unless you
I don't know, because the math that they use to measure these things using trigonometry relies on all the lines being straight from you all the way out to the base of the thing that you're measuring, a horizontal line. And now you're saying not that.
Not that, but still it's an elevation change.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's taller than you, but it's also lower than you.
Right.
Okay, it's taller than you from a one angle, but it appears lower to you from your angle. It's about perspective. It's not actually. Okay, so let's say you're in space. Okay, let's say you're in space and you look at if you look at the mountain, and you see you see the whole mountain, you see the flat Earth, and you see the ground in your images here, right? Essentially, on a sphere, if you go around the sphere away from the mountain would start getting taller compared to you from that perspective, right? On the sphere. But to you, the mountain would look lower because it's disappearing behind the sphere, essentially. That's why it's not like, oh, it appears lower, but it's not like a contradictory like that. It's just about perspective. It's about one perspective looking at the mountain and the ground, and one perspective that's your perspective, essentially.
So it's perspective. It's not actually lower than you. It just appears lower. Right. I would agree. It's not lower than you. Because that would be ridiculous.
But from a certain perspective, you are lower than the mountain, essentially.
Well, yeah, you're always going to be lower than the mountain because it's taller than you.
Yeah, but then it's going to get even more taller than you from a certain perspective, like the perspective in your images, essentially.
See, what I try to do is
when you get closer to it,
out of it. Yeah. So I try to take perspective out of it and do what they do in reality, how they actually measure these things. That's why they use tools and not perspective, and say, "Oh, I have a magic angle."
You know what tools they use, right? Theodolites. You know what they do? They measure angles.
I have an angle, now explain. And that's when the imagination takes over. Explain my angle.
What do you mean?
Sorry, says who? Did you want to get in?
No, I mean they're doing a fine job of showing us that the Earth is flat, and most of this is just due to perspective, and that they're using theodolites. Usually, a lot of the time when it gets difficult, they use theodolites way beyond their capabilities, and then when the light starts curving and all the refraction, they start crawling that Earth curve. So it's hilarious.
Yeah. You measure an angle and then say, explain my angle.
I thought the light curved enough that you don't actually even see this drop. So why are you using optics to try to detect it?
Who claimed that?
No, I'm making an image to show you guys what I mean, essentially, because I think you guys are misunderstanding the point here.
Actually, you are. Everybody already knows.
Okay,
what
so
these guys
let me.
are saying.
I'm just explaining why I've gone quiet. I'm explaining why I've gone quiet, essentially, because I'm working on in a diagram, because I can't find any online, and I can find one similar to what I'm trying to explain here, but this is a specific conversation.
Everybody already heard you the first 5 times, and we all already know what you're trying to say. It's vanishing over a curve the further away from it you go. Everybody already gets that concept, dude.
Due to perspective, right?
Yeah.
Yep. They're using our arguments now, which is funny. It's hilarious, actually.
Exactly.
We've been using this perspective argument since day one, refraction argument since day one. Now all of a sudden, the horizon's not Earth curve, and now they're going, no, perspective, no, refraction. It's hilarious. But then they bring these towers into it, which is hilarious, and they say, see the mountains way behind them? That's not due to angular size, that's due to Earth curve. Like, bro.
Yep.
What causes perspective?
What causes perspective?
There is no cause for perspective. Perspective is
Yes,
perspective.
there is.
Oh, really? Tell me.
It's the angle that light enters a curved lens is what causes the rate of the rise to the vanishing point.
You better tell your boy here. What's his name?
Right. So
are you talking about diffraction?
Right, if perspective is caused by the convexity of the lens and the light entering the lens, then that has nothing to do with the actual shape of something in the distance. Perspective being a reason for the Earth being flat it's not a correlation.
No, that's what Diophantine said. He said that's why the mountain appears lower. Because of perspective.
Yeah, and perspective is not showing you exactly what's happening in the distance.
What shows you exactly what happens is how the surveyors measure the mountain.
Yeah, but
right?
it's perspective. It's perspective, but I'm not saying I never excluded. I thought we already got through. I thought we already got through the idea of measurement and why measurement isn't what it appears to be. Essentially, I thought we already got through that because Daza left. I thought he was just done explaining that. Is what I thought.
It's not what it appears to be.
Right.
But maybe it's a big conspiracy.
If the horizon is created by the laws of perspective, just in converging to a center in your vision, then the cause of the horizon is not the actual shape of it. It's the shape of the lens. You're saying it's being caused by perspective.
No.
Go ahead and post that in the chat, please, Ban Truth. Go ahead and post that definition.
I'm saying things in the distance, you're not seeing the actual shape of things because they're being affected by the laws of perspective. Perspective is caused by the shape of the lens.
Okay.
A lot of people use the word perspective, but they can be talking about a bunch of different things. Are you talking about diffraction? Are you talking about the Rayleigh criteria? Are you talking about angular size change? Are you talking about refraction?
Yeah, we're talking about...
There's a lot of things.
We're talking about things appearing in the vanishing point. You're saying the horizon is the center of your vision and it's caused by the vanishing point, caused by perspective. And that
most of that is because of the Rayleigh criterion.
Right. You're saying that the center of your vision is caused by perspective, which is creating the shape of the horizon.
No, that's not my argument.
Okay, cool. It's not mine either. I don't think it dictates the actual shape of things in the distance.
Are you saying that at certain distances, there's no way to accurately measure or determine the height of anything angularly?
I'm saying the vanishing point is caused by the shape of your lens.
Can you go ahead and post that, put a citation for that, please? I don't know what you're talking about. You're just going to say perspective, and it's covering everything. You're not being specific enough, Ban Truth. I need you to put a citation in the live chat. Okay, put it over there in the side chat.
It's just lensing.
Oh, now it's lensing. It's not perspective. Now it's lensing.
We're talking about things appearing to converge in the center of a frame. And that's being caused by the convexity of the lens. If you change the convexity or the amount of lens, it's going to change where that vanishing point appears to be. That's magnification.
Great. Just show me. Just put it in the side chat.
All right, whatever.
Are you just going to make a claim and not support it? This is your version of what happens now?
Reality.
We should just take your word for it? Are you the citation now? Or are you?
You need to provide a citation about this. I'm sorry.
Why don't you just go ahead and put it in the side chat? If what you're saying is correct and it's well supported, go ahead and put it.
I can't be asked right now. I can do it for you later. If you really want me to do it, I'll get it for you.
Yeah, I know. We hear that all the time. I'll be back. I'll let you know later, but not now. I just want to make up some BS.
Hyperbolic visual space. There's citations about this. It's what dictates the laws of perspective is causing the convergence point in the center of your vision is being caused by hyperbolic visual space, which is due to the convexity of the lens of your eyeball. There are citations for
Wonderful.
it. I just can't be bothered right now.
Okay. Well, then I dismiss it outright.
Yeah, so the horizon isn't an actual physical place according to you. So why would you say that that's what the shape of the Earth is?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just calling BS on your nonsense. You're making stuff up.
I'm just saying maybe people should be more careful about what they claim about what's in the distance, because they're also saying
maybe people should be more careful about what they claim in a live stream and not have any support for it. Maybe people should be careful about BSing people and not supporting their claims.
All right, man. I'm not trying to be hostile with you.
Right. I'm not either. There's so many different things going on in the distance. Like, smog, humidity, temperature change, variation, fluctuation. I mean, for crying out loud, that's just the stuff in the air, right? Then you got angular size change. Then you got the Rayleigh criterion. Then you got diffraction. Then you have the shape of the lens. So ain't nobody using a horizon to measure the Earth, and they certainly aren't using theodolites well beyond their capabilities to measure the Earth.
People do say that.
Breaks down.
Come on, man. People say that. People say that the horizon is evidence.
Okay,
of
I
the
can't
Earth.
post in the side chat. I have initiate, but I mean, that's unfortunate. I'll just DM Jerry.
People say the horizon is evidence of the Earth being flat.
Or
The horizon
Turquoise
is being
Dragon. I'll
caused-
DM it to you.
heck is
Turquoise
they
Dragon.
don't.
I'll DM it to you, and then I'll have you send it.
No, they don't.
That's
You
just so
still don't
rude.
understand the Black Swan for 4 years now? 4 years you don't understand the Black Swan. This is unbelievable.
It's not hard to understand the Black Swan.
Really? So what is the claim of the Black Swan? Is there a claim? What is the syllogism?
It just proves that there's a difference in conditions depending on the day, and that caused the position of the oil rig to appear to change.
It's not about the oil rig. What's wrong with you? You still don't get it?
I don't see what's wrong with what I said.
Maybe we should post it for you and you can read it. Or if you can't be bothered to do that, I don't even know why you're talking about it.
Why are you talking about the Black Swan? Why not address what I've been talking about for the past 10 minutes? People
about
say
this
that the
perspective
horizon
thing and the shape of the lens, and you're calling only the shape of the lens perspective? Give me a break.
Hey, what is this tactic you're doing?
There is no tactic. You're making stuff up. You're calling perspective having something to do with the shape of the lens. That's just one part of it.
Yeah, the laws of perspective.
That's why I asked you. The laws of perspective is just, it only has to do with the shape of a lens. That's it.
Jeez. You really
right,
don't
yes.
get it?
You don't have a citation. You just made it up. Post it. Post it.
You're pretending you don't understand what I was saying?
Post it.
I can quote the Black Swan. It says, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's P, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, Q, assuming that refraction doesn't exist. Therefore, not Q, therefore not P.
Oh, nice how you threw that in there, Matthew. Great. So you recited it and you threw your own little bit in there, but I'm glad you did that because you helped us. Right. So,
hey, Matthew,
you made it accurate.
Right.
Here, Matthew, does the oil rigs have anything to do with the argument?
No, it's about the horizon.
Okay, what do the oil rigs...
You should tell Ben truth.
Yeah, hold on. We're going to get to that.
Oil rigs...
What does the oil rigs function as?
To show the distances.
Okay, let's see if Band Truth is able to understand this. What did Matthew just say?
Man, you're deflecting from the point I made. Now you're...
Okay, you're done. This is it, okay? If he can't even understand these are mile markers, he's disqualified. You're just simply disqualified, dude. You've got someone on the globe side who just explained it to your education level, Big Bird and fucking Barney style, and you still couldn't get it. What hope does any flat earther have to get it through to you? If people in the globe aren't even able to explain the globe to you inside the globe model, there's fucking no way you will understand anything presented to you. Which is even more hilarious because you claim you used to be a flat earther. Just use your own fucking answers and get the fuck out. No one wants you. No one likes you. You're hated everywhere you go. You're just an insufferable cunt. Just get the fuck out.
I want you. I like you. You're not hated by me, Ben. Truth.
I mean, were you good with that, says who, or do you want to keep going with them? I thought that was a pretty good opening there to demonstrate just how bad this guy is at even hearing anything. How about this, Kelly? I'll unmute you as soon as you understand the oil rigs are mile markers. That's it. Just understand what Matthew told you. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Until then, I just think you're disqualified. There's no point in even talking to you. Oh wait, never mind. You got the claim there, coward. Okay, I hold you to that worldview. If I'm a coward, what would happen? Would you be muted or unmuted? How about Matthew? Which one is that, you think?
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
Okay, so he just dropped the claim that I'm a coward as his only proof of the globe. If that's true, would he be able to talk or not talk?
Well, I'm always in favor of people talking, but I'm not a mod.
Yeah, let's say you're a mod, and someone comes in here and says, you're a coward, and then goes on to explain how much of a coward you are, and you're not going to listen. Could they say, is that logically consistent, or is that a break in their worldview?
Yeah, well, calling people names happens on Discord all the time.
No, not about calling names. I'm saying inside their worldview, would they, if you're a coward and you don't want to hear me talk, and you've got the control over my mic, would I be talking or not talking?
Not talking. If somebody else has a control, what do you mean?
There we go. So inside Callie's worldview, he cannot ask to be muted. He just said, as his only proof of the globe, I'm a coward, and he needs to talk now. See, it's logically inconsistent. His worldview is broken. He wants to blame me for that.
Even from the side chat, Ban Truth, still not getting the Black Swan, still not understanding that nobody on the flat Earth side is claiming the horizon proves that it's flat. I don't understand that.
Yeah, this started as a mountain discussion. And
yeah, how about?
Yeah,
let's see if we can fix it this way. Matthew, tell Ban Truth what you think the Black Swan is, and if he's able to repeat back what you think it is, then I'll take him off mute.
Yeah, so the logical syllogism is this: if P then Q and not Q, if those two things are the premises, then the conclusion is therefore not P. So in other words, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. And QE says that the P is, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, then every horizon distance must be no more than 1.225 times
Okay,
the
Matthew,
square.
you can stop. He already posted. Can't stop talking about me, and you have me muted. He wasn't even paying attention, homie. He just doesn't give a shit. He's only here to freak out over flat earthers because he's got this victim complex. He thinks that flat earthers, I've talked to him before. Kelly's not new. His whole shtick is that he thinks some flat earthers tricked him into thinking the earth is flat, and now he wants flat earthers to pay for that. He wants to settle a score. And he's not going to listen or pay attention to anything, even as you were explaining to him in real time. His only thing he would say is, you can't stop talking about me. No one was talking about him. You were explaining Black Swan to him, and he still couldn't even get there.
I mean, Van Truth, that's pretty rude, bro. Like, Matthew was taking his time to explain that to you, and you just ignored him. Pretty messed up.
Yeah,
no, I didn't. Okay, so I was around Earth, and then I found out that like there's rocks from Canada on Australia. I'm like, how did those rocks get so far into the ocean? Just swam? The rocks can't swim. Like they can't swim. Like it's kind of like I'm questioning science.
You're a lame troll.
Yeah, then we get people like that.
Entertaining enough to be bothered to listen to it anymore.
Is Heretic roboting for anybody else?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or is it just me?
Yeah.
No,
Heretic, you might want to bounce out, bro.
For the record, I want the rocks back.
Yes.
Anus?
What'd you say? Anus? Or did you say Uranus?
Anus?
Hate us 'cause you anus.
Oh.
Hey, what's going on with Turquoise? He's on mute. You take him off mute, or what's going on?
Go ahead.
What's up, Turquoise? What's your takeaway here? Is an argument about the horizon an argument about the horizon, or a not that?
Horizon arguments are just bad.
Turquoise, can you
No one asked
Turquoise,
us
can
to
you
ban- Holy shit. Okay, Turquoise, try to pay attention, okay? It doesn't matter if it's a good argument, a bad argument, a blue argument, a green argument, a fun argument, a dumb argument. Is an argument about the horizon or something else?
Not a horizontal plane. That's what we
Holy
need to
fuck.
test.
Holy fuck.
That's what we need to test out over
Okay,
distance.
dude, listen.
Turquoise,
Okay,
he's asking you a specific question. Why don't you just answer yes or no?
someone's talking about an argument, okay? This argument is about X. Is the argument about X or not X?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
It is about X.
Relative to the
Holy
observer.
fuck, man. Dude,
Yeah, yeah, and then you
wait,
to another.
are you okay right now, Turquoise? Are you safe? Are you in a safe place? You're not, like, blink twice if you're okay?
Turquoise, I sent something in DM. This is the graph, but I can't send it myself. Can you put it in the side chat for me? It's in DMs if you may.
Matthew, the best part about this, the Black Swan, it wasn't even used by QE at first. The Rumpus used this as proof of superlumin. This is the best part. This is like people think, oh, it's so scientifically illiterate, it's so dumb, it's so stupid. Well, here's like video of Rumpus presenting the Black Swan as proof of superlumin and why you can see the curve up, over, and around the curve. And people asked him, I said, if that's the case, why can't I see the back of my head on the globe? He said you could. On the globe with superlumin and a powerful enough telescope, you would see the back of your head. And suddenly that is understandable. That's an understandable argument. He's making an argument about the horizon and about how the horizon can be loomed. But suddenly QE says, hey, the geometric curve of the Earth would be a physical curve. And suddenly now it's completely not understandable. Oh, oil rigs. Savannah, Georgia. Oh, wait. Santa Barbara. Like Tybee Island. Like, holy fuck, dude. How is it possible? Because it's brain farting. What's going on here is that the argument is the argument, and each person filtered it through their worldview to come up with some sort of proof. The concave earther says, hey, look you see farther than you can because the Earth is curving upwards. The globe earther says you can see farther than normal because the refraction, it's loomed, it's super loomed up over. And then the flat earther's like, hey, look this globe size is not correct. You can see too far if that's a geometric curve of the Earth. All three of them are saying you can all see further than what they would predict, but yet only one of them gets freaked out over. It's breathtaking, dude. It's absolutely breathtaking how that can happen. Because people are model afflicted. They just can't get past that anything a flat earther presents is just wrong. They just can't get past that. They've inserted some sort of baggage into their worldview that they can't even answer simple questions like, is the oil rigs part of the argument?
That's interesting. I didn't know the history. Did you know I made a minor pilgrimage to that site and looked at it myself, those oil rigs myself, through a telescope.
Yeah, you're pretty close by, aren't you? You're like Northern California or something?
I'm in Southern California, and
okay.
This is in Santa Barbara. I know somebody who lives in Santa Barbara, and I was visiting them. And
the problem is with the horizon.
I've been there before, but this is years ago where I was writing a paper about offshore drilling, and I took a lot of photographs of the way the beach looks at Santa Barbara. Was someone trying to jump in there? Or? Okay. Anyway, I went there way before Flat Earth. I mean, this is like, holy shit, 2004 or 5 maybe. I went there because I was doing a paper on environmentalism and how they have like these oil rigs and they're constantly leaking. Those oil rigs out there are decades old, and there's a little bit of oil that escapes and it washes up on the shores of Santa Barbara, which we've got this amazing place, beautiful. But you walk out to the beach sometimes, and depending on what the tide is going in, it's just slick oil. It's like you can see the sheen of oil across the beach. No one's swimming. No one's jumping in the water. And the reason why I like that site, because they had first explained it away as a road runoff. That oil's there because of runoff from the roads. But then people are like, well, why does it correlate with the tide then? How is that work? That doesn't add up. Like, if it's runoff from the roads, it would correlate with rain, when it rains, not when, water is pushed this direction from the rigs.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember walking around there, and there's lots of tar on the beaches.
Yeah, it's gross, isn't it?
Yeah, can be.
And that's what I'm saying. I didn't really pay attention to if I could see the oil rigs, or it wasn't even in my mindscape at the time. I remember seeing them out there. I just didn't really care to think about how far away they are, or what they look like, or where the curve of the Earth would be. I was really only there to take pictures and just demonstrate just how nasty, offshore drilling is. It's way before the event Horizon in the Gulf, deep Horizon. I can't remember the name of it now. I'm trying to blank.
Blue Horizon?
Yeah, maybe that's what it's called. Yeah, it was something Horizon. Yeah, where they had a mechanical rupture of they had to cap it, and it leaked for days. Because later on, after that happened, I revisited my paper and I added a chapter about chemical dispersants.
Oh man, if only flat earthers could see why, the horizon proves its globe.
In general, I think that because there's so many atmospheric effects and turbulence and maybe some refraction one way or another, I like to say that squinting at the horizon isn't going to help either side.
It's just you can measure the horizon. Let's say, like Peter, Peter did a measurement on a mountain. Well, let me pull up he basically pulled up a measurement, and the sign of the further measurement he made, it didn't correspond to trigonometry. It corresponded to a globe Earth trigonometry. Like, you had to add RB over it. Like, if you look at the side chart, this is what I'm talking about. It's like R of B is basically you add a globe. You add the height to make it look like a flat Earth effect, but you can't do that on a globe Earth. But somehow, the measurement looks like it's globe.
So is the mountain shorter than it was measured to be?
No, the mountain's always the same height. In respect to the ground.
Right. Good.
But if you look in the side chat, you're lower. You're lower than the top of the mountain, even though the mountain's still the same height and corresponds to the ground.
Yep. You're definitely lower than the mountain.
And the thing is, you get lower than the mountain as you progress away from it, because it's not because the mountain looks like it's getting shorter because it's flat. It's because you can also take the measurement while you're doing this, and it doesn't correspond to trigonometry. B sine B doesn't equal A sine A.
Well, the mountain was measured with trigonometry. So now you're saying that the mountain is shorter than it was measured to be.
It was measured with trigonometry, but the outcome wasn't expected. It was different than it would have been for a flat Earth.
Well, it doesn't matter what. See, dude, the mountain disproves flat Earth, first of all, but they use a straight horizontal baseline to measure that mountain. So I don't know what you're on about.
It appears straight, but it looks straight from a perspective, but in reality it's not, because the tape, or like, let's say he had a giant tape measure, it would actually curve very lightly, but it wouldn't appear that way. It would just appear. It's because the globe curves very slightly, and you can still detect differences in the angle in this case. Look at in Turquoise Dragon's graph right there. You can see it kind of.
But that's not how it would be measured, is it?
If it was a flat Earth, B plus RB, which is basically an equation for a point relative to the ground, if the Earth was flat, then it would be rightful trigonometry, but it's not. Look, B sine B does not equal A sine A in this case.
Well, then you're going to have to tell the people who measured the mountain that it's not that height, because you said so.
If from a horizontal plane, that's how it's measured. It's just the angle. The angle is different in this case. Like, hold on. Can you unmute Turquoise Dragon? He's probably going to explain, essentially.
Please.
He's unmuted.
He's going to say the same thing that you are.
I'm going to say what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just 2 points of reference, and the vertical, and it creates the horizontal plane is like obviously 90 degrees to that observer at that current time at the current landmass, and the angle is different.
Yeah, the mountain appears lower. Appears, because it's not actually lower, is it?
You know you're measuring an angle to what the mountain looks like, right?
Right.
I don't know how many times we gotta go over this.
There's more curvature than flatness over that distance by like 300% of the angle difference of what it should have been, perhaps.
Because Peter says so, right?
You want to add refraction, it's still massive.
Yeah, because Peter said so.
Like
Except out of the other side of his mouth, he tells you that refraction makes the ball look flat, so I don't know how he can hold these two positions simultaneously, but the way it goes for a glober.
He bends it a lot, you know.
What's the distance to that mountain anyway?
$21 miles.
Okay.
The target height was at this elevation, 224 feet. Observer height, 54 feet, right? So you already had a disadvantage. So it should have shown a difference on the flat Earth, because it's the same. Horizontals are horizontal and horizontals are parallel, right? At any elevation.
Right. So we don't have
any. Turquoise, we already went over this. Your horizontal is bendizontal. You don't think horizontal is straight.
It's relative to the observer.
So the globe isn't 6,000% inflated anymore. It's not looking 6,000% bigger than it is and essentially flat. Now we see the geometry as it is, more or less. That's convenient.
I just think you're misunderstanding the geometry.
That's a really good argument. He's right. You really addressed the point.
No, it shows.
Yeah, turquoise is right in this case, in where if you lay a giant string of ribbon down on the ground and you lay it down for 21 miles, and let's say you laid it down on the salt flats, so the level would be pretty similar. I mean, it'd curve essentially. It'd be a curved line because
it would.
The globe curves very slowly, but there's still a big globe there.
Yeah, so you're saying that the Earth curves at a certain rate. So level is curved and horizontal is bendizontal. So there is no flat level, horizontal level. That doesn't exist to you. You're always going to presuppose.
In order for that to happen, we'd have to cut through the curve. We'd have to cut into the Earth. We have to make a flat side. One of the flat sides on the Earth.
Presuppose the ball. Right. You're not going to make a curvature. You're going to presuppose it. Correct.
I mean, eclipses and time zones, they all do that as well. They all help essentially build up to that right there.
Yeah. Yeah, right. So that's where you're going to go. And now you're going to look in the sky for your curvature. Unbelievable, bro.
No, I'm saying we have lots of things that support a globe Earth in this case, and nothing that supports a flat Earth. In order to even know there's a flat Earth, you need to explain it.
Table? You mean like the things that support the globe is when you put the globe on the flat table, the horizontal table. That's what supports the globe, right? That's what you mean? Smiley face.
What?
You said there's things that support the globe. You mean like a table that you put the globe on? That's what supports the globe? Is that what it is?
That's not what I'm talking about, sure. But, I mean, you could... Is it a joke or something? I think it's a joke.
I don't know.
Well,
That's the juice anyway.
You're saying that the globe is being supported by many things, and I'm just trying to picture what you're saying. And the thing that comes to my mind as an image is a table that is supporting the globe.
I'm talking about evidence supporting a globe Earth model.
Like what?
Level of the observer.
Like what?
90 degrees to the 90 degrees.
I was listening solar eclipses and time zones, but I'm not going to talk about them. I was just saying that's a kind of
just the celestial bodies and the celestial sphere kind of show that. So we can navigate with it.
He said that there's all
yeah, it's relative to the observer, exactly. Because if you're on a curvature and you're standing above a certain height above the ground, you'll essentially see a certain perspective, the same as you would in flat Earth. But the thing is that's because the light refracts on the Earth's atmosphere, essentially. So yeah, I'm referring to Turquoise Dragon. That other graph right there.
So you're talking about the sphere in the sky, not a sphere below your feet. You're talking about a mathematical construct of a projection of a sphere of the sky, and you adding that to what? To a model? Is my mic working?
I think he got bricked.
Yeah.
So Smiley Face is talking about a mathematical construct of a sphere up in the sky. Where is the sphere below your feet? Where is that at? Where can we find that?
I think he found it through axioms 2 and 3. All evidence is globe evidence. All evidence to the contrary is globe evidence. That's what it sounds like, because he just said everything supports the globe. That's all we have is globe proof.
The lack of evidence is the evidence for the globe. Smiley face? I mean, it's not smiley face. It's like a...
You can tell it's curved by how flat it is.
Why does Peter get different results than the surveyors who actually measured those mountains?
He's an amateur. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh, right. So you guys use amateurs to go out and prove this shit for you. It's tough.
Well, I mean, he actually measured the lengths more accurately. He basically depended on his end measurements on the on a curvature, depending on the curvature.
How do you know that Peter did anything other than write numbers on a spreadsheet?
I mean, that's a schizo way of viewing it, but okay.
So you don't. You just accept it on blind faith. This is like a religious faith to you, huh?
Who knows that I'm AI? I'm not. You could be an AI. I could be an AI.
No,
you know?
well, that's a ridiculous false equivalence, dude. It's perfect.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, well, it's perfectly conceivable that somebody can just write some numbers on a spreadsheet. I mean, and you seem
it's also
mad at the
perfectly
question.
conceivable in this day and age that I could be an AI.
Yeah, it's a stupid false equivalence. Go ahead, Jimsy.
I was saying that he wrote it on a piece of paper and Smiley Face took it as gospel. Yeah, sounds about right.
I think so. Peter's getting different numbers than the professionals who actually measured these mountains, and you're telling me, well, that's because he did it more accurately. But then you can't tell me how you know he even did anything at all. So this is sounding just kind of like a religious chant to me.
Hold up. He said Peter did it more accurately than the people who get paid to do this for a living?
That's what he just said.
Wow. That's great. Hey,
like
I'm a
Peter.
Yeah. I'm a better basketball player than LeBron James. You know, because I do it more accurately.
Was there any different techniques that he used that were different to the accepted scientific method?
What he did was he wrote the numbers that he wanted down on a spreadsheet. That was his technique.
Yep. He measured an angle, and that's it.
And then he calls you a schizoid if you ask for verification of what he actually did. Or one of his lackeys will, and what have you.
Well, if you make a simulation of basketball and you in the simulation you make more points than LeBron James, you are better than him because it's it's a simulation. It's the same thing as real life, right?
Right.
Just
it's
like
a
the globe.
model.
Yeah,
Right.
It's a projection, and that's how you know it's true.
Yeah, if I make a model of me being better at basketball than LeBron James, then I must be better than him.
Yeah.
Just like when we vote in the president, just because a president gets more votes doesn't make them a better president. They just won.
Oh, there's
I mean, that's how you know he is better than the other one because he's not better. That's how you know. He is better.
And that's how we know it's a globe, because enough people voted on it.
Yeah.
I came across this quote the other day. Hank Gonzalez, he was a corrupt politician in Mexico in the 90s. And he asked, like, basically, how'd you get rich? You were like a poor farmer. You represent a very poor district in Mexico. And now you're like a multimillionaire just in a couple years. He said a poor politician is a poor politician. Did that not land right?
That's profound.
Does the sun
many
spin on a
times do you
circular
guys
motion in the
understand
sky? Does the sun like going to move in a donut pattern in the sky, by the way, for the flat Earth? Or
No,
the spiral has begun.
Is this?
My comparison was
Yes, it has.
A poor globalist is a poor globalist.
So does the sun spin in a donut shape in the sky? In the sky, essentially? Because that's what I see from flat Earth models.
Come on Hinge now.
Yep. So you've lost so badly that now it's become about us and strawmanning us with donut circulation of objects in the sky above an AE map.
Search up flat Earth on GIFs, and then you'll see. Look at the only models that show up.
Listen, Smiley Face. The thing is that you're looking at cartoons. You know, when you search the globe and you see the cartoon of the globe, you believe you live in that cartoon. Now you search the flat cartoon, The flat Earth
Okay,
cartoon.
then
And
show
now
me
you
what does the sun do in the sky? What does the sun do in the sky?
You don't like this cartoon because
What
you
does
like
the
the
sun
globe
do
cartoon
in the
better.
sky?
Right, smiley face. You like the other cartoon better than this one, and this one
What does the
looks
sun
like
do
a
in the
donut,
sky? For
like a
flat
donut
Earth.
cosmology, and you don't like donuts. That's why you like the globe. You like the round one, the sphere one. That cartoon looks better for you, right?
It just makes more sense now. How does the sun move in the sky for a
When
flat
you
Earth?
say it makes more sense, which of your senses do you use to check that sphere is the thing under your feet? Which senses do you use to check for the sphere? Which one do you use?
I know that time zones exist and the sun
Is that
can't
one
appear in
of
the
your
sky from
senses?
everybody.
You said the cartoon in Google makes more sense. So which sense do you utilize to sense the globe? Which one? Because you said it makes sense. So go ahead. Tell us.
It makes sense. That means it's logical. That means it's logical.
Well, yeah, I mean, you say it makes sense. So your senses. So which one do you use? Can you tell me, please?
No, this is don't do this. I'm talking about
don't do what?
it seems logical is what I'm saying. That's what I mean by it makes sense.
In reality, you don't see the globe, you don't experience the globe. None of your senses indicate to you that the globe is real, but you are claiming.
No, all my senses do, but and if you could argue that all your senses do, but I'm not going to go down because this is not what I'm talking about.
By definition, the globe claim that
Logic
you're
is different from sense in a sense.
Hey, by definition, your claim is nonsense.
But do you understand where he sees it's confusing when you say things like a sense of logic? You know, like you're saying, oh, there's a difference between sense and logic, but you're using them together as if they're the same.
He's saying, I don't experience the globe. I don't see the globe. I cannot measure the globe.
Saying something makes sense.
I cannot see it, but you know it's there because your senses are indicating the opposite of what you're claiming. Nonsense by definition.
When I say it makes sense, I'm saying it's logical.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying
nonsense.
and senses and logical aren't the exact same, but they do correlate. They do help each other, but they're not the same.
You're speaking nonsense right now.
Right.
Have you ever have anyone ever told you that you're speaking nonsense?
I'm saying,
Dio, you don't experience the Earth moving, and you observe it as flat, and you're saying that it is moving and curved. How is that logical?
And then he goes to Google and he sees a cartoon of the globe and he sees a cartoon of the flat Earth, and he says, "Oh, the cartoon globe make more sense."
All he would epitomize was he might say that he trusts in scientific institutions. That's all he would identify, right? That there's aspects of the world that he can't experience, so he puts his trust into scientific institutes that he trusts will, are able to experience.
well, that's only if you don't understand why science is right. If you don't understand why science is right, then you're essentially putting your faith in it. But if you do understand why it's right, you can look into it yourself. You can prove that science exists, and you can see that's not as baseless as a religion.
But science is also left, right? It's not just right. It can be left as well.
Yeah. So science isn't always grounded. So like essentially you had the example where they released the Hubble Space Telescope, right? And so there was many different scientific institutions around the world who were like, oh, this is going to provide us more evidence. But there were a few different scientific institutions that said, actually, we're instead of rewriting all of our books and all of our manuscripts about science, we're going to sow distrust in the Hubble telescope, and we don't actually believe in the amount of evidence that they're going to bring in. So there is a push and pull there, and so just because we find discoveries doesn't necessarily mean that we can explain them.
So he said, you see how he said that he was talking the books talking about science, rewriting the books, right? Talking about science. It's like talking about flat earthers or talking about concave earthers. That's not the method. You're talking about talking or talking about people.
Yeah.
We're talking you're talking about the scientific method, but where is the scientific method that demonstrates that you live in this cartoon that the smiley face says it makes sense for him.
I was saying like that's like you. What? How do you explain the sun with the flat Earth? I only see these models that you guys have. I don't see any other
You open your
explanation.
eyes. It makes sense. How do you explain the sun? You open your eyes every morning because the light of the sun is coming through your pupils, right? And then you open your eyes and you see it up in the sky. That's how you explain the sun, bro. You see, everybody can see it up in the sky, unless you're
But
blind.
how does it? What does it do? What does it do? Like, how can you explain the sun?
It moves across the sky, just like you see it with your eyes, just like you're looking at it. It's moving across the sky, bro. Have you ever seen the sun move?
So the sun just what are you saying exactly? We see it, and that's why it does what it does.
So listen, smiley face. Have you ever seen the sunrise or the sunset? Have you ever seen this phenomena?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so you see with your eyes. You see this with your eyes, not in YouTube, not in the TV screen, right? No, you didn't draw a cartoon of the sunrise or the sunset. You saw it with your eyes, did you?
Yes, the sun gets bigger. Looks like it gets bigger when it's setting and rising. Yeah.
Okay, so with your eyes, one of your senses, your vision, right? You saw the sun moving? Did you saw it moving from one side of the sky to the other side of the sky? Did you see this happening or no?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes sense that the sun is moving, doesn't it? Because you're using one of your senses to look at it, right?
It doesn't. It doesn't. No,
we could be
illogical.
moving in comparison to the sun that stays still. Like it's either or.
What's logical and is common sense is that it's moving, right? We see it moving, but it's not.
Yeah, but it makes more sense.
We don't know. Yeah, exactly. Hold on.
Listen, hold on. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, under or what's his full name? It's kind of I'm on mobile or I'm on. I can't see his full name.
Under heaven.
Okay, under heaven. The reason why people try to explain the sun, how the sun moves, is because people are curious beings. People want to understand the world. Usually, it's in their nature. So the question is, how does the sun work? How does the sun work?
To do the same thing. Listen, it's also in my nature to do the same thing, right? It's in your nature to check for stuff, to test things. But how you gonna test the sun? You can't do that. So we have a limitation of certain things that we can do. We can definitely observe the sun moving across the sky. We can say it makes sense because we can observe it with our eyes, one of our senses, right? Our vision. We can say that it moves across the sky, but why, how far, what is it made of? Those are a lot of questions that need to be answered if you can go up there and check it yourself. But
we can measure UV, right? We can measure UV radiation. So that's one aspect that we can't see.
Sure. We can do a lot of things. We can do a lot of things, but one of the things that we cannot do is go to the sun. Have you been to the sun?
No, I haven't been to the sun.
Nobody has been to the sun, right? No one has. But there's a lot of people with claims about what it is, what it's made of, how far it is, how big it is, what is the medium that it's in, the medium between the observer and the object, the sun. There's a lot of claims about it, but it's not like making a claim that you can make coffee in the morning and you drink it, right? You have the sugar and you can add 1 gram of sugar or 2 grams and 10 ounces of water or 8 ounces. It's not the same thing. What you're doing.
I haven't been to America. Am I supposed to trust you guys that you guys from America?
I'm in America. Have you ever seen anybody that's been to the sun?
I haven't been to America, so am I supposed to trust that you're from America? Am I supposed to trust?
You must trust me, bro.
Geography.
You don't have any other option. You have to trust me. You don't have an option for that. America is real. It's right here below my feet.
Okay. So what's the problem with trusting scientific institutions that have say the things that they do about the sun?
Can you be specific? Can you be more specific? Scientific institutions? You mean like a building or a group of people? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so could be your national institutions that identify with the sun being still in our solar system.
Observatory?
We do not.
An observatory?
We
University? Like what? What? Name one. Name one.
All right. All mine are from New Zealand, so they're probably not. Find one.
So what is the claim? We can see the sun moving across the sky. Everybody agrees, bro. Everyone agrees. We can see the sun moving across the sky. Yeah, no problem there.
It's illogical to think that that's what it's actually doing, right? It's stupid to think that it's doing what we see it doing, right?
If you're a globe dart.
Exactly.
Oh, look, I see the sun moving across the sky. Therefore, it makes sense that it's not moving. And it's the ground that I don't feel moving. The ground is moving. That makes sense, even though it's contrary to what you sense and observe.
Exactly. I mean, that is literally retarded.
It is nonsense by definition. But people have gotten away with the nonsense for way too long. The great-great-grandchildren are claiming nonsense. Because, some people thought it. Oh, some people said that nonsense makes sense. Therefore, nonsense makes sense. Because, someone said so. It says right here in the book that nonsense makes sense. You see the problem there? This other guy was asking about the scientific institutions. What does the scientific institutions have to do with the shape of the Earth? Do they cause it? Did they measure it? Do they observe it? Hello? The guy that asked about the scientific institutions, what is the claim? What did they do? Did they measure the globe? No, they didn't. Why are the globers jumping off the globe? What happened? Where's the guy? Did he jump out? It was too rough with him because he liked the cartoon globe better than the flat cartoon. My goodness.
What?
What?
No, you weren't very clear.
Let me switch devices.
Duncan, what are you watching?
Nothing good. You can hear that?
Oh yeah.
Shit. I gotta change my settings.
How old were you when somebody convinced you that the sun isn't moving, despite that being what you see?
No one convinced me the sun isn't moving.
So you convinced yourself of it?
No, the sun's moving.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yep. Moving through our universe.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what happened with the smiley guy? He dropped out. He said that nonsense makes sense. Nonsense makes sense for him. Yeah. Amazing.
So, what do you
Duncan.
guys talk about in here? Or?
Well, I was just about to ask Duncan if, or maybe I can ask you, if
Sure.
you felt the urge to explain something you saw, like say tides, right? Would you?
The tides of the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you be okay with kind of subscribing to nonsense in order to explain that? Or would you say, well, I just can't explain that?
Like saying something like kind of like babbling. Yeah.
Two people were talking at once there.
Sorry, you can go first.
Jerry was asking me a question, and I'm asking him to clarify.
Yeah, how do you make sense of tides?
Gravity.
Right. Okay.
So
And what is that?
nonsense, basically. Nonsense, basically. Nonsense causes the tides.
Are you saying that gravity is nonsense?
That's what he's saying.
The one he's claiming, because he doesn't have any evidence for it, he's just saying a word. He's on a piece of paper, and he, like a parrot. You teach the parrot saying,
I have evidence for it.
Gravity, paka, but doesn't have any meaning. The parrot is saying gravity doesn't mean
I have
anything.
evidence for it.
I mean, like the theory of gravity, right?
What theory? Can you post it in the scientific theory of gravity? The scientific theory, or the
Isn't it a theory?
colloquial theory?
The way science works is you have to disprove something for it to falsify it. Gravity can't be disproven, which is why it's a theory of gravity.
Oh, it's unfalsifiable.
Gravity. Do you mean like a word on a paper, or do you mean some mechanism that is causing something? When you say gravity, what do you mean? What is that?
The attraction between two objects.
So mass attracted mass by Newton? Newtonian gravity?
No, it's been clarified since then.
Really?
Oh wow.
Yes.
So nonsense again. More nonsense.
Clarified.
No. Yes.
How was it clarified?
Actually, let's address hippie.
Let's hear how
Hall.
clear it is. Let's hear how clear it is to you.
It's been explained in more detail.
Go into detail.
Yeah, go and explain that.
Antarctic, Hippie Hub, he's new to the chat, and he posted something about gravity. So can we address him? Maybe?
We better.
Yeah, I mean, you asked what gravity is or what the theory of it is, right?
Right. So
I mean, it's just like the pool.
I'm waiting for all the questions.
We're gonna talk to Hippity Hop and Duncan's.
So what you posted, Hippity Hop, what is that? Can you explain that to me? What the gravity is? That like a word on a screen that I can just repeat for myself and convince myself that this word means something in reality? Does this word reality somehow? Can you tell me how?
I mean, it's just a theory from what I understand, but there's a lot of evidence that supports it, right?
Because remember, there is the cause and effect relationships of the phenomena that we observe, right? And then we use the scientific method to establish the cause of the effect of the observable phenomena, right? Okay. And then the link that you posted, it says Wikipedia gravity, right? Yeah. What is that exactly? What are you trying to say?
Oh, you just wanted to know what gravity was, and I was just showing you that that's what gravity is, or what the theory of it is, anyway.
Well, it's you basically you don't know what it is. You just posted a link. You maybe have the same questions as I do, because
I mean, I never thought about it so much past like 7th grade science class, but like, yeah, it's just basically the idea that like large things have a pool, and you get pulled into it, basically.
So, do you observe this phenomenon? Do you see things attracting each other? Like, are you like, is your sofa attracted to your house or that kind of stuff?
Well, I mean, I'm not that large, and in the grand scale of things, neither is my house. Like, something that would be really, really large would be like the Earth.
Because listen, Hippity Hop, there is the observable phenomena in reality, the things that we operate in the realist level. And then there is the stories of people that they write down in storybooks, anime, movies, right? And they can create this whole perspective and imagery and then present it to you. And there's many cool ideas in the projection and the depiction of these ideas. But can you find this in reality, like in the real world?
Like an anime story?
The gravity that you posted, like it mentioned Newton's gravity, Newtonian theory of gravitation, right?
Yeah.
Even to today's standards, they superseded with Einstein. They said, I mean, this is not good anymore. That the Newton's theory of gravitation is not good anymore. So, I mean, it's just stories from people. Like I'm telling you, like an anime story, and they're showing you pictures, imagery, and stories behind it, explaining the pictures and the cartoon, right? Can you find this stuff in reality?
I mean, gravity is just a theory. It's not a proven fact. However, you can observe things that are in line with the theory of gravity. For example, like if you, I don't know, if you hold a ball out in your hand and you let it go, it's going to fall towards the floor. It's not going to fly away.
Okay, that makes sense, right? That you grab the ball and you let it go, it falls to the floor, right? That happens in reality. Nobody can. Who can deny that, right? The ball falls to the ground.
Well, I mean, we observe the ball falling, but like the best explanation we have is that it's Earth's gravitational pull, which is pulling it down.
So the ball falls to the ground. Therefore, you live on a ball spinning through the vacuum of space, and gravity caused all this. Gravity cause of the effects. The end of the chain of the effects is you grabbing the ball and releasing it and falling to the ground. And the cause of all of the effects, it's what? What you're saying? Gravity is causing all this?
Yeah, I'm just specifically talking about how I can observe something that might be evidence to gravity actually existing. And like once again, let's remember that gravity is just a theory.
What is the ball made of? If the ball is a beach ball, let's say it's a beach ball, and you're at the beach, and you pick it up from the end, and then you let it go from your hands, it goes to the floor or to the water, right? What happens if you pull it under the water with you?
The ball?
The ball, the beach ball. You pull it under the water. Does it keeps going down under the water? So it goes up.
Yeah, it goes up.
So contrary to gravity, because gravity is down towards the center of the ball.
Yeah, but it's going to sit on top of the surface of the water. It's not going to go under the water, and it's not going to fly away.
So it's a phenomena that is happening based on the medium that we're in. The ball is in a medium of air, so when you let it go, it drops to the ground. But if it's in the medium of water, it rises up.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so contrary to gravity. So gravity debunked right there, you see?
What?
The mass attracting mass. Remember? The ball being attracted to the ball. It didn't do that. It went up. It didn't went to the ball. It didn't go to the ball. It went to the contrary direction of the ball, up. So you see problem with the mass attracting mass thingy?
No, I don't see it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so what about the ball that is being claimed that is this is happening on a ball, right? Do you think you can measure the curvature? You know the ball is curving, right? It has a specific dimension, like do you know the range?
Ball?
No, the ball that the beach ball is falling towards. Remember that you said that the ball is falling to the ground, therefore gravity, and gravity comes baggage. Gravity is causing the things to form into balls. Remember the globe Earth.
I never said that gravity makes everything into a ball. I would never say that.
Okay, that's good. I mean, that's perfect. You don't, because I mean, I'm going towards what they say because this is not your claim. You're just passing the information. This is not you.
Well, yeah, not everything's a ball, so yeah, gravity doesn't make everything into a ball.
Well, tell that to some globers. You know, globers tell us that everything you see is round. Therefore, we live on a round ball. This is an actual argument from globetards.
Am I missing something? Not everything is round.
Therefore, we live in something round. Do you think that makes any sense?
When you say everything, are you like referring to like everything in nature or like everything in existence? Because you're kind of losing me here.
They say that we look around and we see the stars and we see the moon and we see the sun. And since the sun is a circle, therefore I live in a circle.
Oh, okay. Like since the sun is round, therefore the Earth is round.
Yeah. Do you think that logically?
I get why people would think that. Yeah, I guess the Earth is round, right? I mean, like, are there things that we can observe in outer space, like outside of rocks that aren't circle?
Outer space, that will be a violation of natural law. That will be impossible.
Space?
Outer space that you mentioned, because you didn't say space, because there's space between you and me, right? There's a space that my computer is taking, and there is space between me, everybody in here, length, width, right? There is that. But then you added a caveat to it. You said outer space.
Yeah, that's what it's called, right? Like outer space, like beyond the Earth's atmosphere, like where the stars and the moon and all of that.
What is the atmosphere? The atmosphere is air, right? Air.
It's like a collection of gases. Yeah.
Okay, so what is the air pressure? Right. You have your lungs. With your muscles, you expand the volume of your lungs, and that volume expands. The gas pressure rushes towards the volume available. Right.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
So you know the antecedent to the gas pressure. You know what the antecedent to that is? It's a containment, because gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Yeah.
So, to have gas pressure in the first place, a container has to be there. It's required.
Yeah.
That by itself is the claim that you live in a water cartoon globe.
Water cartoon? Well,
yeah, I mean the cartoon globe that people think they live at. You know, globe.
You're saying like, wait, hold on. I need a little bit of clarification. So you're saying like the concept of the Earth being round is cartoonish, or is a cartoon?
Well, if you've seen the Earth being a globe or a round sphere through the vacuum of outer space, you've only seen that in cartoons, on a screen. You've never seen it in reality, and you've never seen actual photograph evidence, like actual photographic evidence, like real photograph of the actual globe Earth going through the vacuum of space. Everything you've seen, it's on a screen based on either a mathematical construct or maybe a furniture. Have you ever seen the globes that you saw maybe in kindergarten that the teacher had on the corner on the table? Remember that globe? The teacher.
Yeah, like that just spins.
This is where you live in this globe. You grab it with your hand, you spin it.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the globes that you ever seen is either furniture, depictions that you've done yourself. Have you ever did you ever drew a sun and then the Mercury next to it, Venus, Earth?
Yeah, probably when I was
done that before.
kid. Yeah, like.
Okay, are you in the computer?
Yeah, I'm on the computer.
Solar system.
You're asking me to Google that or something?
Yeah, Google that and press images.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, tell me what you see, and tell me if you see cartoons.
Solar system?
Yeah, solar system.
Well, yeah, these are all like images, yeah.
All called turn. This is the globe, the globe Earth. Like I'm telling you, tell me if I'm wrong. The only place you've seen it is on a screen, and it's cartoons. That's what you've seen about the globe Earth.
Oh, you're saying like I've never had a bird's eye view from the Earth, of the Earth, I should say.
You've never. I'm pretty sure you've never seen it like this. Nobody has.
Well, yeah, because we can't just go up in outer space and take a picture of the Earth, right? Like me personally.
Because you can't get out of this. Like remember earlier the containment that I told you. That's why they have to give you this cartoon stuff because they can't go outside of reality and give you a photograph of the globe Earth, because the only place you can see the globe Earth is in cartoons, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but I don't think that this is an argument for or against the Earth being round nor flat, right? Like we could say the same thing, like we've never taken a picture of the Earth being flat either.
Because if you Google flat Earth, right, you can also you Google the solar system and you see the globes flying around in the cartoons, and then you Google Earth, then you're gonna see another cartoon.
Just Googling flat Earth, you said?
Yeah, you're gonna see more cartoons, but this is not reality. I'm agreeing with you. You're not gonna see these when you go out there and take photographs. No, you're not gonna see cartoons, bro.
Wait, they have like cameras and satellites with cameras on them in outer space that take pictures of the Earth.
Well, exactly. And when you take these photographs, and there is
you don't believe in outer space, right?
Well, that's impossible. You can't. It can't exist. The way they claim it is impossible.
But you're saying outer space can exist, or like the round Earth can exist?
Because it's a low pressure. Listen, what happens when you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system? What happens to the high pressure?
Some of the pressure transfers, right?
It goes to the available medium, to the available volume, right?
Yeah.
So how can you have gas pressure without a container?
With the Earth is the container. The gravity of the Earth pulls in a lot of things, including these gases, right?
The gravity that the idea that the word is doing this, the word that nobody has demonstrated in reality is you're saying that this word that you posted earlier, the gravity is you posted a link, and you're saying that this link is causing is the container of this gas pressure.
Yeah, I guess. Sure.
Come on, bro. Like,
I didn't really understand the question, to be honest, but yeah, I'll just say yes.
Well, you're saying that gravity, whatever that means, because because you don't know what it means. Do you know what tell me what does that mean? What does gravity means? What is it?
I mean, in my very botched definition of gravity, it's the concept. It's a theory. It's a theory that really large things, like super massive rocks. Concept. Yeah, like really big rocks, such as the
like
Earth.
Love, like liberty. Can you bend my liberty? Can you bend my love?
I don't know if bend is the correct term, but like we can restrict some of the freedoms and liberties that you have.
So you can grab handcuffs and you can put it on my hands, right, on my wrist, and you can put me on a cage, throw me in a prison physically, and that can happen.
Well, keep it PG-13, please.
All right, yo. No BDSM, right?
So basically you can do these things, but when you're saying taking away a concept, can you actually do that? Can you the concept of gravity that you're saying, can a concept have an effect in physicality?
Hey, can I have you answer a couple questions for me, Heaven?
Wait, hippie hop, can a concept cause an effect in physicality?
Yeah, if it's like a scientific concept, yeah.
Scientific concept, what's that?
Scientific concept, basically explaining how the world works.
You just made that on the go.
A scientific concept? No, I didn't make up that word.
So a concept. So
wait, that's a word, right? Like, hold on.
You say a concept. You mean you're drawing something on a paper and you making it look good, and you write these words next to it, and you're like, I have a concept right here. And what does that mean?
A concept?
Yeah.
A concept's like an idea, basically, right? Of how something works.
Can this idea in your mind have an effect in physicality?
The idea in my mind is explaining how the physical world around me works. So, it's not like the idea in my mind is creating the physical world. No, it's explaining how the physical world around me works.
Yeah, and you can have an explanation, and then let's say you observe a phenomena, and you want to establish the cause of that phenomena, the cause of that effect. You go through the scientific method, and you control the variables, right? And then establish, hey, this heat is causing the water to boil, right?
Okay.
Establish that heat is causing the water to boil.
Yeah.
But you haven't done that. I mean, not you, because you're not gonna do it. But that is not established for what you're claiming to be the gravity that you claim. That hasn't been done.
Okay. Well, here
you're saying that gravity is a scientific concept, but it's not. What is that?
What type of concept is it then? I don't know.
That's. I mean, you're passing this information. How can I help you with your claim, or you passing the claim around, but there is no evidence for it? Like there is no scientific papers or experiments that show that mass attracting mass, like you're saying.
Well, I mean, you can kind of test this out, right? Like you can find things that support the theory of gravity. Like it's not an absolute fact, but it's one of those things that are just short of fact because it's a theory that's really hard to find evidence of the otherwise, right? So like once again, you can have the theory of like a ball falling to the floor. Or like I think it's like gravity that keeps the moon in the proximity to the Earth, right? And if you don't believe that, that's fine, I guess. But like, what's your alternative? Do you think it just magically stays in place, or like how does that work?
Couldn't hear that. What was your question?
So basically what I was saying is like gravity is a theory, it's not a fact. However, we can observe things in our lives that are in line with this theory, right? So like once again,
but you gotta have a difference between the colloquial theory of the theory that people make up, and maybe some people have a theory in their mind, or maybe they write it down on a piece of paper, and then there is the scientific theory, which has been through the scientific method and established as a scientific theory after rigorous testing. But that hasn't been done with this idea in someone's mind.
The idea of gravity?
Yeah, the mass attracting mass, or the warping and bending of space-time, that doesn't have any backing in reality.
I'm sure they've done. I mean, what are you looking for to disprove gravity, I guess? Because you're not really looking for proof. It seems like you're more so looking for disproof.
No, I'm not looking for any of that, because we already know that what they're claiming is impossible. Because remember, cause and effect relationships, they're putting this gravity as a big multiple step cause of the effect. So they're saying gravity is like you said, gravity is contained in the gas. Gravity also causes the Earth to be a ball and the moon to move around the Earth, and then the Earth and the moon moving around the sun is causing all of these phenomena and all of these effects. but that's just in the idea, the concept that you were talking about. Remember the solar system image that we looked at? This story that you're talking about is being added cartoon to make
okay.
of the cartoon. But the cartoon, when you look in reality, it's nonsense, because any of the claims that are being made of the cartoon go contrary to what we observe, experience, test, can demonstrate. Reality debunks this cartoon, but people are saying, "Oh, the cartoon has to be truth because it has a good explanation." But you don't see this in reality.
Okay, I think I kind of get it. So you're saying, like, because when we look at images of the solar system, like in full from the sun to the planet Pluto, like it's an illustration, therefore it doesn't exist.
Yeah, you got to remember, right? Because when we look at the sky, we got into what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You're getting there. So when you look at the sky with your eyes, let's say you and I were next to each other. We look up and we observe the sun, the moon, the luminaries moving the way they move every day, every night. We do this for a whole year, and we can observe this, and nobody can deny this phenomena. We can all see it, unless you're blind. But then remember the solar system? When you go to the table, and instead of looking up to the luminaries, you start looking down and you start drawing these cartoons, right? Then you draw the sun, you draw the sun as a sphere, Mercury as a sphere, Venus as a sphere, and then you add the Earth as the third rock from the sun. You know this, right? The Earth, the third rock from the sun, and then you add the moon to it, and then you add Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and you make this depiction of what you think you're looking at in the sky as a phenomena. And you're adding a variable as the Earth. Remember when you were looking at the sky with your eyes, you and I were looking at the sky, we were looking up. And then below our feet, what is below our feet?
The
ground. The Earth, right? The ground, yeah, exactly. And now in the cartoon, because I did it myself, added the Earth as a sphere in this solar system. You see that there's a problem there.
I think it's just you're talking about the vantage point from which the person is viewing the sky, I guess. So like if you're standing on the Earth and you look up at the sky, the vantage point is that you're standing on the Earth. But like when we look at these illustrations of the solar system, like the vantage point is for a lack of a better term, like a bird's eye view of the solar system.
But nobody has that. The cartoon that we drew is only based on pre-assumptions and presuppositions that the Earth is one of these lights in the sky. That's why we're making these depictions and adding the Earth to it. But this is not reality, bro.
Okay, so it's reality that the Earth is flat?
Well,
or that the Earth is like separate of the solar system?
Because when you think Earth is flat, what do you see in your imagery of your mind? What do you see when you say Earth is flat? What do you see? What image pops in your mind?
I mean, I don't really think the Earth is flat, but like if I try to think of a flat Earth, I try to look at I think of one of those maps from like a couple centuries ago, like when people were still venturing the Earth and they didn't have a good concept of what it looked like. So it's like missing a few islands and stuff.
So you're thinking about a map, and it's like a projection of many of the land masses and waters and islands and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But I'd also like to point out, like I'm also thinking of an illustration in that case as well.
Exactly, that's my whole point. Like when you're looking at the solar system as a cartoon, now you're looking at the flat Earth as a cartoon, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real reality, the real thing out there in the real world.
And I think you and I have different imaginations of what the real world might be, so maybe you should expand on that.
Well, we observe the real world. Where you're sitting right now, you probably have a table. We have a horizontal frame of reference. You see how the first brick of that structure that you're in was established with a horizontal line, right? Well, vertical 90 degrees. And then there's a horizontal line. So when at the end of the month, when you put the last brick and you want to put a table and then the 70-inch TV on the wall, you put it horizontally placed right? So you can watch the TV, and when you put the water cup on top of the table, the water sits there horizontally, right? And you can pick it up, drink it. So horizontal, you know, horizontal lines. What is the slope of a horizontal line?
I mean, it depends.
0.
Like, it's probably 0, right? If it's a perfectly
it is
straight
0.
line, right?
Yeah. So you establish a horizontal line to build the structure and be able to drink water and coffee in your house. Then your neighbor did the same thing, and he put this TV horizontally placed with a 0 slope, right? And then his neighbor did the same thing, and his neighbor did the same thing. Even there might be a difference of elevations, because you might be like on a hill, and your neighbor might be down the valley or whatever. But the horizontal is established, right? The level.
Yeah.
And that's property after property after property after property towards the shoreline. And then at the sea level, horizontal, at the sea level, like at the beach, you look towards the horizon, and what do you see? A horizontal line, don't you? With 0 slope. In reality, in the real world, we utilize the horizontal, right? The horizontal line. Then we go observe the horizon, where we get the horizontal lines from. How can it be a ball if the horizontal line has a 0 slope? It's impossible.
Jiggly balls, nigga.
You like niggas balls? Okay, that's your problem.
Jiggly
I mean,
balls.
it's 2024.
Man.
That's okay, right?
Hey, why my camera turn off, nigga?
So you see how in reality we observe the horizontal.
Yeah, I mean, we observe horizontal lines, but we also observe like slanted lines or even vertical lines at times, right?
Yes,
I don't really
but
get
we
what
have
you're
a
saying. Like,
horizon reality.
Yeah.
In a bowl, that horizon should be curving, because the horizon can be curving because it is horizontal, and that's the definition of it. It's not curving.
The Earth is very, very flat, is what you're saying. Like, it's a zero.
I looked out of my window and I see a hill, and if I want to go to that hill, I go. I don't play chess on the hill, right? We have topography, so we have we go up and down.
Did I DC?
So you see, nobody measures the curvature. Nowhere in reality. Back to reality.
I think I kind of missed what you said.
Away from the cartoon. What was that?
I think I kind of missed half of what you were saying because I lagged out for a second or something.
Oh no, I actually muted myself because I had to do something.
Okay.
In reality, this horizontal that we established to operate in reality, to build structures and to do many other things like flight airplanes and all communication systems, long distance observations, lasers, all those things. Nobody uses the curvature of the Earth or the rotation of this globe in the concept. Remember the idea? Nobody uses that to operate in reality, bro. So you see the problem there?
No, to be honest, it's a little hard to follow what you're saying.
Not the problem for you, but the problem for the globe. Remember, the claim on the table is that you live on a curving, spinning water ball through the vacuum of space. But all of that is contrary to what we observe, measure, experience, test, utilize practically. That cartoon that you looked at in the solar system goes against reality. There is a big problem to that cartoon. It's not reality.
Okay. What's reality then?
The reality is this thing that you're observing right now. I mean, your computer is real, your cell phone is real, right? The table that it's on, the bricks that make your home, right? Those walls, those vertical walls, real.
Like, that's my reality, but like there are things that exist outside of my field of vision. So
yes,
I feel like you're not taking into account
horizontal. You think the houses away from your vision didn't establish a horizontal?
Sorry?
You think that you said that there's things that you can't see in your reality, like away from your reality. From where you are, there's a lot of things that you cannot see. But I'm saying the houses that you cannot see 10,000 miles away from you, they did establish a horizontal as well.
Okay.
Okay, so from you towards that house 10,000 miles away, there is a horizontal line with a slope of 0.
Okay.
No curvature. So
it's a house.
the ball that was depicted and given in the cartoons, that's impossible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I know you have a little bit of resistance to when you say okay and everything, but it's very simple. It's not even that complicated. And imagine this stuff that I'm telling you is so simple, and you comprehend it. But the globe stuff, you don't know anything about the globe stuff. You just believe it, right? Because I did it myself. I did believe it for a while, but you can't reference. You cannot reference anywhere in reality this belief of the globe that you hold. You cannot reference this anywhere in reality. You can't say, hey, yeah, I know it's a globe because I can measure the curvature or observe it in reality or utilize it or anything.
Or watch sunsets or use GPS or satellite TV.
I hear you. Okay, Heaven. So you used to believe in a round Earth and then you stopped, apparently.
Well, remember when I was a child and I went to kindergarten, right?
So?
The teacher pointed towards the table at the corner and she said, you see that globe over there? And I looked and she said, this is where you live. And I was like, oh, okay. I didn't know better. I believed her.
Yeah.
I didn't know better. And then I grabbed the globe and I spin it in my hand and I checked it. And under it says, not for educational purposes, only for decoration. And I ignored that, right? But still, that
I think you made that up. The globe your teacher had didn't say that.
Yeah, but they do say that, right?
Some of them do, but not the globe your teacher had.
Some of them do. So there's a possibility that one that I looked at might have it.
No, the ones that they put in classrooms are not the decorative globes that say that. They're the
Matt's getting triggered, Gemsy.
No, I'm just pointing out that he made up.
Matthew's gonna attack Gemsy because he doesn't like the Gemsy story about looking at the globe in because that didn't happen. I didn't saw the globe at the table in kindergarten. That didn't happen.
I'm saying in kindergarten you didn't say that on the bottom of the globe. That's all.
So that's the whole point of my point, right? That's that he didn't have that sticker, Matthew, and Matthew can verify that. Matthew is 100% sure. I'm a liar because Matthew knows that globe that I touched back then didn't have a sticker with a disclaimer. Matthew knows.
I'm just requesting that you not make things up when you're trying to present your argument.
Like you make stuff up all the time? Like you're always making shit up, Matthew?
Well, I'm just questioning the idea that in kindergarten you could read
you always making up, Matthew? All the math that you make up on the spot, remember that math?
In kindergarten, you were literate enough to read the sticker on the bottom of the globe?
Literate enough.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, so is that the point that the globes don't have a sticker? Matthew, is that your point? The globes?
No, my point is that you made something up, is what I was saying.
Is that the first thing he made up in this conversation, or
is that the point of the conversation? Like the doesn't have a sticker?
It would be helpful to be as honest as possible and not make up things. That's all.
I don't want to sound like a dick, Matthew. But, he does. I guess you live in the USA. I'm assuming. He does. Right. It sounds like he lives in a different nation. So their school globes could well have that on there. Just saying.
Is
okay. That's fair enough.
The East Coast of the United States a different nation? Hey, live in the what? live in the whatever is
South?
the East Coast of the United States a different nation than the United States?
No, it's part of
I'm
the
not
United
gonna
States.
get into like in political or
Well,
domestic
live in the
politics
South.
stuff.
You said that I live in a different nation.
Yes, I
the United
assume
States,
you sound what I assume you live in a
but bro,
nation from
like I'm looking right here at my mail, and it says, I'm not gonna tell you my address.
No, I mean,
Oh,
like,
I was really scared for a second.
I
Okay.
mean, you could live in the freaking U.S. right now, but I mean,
Oh,
let's say
yeah,
when you were a kid, you
I live
lived
in
a
my
different
body,
nation.
actually. I live in my body.
You live in
That's
your
good.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's nowhere else you could live, I think, but
You
Yeah, I
live
live in my
house.
body. I mean, that's a fact.
okay.
So yeah, who was it? Hibbity Hop. You see Hibbity Hop? All the globe has is cartoons.
Okay.
Or the furniture. Remember that Matthew didn't like the
The
sticker
furniture?
disclaimer.
Oh yeah, he really
Furniture,
had
the globe
issue with you
furniture that you
reading the
grab with your
sticker.
hand. You can go to Walmart and they have to put a sticker on it, and it says, "Say, hey, no for education, only for decoration." So that's what.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I never really paid attention to what stickers were or weren't on the globes, to be honest. So I'll just take your word for it.
So yeah, you see Hippie Hub. Everything you know about the globe is like this gray area that is borderline with Fantasyland, like basically Narnia, Star Wars, Dragon Ball Z. It's in the same genre. What you know about the globe is on the same realm as Hollywood, Disney.
I wouldn't say that, but I hear you. So I'm just curious what you think about. So like, if the Earth is not a ball and it's some sort of flat shape, is it like a flat circle or is it perhaps a rectangle or like how does that work?
Well, are you asking about
Your mindset?
me to give you all of the dimensions of reality and give you its measurements and the shape of the whole of existence? Is that what you're asking for?
I'm asking for whatever shape the Earth is. If you think the Earth is all of
That will
existence,
be
that's okay.
God's. Remember when you asked for the bird's eye view that the solar system was giving you? That will be God's eye view, and I don't have that.
Okay.
Nobody
You're
does.
sure the Earth is flat.
Nobody in here does. I don't think.
Wait, so you don't know what shape the Earth is, but you're very confident that it's flat.
That's that is. No, well, you're making claims for me. Like I'm very confident.
No, I'm asking for clarification.
Flat is a term. It's a word. When I look around me, I can describe my wall as flat, my floor, my ceiling. But that's not that my flat is round. Listen, my table right now, I can take a picture of it. It's round and flat at the same time. So
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is the
but it's
Earth
made
round
of
and
wood.
flat at the
It's
same time?
it's a
circular, I should
table
say.
made of wood. So the Earth has a lot of different things, a bunch of different things going for it, right? There's a lot of things. Flat is describing it. The horizontal that we establish is to make it practical, right? So you can put the first brick. So when you put the last one, the last one is also horizontal. So when we say flat, when I say flat, I mean myself. When you say Earth is flat, I mean that's a description. That's not what Earth is. Because Earth is what is Earth? So what is the soil?
It's
A bunch
dirt,
of
I guess.
together, right? Yeah, and decay of plants and I don't know different materials, different metals, and right things together, right? So Earth is flat. That's as a descriptor.
Okay.
So that's not like a claim about the whole of reality because you're asking what is the shape of the whole of existence. Nobody knows, bro. I don't know.
I mean, do you think that Earth is the whole of existence?
No, there's the heavens above and whatever is below us. We don't know.
Well, so then I'm not asking
you and I
for
were
that.
standing. Listen, you and I were standing on the ground. the ground is below our feet. We are in a medium, the medium of air, right? And then across this place, there is the waters, the seas, the lakes, and then there is the realms above us that we can observe with our eyes. You see the sun, the moon, the heavens above. We can observe it, we see it, but I can't go there. So
I have a question.
How big it is, how far it is, what it's made of, what is the medium that the heavens above are.
Yeah.
Can't check that.
So you're saying you don't know, right?
Just like you. I'm not saying I don't know. I'm not saying we don't know. You don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking you a specific question about your mindset. So, like, this question would only apply to you because I don't have the same mindset. And
I'm being very specific.
Is you don't know. So
no, I'm being very specific. Hippity hop.
So
I'm hippity hop. I'm on the ground, standing on the ground in the medium of air, and I can go jump into what I know. All these things. I know about the computer. I know about my house. I know about many things about the heavens above. I can observe their movement like clockwork, right? We can observe the sun, the luminaries, the moon, and all the luminaries move like clockwork. We can observe that. But if I know the shape of all of existence, bro, come on, you know that, I don't know that.
I'm not asking you for the shape of all of existence. I'm only asking you for the shape of the Earth.
The shape of the Earth? What is the shape of a lake? What is the shape of a...
It depends on the lake. And as there are multiple lakes, are there multiple Earths?
The only one I've experienced is this one.
I'm sorry?
The only one I've experienced is the one that is around me. I mean, the Earth below my feet.
Well, then I'm asking you for the shape of the only one that we know of then.
The shape of this place, we will need God's eye view outside. We will need a reference outside of it to look at it and say, "Oh, this is the shape." I don't have
So
that.
it's just like a satellite in outer space or something.
Yeah, but remember, outer space is part of the cartoons. Remember?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Goku going to the other planet and looking back to Earth. And
hey, why do we have to have something outside to see what it looks like from afar?
Because he's claiming that's the only way that we can observe it.
No, you're claiming that.
Well, how else can we observe it?
With your eyes, you go outside and look at it.
Well, you can't see something in totality from your vantage point.
Exactly. Nobody can.
You would need a bird's eye view, right? And you would
not even the Globers. Not even the Globers claim they can see the totality of the Earth. Not even they claim that. Nobody can see the totality.
It's supposed to be a 3D ball, so yeah, you can't see all of a 3D ball at once, right? That you're only going to be able to see like a certain percentage of it at one time.
You can only see a certain percentage. A big percentage of the Earth is in darkness, right? Because we have like 50-something% in daylight, and the rest of it in darkness or something, right?
Yeah.
So how can you see the darkness, the dark side?
Well, I mean, apparently the Earth is, what's the word? Revolving. So like once that side comes.
That's a claim. That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
Okay.
It is nonsense.
Actually,
by definition,
it's provable every day by the sunset. The sunset can only work on either a rotating Earth or if the sun is rotating around the sphere.
Hold on, dogs. Let them finish, and then you could flip out. Okay?
Hey. So nonsense, because remember, now with our sensory, our eyes, we can observe the hippity hop. Have you ever seen the sun moving across the sky?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you saw it like on the TV, or did you look at it with your eyes?
Both.
Okay, both. So you've seen it with your eyes. So with your vision, one of your senses, you are observing the sun moving across the sky. And now dogs are saying that that's not what's happening. He's gonna make a nonsense claim, saying that the ground that you don't feel moving. I know that your vestibular system, right? It's not detecting any motion, any movement of the ground below your feet. Hippity hop, do you feel the ground moving? Do you?
No, not at the moment.
No, you don't exactly. You don't feel the ground moving. So that's another of your part of your sensory system telling you that the ground is not moving. Then you look at the sky, the luminaries above the sun, let's say, and the sun is moving. So those two things, the other guy or you yourself are going to claim that the opposite is happening. Those claims are nonsense.
So it once again it kind of comes back to vantage point. So like as the Earth is moving,
that's why they give you the cartoon hippity hop. Remember the cartoon outside reference frame?
Can I jump in?
At the outside, that's why the people that like you and I, we cannot go outside of reality, right? Outside of this system and take a photograph of the whole of it. That's why they have to give you cartoons hippity hop. You get my point now? Because they can do it, but they're gonna make claims. They're gonna make a cartoon. They gave you the cartoon, and now you're saying, "Hey, the cartoon has to be truth," because you know I saw it in the book.
Well, do you think it's possible for illustrations to depict reality?
The depiction, I can depict an apple, right? And I can make a drawing of it, use my best crayons or markers and color it and make it look as real as possible. But I will never be able to make applesauce with it.
Well, I'm not saying that the apple is an actual apple. I'm saying that it can be a depiction of reality. Well, I'm not saying
So
that
the apple is depicting reality, but it's not an apple. So it's not.
I misspoke a little bit. So the illustration of an apple can depict what an actual apple is like, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe that's the same thing happening with our Earth and the solar system.
But that's the problem, that nobody has a frame of reference, and they haven't seen the fruit. This is a new fruit that they haven't seen, but they're saying that they know the shape of it, but they never seen it. You see the problem? This is a fruit that you've never seen. You've never seen it. You don't even know if it exists, but you're drawing it on a piece of paper and saying, "Hey, people, this fruit exists somewhere because I have a depiction of it."
Wait, is the fruit that we're talking about the Earth?
Well, remember the apple? We can see apples. We can depict the apple.
Yeah, but like we have to make
we
sure
can
like,
say,
this
I can give you.
analogy is
Listen, I
clear.
can give you the depiction of the apple, and you can go to the store with the depiction. I can say, "Hey, Hibbity Hop, can you please go get me this fruit?" And I give you the depiction of it, and you go to the farm food to the store, and you go get the correct fruit because I gave you the depiction. You have the depiction on your hand. And but you can't do that with the Earth. You can't do that with the whole of existence. You can't depict it. You haven't seen it. You don't know what it is.
Well, yeah, the Earth is massively large, right? I don't really get what you're saying, but like I think the analogy is kind of bad, to be honest.
I agree. But were you saying the sun is moving around us? Because if you're on a train and you see everything passing by, how would you know that everything's not actually moving? And because you don't feel the ground moving beneath you when you're on a train.
Because it's motionless. That's why you don't feel it move.
That's
Yeah,
same
but
thing
it's
with the Earth,
happening
right?
nonetheless, right?
Listen, the only way we can do the observation of the luminaries moving the way they move. You see, have you seen star trails and the movement of the stars? They do a move. They converge and diverge towards you and away from you, almost like you're looking at a fan or a clock that is above your head, and you see the hands of the clock moving towards and away from you like gears. And if the ground was moving or spinning, you wouldn't be observing the phenomena that you see of the luminaries. Like
why are there two different clocks rotating in two different directions?
That's the phenomena. We can see the phenomena of the sky doing what it does, gears in the sky, converging and diverging. That debunks the globe right there.
No, there's two different clock faces. That can only happen on a globe.
Yeah, perfect. No, that's
and they move in opposite directions.
That's the sky, opposite directions. You're saying clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions.
Relative to you, they are, yes. Everything's relative. all directions are relative.
Yeah, everything is the cartoon. Everything is the cartoon. You remember?
No, that's not what I said. I said everything's relative, and flat earthers only have cartoons. Globe earthers have photos of the Earth from space. So I don't know why you keep saying everything's cartoons as if that's
not everything is cartoons.
It's a cell phone. That's about it.
East and west isn't relative, is it?
East and west would be relative. Yeah,
it is relative to where you're standing. Like,
you want me to explain how?
Well, all the stars move east to west, don't they?
Keep it up.
Hi.
The stars, the observation of the luminaries, they move east to west.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't go opposite directions.
So the other guy was saying that they go opposite directions, which is ridiculous.
Stars go. I mean, I don't know anything about stars, so yeah, sure.
Yeah, they do go opposite directions. In the southern hemisphere, the rotation, I think, is anti-clockwise.
Okay, I get what he's saying, yeah.
So you think?
So how does that happen on a flat Earth with one
directions?
How does that happen on a flat Earth with one clockwise?
Clockwise and counterclockwise. That's not directions.
Relative to you, they are. Like if there is a fan and you're watching the fan spin clockwise, right? And then
listen.
Does that actually
listen. If you are driving a vehicle,
if you go to the other side of the fan, it's spinning counterclockwise.
If you're driving a vehicle, you're in on the driver's seat, right? And you holding the wheel. Hip it up. You're holding the wheel. Hip it up.
Hi. Yeah, I think you're confusing me with the other guy.
No, hip it up. It's okay. I'm addressing you. But, you're driving a car, and it's a transparent vehicle. You can see the axle, see the wheels left to right. You can see the left wheel and the right wheel, right? Hip it up. You can look at it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when you look at the left wheel, that you're driving towards whatever you're driving to, and you look at the left wheel, and what you see is a clockwise movement, right? You see the wheel spinning clockwise, like the clock. And you going towards the direction that you're going clockwise to the wheel it looks like it's doing clockwise. Then you look at the right wheel, and it looks like it's going counterclockwise. You see that?
Okay.
But you're going towards the same direction. They're both going towards the same direction, even they both look. One look clockwise, the other one looks counterclockwise. But this other guy is saying that, those are opposite directions.
So I guess the analogy here is like the Earth in the sky, or like two wheels heading in the same direction.
It's moving like a wheel up in the sky. It's moving in cycles. Have you ever seen a Swiss watch that has a bunch of hands, and it tells you like the moon cycle, it tells you like the 24 hours or the 12 hours. You see all these hands on the clock. Have you ever seen
those really fancy ones? Yeah, I've seen them.
So you see this movement of the hands of the clock moving the way they move, right? They move the way they move. And they reset all of the time. We can observe this happening, but then this is a phenomena that we observe. It's like gears in the sky. They're moving, converging and diverging, and it looks like gears. So that if the ground under your feet was spinning like they're claiming, you wouldn't be observing the clock like it looks, like we observe it in reality. It wouldn't look like that, because the ground will be spinning, and you'll be losing that reference that you're observing from the clock.
So you're saying that like it's not happening.
Listen, hippity hop. It's 360 degrees. It's a day, and 15 degrees is an hour, and they don't understand that.
Oh, as the Earth is spinning,
that's the sky. Yeah, you can imagine the geocentric or the celestial spheres moving. Terrestrial spheres, pick one.
You're telling
something spinning. Yeah, it's relevant, but it is relative to the observer. That's why your zeniths a different location in the sky.
Okay. I think this was Dog's point, to be honest, but yeah, sure, I hear you guys.
I'm not backing him up. I'm just telling him how we measure it like a sphere with the stars.
Okay, I mean that sounds like another theory, to be honest. And I'm not sure that heaven really likes theories, but yeah.
Well, you can have theories about anything, but making claims about how the heavens above work, these people are trying to tell you that they know the shape of existence. They know that they can go outside of reality, and they know the shape of reality, right? You see the problem here, Hop? This is a big problem with these claims.
I mean, I see what you take issue with. I personally don't really take issue with it, but yeah.
Because you believe the priest. The priest says something, you believe it.
Is this another metaphor and the priest is a scientist this time?
Well, this is science. This is scientism. This is pseudoscience. So,
oh yeah, that's what I'm asking.
The globe is pseudoscience. The globe claims, oh, we know how the sun works. We know how the moon works. We know what it's made of. We know the distances. All that is pseudoscience, bro. Okay. When they tell we are scientists and we know the distance to the black hole in the center of the galaxy and all that kind of stuff, they don't know that. They're just saying it. And you believe it because some guy that says he's a scientist, he said that he knows better than you. Since he knows better than you, you look up to him, right? You look up to the astronauts. Remember, the astronauts are pretty high up, so those are the coolest guys out there. Because you have like the dentist, you have the doctor, you have the police, the firefighter, then you have the pilots, the soldiers. But at the top of that, the most high, you have the astronauts, and you gotta believe those people because they're the coolest ones out there.
Okay. So, do you think astronauts are liars, or they don't understand what they're observing?
Those are some of the high priests, right? Some of the high priests that you.
Yeah, but are those priests lying, or is it that they don't understand what they're observing?
Well, they might be just passengers on our airplane, like some of them said, right? Oh, we were just passengers, right? They probably got on a balloon, on a device, and they went pretty high up, and they told you a story, and you believe it.
So they went up high and just made up a random story that wasn't based on anything they observed?
Well, they probably went really high up, but the claims can't be correct about the globe. Remember, the globe is the furniture. Remember that? The globe that you saw in the cartoons, you don't see that anywhere in reality. So are you going to believe a few guys that are most definitely lying to you about the shape of the Earth? Like they were able to see the whole shape of the Earth from up there or whatever, if they went up there. Maybe they were just in a Hollywood basement and they're telling you stories. You don't know. Hippity hop. Maybe they were in a Hollywood basement, like filming this shit, like, remember the cartoon? Maybe they were making this film for you, right? And they're just making claims, like priests. And that might be the case. Do you think that might be a possibility that it's just like a show, like a montage, like a movie?
I highly doubt it. Why would they do that? Why would they just make up this random lie about the Earth being a ball?
Why? Why would a liar lie? Might be a lot of reasons. You want to speculate about it? Maybe, I don't know, maybe a lot of money, resources. Maybe they want you to carry their water.
What?
Maybe they want people to carry their buckets.
What is the bucket a metaphor for?
Listen, Hippity Hop, you're here arguing about the globe has to be real, gravity is real, all of this storytelling, the solar system, all of that, even though you don't know anything about it, you just believe it. So you're carrying their bucket for free, and you're also paying taxes. So it's like a military. It's like an advantage that some people might have if they can have you carry their buckets of water or do anything for them like that, right? Just because you believe they're high priest.
I mean, sure, and once again, the astronauts are the high priest in this metaphor, right?
They might be, yeah. Because there's other high priests, right? Like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He knows everything about this globe, whatever, right?
Oh yeah, he's a smart guy.
Yeah, and he tells you all these things that you need to know about the globe Earth, like.
Yeah, I mean, you're really starting to lose me a little bit, to be honest. Like, I don't get why somebody would lie about the Earth being flat when they could lie about other things that actually matter.
I don't know why will they lie. I mean, there might be a lot of reasons, but why? The thing is that we have a dead body right here in front of us. You're looking at the body. You see.
What's the dead body? The metaphors are losing me.
Okay, so the evidence of that the evidence is there that it's not a globe because there's no evidence for the globe. So you're saying, oh, but why? Why will they lie about the globe? So the reference is you have a dead body, you know someone is dead, but you're asking, but why? Why is he dead? Bro, is dead. It was stabbed, is dead, no more blood inside the body, and asking why. You're no, doesn't matter that it's dead, the person is dead, but why? Why is it dead? Why somebody will do this? Why somebody will kill someone? That's what you're asking. Why?
Yeah, I think you're assuming that somebody's dead when maybe they're just sleeping or something, right?
Well, if the globe is not reality, you saw yourself as just cartoons put out there by priests. Promoted by priests. You yourself you're probably not a priest, but you said that you drew the solar system, the sun. You did this yourself. So you basically, like many children, program yourself into the belief because, hey, you're actively in the religion, right? You're drawing it. You're looking at the programming in the TV. You see the Star Wars, the Dragon Ball Z. You see the NASA propaganda, and you believe everything.
Sure.
You don't think government can governments lie? Can they lie? Do you think
you're asking him to follow one authority figure and believe everything, or follow another?
Who's asking?
The only thing that's is real is what we can verify ourselves.
I think there are some things that not every individual can verify, but it's definitely real nonetheless.
Like what?
I don't know.
Something
about how viruses work. I don't know. I don't have the means to verify how viruses work, but there's some scientists in the lab that can.
So shouldn't that be replicable or at least demonstrable to show the layman what's going on, what these things are?
Well, yeah, they do and they can, or they can and they do. I should say. I'm sorry.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I remember looking up a lot of the tropes you see within flat Earth, like the CGI planets and whatnot. You'll see that a lot in germ theory shit. There's no hard pictures of anything. It's all CGI.
Of germs? Well, yeah, they're super tiny.
Anything in that realm. Even chemical makeups of things. It's.
I mean, you can bring out a microscope and look at bacteria, and who's gonna deny that? I mean, nobody's denying that. But the presented case of the globe is presented with trickery, cartoons, mathematical.
Wait, why do you just blindly? So you're the flat Earth guy, right? Under heaven earther.
No, I'm an under heaven earther.
Under heaven earther. Okay, so is the Earth that we walk on flat or not?
Flat is just a description. It's a word. You can say
would you use that word to describe the plane you walk on?
I walk on the ground.
Okay, why are you being so like slippery with your wording? Like, why are you doing that?
Because Earth is Earth, right? You're saying Earth is flat, but my table is flat and round, and my table is made out of wood. So it's not the flat is just a descriptor, but
you're like saying gibberish. This is like
I have a hill gibberish, bro.
What do you like? What's your position, bro? Are you a flat earther or are you not?
I'm standing on the ground, in the medium, under.
Okay, you're like a retard or something. Like you're just saying gibberish.
He speaks very
because
deep.
There might be
very
a language barrier here because you don't comprehend what I'm saying.
Okay, well let the people like adults speak.
So stay mute, Ruffian. Let the adults speak, Ruffian. Because you're not. And this conversation is like beyond you.
Okay.
I mean,
I want to talk about germs. Let's talk about germs.
This is not. But go to a different channel to talk about germs.
No, I want to talk about it here. You're talking about nothing. So. Like you can't even tell me like what you believe the Earth is.
Belief the Earth is?
You don't understand what that means.
Well, here, let's move the conversation a little bit forward, right? So I think the Earth is round, and he disagrees with that, and so maybe he thinks it's flat, maybe he doesn't.
Hippie the Hub.
Hi.
Hippie the Hub. Round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
A sphere shape. I should be more.
Sphere. So you're saying that the Earth under your feet it's curving.
Yeah, that's what I think.
And the waters across the bodies of water are also curving around this ball.
Yeah.
That is spinning.
Yes.
In the vacuum of space.
Yes.
And you just believe that because? Do you have any evidence for that?
Some science stuff, I guess, yeah.
Science? Bro.
Is science not okay?
Science is a cause and effect. The scientific method establishes cause and effect relationship. How is, right? The shape of the Earth, round, flat, whatever, right? Like you're saying, that is a what is question, not a how is question. Science deals with how is. You're saying the shape of the Earth is a scientific
science arise at the what is from the how is. Like, why are you being like slippery about this? Like you know what he's saying. Like you know exactly what he's saying when he says that.
But he's saying science proves the Earth is round. That's totally wrong. You don't prove the Earth being round.
Why don't you ask him how the science proves the Earth is round then, instead of
he said it himself.
Let me Google something. I don't know.
Hey, bit of you think the shape of something is you establish that with science is geometry, bro? Come on.
Oh yeah, sure. You can use geometry as well. I guess that's math, right?
You use geometry. No, so you see, I know Ruffian doesn't like the way I'm saying it. He doesn't like my accent, but now we are.
I don't like your accent. I don't like the way you.
Yeah.
Like, your way of saying things is gibberish to me.
But okay,
like you use like 10 times as many words as you. Like, it's like you're writing an essay with the minimum word.
I mean, your feelings are not my problem, Ruffian.
It's not what I'm feeling. It's just what you're doing.
Hard to follow at times. But like if you want to talk about geometry for the Earth, I mean they do calculate the size of the Earth, right? Like if you want like a square meter or something.
They do calculate what?
The size of the Earth, if that's what you're looking for. If you're
the
looking
size
for
of the Earth.
Yeah.
Can you give me
let me Google it. I don't know off the top of my head.
Measurement. Okay, Google the size of the Earth, and you're gonna find the cartoon. Remember the difference between the cartoon and reality?
Wait, is the number the cartoon? I'm confused again.
Yeah, because it's a calculation and not a measurement. That's why.
Okay.
You're gonna Google size of the Earth, and you're gonna find 3,959 radius, 24,000 circumference, right? But remember the cartoon that we were talking about earlier? That is a mathematical equation based on a model of a cartoon.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not scientifically based, like he was saying. It's got nothing to do with science.
So you're saying like when they calculated the size of the Earth, they just kind of made it up?
Right, you've been in here before, and we told you to go away and have a look at how they got the radius of the Earth. And you come back and you still don't know anything.
Yeah, I think I went to work or like went to the movies or something. Yeah, I didn't do my homework. I'll be real. It's not something I frequently think about, like why the Earth is round or how big it is.
You don't think about where you live?
I think about like my neighborhood and stuff like that, if that's what you're asking.
You ever been outside your neighborhood?
Yeah.
Outside your city?
Yeah.
Been to the beach?
Yeah.
Stay at the beach.
Sand and water and people.
What's the water doing?
Waving? I don't know.
Yeah, is it curving?
Probably at some point, yeah.
Did you see it curving?
Kind of. The waves were curve shaped, yeah. I live in a beach town, so like people go surfing.
These people use the worst arguments for flat Earth ever.
Okay, you go ahead, mate.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So Hibbity.
Yeah.
So what we do know, like what these people know and what they refer to, is that if you like shine
these
a laser,
people, you're gonna talk for other people. Speak for yourself,
quiet,
man.
please.
Okay, you're muted. If you're gonna talk about other people, speak for yourself.
Was he like a fellow flat earther?
I wanted to hear his retarded arguments.
All right, let me get the tape.
He's saying these people, like he knows everybody in here. When you say these people, wait. When you say these people, who are you talking about specifically?
Don't shut up the chat, please. I know it's your tactic. Don't do it. I'm having a conversation here.
Hey, when you say
flat
these
Earth.
people, who are you talking about?
Anyway, so Hippity, like the best argument that these people should be pursuing is like, this is what they have, right? This is what they know. The NASA stuff, the NASA stuff,
what they
the
have.
whole like
How do you know that? How do you know what we have?
fabricated video. Oh, look how they talk over me.
Hey, Ruthian,
Their whole purpose here is to shield this
shut the
info.
fuck up for a second. Why the fuck are we talking about NASA when it's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth? We're talking about the surface of the fucking Earth, and you're trying to say that we don't have an argument.
Yeah, you're
with
trying to
flat
control
Earth
the
being-
narrative. Like you're trying to like control what information gets released about it. So
What are you
flat Earth
talking
isn't
about?
like the whole flat Earth angle isn't totally surmised on like the flat water when you look at the ocean, right? Like there are other angles of flat Earth, isn't there?
No shit, mate. How
All
long
right, so
have
let
you
me
been
get it
in
out.
this
Stop
argument?
muting me and let me talk about it.
Why?
How about it?
Why?
Because
So
the flat Earth
say
is the flat Earth. I'm trying to discuss flat Earth here.
These people should be arguing like this.
Yeah, you should
then
be
you're
arguing.
gonna
Like the way you're
tell
arguing
how they're
is
supposed to go?
intentionally like
We're not
retarded.
arguing. We're fucking
Okay,
talking
you're not
to
you're not
someone.
arguing with me right now. You're not
retard.
arguing with Hippity Hop. Like, come on, get real.
We're not arguing with
You're
Hibbity Hop. Did you
intentionally
hear an
being
argument?
belligerent.
We're
Did you hear a fucking argument with Hibbity Hop?
All right, quiet
It's a talking.
down.
We're having a
Calm
fucking
down.
conversation.
Relax.
So how about you?
Ruffian,
okay,
calm
you know
down,
what?
Ruffian.
You can
Calm
fuck
down,
off,
Ruffian.
man.
Yeah, these are
I do want
shills.
to hear what he has
This
to
is
say.
fucking
Ruffian,
retard,
take
man.
it easy. Take a chill pill, Ruffian. It's okay.
I mean, that was personal.
We're not having an
listen, Hibbity
argument.
Hop.
We're having a discussion, Hibbity Hop, for fuck's sake. Do you feel like you're having an argument, Hibbity Hop?
No, I'm not really arguing about the Earth being flat.
exactly,
I'm just
man.
trying to pick your guys' brain and see where
Also,
it goes.
Ruffian has been debunked. Nobody's arguing.
Well,
The
no,
only
he hasn't made a point yet.
He's because he's talking about the people in here. He's not talking about the topic about the horizontal, the non-curvature. He's not talking about that. He wants to talk about these people.
Well,
And that's
I mean,
not
he didn't really get
the
to
topic
his
of the
point, to be
VC.
fair.
These
I think he
people
was going to talk
is
about
not
the
the
Earth
topic
being
of the
flat.
VC.
I think he was going to say like he thinks there's a more compelling argument to prove that the Earth is flat, and he didn't really get to that point.
You think? Okay, go ahead. Ruffian, you're a flat earther since Hippity Hop said that. Go ahead, Ruffian.
I'm not saying that he's a flat earther. I'm saying he knows the argument.
Yeah, no, whatever just keeps them from like talking and muting me, we'll roll with that. So the angle that we need to go with here, Hippity, is like there is the NASA angle. There's like every space agency angle. Like I don't know if you saw like the Indian space launch, like the moon landing that happened like less than a year ago. Biggest bullshit. They're all NASA images. They're like CGI. Like there's no real images like the Earth or the Moon or anything. Like, well, the Moon perhaps, but like the Earth, absolutely not. Of any like Jupiter, no. Like these things, whenever even like super high powerful telescopes, whenever we look at like Jupiter, for example, it doesn't look anything like their CGI images. And like there's all these like videos of NASA, and like they're like floating in wires. Like it's just super. There, you can find this stuff all over the internet. Right?
You're more compelling.
Let me finish, please, Timbo. Timbo.
About the
Look, he's trying to cut me off because like this is like the real discourse.
Telescopes.
Timbo, can I finish, please?
Are you looking
Can I
in
finish,
the sky
please?
as better? You're looking
Hey,
in the sky
Timbo,
as
can I
better
finish
evidence?
talking to Hippity, please? Well, can you stop
because I'm going
interrupting
to
me?
pull you up.
I mean,
So
you guys can talk to each other. It's fine.
You looking in the sky is better evidence than the surface of the Earth, is it?
No, you misunderstood me. Let me keep talking, and maybe you'll understand me. So
Well,
anyway,
that's all you've said at the moment.
Okay, well, let me finish it then. If you don't understand,
well, you wanted to cut us off, and we were having a good discussion about the surface of the Earth, and now you're looking
Right.
into space.
Yeah, why do you keep trying to interrupt me? Like I'm just trying to
Because it's
like
not your-
give the
because it's
take.
not
I'm
your
giving
channel.
my like perception of flat Earth and what convinced me, right? So go ahead and let me do that.
No.
Yeah.
Let's not let you do that.
Yeah, look, here they are, dude. So Heretic, Timbo, Under Heaven, Earth. These are the shills.
Start your own chat. See if anybody cares.
I'm more here to just like expose the shills. Dude. What do you guys get paid?
Okay, what are we shilling? What are we shilling?
So you're here to control, like you're here to shill disinformation. Firstly,
It's our channel.
The whole flat
Well, that's
Earth
what you were
movement.
doing. That's ironic.
Let me tell you what you're doing. You asked me.
No,
Let me tell you.
Let's not.
But you don't want me to tell
Okay.
you.
Well, I don't think you can.
Use your intuition here and like listen, like observe these.
I don't think you can tell me what I'm doing because I don't think you know.
So, Ruffian, are you a flat earther? I guess.
No, he's a LARPer.
No, there's realities to flat Earth, right? There is a lot.
So he's like a shill. He was just sent to muddy the waters for a paycheck. Probably a small one too.
Yeah, they're no Ewing me right now. By the way, these are shills, hard as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I think he protests too much. What about you? I think the lady doth protest too much. I've heard that saying before, right?
Yeah. I forgot what it means, to be honest, but yeah.
I gotta write down these names. I have a list of their names that are like paid.
So you're both accusing each other of being paid shills because there's disagreement on how to prove that the Earth is flat?
It's always on
you got to
his
use
mind,
intuition.
It's always on his mind, so it seems like that's where he's at. He's probably getting paid. Accuse the enemy of that. What you're doing?
I mean, you see, Hippity Hub. We were talking about different.
A normal person when it.
Listen. We brought up multiple topics in relation to the VC, right? The voice chat we spoke about many different topics. Other Globers join, and now they want to let's say Ruffian right now. He joins and he wants to talk about how we speak and about these people, and that's not the topic of the VC. Is it complicated?
Yeah, he's a disruptor.
I was speaking to Hippity Hop, and he said, "Oh, I don't like how you talking to him. Like, do you have like a point or something?"
Comes in, derails our chat, and then he says that we're the saboteurs and the trolls and the shills.
We're talking about the curvature, and go ahead, Hippity Hop.
Maybe just leave them muted for a few minutes so you guys can kind of calm down, and we'll just pick it up then. So we were talking about the size or the circumference of the Earth and how they calculate it. And Timbo said he gave me homework like probably 2 months ago. That I didn't do.
Yeah, it was just about how they came up with the radius of the Earth. That was it.
I did kind of halfway skim through a thing on Google, and then I went back to doing mod stuff. Basically, they look at the distance between two locations on the Earth, or from a bunch of locations on the Earth, and then they do math to figure it out.
Based on angles, yeah?
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any assumptions in there?
Hold on, I have to find it. I tabbed out. Let's see, let's Google it. Oops.
Just the basic ones like horizontal and vertical and what they mean relative to the sky.
So yeah, they basically just use math and they use the pi formula. Yeah.
Yeah, but did they have any before they? So, are we talking about the Eratosthenes observations?
The what?
Any kind of observation of the stars.
Who's mumbling in the background? I don't know. I can't understand
This
who's going in the
fucking
background.
turquoise dragon again.
Just saying as it is.
Timbo's saying it as it is. You're mumbling in the background.
I am having a hard time understanding you.
Oh, he's another muddier. Comes in and confuses everybody and says random shit.
I mean, I've been confused for a long time, though, to be honest, so it's fun.
Yeah, so are we talking about the Eratosthenes experiment?
Sorry, I don't know what it's referencing.
Sorry,
if you
not
tell
an
me what to
experiment.
Google, maybe.
Observation. So you're talking about so can you explain? You kind of skimmed through how they do it, how they got the circumference. Can you explain it?
Hold on, let's see. I posted a little blurb in the side chat, so they just found the diameter and then they did some math.
Yeah, how'd they do that?
How'd they find the diameter?
Yeah.
I don't know how they found the equatorial diameter. Is that how you say that word?
Yeah, you can say that.
So they took the diameter like vertically and horizontally, and then they just found a number in the middle, and then they multiplied it by pi, which is 3.1459.
Yeah, well, you'd have to know what that number is. Yeah.
Pi?
You need a number. Well, you need a radius to get a You need a radius to get a diameter, or a diameter to get a radius to get a circumference.
Well, I'm sure they picked 2 points on.
You need a
on
value.
Yeah.
How'd they do that?
I don't know. I don't know the history of like them calculating their circumference of the Earth. I have no idea.
That's what would be good to start with. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
I
did
guess.
if all of our known universe is based on the size of the Earth, how did they get the size of the Earth? That would be the first question that I would ask.
Well, they did some math.
Yeah, but that's just saying a sentence. It's not really saying anything. They
I don't
did
know the
some math.
methodology. Okay, I'm not like well versed on this.
Yeah, I know, but it's like because before you said, "Oh yeah, I believe I live on a ball spinning in the vacuum of space." And space, all the things that are in space are based on the Earth's radius. So that would be the first thing that you'd have to go to work out how they did that. How did they get the Earth's radius to work out how big the sun is, how far the sun is? So how far the sun is based on the transit of Venus. And they estimated that Venus was the same size as the Earth. And then everything else is based on that. So in order to have a good equation, you need to know the size of the Earth. It's the first rung of the cosmic ladder.
Okay.
Don't worry about that guy in the chat. He doesn't know anything about math or science. Probably couldn't define either of them if he tried.
I mean, he seems to take issue with the fact that I'm just talking to you guys, so I don't know.
He's a shill too. Another person.
It's funny they didn't even use the word shill until I said it, by the way.
Who cares?
He's another person that's offended that we're here talking about stuff that goes against his religious worldview.
Why don't you just let me talk about stuff I want to talk about? Every time I try to talk about NASA stuff,
because it's not your conversation.
Yeah, why don't you just shut up?
See, we want to talk about the Earth. He wants to talk about some fake space agency that doesn't prove anything. We just want to talk about the Earth. That's all we want to talk about.
We can talk
I'm
about
just here
NASA
to
later.
see what you guys think. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. But I don't see what really NASA's got to do with the surface of the Earth. Yeah, we can look and say, the pictures can't be real, but that comes later. We want to know how they got the size of the Earth.
Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, no one does, but they certainly didn't measure it. I'll tell you, they measured some angles, and then they did an equation. But they had to assume first that the Earth was a sphere, and they had to assume that light rays come in parallel, because the sun is an infinite distance away. Now, the distance to the sun keeps on changing. But anyway, so that's only 3 assumptions. I think that all up, there was about 6 assumptions made to these equations. So then he came up, because this angle in this direction, we don't even know whether there's, we can't find any first-hand evidence that this person even existed. It's just a story. The first time he's mentioned is like in the 80s. We don't really hear anything about him before that. And then all of a sudden, you hear about this guy who calculated the circumference of the Earth based on some shadows. Now, all the scientists have said that you can get these same equations and same calculations on a flat surface. Now, if that's the case, then how is this evidence that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959? It's not evidence, but they still use it today. They still say, oh, the Greeks 2,500 years ago calculated, and they say measured the circumference of the Earth, but they didn't. They measured some shadow angles, and the difference in the shadow angles, they said, because the Earth is a sphere, these shadow angles tell us that over this arc that we're measuring, 500 miles, the difference is this much. Therefore, we can work out the circumference of the Earth. Now, they assumed the Earth was a sphere in the first place. Therefore, if you do an equation for a sphere based on shadow angles, you're going to come up with a circumference of a sphere because it's in the equation. Now, if you change that, change the distance to the sun, use it on a flat surface and measure shadow angles, you come up with the same thing, same angles. Now, on a flat surface. So, how can 2 be true, yet only proof for 1? How does that work?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, I'm just asking you to think,
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just listening. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's their evidence that the Earth, or that's their evidence that the Earth is this size. It's a pretty weak kind of argument, isn't it?
I'll just take your word for it. Honestly, I never really thought about how they calculated the size of the Earth.
Yeah. If you look it up, it's called Eratosthenes or Eratosthenes.
I don't know how to spell that, to be honest.
So the issue that you're saying about how he assumed the globe in the first place, they measured curves first, and then because they couldn't physically see the whole globe, they only had part of a curve. They assumed that curve just went on forever and formed the globe.
They measured curve first?
You can't, so you can't, they measured the curve first, and so they decided, you can't find circumference of a flat plane, so you assume a globe, even though you only have part of it.
They measure the curve.
With the angles and shadows, like that was where they measured the curve.
So they measured some angles.
Right.
They didn't measure
on a curve. Right, no, they measured the curve with the angles using trigonometry.
Yeah, assuming it was a curve.
They measured the curve. They assumed it was a globe because you're standing on it.
The only thing they measured was a difference in angles. That's all they measured.
Yes, that's how you find which helps us find, which you can find a curvature and a circumference with that radius. with that curve. You can find a radius assuming that curve goes on forever and forms a complete circle. You can find the radius that way and find the circumference.
Know it's a curve yet. You don't know it's
well,
a
you
curve
know it's a
yet.
curve.
Just measured two angles.
The angles deviate, so it's obviously curved.
To the sky position.
No, that's not correct.
To the sky position on the zenith.
And you can assume the curve just goes on forever.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of there's different kinds of assumptions, and what Eratosthenes used was an ontological assumption. So he had pieces of the puzzle, and he assumed the completed puzzle, even though he didn't have all the pieces. Just like how I assume that Australia exists, even though I haven't personally been there. So I'm assuming that I have to assume that Australia exists because I haven't personally physically been there.
So you're going off the planet.
But Australia still exists. Beyond my assumption.
Yeah. So he measured shadow angles. He didn't measure a curve.
Right. He used measure the shadow angles, and that'll give you curvature through trigonometry. No, measured it with
two shadow angles. He measured. Yeah. No, you don't measure by doing an equation.
No, you do an equation
agree with that?
with measurements. You take the numbers that you get from the measurements and then do equations.
The measurement is the shadow angle.
Right. Those are the measurements.
And the distance.
The numbers. Those are the numbers that you plug in to the calculations in order to calculate the trigonometry of the curve.
Is the calculation got a curve in it?
Does the calculation have a curve in it? Yes, because that's what the measurements are showing. They measured the curve, so yeah, the calculation will have a curve in it.
Are a difference in shadow angles. Then they do an equation with a curve equation, and they create a circumference.
Right. That's how you get an accurate circumference.
Based on shadow angles.
Based on the shadow angles, correct.
But they didn't measure anything. They measured shadows.
Right. That's trigonometry. You measure shadows, and then you get some more information. For this example, you get the heights of stick and the time of the day where the sun is, and the angle of the sun.
When they say you can also do this on a flat surface, then does that prove that it's a sphere?
Well, it wouldn't make sense. I mean, you could, but it wouldn't make sense because you wouldn't get a circumference on a flat. If you tried to plug a flat plane into a curved angle, you're going to get bad numbers.
Hey, Turquoise, are you okay?
Yes.
Yeah, what's going on?
What do you mean?
What's going on?
What do you mean? I'm showing you how they got the radius from measuring shadows off basically parallel. It doesn't exist, and that's the only reason they got the 90-degree difference of quarter of the Earth's circumference. That's it. 90-degree difference, and measuring where relative to the stars.
So no curve, yeah?
The sky curves, and we represent them lines called longitude and latitude on the Earth.
Yeah, but the ground's not curving, is it?
Ground is stationary, and one of them is sphere.
Is the ground curving?
It's a terrestrial sphere or a celestial sphere.
Have you been drinking today, or?
It's a terrestrial sphere or a celestial sphere.
Yeah, the ground.
We use the celestial sphere as a reference point for our location on the terrestrial sphere.
Exactly. And that is what gives you 90-degree angles when you're a quarter of the circumference from the other observer. And their horizontal is not your horizontal, and their vertical is 90 degrees difference to you. That tells you the circumference of the Earth. Any angle where you measure, and there's a variance in angle, and you're assuming vertical for the observer, but not parallel.
Turquoise, are you saying that all 90 degrees are different?
To the observer. Each observer is different.
Are you saying that plumb lines are not parallel?
You measure from zenith. You measure stars from zenith.
Are you saying that plumb lines aren't parallel?
No.
They're not.
Not proven. Hard to prove.
I'm trying to work out what you're saying.
Yeah, listen, this is my logic behind it, Timbo.
Is the ground curving or not?
No. Yes. Yes. Yes.
The ground is curving.
The plumb line. Right. Listen. How it's 1 degree difference over 70 miles. 1 degree.
The plumb line
The
is the
divergence.
plumb line is, or the sky is.
Yeah, the divergence of the plumb line is 1 degree on the Earth's surface. That's how it works out, right?
You said divergence?
I don't know. He's going to have to sober himself up before he keeps talking.
Yeah, so Timbo, the interesting thing, right, is so Eratosthenes' experiment by itself doesn't prove a sphere, but if his assumption that wait, let me finish. His assumption that it was a sphere would calculate the radius. Yeah. What can be used to prove a sphere?
What else?
Wait, let me finish.
Parallel sun rays.
Yeah, so
that assumption as well.
Where his experiment can be extended to show curvature is by doing it at more than one point. So his experiment could have been explained by some weird angle triangle, right?
Do you know how he measured the distance between
Alexandria
and Cyrene?
No, it was pretty rough, right?
Well, he measured it with camels, yeah?
Yeah, something like that, yeah. It was a manual method.
Yeah.
But if he repeated his experiment at every 600 nautical miles, right, he would also be able to say, I expect... No, but people have done it since then, right? We've done equivalent to this all over the world.
Who's done that?
So every time you do a sun sight for celestial navigation is equivalent to doing his experiment, right?
Can you post that?
That doing a sun sight with celestial navigation is effectively the same experiment?
The Eratosthenes experiment.
No, there's not that many wells in the ground, right? But
no, can you post a modern day one with no assumptions?
So it's a sun sight to the sun, right? With a sextant.
Yeah, can you post that?
I can post a link probably, yeah. But the reality is that every 600 nautical miles you get 10 more degrees of declination, right? To the sun.
Wait, what? Say that again.
1 degree per 60 nautical miles. Every 600 nautical miles you get 10 degrees.
10. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yep.
And we know that happens, right? Yeah. Well, so as you walk along the ground, measure.
It's okay to make assumptions, Timbo. It's not like a game.
It's okay to make assumptions, but
it's not a deal breaker to make assumptions.
If you make assumptions to come up with a conclusion, then you have to test those assumptions to start with after you get your conclusion, yeah? Otherwise, your conclusion is not valid.
No, that's not how the ontological assumptions work.
Okay, you're gonna do something. You're gonna make an assumption. You're gonna.
So if I, like I said, let me give you the Australia.
Okay, what was my? Okay, I'm gonna. That shit. All right. So I make an assumption, then I do an observation, then I come up with a conclusion. Then you need to go, and then you come up with a conclusion. You go, okay. Then you need to go back and make sure your assumptions are correct to make it valid. Would that be the next logical step? Or just go, okay, perfect, no worries. I don't need to prove these assumptions anymore because it works out just the way I wanted it to. Are we right?
It's a constant cycle, isn't it? Validate your assumptions, test them again, try something else, and that's what's happened over time. He made the assumption of a spherical Earth. His experiment was about measuring what he thought the radius would be. So if you do that from enough different locations, and they all come up with the same radius, then there's some value in the radius, then, right? But then you need to make sure your assumption about the parallel rays is correct. Yeah.
Well, you've still got an assumption that the Earth is curving. And then the equation that you
after a while
confirms
it becomes not an assumption.
Because built into the equation is a curve equation.
No, that's where you're wrong. That you don't need to build a curve into the equation. You need to build a curve in to measure the radius.
In the equation, is there 360 degrees in that equation?
there's a couple of equations involved, right? So to measure the radius, yes, you do need to assume that it's a sphere. But if you draw the geometry out, the geometry also will not align to a flat plane. So that's that's the evidence that it's not flat, that the geometry of this experiment cannot be applied to a
Okay,
flat
can you show
plane.
that? Can you show
Yeah, I can get one for you. I can't post images yet, but I can find a link that shows what that geometry looks like.
Well, I'm driving at the moment. I was hoping you could explain it to everyone.
So I'll explain it then. So it's
And
the same as
then
Peter's
if you can
experiment,
show
right?
if you can show the measurements to back it up, that'd be even better.
Yeah. So the measurements we can do,
It's all right.
any
It's all right to
celestial
explain
navigation.
something. It's all right to explain something, but and then you got to show when it was done and who did it, and you know, show the measurements.
Yeah. So for a few centuries, right, we've been doing celestial navigation.
Can you show that
of latitude?
Can you show the measurements in your equation?
Which measurements do you want to know specifically? The
I
measurements
just
of
asked you.
of 1 degrees per nautical, 60 nautical miles. Is that the measurement you want to see?
No, you just told me that you were gonna post where these measurements had been done.
They're being done all the time.
Not a theory. Where? Show us.
So every time somebody does a sun sight in
Show
celestial
us.
navigation, it's the same measurement. All right, I'll dig some up. You want real physical measurements that someone's done?
Yes.
Where they've... Okay, I'll find some.
Please stop.
Surely at least one of you has glow proof. I'm sure of it.
Night FM, do you have globe proof?
I don't. I just thought I'd throw that out there. I don't have any.
Turquoise dragon might. It seems.
He says all we have is vertical.
It's really the only thing we have.
What did he say? But the only thing we have is vertical.
Yeah, he said all we can really establish is a vertical.
What about a horizontal?
He didn't say that. Yeah, he didn't mention horizontal.
So all we have is vertical. That means not horizontal. We don't have horizontal. So how do we have vertical?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, because you get vertical from horizontal and horizontal from vertical.
Yeah, apparently, according to him, all we have is one dimension.
Can't have one without the other. Or you could just like claim something and then just drop out a voice, not show what you claimed. Do that, it seems to work. And then keep claiming it. 1 degree per 69 miles. Yep.
What they don't tell you though is that 69 miles that has to be a horizontal distance for that to work. The angle changes for every 69 miles of horizontal distance. That is true. I say horizontal does not curve. See what happens when you go to the sky for your proof. You just end up with more questions. Because it's not the vertical that changes; it's an angle to a light in the sky. The vertical doesn't tilt. The horizontal doesn't curve. It's where you see the star that changes.
Don't be ridiculous. Not even in VC. Cat's skanking.
Hello? Anyone there?
Yes.
Yeah.
No one's talking in here.
Go ahead.
No, I was just confused. I joined to hear the debate, so nobody's
It's your
debating.
turn.
I've got nothing to debate. I just want to listen, but nobody's debating anything.
They're all tapped out.
You're
I
up,
couldn't find any globe proof.
Yo.
Hi.
So, do you guys actually think the Earth is flat?
Water is.
What?
There's obviously
seen
topography,
water?
right?
Have you ever looked in front of you?
Yeah.
Wait, what
Have
are
you
you
ever seen water?
What are you talking about, bro?
If
You
you
ever
look
seen
in
water
front of
before?
you,
You're confused by water? That's all it took to confuse you?
Does the surface of water at rest confuse you?
hey, we got a simpleton here. We got a non-believer, confused by water.
Simpleton or non-believer? Choose one.
Yeah, somebody said that other chat was fuck, I had a line right here. Damn it.
We're still waiting for the Globers to bring any proof.
Oh, yes. I now know the insult.
Yeah. Still no
That
proof in
other
sight.
room made me yawn. How about that for proof?
No, we're just looking for proof of curving oceans.
Who the fuck is that? Who's Kevin Oceans?
Well, people who think they live on a spinning ball in a vacuum chamber.
Bruh.
Oh, okay.
Bruh, it's like they think they played Little Big Planet.
Wait, no, I don't believe Kevin Oceans exists.
The fuck is Kevin?
Wait, so you think?
I don't know. You brought it up.
Too big brain.
Do you think the Earth is flat because? I just want to make sure I heard you right. You said the Earth is flat because water is flat.
Water is flat.
What do you mean by that?
Okay.
So you're
the Earth.
you're saying that gravity is pushing down water
No,
to make the Earth
no,
flat?
no. I'm just saying that water seeks a horizontal surface when at rest. And it does that at all scales. Doesn't matter the scale, whether it's a glass of water, bathtub, pool, lake, ocean, still seeking the same horizontal surface. So you can't have a 71% flat horizontal ball because they say that the ball is covered 71% in water, right? So it's like a oxymoron.
I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make much sense to me. Can you explain a little further?
No, that's all you need.
You mean that's all I need? You're sitting here saying that water seeks a horizontal surface. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense.
Do balls have horizontal flat surfaces? You know that the Earth is supposedly covered 71% in water, according to the globe claim, right?
Okay, So if I pour a glass of water on a small little ball, the water is going to fall off.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your point?
What's the surface in the glass doing?
What do you mean?
The surface of the water in your glass, right? Does it look curved? Does it look flat?
It fills up the glass, and it flattens out at the top.
Right.
But it doesn't leak through the bottom because it's glass.
The surface. A half a glass of water. Got half a glass of water. What does the surface look like to you?
Flat water, because it fills up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I stick my hand in that glass, the water is going to rise up. You ever get into a bathtub and the bathtub seems like it's empty or like almost empty, but then you get in and the water rises because you're taking up more space. So now that water.
Displacement. Yeah. What about it?
I'm just asking. Like you're saying, I don't understand what your point is.
Like you said that point. You said it's flat.
So that doesn't make the Earth flat.
Makes the ocean flat.
Bro,
apart from the waves, undulating waves and things.
Yeah, because of gravity. Ooh.
The reason why the water will turn into a horizontal, or it wants to be horizontal, is because of the way gravity pushes down water. If you were on the ISS,
so gravity makes the surface of water horizontal. Great.
If you were in space and you took a handful of water and you just let go, it would not turn into the shape it would be in on Earth.
Try to stay on Earth, dude. Try to stay in reality.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The water
tension, which
tries to stay on Earth. Like, does that make sense? Like, if I pour water,
it's horizontal. Yeah, we get it. It's the water is horizontal at rest.
It falls because gravity pulls it down.
Okay, good. So it's horizontal because of gravity.
Here. Is somebody trying to say that because water is flat, the fucking Earth is flat? That makes no sense.
No, water is horizontal.
It's a colloquialism, dude. We're trying to bait you into coming into this room because as soon as you hear the words flat Earth, you're gonna want to join and go crazy. But what we're telling you basically is that it's not a ball because the physics of water make that impossible. Physics of water make that impossible. Can't be a 71% horizontal flat ball.
No way the Earth is fucking round.
You know that the Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Okay, it's not any kind of sphere because there's no kind of sphere that has a flat horizontal surface.
It's not a flat horizontal surface. What?
Yeah, what? Why are you so confused by water, dude? Have you never seen water before?
What is your argument here? You're saying
like
physics of water cause it to flatten out at rest, seeks a horizontal surface. Yeah, one of you's got your mic open and everything's echoing in it.
Yeah, explain ocean gyres.
What?
Ocean gyres. Come on, explain them.
Ocean gyres. The explanation, please.
I don't get it, dude.
Ocean gyres.
They're giving up already.
Coriolis force, which only occurs on a spherical Earth. If
Can you
Earth
define
is
Coriolis?
Coriolis?
Yeah. And that doesn't just occur on the ball,
The difference between rotational velocity at the poles relative to the equator, which causes a effect of if you go north from the equator, I believe which way do you turn? Right, and it's the opposite for if you go south from the equator.
That's
due
not
to the
Coriolis.
rotational effect of the Earth.
That
literally is Coriolis. It's the difference between
it literally
rotational
is
velocity.
not. That's not Coriolis.
Yes,
I'm sorry. You don't know what it is. You're just throwing out terms that you don't know anything about. And you think that somehow proves a globe. Saying words that you don't understand proves a globe.
What's Coriolis then? Enlighten me.
Coriolis is the apparent deviation of something traveling straight in a non-rotating reference frame observed from a rotating one. So if you're on a merry-go-round, someone throws a ball overhead, and it looks like it's taking a curved path, but it's just going straight, that's what Coriolis effect is.
All right, that's not true. If you take your hands and put something rolling in between the two hands and roll the thing forward, that's not the Coriolis effect.
This is all a red herring.
Didn't even said that, dude. Yeah, it is. So water flattens out when it's at rest. The globe is said to be covered 71% in water, which, as I just said 17 times, flattens out when it's at rest, seeks a level horizontal surface. You can't have a ball with a 71% level horizontal surface.
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay, show me that.
You fucking...
Show me that. I want to see a ball with a 71% level horizontal surface.
Well, you won't be able to see it because any ball with, like, isn't struck. Like, the Earth has a gravitational pull, I guess, in the water. So
it's not density? What are you talking about? It's about density.
Okay, one of you spastics has to take it and yield to the other. Because we can't have this kind of audio chaos. Get your lives together, Globers. Okay, so gravity, pulls the water down, so I guess according to you, gravity is the reason that water flattens out when it's still, so, okay, cool globe debunk, thanks for that. Gravity debunks the globe, thank you. I mean, according to you, I'm just going with your rhetoric and what you said, that's all.
Define gravity.
Well, I mean, it's his term. He told me that it causes the water to, conform to the surface and do what it's doing. I don't really have a definition for gravity. I mean, Einstein said it was the bending and warping of space-time. I don't think that exists. Newton said it was mass attracting mass. Supposedly that was debunked by Einstein. I don't really think that exists either because there's no experiment to demonstrate it. If you want to just call gravity things falling down, sure, okay, I'll go with that.
No.
Yeah, it's perpendicular to water at rest. That's gravity.
Yeah, there's no such thing like, all right, if I have a ball, right, like I'll say again, all right, I'll clench my hands up in a fist, effectively making kind of like a ball. Not a perfect ball, but kind of whatever. And I'll take a cup of water and pour the water on it. The water's going to fall off, right? Because it can't rest in my on my hand as it's clenched up in a fist. Nothing falls in space. That's what you're missing here. Nothing actually falls. So if the Earth was round, right, which it is, and you're saying you can't have a ball with water resting on it, nothing falls in space. The water is actually
No.
You missed it completely.
Okay, so
Nothing.
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
Well, like water does fall. Like, have you ever seen a river?
Yes, but not in space. Yeah. It's the physics in the solar system are completely different from the physics on Earth. You're talking about physics on Earth, but we're talking about a flat planet, which is not flat, and he's saying that you can't have
we're not
talking about a flat planet.
The Earth's not a planet. We're not talking about any flat planet.
Are you fucking retarded?
What similarities do you see between the lights in the sky and the Earth?
You're fucking retarded.
What likeness do you see between the wandering lights in the sky and the Earth?
You're a fucking retard.
That's it? That's all you see? Wow, that was a really good argument. You have no clue what a planet is or why you think the Earth is one. That's just lore that you were told and conditioned with, brainwashed with.
You end up in the hospital tomorrow.
Oh man, he's mad now. You told him the Earth isn't a planet. He's gonna have a spiral about it.
Now the demons are coming out. Oh, it's almost witching hour. 2 more hours.
This kid doesn't even know what a planet is. So why is he so offended by the Earth not being one?
Yeah. He's triggered because he has demons inside of him, that's why.
You guys get melanoma in your sleep.
Yep. Another demon. Another demon just came right out of his mouth.
Well, we took his ball away, and now little buddy's upset.
You think the Earth is a disk, you retard?
I never said that. So who's retarded?
Who said that?
I never said any such thing whatsoever. Seem to be having a hard time tracking along here, so I'm wondering who's retarded.
Gaslighting doesn't work on me, fuckface.
Yo, Doc, did you ever ask
gaslight? I just literally never said that. You're literally hallucinating.
Hey, period. Did you ever ask the question, am I demonically possessed?
We don't need to go there.
He is, obviously. Went absolutely mental because I told him that water is level and that there's no observable similarities between the lights in the sky he calls planets and the Earth. There's none. Couldn't name one. All he could do was go spastic about it and call me a retard.
What do you mean?
Which is ironically kind of retarded.
What do you mean visible similarities? I don't understand what you're...
What likeness do you observe between the planets in the sky and the Earth? What similarities? When you're looking at the planets in the sky, what about them makes you go, yeah, the Earth is one of those? I can see it.
Dude, pretty sure like a good amount of the planets in our solar system are just gas giants.
There's no solar system. The Earth would have to be in motion in order for the sun to be at the center of the system, and the Earth is stationary and still. So
okay, so what you're basically saying is that the sky that we see is like a video game skybox, and it all of it just doesn't exist.
Somebody else want to talk to these idiots? I'm good to go.
Because you just said our solar system doesn't exist. So
honestly, don't deserve heretic right now. I'm just saying.
Define that.
This guy just compared the Earth to a fucking basketball.
Shut up for a minute. I might like to explain it a little, but you got to shut up. Open your fucking ears, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
People look up. People look up at the sky and interpret it into a solar system. It doesn't mean it is one.
So what is it?
When you look up at the sky, what do you see?
If it's not a solar system, what is it? Is it my nuts doing helicopters around your eyes? Like what is it?
When you look up at the sky, what do you see?
Oh.
What do you see when you look up at the sky? What do you see?
You see stars.
Or the daytime. Yeah.
Stars.
Planets. Right? You see the sun and the moon, right? What do you see them doing?
Helicoptering across your face.
I know it's a very.
It's ironic how that came about.
Very painful question.
No, but I don't. You're trying to argue with me right now that the solar system doesn't exist.
What do you see those things in the sky doing?
Oh man, this guy thinks that we think that the solar system never existed, dude. Yeah, we're saying the solar system isn't the same solar system that you believe the solar system is, or that you've been conditioned or told to believe it is.
So that's just a theory in your head?
When you look up at the sky, what do you see those planets and the stars and the sun and the moon? What do you see them doing?
Well, okay, so the planets in our solar.
You haven't answered. What?
I'm answering, you stupid fucking retard. If you could shut your mouth for 2 seconds. Fucking brain dead chimpanzee. Anyways.
Go on then.
Alright, anyways. The planets in our solar system orbit, oh my god, around the sun. Unless you want to say that the Earth is in the sun.
I asked you what you see them doing. When you look up, I asked you what you see when you look up at the sky. Right? You said the stars, planets, sun, moon. And then I asked you, what do you see them doing?
I'm with you right now, bro. What do you mean? What do I see them do? They just kind of sit there, bro. Like in the naked eye. Naked eye, yeah. They just kind of sit there, bro.
Do you see the sun just sitting there?
I don't got a fucking telescope, but they just sit there. It rises in the fucking whatever direction it rises in, and it sets in whatever direction.
It rise if it just sits there. It rise if it just sits there.
No fucking retard. Because the Earth rotates, dumbass.
What do you see them doing?
What you're saying is that everything,
do you observe them
everything
doing?
revolves around the Earth. That's supposedly a disk.
What
So
do you
what you're saying is
observe them
everything
doing?
revolves around the sun because
You
that's
see
the
them
only
just
other
sitting there, or do you
explanation.
see them moving? Because you said, I see
They're
them.
moving in
They
the sky
rise,
because
but
the
they're just
Earth is
sitting there,
rotating.
right?
Bro,
What
like I don't
do you
understand what
see
you're
them
saying.
doing?
I have a
Moving,
question for period. I have a question for
sitting
period.
there. Pick one.
If everything in space is lit up by the sun, right? If the sun is what everything revolves around, then why isn't space full of light? Why is it all dark?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's just
Obviously,
track for a second. I said that
He's going to answer the question.
I'm trying to answer.
What he sees them doing.
Hey, stupid fuck! Could you shut up for 2 seconds, dumbass? All right, hold on. Listen.
Right, you either see them sitting there or you see them moving. Pick one.
You can't really see it, is what I'm saying. With the naked eye, you can't see it. They're moving. You really can't really see it. It's not like if I look. Okay, it's night out right now, right? I can see all types of stars in the sky, but if I really stare at them, I'm not really going to be able to see them move, right? But of course, with the Earth moving, right, it can give off that illusion.
You see that?
Show that the Earth moves.
You see that?
Oh my fucking god!
You see the Earth moving.
Yeah, see, this is the thing. This is how I know there's no solar system, because for there to be one, the Earth would have to be in motion, right, in order to orbit around the sun, right? And the Earth has never been detected or shown or measured to be in any kind of motion. It's completely at rest for all anybody can tell. So that's
excuse
total
me. So
nonsense.
if you're saying that the Earth is not in motion, explain why there's winters, summers, falls. Why is there a temperature change if the Earth does not move?
Angle to the sun. It's just the angle to the sun. The sun changes its position throughout the year.
You just said
It's just the sun changing its position.
And now you say that it changes angles, so it moves.
That's the sun changing its position. So it's going to be further south. Its ground position will be further south in the northern winter time and vice versa.
So you're saying the sun moves away and gets closer to the Earth?
Yeah,
you know that the sun's ground position changes. You know that your 23.4 degree tilt is made up to explain why the sun's ground position changes on a ball throughout the year, right? So that's all they're doing with the tilt of the globe. They're trying to make a story about why the sun's ground position is changing, but that's all that's happening. The sun's position is changing. That's it.
Is there any scientific evidence to back that statement?
Reality.
It's called the solar analemma.
Can I get a source?
Look it up. Solar analemma.
Well, no, you should have like a source for me. If you're arguing it, you should have like a source ready.
It's your fucking claim, you idiot.
What are you talking about?
This is what the globe says too. Everybody knows that the sun circulates between the tropics throughout the year, and that's how you get your seasons. With the globe, you have a little story about how it's tilting in order to cause that effect. But it's the same fucking thing.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Can I get a source for whatever you're saying?
Yeah, because you don't know about any of this stuff.
Now-
You don't know anything about the globe or any of the rest of it. So
Now, this will only apply to a globe Earth. This will not apply to a flat Earth because
why?
Because the way, if you think of a plate and you have like the sun and a plate, like how would that work with the tilt? Because let's
There's
say
no
like
tilt.
Australia, for instance, or like the Arctics would be close to the sun, and on the other side, like that wouldn't make any sense. It would only work.
Dude, the sun is just moving, man.
It's just an angle.
Are you saying that everything rotates around the Earth?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, this is unbelievable.
I don't know it's necessarily a rotation, but it's the stuff in the sky that's in motion, not us. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what you observe.
Everything rotates around a desk.
So the cartoons you've been shown of a solar system, right? Little pretty pictures of planets going around the sun. You don't observe that. You don't observe that in reality.
The sun doesn't move. What?
You've never looked at what you observe it doing. You see it moving. You wake up in the morning and it's in the eastern sky, and then you go before you go to bed. It's in the western sky. It has moved.
Because the Earth rotates, right?
That's your claim.
Because it does.
The claim. But what's the proof for that?
Yeah, can you show us an experiment that reproducibly validates that the Earth is actually, in fact, spinning and on a tilt?
Okay, so if you use a gyroscope, it's used to measure the rotation rate of the Earth. So how would a gyroscope?
But isn't it? It's designed to hold its rigidity in space. That's what it's designed to do. It's not designed to measure the rotation of the Earth at all. You need rotation of the Earth to measure first.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, the rotation of the Earth is going to have to exist in order for you to measure it, just saying.
The rotation of the Earth actually creates things like night and day, just to let you know.
You didn't let us know anything that we already don't agree with.
No, but somebody here
we
was
went
saying...
through the same education system as you. We were told all the same shit as you. We learned the same shit.
Okay, exactly. But you're over here saying that the Earth doesn't rotate.
Because we know
Because you
for a
don't
fact,
observe it to.
reproducibly off of experiments, that it doesn't rotate. Eric Dubé has proven it. Go on his channel.
Not even up to us to prove it isn't moving when that's what we observe and experience. Observe the sun moving across the sky. We don't experience the ground moving.
So let me get this straight. How come you can see the rotation of the moon in its different sides if it's flat? If it doesn't, because if you're saying that the Earth is flat, that must mean every single thing
Dude, you
around
can't. That's not even true within your own paradigm, man. Have you heard of tidal locking? We don't see other sides of the moon. We see one face of it only. That's it.
Get some proof.
What? Just look at the fucking moon, dude. It's only shown one face ever.
Can I get some, like, evidence on that, though?
Yeah, that would be the moon. Go take a look at it and see if you ever see it show another face.
Can you show me, like, a source? Like, can you, like, link me a
It's
source?
called tidal locking. You don't even know your own stupid story. So they have a story within the globe model called tidal locking for the moon, which explains why one face of the moon always facing towards us.
Oh, can you link me like an article on this so I can maybe like educate?
No, you can just Google it. This is trivial shit that everybody else already knows. I don't know why you're so behind the 8 ball.
I'm not behind the 8 ball.
You are. You think that you see other sides of the moon.
No, I just want you to like show me an article that explains that to me so I can like educate myself. Like I don't know where you're.
Wikipedia, it's called tidal locking. Go ahead.
Well, no, I don't know where you're getting this information from, so I just need you to like send it in my DMs.
You're well behind the 8 ball. You said rotation of the moon. That's
No. I never said rotation of the moon. I just asked him to like send me like a source.
No, you did. You said we see the moon rotate.
I just asked him to send me a source. I never said rotation of the moon. I just said, can you show me where you're getting this from?
You or your mate? Was it you or your mate?
I don't know. I don't have any mates in here. I just want to read about what he's saying. That's all. I'm not attacking him.
Did you not? Are you not the one that said rotation of the moon?
No, I never
He
said
said
that.
you could see other sides of it. He said you could see other sides of it.
Didn't? That was Chipson.
Anyway. Okay, well that's stupid.
The moon. Someone said the moon orbits the Earth or something. I just wanna know what you're saying. I just like to read up on it because I'm not necessarily too educated on the topic.
Read up on what?
Whatever the fuck he was just talking about, but I forget now.
What did he say that you need to read up on? What did he say?
I don't know. Everybody's been blabbering in here, so I kind of forgot now.
So you just said, whatever he said, I want to read up on it. And then you say, okay, well, it must have been interesting to you. So what was it?
I don't know, because you guys won't shut the fuck up and just link me something about it, so now I already forgot about it.
No, but you don't even know what we're fucking linking you.
Well, I did before.
Anyway, you don't need to read anything, dude. You can just look at the moon and just see if you ever see it showing another face. That's all you need to do. Just look at the moon. You'll be the first one ever. If you do see it change its face someday, then yeah, just take a picture and post it here. That'll be awesome.
Yeah. Show me this. What do you want me to show you? I don't know.
You know that. Okay.
Weird.
Oh, Okay.
Weirdos.
All right, hear me out. All right.
Okay.
The moon does rotate on its axis, but listen to me. Just hear me out. The
Do you
time
see it?
The time it takes
see
the
it
moon.
rotate?
No, just listen.
Do you see it rotate? Do you see
Listen.
it rotate?
Listen to me, you
see it
fucking read.
rotate?
Well, you won't listen to me, so
see it rotate?
You won't listen to me, so
rotate? How do you know it rotates?
Fucking black fuck.
He knows it rotates because he's got a story about how he doesn't see it rotating, right?
No, won't even let me finish. The time
I've heard it all before. It's tidal locking. It's what I told you to look up. It's orbit and it's rotation. It's 1-to-1. It orbits in as long as it takes to rotate. That's their story.
Yeah, that's the truth. So what are you arguing? Of course, you're only going to see one side.
It's just what I said, though. You don't see it rotating. You've got a story about why you don't see it rotating.
You just agreed that it does rotate. You just can't see it.
No, I didn't. I just told you your story. That's all I did. It's just a storytelling.
You just fucking said that it's rotation orbit or 1-to-1. You
no,
just
I didn't.
It rotates, but you just can't see it rotate.
I said that that's the story. It's a story. I never said that that's what actually happens. That's just your story. That's what I said.
You agree that it has an orbit?
No.
No, I don't think it rotates.
No, orbits around the Earth. Do you agree that the moon orbits the Earth?
Moves across
orbit?
the sky.
What do you mean orbit? I mean orbit as it goes around a sphere.
Does the moon orbit the Earth?
Orbit?
Well,
what do you mean by orbit?
Does it rotate around the Earth? Like, does it go... So you know how the Earth orbits around the sun?
You mean how it doesn't?
I don't see that. I've never seen that.
If you're talking about something that doesn't happen, then no, I guess that's not what the moon does.
Wait, so you're saying the Earth doesn't orbit the sun?
No, the Earth is still. It doesn't orbit. It would have to move to orbit.
What the fuck?
What evidence?
So you do understand Earth is the center of the galaxy.
What evidence do you have? What evidence do you have that the
all planets orbit the Earth? That's
Earth
fucking common
orbits
sense.
the sun?
Nope.
What evidence do you have that the Earth orbits the sun?
You really believe those Protestant lies? It's been a known fact since 1000 AD that every planet orbits the Earth.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, man.
Definitely not.
Yeah, it's not a hard thing to comprehend. Every planet orbits the Earth.
Orbit? Definitely. What do you mean by orbit?
Y'all know what orbit means, yeah?
You guys don't
know. Can
know.
you explain orbit for me?
I mean, orbit is like there's one central thing that something else.
Orbit is one central thing. Wrong.
No, bro. Bro, did you not hear my?
It's the path.
Can you please explain orbit?
The path that one thing takes around another, like the Earth. The path it takes around the sun, it circles around the sun.
How can it take a path when it doesn't move?
It does move.
And yeah, you basically figured out what an orbit is. It's a circular motion, pretty much. But how can the Earth be doing that when it doesn't move?
But it does move.
How do you know that?
You know it doesn't.
That it doesn't.
Because I don't feel it or sense it or experience it moving.
Of course you wouldn't.
So how do you know the opposite of what we experience is actually what's going on?
I mean,
how'd you figure that out?
Do you feel when you're 30,000 feet up in an airplane that you're sensing any motion?
Yeah, there's turbulence.
So, do you know what would happen if the Earth stopped spinning on its axis right now?
Not spinning, so I don't know. Wouldn't have to worry about it.
Wait, so you're saying that the Earth just sits still?
I don't feel it moving. Do you?
No, because the circles moves at a constant.
I mean,
Oh, wait, but it's rotating, right? So you're saying it's not accelerating, right?
It's not accelerating or decelerating. It's just kind of.
Oh, it's not accelerating, so it's not rotating then.
What are you talking about? It rotates at a constant speed.
You know that circular motion is constant acceleration, right? And you just told me it's not accelerating, so that means no rotation, no orbit.
You said it was constant, dude. You're fucking retarded, bro. Like more retarded than my dead autistic cousin.
On God.
Oh, look at him go. Yeah, you said it's not accelerating, but you also claimed it's orbiting and rotating, and both of those are circular motions.
But Heretic, you ever just realize you might be stupid? You might just be stupid, man.
That's a great argument.
So okay, so what about something like the ISS? For instance? The ISS is constantly falling towards the Earth at a certain rate, and the reason it doesn't fall is because the Earth rotates far enough away, so where it just keeps falling endlessly. So explain why the ISS does not fall from the sky.
Well, what is the ISS? All I see is a light when it passes overhead. I don't know what the fuck it is. I know the story.
All I see is this. All I see is that. You're fucking retarded, bro. You're blind. Then you're blind.
Or like a satellite, for instance. Like people have literally you can take a telescope and point it up there. You can't say that the ISS doesn't exist or was never launched.
I never said it doesn't exist. I said I don't know what it actually is. I know the same lore and the same
but you don't
stories
know a
about
lot of things. It doesn't seem like you know anything at all. So maybe you're just stupid.
Well, I know that water is flat at rest.
But maybe you're just stupid. Can you just accept that maybe you're just stupid?
No, because that's a bad argument.
Hardly an argument. Hardly an argument.
It's not even an argument. You're right. It's not even an argument.
Right, because I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there. Maybe you're just stupid. Is that possible?
All right.
Is that possible?
Well, demonstrate how. In what way?
No.
What am I being stupid specifically?
No. I'm just saying maybe it's a possibility for you.
Yeah, discarded. Then you've got no reason for me to entertain that possibility. Okay, next. That was stupid.
I still want to know on a flat Earth why the ISS doesn't fall from the sky.
Well, what is it?
What does that matter?
It's a satellite.
It does not matter.
I don't know what the fuck it is. I would need to know what it is in order to tell you why it doesn't fall.
It's a piece of metal in the sky. I don't know. Why doesn't it fall from the sky?
You don't know what the ISS is? Wait. So you know all this stuff about how...
I don't think that the reason is the bending and warping of space-time by a ball in a vacuum chamber with gas and water at its surface, because all of that is an obvious natural law violation of space.
Have you ever
watched... What do you believe at this point? Like, I'm honestly...
Well, I agree that there is something up there called the ISS. I agree with that, but I don't know the mechanics of how it does what it does.
Math.
What I would say... Well, what I would tell you is I don't think that what it's doing has anything to do with a giant ball in space bending and warping the space-time around it. Because there's no ball to do that, and I don't think the bending and warping of space-time
is towards the Earth while it's rotating.
Oh, dude. All right, you don't know your own story.
Dude,
what are you talking about? You still haven't answered my question.
Space-time.
Well, do you know what gravity is?
No one knows what gravity is.
I mean,
it's
yes
purely...
Okay.
It's purely scientific.
I guess...
Like, there's no...
All right.
I know how it behaves.
It's purely scientifical. No one knows what it is. Okay, cool.
Yep. So I want to know why, though. I want to know why. You haven't answered my question.
I don't know. Who cares?
What
does it have to do with the horizontal?
That's the principle base. Like that's a reason why you could say the Earth could be round.
Oh, really? You have a story about a light in the sky. And that's the reason why you could say the Earth is quote round.
In the sky and it's falling towards the Earth.
No, I know it's a light in the sky, but so what? What is it? Big deal. What does it do necessarily to prove the Earth is a ball?
It's falling towards the Earth because of... I mean, you can't... Again, gravity... It's
so it's going to hit the ground eventually, huh?
It's falling due to a force. It doesn't matter. You can call it gravity.
Falling due to a force. Doesn't look like it's falling. Looks like it's staying in the air.
Away. The Earth is rotating because it's a spherical shape.
Who measured the rotation of the Earth? Who measured that?
I forget who it was, but they measured it in like Rome or Greece or whatever. And
well, how can you know that what it's doing has to do with the rotation of the Earth if nobody actually proved the rotation of the Earth?
That doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
If you're measuring relative on the Earth, that the rotation doesn't matter.
Oh, you just said it was the cause of the ISS doing what it's doing, but now it doesn't matter. Okay, well, we'll scrap all that.
It doesn't matter because he's stationary on the Earth. The ISS is not like stuck on the Earth. It's floating.
I think you need to go and rethink all this, man. This isn't really a good globe
I think
argument.
you're just autistic, really.
Yeah, I know you're mad now. You all get mad when your ball gets taken away.
I'm not mad. I actually think you have some sort of like disease. Or
Yeah. Pivot to talking about me. Yeah, not mad at all. Totally not mad, bro. Trust me.
Dude, you're such a fan. Like, I'm literally telling you. I still want to know why the ISS doesn't fall from the sky. You have still yet to tell me why.
What do you mean? You said it's always falling from the sky. That's what you told me. Now you're asking me why it doesn't fall. This is why I told you to get your thoughts together. You're embarrassing. You're embarrassing yourself.
It's floating up in the sky, but it's still falling. And why the Earth is
it's falling, but tell me why it's not falling, dude. I told you. Stop doing this to yourself. You're embarrassing yourself. Go get your thoughts together and try again because you're making a fool of yourself. I'm just saying this for your sake.
You're so low IQ, bro. Like I can't.
Yeah, I know you're mad again. I know. High emotion, high estrogen, lots of soy, low intelligence. I know. Just try to take a breather, drink some water.
You're so useless. It's actually unbelievable, bro.
Yeah, you're not mad though, right? Yeah, you're totally keeping your cool. Not mad one bit.
Yeah, bro. You can believe that the Earth is a disk and planets rotate around it all day long, but
why do you keep hallucinating that I said that? So maybe you need to take your meds as well.
Like multiple times, like 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, can you give me the exact quote or give me a clip of me saying that? Because it seems to me you need to take your meds because that wasn't said by anybody on our side. It was only you guys who kept inserting disc into the conversation over and over again. So you're confusing me with you, I guess.
That reminds me, I need to take my meds. Thank you.
I think this guy should because he's confusing himself with me at this point. That's how far gone he is. So, I mean, whatever they're doing to treat you for schizophrenia, it's not working, and you probably shouldn't be on Discord. You have bigger problems right now to tend to.
As a crash to the ground, dude. I still haven't got an answer.
Yeah. I mean, it's constantly falling, but why isn't it falling? Yeah, that was a great question. Really coherent.
Still waiting on an answer. Haven't got one yet.
To your totally coherent question of why it's not falling while it's constantly falling.
A very simple question. You know what? I have a question for you. What's mass? Define mass for me.
Resistance to acceleration. So does mass attract mass?
That's actually okay.
Does it attract mass?
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean about that definition? Actually, explain why that is.
I don't know. That's just the definition I have.
Okay, I need a source on that. I need to know where you got that from. Where do you see that definition from?
I don't know. In physics, it says it has no proper definition. I could cite several different definitions for mass. What's your point?
One second. I'm doing some research real quick.
Yeah, get the Google out.
Yeah. Go learn your claim while you're arguing. I have to define.
And remember to take your meds.
Yeah. I didn't bring it up. I didn't use it in an argument. It's not one of my terms, but I better define it. I did anyway because I was going to lead him somewhere with it, but he didn't take the bait, damn it. Well, +1.
Guy who's
Hello?
on his period. Yes, Mr. Period, you're off mute.
Oh, thank you. What were we talking about again?
Nothing. Bye.
Okay, so I have a question for Heretic.
Yay.
I just want to recap. So, what was your whole argument again?
Really, all I said is that water flattens out when it's still, which then precludes the possibility that the Earth is a ball because it's mostly covered in water.
And then you went on a bunch of tangents. You just flipped out. You and your buddies. Let's
Yeah,
recap.
that was really it. That was the main.
I don't have any buddies in here.
Yep, that's true.
I'm the lone wolf.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I also said moving.
So why are you saying that it's impossible for the Earth to be a ball because it's covered in water?
I've already told you why, like 17 times. Maybe I need a globe whisperer.
I need it one more time.
Maybe a globe whisperer can translate for me because he's not getting it from me.
Oh, the water's level upon the surface, level meaning flat, flat meaning horizontal. If the surface of the Earth is horizontal, then it can't be curved. Globe whisperer.
So you're saying that water always seeks a horizontal surface. But
Yeah.
Yep.
in order for water to rest on the Earth must be horizontal if the physics of water means that it always seeks a horizontal surface. So therefore, there's no way that the Earth is round. Is that what you're saying?
Heretic, before I translate for you.
Well, might as well. I mean, he hasn't understood a word I said, so you might as well give it a shot.
Yes. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then it can't be a ball, which by necessity will curve on the surface.
So you're saying if the surface of the Earth was curving, there's no way for water to rest on it?
No, we don't care about what the seabed's made of. It can be zigzag for all we care. We're saying that it doesn't matter what the surface is underneath the water. The water, that surface is level.
Okay.
Good.
So, have you ever watched a ship sail off into the sea?
Yeah.
And you know how it gets smaller and smaller as it goes away, and then eventually you can't see it anymore?
Yes.
Right. Just wondering if you've ever seen that.
I live on an island. Seen many boats disappear out to sea. They get smaller with distance until they become too far for me to see. Then I get my binoculars out, then I can see them again. And then they go beyond the optical range of the binoculars, and I can't see the boat anymore. And then I pull out my telescope.
Yeah, because once it gets further and further away, you'll notice that it just slowly starts to kind of look like it's sinking, right?
Yes. Like the street lights.
So it doesn't just...
Hold on, I haven't finished. I'm trying to walk you slowly through this.
Oh,
so yes, like the street lights that I observed down the road, though that altitude hasn't changed above the surface, with distance they appear to recede downwards, get smaller towards the horizon.
Thus the Earth is round.
No, that's perspective.
What?
You're not being out at night time?
No, you're retarded.
No, if you look down the road at night time and see the street lights above it, Now, the streetlights above it actually haven't changed our altitude, but because they're above your eye line, when you look down the road with distance, they appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. I'm not retarded. You're just not listening because I'm a flat earther and you're bigoted.
No, because you're retarded.
No, that's a very simple explanation. Would you like a tiny little picture?
Oh, I think that if you're a flat earther, you're stupid.
There you go. So I was correct. You're bigoted.
Oh, I'm not bigoted at all.
You don't understand. Shut up. You don't understand a very simple explanation when I break it down to a fucking 5-year-old.
You know, you're stupid.
Yeah, keep going, Sunshine. I'm stupid. Blah, blah, blah. You don't understand perspective.
That's a stupid argument, though, by the way. Calling somebody stupid is a very stupid argument. So you might be projecting. I want to look at that.
I just think that if you really believe that the Earth is flat, you're stupid.
He's just going to do it again. I just warned you, and you went and did it again. You've already made a fool of yourself again, and I told you exactly how to not do that. Crazy.
No, I'm not making a fool of myself. I know I'm smart. I know the Earth is flat.
Deny it. Mommy told me I'm smart.
Oh, I know.
Sorry.
You are, really?
I know that the Earth is not flat.
Okay. It's interesting. I'm going to post a picture for you.
No,
I'm a true believer.
No, I don't look at pictures of flat earthers.
So, 5 minutes past the hour, do you see the telegraph poles? Now, that altitude hasn't actually changed above the surface, but as you look towards the horizon, they appear to go downwards towards the horizon, a bit like your fucking boat that's sailing off towards the horizon. It appears to descend downwards towards the horizon, like the fucking telegraph poles, you idiot.
Sorry, what'd you say, retard?
I think he's tapped out. He short-circuited a while ago. He lost his mind when he found out that water is flat.
Yeah, and then he tried to come up with an argument about a boat getting smaller and appearing to descend downwards, and that can only happen on a curved surface. And then when I point out light fittings or a telegraph pole going towards the horizon, he doesn't get it and calls me retarded.
Classic projection.
Classic projection. Does a save your typing, Sunshine?
Actually, where he really when I told him that the Earth isn't a planet in space going around the sun.
What'd you say, retard?
Yeah, see, he became like this ever since then. He can't say anything else. He's brick now. Because I told him.
just don't argue with flat earthers. You guys are stupid.
Who'd you trigger, heretic? The hell?
Oh, this guy named Period.
Is he on his period?
Ah.
That could be the case.
Oh no, this retard actually believes that the Earth is flat.
Yes, this gentleman seems to be having a problem with the reduction of angular size of things with distance. So I tried to give him a little crayon drawing with telegraph poles to explain the perspective phenomena he thinks can only happen on a curved surface because things go down.
Hey Jedi, what accent? What country is your accent from?
I don't know, retard. Why don't you tell me?
Asking.
Bond.
Well done.
He sounds like he's from
ones are
Australia.
small. Those ones are far away. Small, far away.
Thank you, dude. You've reminded me of a gift.
Oh, you're Australian? Are you Australian?
Man,
Hey, bro,
don't you
Australian?
know James Bond accent when you hear one, man? Come on.
He is Australian.
That's awesome, Sunshine. So I've given you 2 diagrams to explain.
Dude, I literally have my hands like all up on my cock right now. I don't even know why I'm listening to
you. Well, then why don't you fuck off?
What are you so mad about?
Talking to an idiot like you who doesn't understand perspective and think that perspective only applies
with the theory about the Earth being flat. Okay, 2 people can disagree.
According to you, perspective only happens on curved surfaces.
According to me, I disagree with you, and you're a retard.
according to you, you think that perspective can only happen on curved surfaces?
No, according to me, I think that the Earth is round, and you think the Earth is flat, and that's fine. But I don't want to argue with you
No, it's
anymore.
not.
We're done.
Then fuck off or address what I've said. You've got two choices here, Sunshine. You can either address what I said or fuck off.
What if I
guy on the period? Concentrate, guy on the period.
What if I just don't want to talk to you anymore?
Hey, what up, Jemsy?
Then fuck off.
What do you mean fuck off?
Oh fuck.
What do you think? What do you think I mean by fuck off? What do you think of? What do you think I
No,
mean?
you're talking to me.
Okay. So, do you understand the diagrams that I've given you?
What diagram?
You see the telegraph poles receding with angular size with distance.
Can you
Do you
send it
see
again?
that? No, I'm not going to send it again. You can scroll up.
You with you if you won't show me what you're trying to show me.
It's at, what is it? 55 minutes past the hour?
Unfortunately, I need you to send it again.
Unfortunately, you're an idiot. I'm wasting my time.
I'm not wasting your time. I just want you to send it again so I can have a debate with
you. You've got to scroll up. 55 minutes is right there.
So you want me to respond to your question, but you won't even send it the picture that you want me to respond to.
Send it once. 55 minutes, you've got to scroll up.
Okay. Okay, so if you're not going to provide me the resources that I need to respond to you, then I can't continue.
I have.
No, you haven't.
I have 55 minutes past the hour.
I want you to send them again because I can't find.
1 minute past the hour.
Nice fold.
1 minute past the hour.
Nice fold.
Good. So, do you understand the relativeness of things getting further away, appearing to reduce in angular size, and if they're above your eye line, they will go down towards the horizon? Okay. Alpha, it's good to see you back, buddy. He's all yours.
Yeah, Australian.
He's too lowbrow for me, man. This guy, he's way lowbrow.
Who are you?
Don't worry about it, man. You continue to do your little, shenanigans. That's all you're good for.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, you're only good for content. You are.
Content for what?
For us, so we can show how big of idiots that people think the Earth is a globe are. You're just content, bro. That's all. You're lowbrow. You're lowbrow content. That's all you're good for. You couldn't have a debate if you tried.
You serious?
Yeah, dead serious. You couldn't have a debate if you tried, and I can prove it to you. I don't need to. Actually, I don't need to, but you're lowbrow. Go ahead.
He's serious. Period.
Yeah, I'm serious. Period. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You mean that?
If you tried, honestly, because you're joking around right now, but if you really tried, you wouldn't be able to have a debate here. You couldn't hold your own.
No,
I guarantee it.
Oh, because I know that the Earth is not flat.
I know, but that's the only thing you know. Just like a parrot that says things over and over again, but you don't understand anything.
Everybody should know that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, so go ahead and tell us how you know that the Earth is a globe. Pray tell. Let us know. Let us know how it's a globe. How did you verify that it's a globe?
Because I know.
How?
I shouldn't have to prove basic knowledge to you.
Okay, so if it's so basic, then tell me how it's easily known. Oh, wise one.
Because it's a globe.
Oh, yeah. Just because you say so, right? Oh, you know what? I can say things too, right? It's easy. All I gotta do is just open my mouth and say things.
You sure talk a lot for somebody who says nothing.
No, I know, because you are used to saying things and just everybody's like, oh, wow, but this guy's smart. He said the Earth's a globe. You don't know shit, dude. Like,
no,
that's a fact.
No, it's because it's a globe. That's all I have to say.
Yeah,
the Earth.
see, yeah. So what, dude? And people think the Earth is a dinosaur, a toilet, like a donut. They say a lot of shit.
According
when
to
I
you,
ask for
is a-
yeah. So when I'm asking for evidence and you don't give it, what does that mean? It's simple, right? If the Earth was a globe and you had evidence, you'd be able to support it with the damn evidence, and you don't have that.
Because every time I get sort of viable evidence, you retards just come up with your little
what? Like what? Like what?
Like we were talking about orbit earlier, and this guy kept asking what orbit is, and then he started saying that the Earth is still.
No. I mean, you've never listen. Check it out, man. Number one, you've never seen an orbit, ever, not even once. So if you can tell me that you verified seeing an orbit, maybe we'll get somewhere. Have you ever seen an orbit?
Yes, I have.
Where? On what?
With my own 2 eyes.
Yes, I know. But what have you seen orbit?
My eyes.
Your eyes have orbited. What the fuck?
No, the Earth.
Okay, the Earth's orbiting. How do you know that? Have you seen the entire orbit of the Earth?
Yes.
When?
He saw the Earth orbiting with his eyes. Damn.
Last year.
Last what?
Last year. It started on January 1st and ended on December 31st.
Yeah, that's what their claim is, right? That it orbits at that annual, time that it takes for it to go around the sun. So these are the stories, dude. These are the stories, right? And
yes.
You're believing children's stories and then repeating them back like they're facts.
Are you also
asking for?
Michael Jordan?
No, dude, listen. What we're asking for is the evidence of you witnessing an orbit, an actual seeing something go around something else.
Yes, I went outside and I used my eyes.
Good for you. And what? You know how you sound like the dumbest person that, I mean, honestly, dude. You probably no more than maybe first grader, I would say. That's what you sound like. I'm pretty sure you're in your adult age, but you're a fucking man child, dude. For sure.
What are you talking?
You're fucking acting like you're beating on your meat and shit. You're a dumbass, dude.
Oh, I'm not. When did I say that?
Yeah, you're a fucking dumbass because you are. Just plain out. You just act like you're coming in here to poke fun and shit, but you really don't know nothing. You're a big fucking doofus, aren't you?
Poking fun. All I said to
you're
you,
a big doofus, aren't you?
In the past 10
doofus, aren't you?
I've said the Earth is a globe. That's all I've said. I've unmuted.
You haven't substantiated. You haven't substantiated it, have you?
Saying that the Earth is a globe is enough to piss you off to make you go on this tangent that you've been on for 15 minutes.
Dumbass. I'm asking for you. I'm asking for you to actually present the evidence that it actually is a globe, and you can't do it, dumbass. Can you do it?
No, because I know it's a globe. I don't need to prove.
It's a globe. It's all you just repeat your shit. Then prove it.
Exactly. And you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'm just saying if you think that you're such an intellect, then you'd be able to describe how it is.
Who's the man child in here? Because I know it's not me.
Absolute bullshit. The only thing you've been doing is playing games and making fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Then you're the fucking man child. There you go.
All I've done is repeat myself 10 times, saying the same exact thing. And you're mad.
Like a dumbass. Yeah, because you're a dumbass. And then you want to come in here and start asking questions and thinking that you're some kind of debater.
I'm not a debater.
Sit down. Yeah, I know. You're not.
I just said that.
That's clear. You're not.
Same thing 10 times.
I know. So why don't you go and fuck off to another server? Because in here you're just lowbrow content, dude. That's all. You're a time waster.
I haven't done anything wrong.
You're just taking up airtime for what, dude?
Wasting time right now.
No, not really, because there's nobody doing anything anyways. So if there was, they shut you up in a heartbeat.
This time is being wasted.
If somebody was to come in here, you'd be shut up, and they would you'd probably fuck off then when they'd mute you. But obviously, you want to be in here for whatever reason.
I think that I let you speak, and then I unmute, and I say that the Earth is a globe for the 15th time, and then you go on your little tangent again, and then I speak again.
Because check this out, man. You and the rest of the world say the same thing. You come in here and say, well, all I got to do is say the Earth's a globe. And we ask you guys, well, go ahead and tell us how you know it's a globe. Give us some information. So show us some evidence. And you do the same fucking thing that you're doing. It's a globe. Oh, you're getting mad. No, because the rest of the dumbasses like you, right? The lemmings, all of the fucking idiots out there, the rest of you guys are doing the same shit that you're doing. Coming in here and saying it's a globe and don't have any evidence to substantiate it. Nothing. That's all. And we're exposing you every day. You and the rest of your kind. That's it.
Okay, so what's your point?
Well, the point is that you guys think that you know what you're talking about, and in your own head, you're like secret kings. You think you're dominating with just saying, "Oh, look, I'm making you triggered because I say it's a globe," but really, the idiot is you. You're the fucking fool at the table, dude.
Hold on a second. I think the point is that none of you are going to space. There's no such thing as space elevators. You're not getting a space hotel. You're gonna die down here like the rest of us on this flat Earth, and you're going nowhere. This is gonna be.
Well, I agree with that.
You're gonna spend the rest of your life arguing with flat earthers that you allegedly call retarded, enjoying yourself for your little content thievery, and then like annoy the fucking piss out of people who are trying to fucking surf some servers here, bro. You're the most annoying person I've ever heard on mic. Would you?
All I've said, flat earthers are retarded.
Yeah, who cares?
That's all I've said. The Earth is a globe.
So what, dude? Who cares?
Okay, so what? So why do you keep going?
Nobody cares about your idiotic statements.
It's not what you're saying.
Idiot.
It's like how often. It's like mic unmic. Just leave your fucking mic unmiked, bro. Just like it gloops every single time you say something stupid.
Does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe and want to prove it with evidence? And if you do, we'll go ahead and give you precedence over this fucking man-child.
No, but I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, what's the whole point of covering up that it's not a globe?
Why would they lie? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the point of covering, I don't think it's a cover-up, dude. I just think it's a tradition. People from already long past have been handed down a tradition, and they're just parroting it forward. So it's just propagating out to the masses. And so that being the case, it's not some kind of like cover-up or, it's just like, think about, okay, I'll put it to you this way. Think about Christmas. All right. So when you tell your children about Santa Claus and all that shit, that the trimmings, everything that comes along with it, you're not deceiving them like on purpose so you can harm them. It's just a tradition, and you're just paying it forward. You're just doing the same thing you did when you were younger. You learned about Christmas and all that shit, and it's a tradition. It really, if you've got down to the roots of it, you'd find out that it's just there's no meaning of like Jesus or anything. It has nothing to do with that. It's just a tradition. And so the same with the Earth being a globe. It's information that's handed down. It obviously started, a long time ago. But you're gonna have to do the research to find its roots, right? It's rooted in like ancient religions and such. So, but if you do that, you're gonna figure it out, and you're gonna realize that it's just a tradition. People are saying things without any knowledge, and it's clear. It's real easy, right? Because you just gotta ask somebody, "Hey, look, tell me how you know the Earth's a globe." And just like this asshole that's up here, they're gonna tell you, "Well, it's a globe," and that's all they'll do. They don't know anything more. People don't know about the Earth being a globe.
In his defense, he was just trying to annoy you guys, and you guys were feeding right into his shtick.
Yeah, but we do it for content, so we know. We fuck around that way too. This guy wasn't getting under our skin. We just fuck around like that. So this guy, like in the rest of the world, you're just like that guy. And so, okay, so what you do is you want a society that doesn't know shit. So you build them up with this like fantasy idea, and so you give them this information where they can't even investigate because you put it at arm's reach from them, right? So like with space, you got to have money to go on a rocket and all kinds of shit. So there's gatekeepers that not allowed to be in a part of an organization and going to space because you have to have the right stuff and a bunch of shit, right? So and then they start doing things where they're making it sound like they're gonna go to space soon and all this other shit. And so all these empty promises, they kick the can down the road, and it's now another 2 years down the road, and it's stupid. But people don't know that the Earth is a globe. They think it is. They blindly believe that it's a globe. And so keeping people indoctrinated that way and just propagating the tradition forward, it's easy to control the fucking masses, dude. Because if you think
I know
Earth
it's
is
a globe.
No, you just think it is, Crystal. So
no, I know it's a globe. I've been to space.
Okay, see, this is all we get right here. Lowbrow content. We don't get people that actually say, you know what, I know it's a globe. I can tell you how I know orbital mechanics. I know the size of the Earth. We don't get that. We do not get that in here. The
Just
only
because
thing we
you
get in
can't
here
debunk what
is
I'm
lowbrow
saying.
content. That's it. That's all we get. We get the scrubs. We get the fucking bottom of the barrel fucking lowbrow content. That's it. That is all we get. Thank you, Crystal, for pointing it out. You're just like the dot guy that's up there. Same
You
thing.
need to take your meds.
And see? Dude, you got nothing. You guys have nothing. Me, Jedi, Heretic, we fucking run circles around you. It's almost too easy these days. There's no fucking, it's like.
Well, you need to be able to move to run circles.
All right. Then let's see if you have the skill or the wits to see what it takes to be in this forum. Do you know what the size of the Earth is? Let's go basics on
It's
you.
pretty big.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just... What else do you want, man? I'm
presenting. It's the end of the weekend, man. It's the end of the
Fucking-
weekend. That's what it is. It's just everybody's coming here. They've been fucking lazy. Now they can't even formulate a decent fucking argument.
I'm sorry, but I can't understand your Australian
Shut up.
accent.
You know, the dot guy was acting like he was whacking off, but I bet you couldn't even get his Peter up to do that. Like, fucking guy is so fucking
Can you
soy
keep
boy.
it
Like,
PG,
fuck, dude.
please? We're
Yeah,
not all
PG my
perverts.
ass, dude.
Keep it PG.
Yeah, we're not all perverts. So once you get to the point where you can't know anything about the Earth being a globe, you guys turn into degenerates. Every single one of you do.
You're the one that mentioned
Every single one.
genitals.
Yeah. And?
I told you to keep it PG. Don't be a creep.
Don't be a creep. Oh my god.
This is weird.
Actually,
Nobody
your
wants to
eyebrows
talk
are
about your
creepy.
genitals. I'm sorry, honey.
You didn't seem that offended when the guy was pretending to beat off on the mic. What's with that?
Yeah. Why did
I
you
wasn't
stop
there
him?
when that happened.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were.
No, I was cooking din din.
Rules for me, but not for thee, right?
Why are you doing
Rules
that?
for thee, but not for me. You guys are...
I'm sorry, but unlike you, I actually know how to cook.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, you cook them eyebrows nicely. What the fuck are those?
Aw,
You just go
thank you.
fuck that? How do those eyebrows look on the round Earth?
They
don't
look like eyebrows.
Listen, man, can we talk to some people with some common sense without them pooping their diapers? Like, fuck's
Crystal,
sake, dude.
you look easy to draw, you fat freak.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
Yeah, dude, that's all we get
I
in here.
take it this is going to be an open. Have I got to start muting people to have a decent conversation? Is that what's got to happen? I got to start muting the likes of Crystal so we can have a decent conversation.
No shit, dude. Let's get fucking somebody.
I've done nothing but stay on topic. It's
Oh god, dude, shut up.
We have Chipson. He was another one spiraling.
I just want to see somebody prove that the Earth is spinning and, somewhat curved to some degree, because I haven't found any experiments that show that it is, so.
Well, because they're the ones that are spinning and their fucking eyeballs are flat. These are fucking... These are fucking idiots,
Well,
man.
we got fucking... Hey, Heretic, who did you say was in here?
We got Chipson. He was losing his mind a few minutes earlier. Not sure if
hell
he's still
yeah.
listening or what.
Chipson, what you got, man? Earth's a globe? Because you say so, huh? Fuck's sake, dude. You guys don't stand on all 10 of your toes and proclaim it. You guys hide behind, I didn't say that. I didn't say theirs was a globe. Fucking cowards. The lot of you.
Not me.
Well, but do you think the Earth's a globe?
Nope.
Okay. Well, then...
I
waiting
know
for
it's
those
not,
guys
as a matter of fact. I know it's not a globe.
Well, we're waiting for these guys to come in here who proudly proclaim the Earth's a globe. They're sitting in here quiet.
Well, because they don't want the demons exercised out of them. Just saying. But you don't have
Possibly.
to believe that if you don't want to. But I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Shit,
you know?
man, I wouldn't.
Tell me more about these demons. Curious.
distortion wave frequencies that enter the temple, which is the body.
This is what this guy does. He's trying to
sorry.
misrepresent us. There's a bunch
No,
of
I'm not
crackpots
misrepresenting
and what-
anybody. I'm not misrepresenting anybody. I'm fully representing myself and what I actually stand for. So I'm not misrepresenting anybody else except for
who's
just representing
antithesis?
myself.
Hey, how can you represent yourself? You are yourself.
Crystal, you don't have. You would have spoken up and said what evidence you had. Don't type that in. Ping me.
Alpha, remember when Crystal did pipe up, they said that they'd been to space. And from that moment onwards, they wanted us to take them seriously. It's interesting.
Yeah.
As Crystal saying that you guys need to be stopping perverts, but he thinks she's a woman.
Well, there you go. The pot caught in the kettle black, isn't it? Where's the fucking? Where are the Globers at? Dude, fucking Scott's in here. Peter's in here.
Yeah, I highly doubt Scott is gonna want to fucking talk with the.
We've talked to Scott many times.
Scott knows what's good for him.
Like what's in here now? Like, come on! Like what happened? What did somebody feed these freaks after midnight? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Well, Chipson's
I don't know.
not coming in here.
Did you just eat? Did you just eat or something, or what?
Fucking Timbo, dude.
Well, we got BK, we got Iced, or however I'm supposed to say that. Chibson, who was melting down, but now has gone silent.
Like that.
So Haas is old Haas still here?
I like that he
He's
knows
gone.
when you're in here, heretic. He's like he clams up, bro.
You had a seizure, maybe.
Probably. You fucking shellacked.
Do you guys believe in gravity?
Gravity, dude. What's gravity?
What's gravity?
Yeah. Well, it's a universal constant.
Oh, is it now?
Proportion by mass.
All right,
Yeah,
tell
I
me
mean,
how you
you
know. Yeah, Hunter, tell me how you know it's a constant.
I mean, basic physics class, year 12.
Awesome. What demonstration can you give that we know that it's constant? Go ahead.
Well, we have the gravity on Earth, right? You can derive it.
How do we derive
it?
From what?
You take there's a it's like F is equal.
Take a phone and you drop it.
No.
The what?
It's a real equation. It's
Now
so
spit
it's
it
like
out, mate.
the gravity force,
God
right,
damn,
is
dude. Are you gonna get this today, Junior? Fuck.
No, I'll just type it.
Yeah, that'd be
You
better.
can do it with any two masses. and you
Fucking
can
we'll
see
get
it.
there quicker, man.
When you type
I'll
it,
type
can you
it.
be really specific and not ambiguous, please?
Yeah, things
No,
fall down.
It's
Therefore,
the
Earth,
simple year 12 formula.
No, that's incorrect.
Wait, what?
Fuck that.
This universal
between
law of
two
gravitation
masses.
applies to things that go up as well, not just down.
So you can like derive it between any two
The
masses.
acceleration of gravity isn't a constant. That would depend on how far.
Antithesis, let him finish, dude. Fuck's sake, dude. It's
No,
hard for him to
not
get
the
it out, and you
acceleration.
fucking bamboozle him like that.
The
Go
universal
ahead, Hunter.
constant of gravity, not the acceleration, which is kind of the same, but it's still a really small magnitude.
How do you
What the fuck?
know it's the same around the universe?
What do you mean?
I like that.
Well,
Well,
from
you're
our
saying
observations,
universal constant. So how do you know
Yeah.
it's the same all over the universe?
He said from our
Oh.
observations. Go ahead, finish that sentence, Hunter.
yeah, from observations we conduct, I
what?
think we verified that.
Like
Well,
what?
anything.
Wait. You think we verified it?
No,
Hold
if
the
you
phone,
look at any
Skippy.
research paper, hey,
What-
if you
which
look
one?
at any two research, do I need to give you it? Just Google one.
You bet your
It will
ass you
say.
do. Google it.
I mean,
It's not my
yeah.
job, bro. I'm not the one presenting like you are. You're presenting, so go ahead and put that into the text chat. Let's go see
This
what
is
you
not
got.
like a formula. Okay, I'll give
Huh?
it to you. Nonetheless,
Yeah,
I'll
go
give
ahead
it
and
to
give
you.
it to me. Yeah, give it to me.
Okay,
Let's go.
so I pasted the gravitational constant formula, right? That's
Nah,
between any two
wrong
masses.
wrong chat. You didn't do it in this chat.
What do you mean?
You didn't put it in this chat. You said I pasted it.
Really?
You didn't paste it. Yeah.
Hey, I posted the equation for
No, I
Superman
did.
flying.
What
You want to read
where's
that
it
out?
at? Wait.
Look at the timestamp 2022.
Yeah, dude, you're in the wrong chat. Are you on your computer
I
or
told
PC?
you. You're in the fucking wrong chat, bro.
Computer or PC? Are you on your phone or a computer, Sunshine?
I'm on the phone.
Right,
Click the
so
bubble.
bottom of the phone, right at the bottom where your panel comes up, in the middle there's a speech bubble. Press that.
Yeah, that's what I exactly did. It's there if you just look at it. It's the 24/7 Flat Earth side chat.
Look at Praise the Ether saying that heretic ping me, you and Jedi. What the fuck? He's gonna sue you, me, and
I'll link you guys to a website, right? It's a physics website. It's called Hyperbole Physics, right? And it links all, let's say, like all fundamentals
cool.
of physics. If you go through
More
it,
equations.
it'll be.
You got a demonstration that goes with those equations?
Of course, there's papers written.
Where's that? Have you got
on
one?
Google scholarships. Yeah, I can find one for you if you want it.
You're claiming it. So
yeah, I like.
Awesome.
I like to see
Yeah,
that. Fuck.
Yeah, if you'd like to read through it, I can definitely find one easily.
Go
Because
for it.
obviously there's something that convinced you. So what was that?
What convinced me? Well,
Yeah.
I guess in physics class we derived it between two masses.
What
right?
What
That
did you
was
do?
the Earth and us. Well, if you look at the equation, I pasted, right?
No, but what did you do? You just said
Okay, you
in
take
year
the-
12 you did this. So what did you
Yeah.
do?
Okay. Take the mass, right, of yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Take the mass of Earth. If you believe the mass of Earth is correct and it's been verified.
wait.
do you believe
Yeah,
that?
but did you figure out what mass is before you start giving what mass is? Like you're delving out mass like it's candy. Do you know what mass is?
Okay. Do you want me to where do you want to go with this? Do you want
because we have to establish before you get to your information and you say you're going to produce a paper and all of that. You understand what mass is, right? Hello? Is this thing on?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you understand what mass is?
Yeah. To a certain level. I mean,
to a
you can
certain
go
level.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. I thought you're presenting a paper with the information supporting what mass is according to what you're going to present, being that mass is something to do with like the Earth. And if you don't know what mass is, then why would you introduce that?
Okay. I'll reason with you. Okay. What is
All right.
mass, right?
Yeah.
Every particle has mass, right? Einstein verified.
I asked you the question, what's mass though? You're already telling me mass is in everything, and I want to know the definition of what it is. What is mass?
Yeah, I'm giving it to you. Relax.
What
relax,
is it?
Chill.
All right.
Let me get to it. Okay. So every fundamental particle, right? It has energy, and we're given the
energy
equation.
mass?
Yeah, to a certain degree, it is mass. It can be
It is.
interchangeable.
Energy
right?
is mass.
is energy. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm getting to it.
What are you getting to?
No, you wanted to know what mass was, right?
Yeah, you said it was energy.
You wanted. Yeah. But in terms
It
of
is?
the Earth, right?
Well, what is it?
It's not
in
energy.
terms of the Earth. So
In
it
terms of
changes.
the
Mass
Earth-
can be whatever. So mass can be whatever you want. And sometimes it's energy, and sometimes it's not.
No, in the
No.
fundamental level of physics, right? Mass can be considered as energy, because
Okay, so
each
the
particle.
fundamental, right? So we know now the fundamental level at the very base root, it's energy.
Yeah.
That's what mass is.
Yeah, basically.
What, in
That's what-
physics?
I thought it was
No,
resistance to
How?
acceleration.
How is that not true?
because
Now you have
according
to
to
present
Max,
evidence.
according to Max Born, Nobel laureate from Einstein's theory of relativity,
Huh?
we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning.
Oof.
What do you mean?
What do you
go
mean?
into it
What do
into
you
more
mean?
deeper.
Okay, so
No,
I've
you can't
cited it
just
for
say
you.
relevancy.
Okay, going to talk through me when I'm trying to help you.
You can't use
27.
quotes, by the way. That's not scientific.
Excuse me.
You can't just
Excuse
use a
me.
quote of a famous
Excuse
physicist.
me.
Okay,
Fuck's
continue.
sake, I'm going to get pissed off with you in a minute. Do you know what a
I mean, if you can defend
citation
yourself,
is?
you have a
Do you know
reason
what a
for it.
citation is? Stop talking through me. Do you know what a citation
What
is?
is Rochin?
Do you know what a citation is? Yes.
Yeah, I know what
Good.
citation
That's
is.
what I've done. I have
Yeah, but a quote, a
cited.
proper citation has to be a scientific paper. That's
He's not
been
gonna let you
verified.
get it out, Jedi.
He's not going to, is he?
Nuh-uh.
He's not
He
going
won't
to.
let you.
No, continue.
So, do you know who fucking Max Born is? Have you read Einstein's papers?
Wait, was Max Born the collaborator of Einstein?
Shit, me, Sunshine, you're starting to lose. You're starting to really
No,
test
no,
my
no.
temper.
I mean,
So what I'm trying to do
was
is
he
I'm
famous
trying to
for?
help you. You're talking through me whilst I'm trying to help you. That's interesting. I'm trying to
Well,
point
you're
out, and I
trying
can
to.
provide you. Why are you talking?
Yeah.
You can
BK,
talk
shut
when
the
I
fuck
talk.
up, man. If he keeps talking,
Yep.
I'm just going to start muting him, yeah? And you're going to get muted until it's your turn to talk. So just shut up for a minute and let him speak and stop speaking over him.
Okay, continue. Go ahead.
Good. So what I've done to help you is provide you with a variety of citations when we try to define what mass is. On one hand, people say that mass is the amount of substance in a space. With some of the citations I've provided you, these citations from reputable scientists in scientific journals will tell you things like the amount of substance in a space is the incorrect definition for mass. Through any counted method, if we were to count the amount of atoms in a space, that would not equal mass. On the other hand, we're also told that mass is the resistance to acceleration, which isn't the same thing as I first described. And then I went on to the third one, where being as mass is a concept, in physics, natural science, which doesn't deal with concepts, it deals with physical things. The word mass has no meaning.
Yeah, of course. What do you think about
so
that,
what
BK?
are you getting at?
What do you mean?
No,
Dude,
no.
stop saying what are you getting at? He just described to you by a Nobel laureate that mass, what mass actually means from what you were describing. You said it's energy at fundamental level, and that's not what it was described as. So according to
It
you,
just
you
seems
got
a
your...
little fugazi. Let me look at it
Nah,
first.
but yeah, go ahead and I guess, don't you have the he's got a citation. He'll bring it up.
Yeah, I'm looking
You
at it
gotta
right
let him
now.
dictate.
I've dropped them all. I can go and get you more.
Let me just
Like
get my book as well.
Yeah, go get your focus right. I don't know. I guess if we're waiting for BK.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the source. I mean, you guys wanted this, right? I mean, obviously.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna state something and you're gonna go into talking about what it is, and you don't even know the defined terms that are within it, the context of it, then yeah, of course.
What do you mean? I've reasoned with you from every question you had. What do you mean?
Except for mass, we're right now we're like stuck in the mud with you because you don't know what mass is.
I gave you one definition of mass in a fundamental level, at least in terms of energy.
Bro.
Can you provide that with a citation, do you think?
Yeah, because if you say it, then
that.
obviously, okay. If you're saying that, you're gonna have to provide who said it and when, where.
Sure. I'll just look up right now. No
Yeah, and
problem.
it can't be the guy on the street corner. Like you gotta actually back it up by
Yeah,
somebody that
I'll
you
find
know
you
in
a paper. No
academia.
problem.
Okay, good for it.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I gotta.
Oh, there you go.
I'm searching right now.
While you're searching, let me see if we can give you a quick question. How much mass does an apple have, BK?
How much mass does an apple have?
Huh?
Well, since we can define mass as a unit of energy, right? We could maybe, if we counted, right, the weight, right, of that apple. Well, not the weight, but at least the mass. If you convert it into a unit of, let's say, kgs,
What?
right?
Kilograms? What? So mass is kilograms. Why don't
No,
we
no,
just
no.
say that?
Within that, right? Within that kg, you have to differentiate each particle within it, right? How much, how much it contains, how many particles there are, right? Yeah, if you keep breaking it down. I mean, if you want like the pure energy, right? If you want like pure energy.
I think.
Sorry, what did you say? Repeat it.
The amount of substance in the space.
Yeah, basically to a fundamental level. If you count all the protons,
but
the
you said the
neutrons.
fundamental. He said the fundamental level is energy, Jedi.
Yeah, I know. This is where we're getting very, very confused.
No,
No,
you
it's
quantify
Yeah.
each neutrino, right? Each
quantify it.
proton.
No.
What do you mean you can't
citation,
quantify it? Explain yourself.
The amount of matter in a space. What do you want to do? Count the individual atoms?
I mean, if you want an accurate representation of it, if you want a fundamental level, then that's how you would go about it.
Okay, so have we?
What do you mean?
Have we gone about this in a fundamental level and determined the amount of atoms in a substance in a space?
Yeah, like my question: how much mass does an apple have?
So, are you saying?
Hence the question. Hence the question.
So, are you? No. Are you asking me if we've counted the individual atoms in an apple? Is that what you're trying to say?
Or any substance of any space to derive
yeah,
mass
we've done
from.
it with. Okay, do you believe in protons and neutrons and fundamental particles?
Believe? What do you mean?
Oh my goodness, man!
I mean, this is.
How do you believe in things that are proven? Like BK, how do you believe in things that are proven? Isn't that just known? What belief is necessary there? Like you don't believe in that. You just know that they. If something is proven to be true.
I'm gauging how deep you're into the conspiracy. You know. So.
Conspiracy? What are you talking about, bro? Like we're not. Listen.
You guys aren't flat earthers?
Oh my
what does that have
goodness,
to do with all the tea in China, bro? Like you're way off. Like you just shot off into left field. We're talking about a subject with mass, right?
Okay.
And if you're stating, I know if you're stating things like as a matter of fact, then you don't need to believe in anything. They're known, right?
No, but do you take it as a known?
It needs to be if it's stated as a fact, and we can all discover it, right? So something that can be verified or falsified is empirical. You don't need people to believe in those things because it's true. Regardless, tomorrow if you say I believe in it, it doesn't matter. Like
no, just for the sake of argument, so that we're on the same page. I'm just verifying. This is not a metaphysical argument. We're talking about physics here, guys.
Well, yeah, but at the moment we talk about the concepts.
No,
right?
we're talking about fundamentally.
Hold on.
Something that's quantifiable. We're not talking about metaphysics. We're not talking
about physics. You're going to be talking about natural science, where all things must be physical. Now, at the moment, we're struggling. We're struggling for the definition of what mass is. I provided you with the citations. You're still yet to give me one for mass is energy. At the moment, we've got the definition.
Finding you a nice paper that is cited.
I don't think you're gonna find
I want
man,
the paper, and I want you to get the citation from it.
Okay, sure thing, no problem.
Cool.
Okay.
And then I'm going to ask you what energy is, and then we're going to have a lovely little conversation and not fucking get anywhere.
You know what's weird is that BK, when you present something as what it like, if you're gonna do something as a matter of fact, and you just say there it is, it doesn't end there. There's follow-up questions.
Just so we don't go on to infinite loops, right? The main conclusion is that Earth has mass, right? That's what we're trying to get to.
But that's the issue that we have. When you're stating things as a matter of fact and you don't know the defined terms within that context.
So once we define mass, right, we can get to that, right? Easily.
Well, if we know what mass is, then we're able to appropriately assign it to whatever it needs to be, right? You agree?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So if we don't know what it is, how can we then assign it to something that we are ascribing this particular thing to? That doesn't make sense. So we need to know what it is by a definition to know, how we can use it in the context. So if you don't know and you're just saying, "Hey, it's mass," like what the fuck does that mean? I don't know what it means. You didn't define it, and you're struggling right now. It seems because you went from energy to kilograms, and now you're going to look for a paper that describes it as energy.
I didn't go off topic. It was just that you stated analogy of an apple, right? You wanted to know if an apple had mass, right? I said
how
that
much
you have. Yeah, we have units for measurements, right?
I
But if you
know,
want
but
to
I
get
said
down
how
to the
much
fundamental
mass.
level of energy,
Listen, With the
Hey,
BK,
you're not letting
I'm
me
asking.
finish.
I'm asking because I was
doing the same
asking for
thing.
the word mass, right? I was asking for how much mass does the apple have. I didn't ask for kilograms or energy. I asked for how much
Well,
mass the
we
thing
were talking
has.
about the fundamental definition of mass in physics, right? That's why I got to that. I mean, I don't know if you're
Kilograms?
following. No, you just see, you
Energy.
just
Well, fuck,
Fugazi.
you're looking at me. You're the one flip flopping. I'm not the one that said it. You did.
No, look.
So if you're saying Fugazi,
literally-
man, you're the one that's been doing it, not me. I'm just trying to figure out what you're. Listen, I'm trying to figure out what you're
stop
going to
the
settle
yap.
on.
Let's skip this.
Where's the paper that you got to do a lot of? There's more legwork on your end, man. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm doing it, bro. Relax.
In the meantime, I don't know. We can go to somebody else while you're.
Yeah, you guys
I gotta,
can look it up.
I gotta
I don't
feel
mind.
you're gonna be there for a minute. You think gonna be able to pull something up that quick and then say, "Here you go."
Yeah, I'm gonna take my time. Don't worry.
All right.
Let me just get
Well, at least he didn't have at least this one didn't have a schizophrenic episode. I'll give you that. You deserve that much recognition.
The night isn't over yet, Heretic. You're giving him too much credit.
That's true.
Wait for the next part of this Jedi. Never mind. I won't ruin it. Oh, it's no spoiler. Okay, I'll let it just unfold.
Everyone's
we gotta
taking their
save
seat.
we gotta save some for the end, dude. We can't fucking spoil everything.
Yeah.
I mean, he sounded normal next to these last like 3 people we had.
Yeah. I don't know what those
Hey,
other guys.
I know this is pointless to the argument, but what authority do you guys have? Are you guys in the STEM field or?
Yeah, Jedi is a PhD. Heretic is doctorate.
Sorry, in what?
Huh?
In what?
Well, we can't disclose, dude, because he's working on projects right now. So these
Yeah,
projects,
but I mean,
they're proprietary, so he can't speak on them right now.
no, he can just say physics. What field? That's what I'm asking.
Oh,
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. That's the field. A PhD in flat Earth.
Why not?
Yeah, and in common sense.
It's just as good as the other fields, if not better.
Hell yeah! Oh yeah.
He can prove it to you too, man. Just wait till these other clowns come in here and to talk about science and that. You're gonna find out. Well, if you stay here long enough. If you don't fucking spiral out like after this next.
Oh no, don't worry. I love these conversations. Don't worry.
Well, I don't know, man. A lot of people say that at the beginning.
Don't worry. I'm into it. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, we'll see later. Yeah, I don't know about you, Peter.
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to expend your time on him. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it.
He's probably already a few sheets to the wind. If we engage with him, it's going to be a shit show. He's always coming in here fucking snoggered and then trying to reason. That's not a good thing. Because I said fucking globe Earth is already hobbled and they come in here trying to explain themselves when they're already inebriated. It's like, fuck, dude. That's going from bad to worse. Like, it's hard enough when you have all your wits about you and you're in here trying to prove the Earth's a globe. Much less when you're fucking tipsy. Fuck that, dude. You get annihilated.
At least I can say the Earth's spinning when they're drunk. I can give them that.
Yeah, but they're the only ones. It's subjective, though. They're the only ones that know.
Oh shit! It is,
It's not objective.
We've all got to be drunk. I gotcha.
Yeah, if we were all drunk at the same time, maybe it'd be objective.
Yeah, that's right. Right. So whilst we
go ahead. No, I was gonna say I was listening to this channel, and I think it was Peter that was talking, and he said something like, "Yeah, but he was talking about flat Earth or something." There wasn't anybody in here. He said something like but the Earth is spinning slower or something, and I was like, dude, I was gonna hop in here and correct him because he doesn't know the rhetoric's actually that it's spinning faster. In the last 50 years, the mainstream has been saying that the Earth is speeding up.
Yeah.
He thinks it's slowing down. Fucking hell. They don't know. They don't even know their own like narrative. So I like that they don't have their narrative.
The narrative.
I think he's still like enthusiastic. Like he still thinks he can prove this because he's pretty new to it. He's only been here a few months.
Oh, Peter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a fucking.
Still thinks there's a chance. He's optimistic still. He hasn't turned cynical yet. You know.
Wait.
He will.
So
He'll be cynical.
is the burden
yeah,
of
he's
proof?
getting there.
Hey, can I ask you guys something as a collective?
What?
Is the burden of proof on whoever comes here to disagree with you? So there's
No. The burden of proof, like we need to get this clear though for everybody in the room. The burden of proof is on those who have made the claim. So if the claim is that the Earth is a globe, listen, because this is how it goes, right? We don't get taught the Earth's a flat Earth, stationary Earth, right? We don't get taught that. We get taught or told, we get told that it's a globe. So we're told that it's a globe, and somebody tells you that it is, because when you go outside, you don't see a fucking globe, right? You don't see it spinning. You don't see nothing. There's none of that.
So
you have to be told that the Earth is a globe. You just don't see it. You have to be told that the Earth is spinning. You just don't feel it. You have to be told that you're in a cosmic vacuum. You just don't know it. So all these things have to be told to you, right? And then you believe on them blindly, without any evidence. Now, evidence is not just an image, or somebody telling you that it is. Evidence is somebody providing natural observable phenomena that the Earth is doing something, or it is measured to be something. One of the things, right? So you have to be able to do something with the Earth as it's presented to you. Now,
so
that's
would
the
you
thing.
consider? Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Go
Can I
ahead.
just would you consider? The Hadron Collider? How we take particles, right, and we accelerate them, and we bump them against each other, right? Or to observe something about the momentum of those particles, right? Those, to your level, is that an observable fact? Would you consider that as evidence? Do you believe
Yeah, but
that?
colliding particles in a controlled environment. What would you think that has to do in the overall macro scale of what the Earth is and what it's doing in the cosmic vacuum? Like, what do you think that has? No, but I'm saying, like, whatever they're doing in that testing, they're testing these things. How does it tie in to the overall, like, Earth being a globe and such? Because there has to be a segue into that from what you're saying. If not, then it's pointless. Like, really doesn't matter.
No. I'm just putting an analogy out that simple evidence, right, and simple experiments, we can use that to reason.
The analogy is yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Because you're trying to say there's something empirical about doing something physical, right?
Yeah, that's science.
Right?
Yeah.
Right, but then when you go to the Earth being a globe, that's void of it. You don't get that from the Earth being a globe, do you?
So you only believe in everything
but answer
else
my question,
other than
BK, because I'd agree with you that if you're doing something physical and you're testing things and you're retesting and you're verifying, you're validating, all these things, right? But now if you go with the Earth being a globe, do you do any of that?
Sorry.
Answer.
Earth being a globe? Repeat what you just said.
If the Earth is a globe, do you verify, falsify, demonstrate, run a test? Do you do any of that with the Earth being a globe?
Yeah, with reasonable experiments, we can reason to that.
Well, right. While you're looking for while you're looking for the paper, I want you to state how one thing that you could demonstrate the Earth being a globe.
One thing of the Earth being a globe, right?
Yes.
Well, when you say a globe, do you believe that it's a perfect sphere?
Jesus, dude. You know what I'm saying, though,
just
right?
getting to it.
Am I speaking Greek? Come on, let's get with the program, BK. If I'm asking you something simple, just repeat simple to me that it can be or not. Either you can demonstrate that the Earth is a globe or not, sir. Simple. Can you do it?
Well, if we observe other planets,
I'm asking you a question, BK. I know, but I'm asking. You can go into your whatever details later. Answer my question. Can you
What's your question?
demonstrate that the Earth? Fuck's sake, dude! Can you demonstrate that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah. I mean, I can't
Okay,
like
now
physically
what?
present it
Show
to
me.
you. I can give you
No, I
analogies
need
and
to know.
whatnot.
I need to know the demonstration that we can present to somebody else that the Earth is a globe. If I wanted to, I could say, "Look, I'm going to do this demonstration. You're going to find out that the Earth is a globe." What can I do?
If you look at the water, right?
What water?
On Earth,
Stop. What water?
you know how when you look at lakes and oceans and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
If you go into each side of the
You're breaking up.
if you go into, let's say, the South Pole and the North Pole, right?
Whoa, dude, stop! Don't go into places we can't get to. Like, why do we got to go there? That's extreme. Can't we do something closer?
How is that extreme?
Just
I'm talking about
make
gravity
it,
right here.
yeah,
I'm
make
reasoning
it
gravity.
practical. Just make it practical. Make it practical.
That is
How
the
about
most. How is gravity not practical? Are you?
Dude, can
Excuse
can
me,
everybody
sorry.
go to the North Pole? That's not practical. Who's gonna go there?
So you're saying,
Go
wait,
ahead, Jedi.
you're telling me you want
I
like a home
apologise,
experiment you could do?
My friend, you brought up water, and then you took us to places where water's ice. That was helpful. Can we just deal with water? Water's anywhere on the Earth. We don't have to go to where it's turned to ice now, do we?
Are you guys serious? Like what?
Listen,
That
Yes.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, he actually made a really good point, right?
No, he
He made a
didn't.
really good point. Yeah, because you took us to ice instead of water. Because you said, let's go. You even brought up water, and then you took us to ice, didn't you?
Dude, what I'm trying to say is that
BK, answer the question, man. If you want to have a intellectually honest discussion, answer the fucking question. If I ask you something and I answer you, you need to answer me. You said water, and you took us to ice, North Pole,
How
South
is that
Pole.
ice? Sorry,
It's not.
the poles on
Wait
the
a minute.
Earth.
It's fucking ice isn't on the North Pole, dude, or the South Pole, like in your
Dude,
idea.
why are you guys talking about ice? That's so retarded.
What the fuck do you think is in the North Pole?
My goodness me. Dude, in the North Pole,
No?
the water
Fuck,
is ice.
What the?
He's laughing, Jedi?
Yo,
I
yo,
know.
in the North Pole, right?
Dude, we were with you when you said water.
Yeah.
We were right there. We were with you. A lake, body of water. We could go from there. Why the fuck you had to go to
You
the
guys are
Arctic?
trolling, bro. What the?
No, you changed the water that was fluid to ice because it's cold. Maybe you didn't understand that. But we can go to any point. Why are you being a fucking idiot?
So what I'm saying is that if you look at the water on the surface of Earth, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is always level. That is because of gravitation, right? You
Wait.
agree
No. Wait. No,
Because
you're
of what?
digging a you're digging a hole. Stop digging a hole, because now we're gonna ask you what's gravity. We're going
what
from
is
one
gravity?
thing. First of all, we
remember how I gave you that equation.
BK,
I can
you need to stop.
tell you what
BK,
gravity
stop
is.
for a second, dude. I need to explain something. Stop. Okay, so I asked you for an easy demonstration of the Earth being a globe. So you went to water, right? Now you went from water to gravity. So you're digging a hole. Now we're gonna ask you what gravity is. I'm gonna let Jedi ask you.
Look, you can tell us what
Listen,
gravity
I can answer what gravity. Okay, so gravity is the weakest of the four fundamental.
Right, just let him go. He needs to get it out.
Right. So
Jedi's
we have
being
four
kind.
fundamental forces in the universe, right? And gravity being the weakest one of them, right? Each mass, right? Okay, we can dispute mass later, but each mass has a gravitational constant, right? Whatever the mass is, it has the same gravitational constant, and that constant is very small, right, compared to all the other fundamental forces, right? And we can derive this between two masses, right? The force of gravity. You can do it yourself.
Jesus.
Like I can, you like get some paper and I can show you.
What the fuck has this got to do with the surface of water?
Okay, so no, I'm getting to it. You asked what gravity is, right? The force. So the force of gravity, right? I told you, comes from every 2 points of mass, right?
That's lovely. What's this got to do with the surface of water?
So what happens is that when you have a collective mass, right, that's very big, right? A gravitational force, it acts from like every side. There's a field.
It must feel really good to say things without backing anything up, right, BK? You feel really
Okay,
good when you get it. When Jedi allow you to let you get it out, it feels so good just to say gravity, mass, and not define any of the terms and just say it like you know what you're talking about. I bet you it feels
I didn't
good, doesn't it?
understand gravity from his explanation. Yeah, I don't think he actually explained it or defined anything. He just told us a story about it.
What's even worse?
Just
What's even worse is he's still trying to define mass in some weird way. He's looking up some, the
no.
paper
I can give you equations. I can literally give you equations where you can.
You were going to give us a paper that you were going to look for now equations. We got a paper.
Yeah,
and
I mean it's
equations?
verifiable. You want like a little home experiment, right? I'm giving it to you.
Dude! I told you if we can have a home experiment, not talking about mass.
Okay, do it now. Do it now. Get a camera.
Relax,
I'll
dude.
do it now.
I'm not talking
I'll do it
about
for you.
mass. I'm talking.
I'll play ball. I'll play ball. Have we got an experiment?
Okay.
Hold
All
on.
right. Just
hold on. We're going to have a conversation. Are you going to give me an experiment? Yes or no?
An experiment. I mean, calculating the force between let's say the Earth and the Moon. Let's just say that.
I got all excited then, where I thought we were going to be doing actual science, but I'm
If I'm gonna have to go and take your tuxedo off, dude, this ain't gonna be one of those kind of dinners.
I just want to get to the crescendo of the point where you associate gravity with the surface of water.
Yeah. I'm just saying that gravity, right, is a fundamental force.
We heard you said that already, BK. You already said that.
Yeah, but when you have a collective mass, right, a field, right, a
And
gravitational
you said that
field.
too.
Yeah. So what happens is that field is in, let's say, it surrounds that whole mass, right, and it pulls every object from omnidirection, from every direction. Yeah. So when you have a constant, right, it's going to pull every particle of water to a constant, right?
Okay, so the water on the surface would be.
No, if you have still water, right, it's going to be uniform.
Okay,
that is
so
due
the
to gravity.
water on the surface. So just to fucking push this along because you're taking forever, it's like pulling teeth. So the water on the surface of the Earth is horizontal or curved?
The water on the surface of the Earth, is it horizontal or is it curved? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Okay, let's take the case that if it was horizontal, right?
Fuck's sake, dude.
Not if the case. I'm just asking you the question. I want you to side with the water of the Earth is horizontal or the water of the Earth is curved.
Let me get that. So by my explanation of gravity, right? Since a collective mass, right, pulls every other mass, right, around it, it's going to be a curve. That's what I'm saying. It's going to curve.
So if gravity was true, then the surface of water would be able to be measured to be curving, wouldn't it?
Yep.
What do you mean by curving? It's
What
not
the
like
fuck do you get with the dude? BK, why do you gotta be that fucking obtuse? You know what the fuck he's talking about, dude? Come on, let's stop playing games.
No. Again, you have to define what you mean by
No.
curve.
Don't be a dumbass, dude. You know he means a globe. This is the whole conversation.
No, I don't.
BK, this is
Put
the
the
whole
burden of proof on me. I'm putting the burden of proof on you.
BK, this is the whole conversation. It's all about the globe. Everything.
Just let him talk, dude.
Shut your dumb ass up. So what we're talking about is the globe.
He just asked you whether the water was horizontal or curving. You stated curving. He's now asked you if that water is curving, we should be able to measure that, yeah? We should be able to see that. And you've asked him now to define the curve that you invoked when you answered. You answered it was curving. And now you're trying to say you don't understand what he's talking about by curving. You're being dishonest.
Yep.
Yeah, you could measure the curve, I guess, in some ways.
Oh, so now he knows. Now he got it, Jedi. All right. Well, you got it.
But again, I'm explaining that the curve is due to gravity, my friend.
Okay, that's fine. So we should be able to find the consequent of your gravity on the surface of the Earth with direct measurements of the surface of the Earth. Have you got one?
A direct measurement. I mean, you could look for it, I guess.
Between point A and point, we can look for it. Brilliant.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
if you take a
find
large
it?
enough range, right?
Is it hiding underneath your couch? Where the fuck is it?
No,
I
no.
thought you
Listen.
fucking had it. Have you lost it? Did you have it once,
No,
but you
no.
lost it?
Look. I don't know what kind of field you're into. I think you're a
Field?
psychology major, but
No, we're
I'm
trying to
trying to
get you to
explain
be
to you the
honest, dude.
simple concept, but you guys are clearly really
Simple
retarded.
concept.
But I'm
BK,
still
you're
helping you.
clearly retarded. We're
Listen to
clearly
me.
retarded. This is coming from the guy who doesn't know what mass is, who doesn't know what gravity is, who
I
doesn't know what he's talking
literally
about.
gave you a formula that
You literally,
apparently
where, dude? Where? Where's the
you can't
formula?
comprehend. It's literally okay. The stamp is
Where's the
20.
formula? Where's the formula?
Go up and check. Okay.
So you dropped the formula, and that's I told you, heretic, it was too early to count on it. You dropped the formula.
Yeah. I'm telling you, turn your camera on and do a simple equation between your mass and the Earth. See
A
what the-
simple equation. Oh, so Bob's your uncle after we get the equation, huh? Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah?
you're back.
He said,
You're
yeah.
back with
Fuck.
No. I mean gravity.
of the
You want to say
We
gravity.
can, as long as
with
these
a
equations are based off assumptions, we can know the facts for sure. Yeah.
I fully agree with BK.
Shut your dumb ass up. Go ahead, Jedi.
You're fine, man. And I just don't even know where to go with this gentleman anymore. He seems to think that
This
we're
is like
retarded, even though we're
debating like gender study students.
yeah. At the
Like,
moment,
no
we're going to
concept
be
of science.
dude. I'm going to be asking you some natural science questions. Is that okay?
Yeah, physics question. Go.
Cool. Have you got a scientific hypothesis that I can test in an experiment to prove this gravity that you've been waffling on about for a while?
A scientific experiment for gravity. That's what you want.
A hypothesis that I can test.
All right. Well, we know that the acceleration due to gravity is 9.81 meters per second squared, right?
Okay, I'll take that as your phenomenon of an acceleration down.
Turn your camera on.
Okay.
Turn your camera on and get an object and get a pin, right? I want you to get a stopwatch, right? Okay, there's gonna be some when you do an experiment. There's gonna be a little bit of error, right? These errors come from.
Hold on. I've let you give me the dependent variable. You've said that I can measure that dependent variable, the rate of acceleration of the object that I'm going to drop.
Yeah, to a
That's
certain
lovely.
approximation.
Hold on.
Stop
it. Yeah. I want the cause of the phenomena, not the
You
measurement
want,
of the phenomena.
So you want the fundamental force of gravity. That's what you want.
Yes. I want the supposition of cause that I can test in an experiment where I vary and manipulate your cause of whatever it is I'm going to fucking drop.
Yes. We all witness. Yeah, we all witness when we drop something, it goes down. Now we've got to see what causes that effect. Yeah, we're not denying the effect. We want to know what causes the effect. And you just beg the question saying, well, things go down, we know because of gravity. No.
No, I'm saying that there's
That's
a universal
the effect.
constant.
Hang on,
And
that's the effect. We all agree on the effect. Now, do you have a hypothesis for the cause?
Yes, okay. I can, I guess I can approximate it. I can say that.
No.
What can I say? Let me just form my.
What are you
idea.
mumbling, BK? What are you mumbling, dude? Because you're not coming out with the answer.
I thought you were the science guy.
Yeah, you were supposed to be the guy with the science. Remember? And it's like the gender study, like you said. It's like gender study, and I know more science than you guys. You know,
Look,
doesn't sound like it now.
BK. I can help you out, BK, because according to the globe paradigm,
AJ,
your
AJ,
hypothesis,
AJ, you don't need to.
your
don't need to add your
hypothesis
conspiracy.
would have to be. Hang on, dude. Your hypothesis would have to be the bending and warping of space-time.
That's a big help to you, BK.
Yeah,
if you didn't know.
that's relativity, but I don't know much about that, so I'll go from my own.
Wait a minute,
reasoning,
dude.
right?
You're the science man. What are you talking about? You don't know much
Yeah,
about
but
it.
there's.
Are
what
you
do
telling
mean?
the audience? Are you telling the audience that you don't know much about it and flat earthers do? That's odd.
I could ask you
Mr.
the same
Science
thing.
Man.
Do you know relativity?
Well, yeah.
Yes.
But
Can
do
you
you?
derive the 10 equations?
Yes. I can give you the tensor equations. I can also give you a choice of scalar if you want. I can also tell you why we. I can also
I want to
tell
see you derive it on
why
paper.
we have tensors. Why are you talking?
I want you to derive the 10 equations of Einstein.
Yeah, I'm not very good at doing fucking equations, but I know what a tensor
Yeah, that's
equation is.
retarded then. You're just
You
begging a
understand?
question to me.
Hey, dumb
Hey,
fuck. Do you know why we have tensor equations and why we use them?
why do we have tensor equations and what we
Yes,
use
why,
them, right?
why do we use them? Why do we use them?
Well, it makes, I guess, measuring average
I
forces easier.
guess. Nah, you don't know. You said I guess.
I mean, that's what we use tensors for, right? We just develop like a
You see?
matrix.
For what?
and
What do we
get the
use them
general-
for?
In terms of what I know, we use them as vectors, right, for the collective of particles, right, that go into. If they're going omnidirection, right, there's a average, vector, and I guess you could take a tensor out of that by developing a matrix. That's what I know.
Yeah, you
You're
don't
not
know.
very sure.
What do you consider tensor then? Okay, if you have, let's say,
We understand that Einstein has given us a 4-dimensional coordinate system, 3 dimensions, height, width, length, and the 4th dimension, time.
Do you know what a tensor is?
I'm literally just about to fucking explain it to you. Now, you've interrupted me 5 times, and for the fucking love of God, I don't know why I'm trying to help you and be so fucking patient, but you do it one more fucking time, Sunshine, and me and you are going to have a little word. You keep interrupting me whilst I'm trying to help you. Do you know that Einstein gave us a coordinate system? Yes? 3 dimensions and time, 4 dimensions. You know that, right? That's
it
a
wasn't.
question.
Firstly, there's a Cartesian coordinate, right? That's
Why don't you answer the question though, man? I feel like you're
You're
not.
talking about relativity. Go on.
Just answer.
You're saying
Okay, so
time
we
is a dimension.
So we
Okay,
understand
go
what the tensor's for within that coordinate system, yes?
Wait. What is time? Can you define that? Because I'm a little confused, Jedi. I want to know what you mean by time.
Well, at the moment, we're going to start getting into the reification of Einstein. What
If
time
you're
is,
going to talk
it being
about
physical.
time is a dimension, right? You have to fundamentally tell me what time is. You can't just
Dude,
full head.
I don't have to tell you anything at the moment. That would be the burden upon Einstein to define his terms. I can tell you what they are, but unfortunately, we won't be talking about physics anymore. We'll be talking about mathematical concepts. I thought we were
Well, it's a
trying to
burden
do.
of proof reversal. Yeah, because he's saying to you, don't you know about relativity? Don't you know about relativity? And now he's asking you to define time. So, no, we're not reversing the burden of proof here. You know relativity, apparently, so...
And still, the premise where we began, we're off the mark already.
Yeah,
let's have fun with it. Let's just continue. This is fun.
Nah, actually, you're too far into the weeds, BK, for your own good. You're getting wrapped up in what you think you know, and you don't really know anything. To be honest, you don't know. Being somebody who's been in academia, it sounds like you're just a big doofus, dude. You really don't know.
That doesn't prove anything. You've not given any
go ahead.
reasons. You're
All
just
right, so
a doofus.
let's. Yeah, I do. It's an assessment of what I've been listening to. So if you're able to then redeem
Yeah,
yourself,
that's your opinion. You haven't
listen,
written-
BK. If you're able to redeem yourself, then go ahead and do it now. What is mass?
Okay, what is mass? Well,
Yeah,
we went
what's mass?
back to a fundamental level. We're given the equation that mass is equal to mc squared, right? This form of mass is for any mass that is at a standstill, right? That's the potential energy it has. That's the special relativity version of mass, right? In terms of me saying that Earth has mass, right? I'm saying that it is held up by a collective. So if you have 2 particles in free space, right, in a vacuum, what do you think
Wow,
happens?
it's a really concise definition. Good job.
Yeah. It's about as clear. It's about as clear as mud right now. Fucking hell.
What do you mean? This is known.
This is known what? What is it?
This is known.
This is not cited.
This is a known fact. Like
No,
that's
then
why
get
we
the
have nuclear
citation.
energy.
Get the
We
citation.
calculate.
You didn't
How
even.
much-
You said you were going to look for the citation, followed by a paper, which never arrived.
No, I'm collecting it. I am. Don't worry.
I
I'm
don't
on my
know what
laptop.
that means, BK. I hear a lot of people say, "Well, I'm doing it," and they're not fucking doing it. They're just saying they're doing it. We don't know what you're doing behind that screen. You could be doing
Okay,
whatever.
I'll
Probably just
I'll
not doing
turn my
it.
camera on. Fine.
Nobody wants to see your dumbass, dude. Just keep yourself behind the camera.
What the this guy? He only has like insults. You don't have any like reasoning. I can get at least Jedi, but
no, that doesn't matter, dude. If you had any evidence to back up support your claim, you wouldn't be in here trying to struggle to be concise.
hey, when I give you the evidence, you keep digging deeper, and we get into fundamental physics, and you're saying it doesn't make sense.
You haven't given the evidence. We asked you 20 minutes ago to cite your reference for mass being energy. I provided you with 3. Can you give me 1? Fucking Saturn. You haven't given me anything.
Gravity.
I'm still going through it. I don't want you to, you know.
You
I
keep
don't want it to
saying
be
that,
out
dude.
of
Well, then
place.
finish going through it. How about that? And then present it.
Okay, you guys. I'll just work on my presentation. Actually, I'll make a PowerPoint.
That's
Fine.
a PowerPoint. All right, do whatever you want. And it's not like it's gonna get any better, but I mean, whatever. You know.
I don't know why you guys can't just
I'm
let
doing this with, you know, like I'm making a PowerPoint for you guys.
Don't need a
a lot of-
PowerPoint. I want a reference that you can get a citation out
I'll
of.
give you APA. I'll give you the definition. I'll give you APA. Right?
Saying I don't need a PowerPoint. I don't need anything like that. I just need a reference and a citation from that reference where somebody backs up the shit you're saying.
Okay, sure. Okay, if you want that, okay, sure.
And do you think I wanted a PowerPoint? What, do you think I wanted an appointment with you and your fucking people at 10:30? For croissants and
I just wanted. I know gender studies students have it hard, you know.
Nobody gives a fuck about that, dude. We want to know what information you have to support your fucking claim, and then we're not gonna listen to you in a fucking PowerPoint presentation. Tell us about how much tell us about how much you don't fucking know, dude. You know, it's that simple.
Just give him to explain his theory.
Shut your dumb ass up.
Huh?
Yeah. You a whole PowerPoint. Just give him a chance. Stop being rude.
Get your microphone out your mouth.
Giving him plenty of chances. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, go
Just going to give a definition of mass. It would have taken like a couple of sentences. He just waffled on incoherently.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, fuck off.
When you guys ask for reference definition, right? You want the evidence behind it. Like when I clearly state equation.
These are your terms. It's your argument.
We just want you to present things that don't have any evidence behind it. That's what we want. We just want you to be vague and, you know. What do you think?
You notice that when we tried to define mass for you, we didn't give you any formulas, right? We can find lots of formulas with M in them. Of course we can. We want the definition.
Mr. Science
The amount of substance in a space. Yeah. The amount of substance in a space, its resistance to inertia. The energy thing that you've been harping on about, but think that you don't have to give us, but are trying to give us, but think that a mathematical formula that we can all give each other would be suitable. Like, seriously, dude, when you turn around saying flat earthers are retarded, you demonstrate yourself like this with your actions. Look at yourself in the mirror.
Dude, I could say the same thing about you. Doesn't change
no, you couldn't, because I provided you with citation. You provided fuck all.
I'm looking through your Fugazi citations.
Yeah, Fugazi, is that the only word you know? Do you like that word? That's the only word you know? Fugazi? Dude, go get some evidence and come back with it, because you're not presenting anything.
You've nothing. You've given nothing.
You're fucking bankrupt, and you know it. So you're just going to sit in here and try to, like, bedazzle us with your fucking words.
We were waiting for his citation from like half an hour, 40 minutes ago. Jetty posted about 3 of them prior to that. We got to run with Jetty. Yeah.
No, we're running up to about an hour now. We're close to it.
Behind a paywall, so I can't really give you that.
Yeah, there you go. Behind a fucking paywall. Sorry, guys. I would give you the evidence, but it's behind a paywall, so beyond my control.
No, I don't know if you understand this, but a lot of scholarly articles they're behind paywalls.
For sure.
Well, I know you don't look at them often.
Let me ask you a question, BK. Then why the fuck did you say you were going to present that? Why?
Yeah, because I am finding it for you.
Yeah. But then you just said it's behind a paywall.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Well, then why are you going to present something that you can't get to? dumbass.
So then how did you read the citation behind the paywall if you never paid for it in the first place?
Well,
You're a
I know
special
that,
kind of doofus, aren't you, BK?
dude. This is year 12 physics. Like, this is
You're
you
tough
guys should have been
physics?
over it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You should be able to Google a physics textbook that you've read before and get it from that then.
No, I'm not going to look through my year 12
No,
physics
he's not
textbook.
gonna do the work, Jedi.
You can Google it online. You can even go for a word search with
Yeah,
your.
I found
Have
it.
you ever in your fucking life referenced a piece of material, or do you just make
Yeah,
things
I
up?
have. I've done plenty of APA referencing.
Good. So why haven't you done it so far? Why have we had to tell you what we require from you? A
Well,
citation.
the thing is, I know you guys have a very hard time, right, reading
No,
a citation
you don't have
and
to
understanding it. So I'm finding one
right?
that's
You just have to give
comprehensive
the
for
thing
you.
that we fucking ask you without some colour commentaries, flat earthers do this and why that. What you need to do is back up your fucking claim. All of this talking is taking
Yeah, I
your
mean, I
concentration
don't come here 24/7 to
Fuck
argue
off.
about flat Earth. So
I don't
maybe it
care.
takes me a time, you know. I
Well,
don't devote my
hurry
life
up.
to.
Just hurry up.
That's all. Get the lead out, Junior.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Don't worry.
That's what you said about an hour ago. Fuck.
And then when we get to this and you turn around and say that the water of the earth is curved because of gravity, they will then give you measurements and observations of the surface of the water not being curved. So this conversation would have wasted an hour of everybody's fucking life.
You know what's even better? Sorry, Jed. You know what's even better? He's gonna come back with this next time. He's gonna be like, dude, another fucking paywall. It's gonna be another fucking paywall. Dude,
No,
I'm serious. It's right. The information's right there. I just can't give it to you. There's a fucking paywall.
I mean, you guys don't know about paywalls and articles, you know.
Yeah.
No,
My
it takes
dog gave
time
my
to find
homework.
articles.
My dog gave my
I don't
homework.
think you guys have ever gone through searching for an article.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry. It takes an awful lot of time to go through and find the things that are obviously known by
Yeah, it has to
everybody.
be specific to your question, right? It has to be taken case by case.
This was obvious to everyone. Obvious to everyone, this is, but you're struggling to find what is obvious to everyone.
Yep.
I'm going to call you out to be a
Okay,
bullshitter sometime soon, Sunshine.
Look, there's so many papers.
So many.
What other?
Okay.
There's so many
Find
excuses
it
that
in
you're
terms
coming
of-
out with. What's the next excuse?
Dude, see, you're not even saying anything. Like,
Yeah,
you
I
have to
am. I'm
reason
saying that
through
you're
your argument.
you're coming. You're reasoning. You're not doing any.
It's
You're
not
just
like a
you're
PhD
fucking
and
just
yet
making
dude.
excuse. You're making excuse after excuse why you can't produce the information that supports your claim. That's all you're doing. Excuse after
No.
excuse.
Searching
Yeah.
for evidence is not an excuse.
Searching for evidence. Why? Listen. Why do you got to search for something that's already known? Like Jedi was saying. Why?
What do you mean? That's
That's
so
a mystery.
retarded. I mean,
Yeah, you bet your ass it is. It should be well known by
So you
everybody.
okay, if you expect me to derive every energy equation, right, I should expect the same of you. But clearly, you can't even grasp the
I'm not
equation
the
of a simple
one.
gravitational
Listen,
field.
BK. I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe. You believe that it is wholeheartedly. Now, if that's the case, because it's not, but if it is, then you have to present the information as how you know it is. Got it?
Yeah, I'm going through
All
it.
right, then you keep saying that. They're just like kids when you ask them to do something and they're like, "I'm doing it," and they're not fucking doing it. That's you right now.
Are you laying in
Yeah,
your
that's
bed, right? 1 foot laid over the corner, so you're smashing the floor like you're walking around like I used to do. Cheeky son.
Wait, what did you say?
I'm not going to bother repeating it. Alpha got it. That's all I care about.
Okay, while we're at that, Jedi, why don't you define time for me as I'm searching through?
Shit.
Oh, dude, I think time's quite hard to define, to be perfectly honest with you. I will say that it's not
But you
physical.
stated it's a dimension.
Dude, with regards to Einstein, not my personal thoughts. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, but you believe it. Is again,
No.
You believe it?
No. Definitely
You
don't
literally said
believe
it's a
in
dimension.
Einstein's 4-dimensional coordinate system making your pen fall. I
Hey,
definitely
you're the one
don't
talking
agree
about
with
it.
that. I'm just pointing out your scientific rhetoric and how if we were to talk about it, I'd rip it a
No,
new
I'm
one
not.
every step of the way.
I'm not. I haven't gone into general relativity. I've only touched like one aspect of special relativity, and that was like the energy equation for a standstill particle.
You're struggling to sound intellectual, BK, but at this rate right now,
How
you're
is that
struggling to drain,
to
bro.
sound intellectual? That's like the basic science knowledge that you should have
Basic
out of high
science.
school.
Yeah, okay. You don't know basic science, bro. If it hits you upside the fucking head. It sounds
Bro,
like you
that's
do,
like
but then you come off sounding like, well, I'm going to give it to you right now. Fuck, dude, it's behind a paywall, so I'm sorry. That's what you
this
sound
should
like,
be
dude.
just 20
I know
yapping.
all this fucking science, dude. I'm a science man. You guys aren't, sorry. But let me give you the answers. Sorry, it's behind a paywall. That's you. That's all you're doing.
What? I'm looking for it. I mean,
Yeah. I know. Go ahead. Fucking keep saying your excuses. We're used to it already.
just giving me in terms of everything else besides mess.
You weren't ready for this fucking conversation, were you, BK?
No, I don't come in here 24/7. I just wanted to, have some fun.
Check this out, man. That's another excuse. But here's the thing that you don't realize.
It's not an excuse.
Here's the thing that you don't, BK. If you don't, I know, bro. Chill. The thing that you need to know right now is that if it was easily known by every person on this earth, it wouldn't be a struggle to tell people, and you would come out with it concise, not fucking telling people some bullshit just to sound intellectual. You would be able to spit it out in like fucking a couple sentences of how we can all demonstrate
Okay,
the
you
Earth's
spit
globe.
it out in a couple of sentences since you've put that burden on me.
It's not the fucking. I'm not the one saying the Earth is a globe. You are, dumbass. Why the
Yeah,
fuck am I?
by that you're countering it by it's flat, right?
It's obviously flat, and it's
Okay,
demonstrably
give me it
flat.
in 3 sentences.
What? Oh, well,
Why the
I
Earth
can
is
tell
flat.
you. I can tell you like this: it's measured flat, it's navigated as flat, and it's practically used as flat. Mic
That's
drop.
retarded. There's no reasoning
No,
behind it.
you asked. I gave you what you
stated
asked for.
2 sentences.
No bullshit. I
that
gave
has
you what
no
you asked for.
verifiable- Hey, you said that it has to be known by everyone, right? That's not
Yeah,
known.
it is. It fucking is known
No.
by everybody.
By who?
Okay,
Who's everybody?
dumbass. So check this out. When you go to the beach, do you see a curved horizon?
Okay, so looking at a beach,
Answer my
everyone
question.
knows it.
Answer my question. Do you see a curved
Okay,
horizon?
what do you see?
Do you see a curved
Yeah, you
horizon?
see a horizon.
Curved.
You see a horizon.
No, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Do you see a curved
Okay.
horizon?
Can I talk to you about range?
Just answer the question, yes or no. Do you see a curved
No.
horizon?
There's a reason why
No,
you don't.
just stop fumbling around. Just answer my question. Do you see a curved horizon?
Hey, can I talk to you
Even
about
if I
something?
say yes,
Dude,
that
fucking
doesn't-
answer my question. No, you're pissing me off, BK. Just answer the question. Do you see a curved horizon?
Okay, why you don't see a curved horizon?
Yeah, dude.
Is
No.
because fundamentally,
Fucking,
when you look at,
dude.
That's
what
just
do you
gonna be
gotta
a no.
yeah.
Just say the
So
answer.
okay, I'll give you an analogy. Okay, so
Nah,
let's say that you.
look at this fuck.
You were fine. You were fine when you said the reason why you don't. So no, then no's your answer.
He could have just said no. Fucking saved his time. Fuck, dude.
Just answer the question, dude. Answer his question directly. You'll get a chance to give your explanation later. It's not a gotcha moment.
Just be honest. That's all I'm asking you to be honest from an observational standpoint, bro. That's all. Just be honest. When you go to the beach, do you see a curved horizon? Yes or no? Hello? BK? What, the intellectual cat got your tongue? What the fuck, dude?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So answer my question.
Okay, the reason why you don't see it.
Look, it doesn't answer. Fucking why do you Glovers do this shit, dude? This is like just being honest. Like if you see a curve, shut your dumb ass up, dude. BK, if you say shut your dumb ass up. So if you see a curved horizon, BK, all you gotta do is say I see a curved horizon. If you don't see one, say I don't see one. Which one is it?
Yeah, the reason behind it.
Stop saying the reason behind it, dude. I'm asking. Fucking, I gave you the fucking choice, bro.
You can't say that there's a horizontal horizon and
Okay,
have
then
no reason.
is it fucking curving, dude? I'm asking the question. Is it curving? Say I see a curved horizon. Say it. Say it.
Well, Say okay, so your eyes, right?
Say it.
How accurate do you
say
think your
it.
eyes are?
No, BK, fucking say it, dude. Say it.
Say what? That it's horizontal? Yeah, I said it.
You fucking you lost the plot. Fucking, I'm telling you.
How did I lose
just,
the plot?
Listen, dude.
I'm keeping
listen,
up.
No, you're not. You're losing the fucking plot. Listen, if you see a curved horizon, say, I see a curved horizon. If you don't see a curved horizon, say, you know what? The horizon's not curved. So is it curving or not?
Okay, I'm gonna go to my reason behind it. Okay, it is not curved.
Reason behind what?
Okay, let me. Okay, do you guys know about?
Well, let me get my composure. Why do you have to hide from the answers, dude? Fucking hell, dude.
I was hiding from the answers. I said that you don't see it with your physical eyes.
So we don't see it.
So
do
you see it with your non-physical eyes? Do you see it with your third eye?
I see it with my glass eye.
I swear this is a whole troll channel.
You don't see it with your fucking... Dude, what do you mean you're physical? How the fuck? Okay, let's just take for example. BK, all right. Wait a minute, dude. Yeah. No, you just said you don't see it with your physical eyes. Why are you trying so hard to be a fucking weasel, dude? What?
Proof that the Earth is round.
Shut your dumb ass up. What'd you say, BK?
The Earth. Okay, why you don't see a horizon?
I know that.
Okay. Take a scale, right? If you draw a circle, right, large enough, right?
Look how hard you're trying, bro. Why are you trying so hard? Why?
No, listen to me.
Yeah.
Let's say,
listen to me.
Let's
Listen
say,
to me.
Let's say you multiply the radius of that circle.
No. Multiply the radius of the circle to what, dude?
Yeah, this is basic maths. So you get a bigger circle, right? And you take a tangent, right?
Mm-hmm.
The scale of that tangent is also going to be proportional, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, if you have something really small, right?
Okay.
Right? And you look at it from a local point, it's going to seem as if everything else is flat when you see it.
So it
Like,
does look like it's flat. So does
flat.
it look like? So does it look like it's flat?
Okay, let me draw you a picture. First. Is there a whiteboard function? No. I mean, that's the only thing I can comprehend.
Yeah. But you don't see it with our physical eyes, right? We don't see it with our physical eyes, BK?
Like, it's clear that you can't understand like simple mathematical terms, so I'll just
it's clear.
go through.
Okay.
I'd like to ask you about your mathematical term. I'd like to know where you're getting your tangent line from. Where's this tangent actually to?
Okay, what a tangent means is that it's parallel to a curve, right?
I didn't ask what it means. I said, where are you getting your tangent line to? Because for it to be a tangent, it would have to be touching the Earth at the horizon, the curve of the Earth.
What are you saying, man? Are you good?
Yeah, he lost the plot again, AJ. Sorry, he loses the plot pretty easily.
How is that losing the plot? So. You're asking me what a
tangent line has to intersect with the sphere, dude.
It has to intersect?
Oh my god, I can't believe you don't get this.
No, intersect means going through. It's going to be on it. That's what a tangent line is. It's parallelly on top of the curve. Where
No, it's not.
Okay, take a simple parabola. Okay, I'll open up Desmos and show you what I mean. Okay.
Right, but so that's you're back to the same fucking. We're right back to square one. Well, I want you to say that if the Earth is curving, then we see a curved horizon, right?
All you have to do is Google, is the Earth flat?
Shut your dumb ass up, dude. Stay on mute. All right, so what you saying is with the horizon, BK, that it's curving, right?
Yeah, when you see it, yes. Yeah. Locally, it's curving.
Locally, it's curving.
I mean, not locally. I mean, locally, it's horizontal. Yeah.
Locally, it's horizontal, meaning that it looks flat to us. Curving. Does it look flat? Does it look flat to us?
From your perspective, yes.
Oh, nice.
It looks flat,
it looks flat, Jedi. There we go. Thank you for the concession, BK.
That's not the
horizon looks flat.
That's not how you make it.
I think it looks horizontally curved.
It's
I'm still arguing with these retards.
Shut your dumb ass up. So if it doesn't look curved,
It's
What do you
good
mean,
to teach gender study students a bit of
Gender
science.
studies. So why do you got to go to gender study students, dude?
Hey,
Did they
yeah,
rub you the wrong
that's
way?
what I can
Did
assume.
they hurt you? Look, I'm gonna present a little doll. Where in the doll did the gender studies students hurt you, man?
It's a little bit of banter.
Agree with you and then mute.
Shut up.
Yeah, I agree with Jedi. Shut
Gender
up.
studies students.
He keeps going back to it. Like, I guess first they jaded him, dude. Whatever those gender study students did, they did a number on BK, because he can't get him out of his head.
I detect some trauma that might have happened on a different channel within the server, maybe.
Possibly. You think so?
Possibly,
Maybe
mate.
he
Yeah.
got
Let's get on to the main argument here.
fondled in the little girl's room by a man that thought he was a woman.
Oh fuck! You just violated like fucking 10.
You can say all these things. It's good banter, but you're not proving the case.
Oh, so what do you want?
Neither are you.
Sorry, what's the rate of
I'm just
change of
saying-
slope of a horizontal line?
Okay, if you look at a circle, right?
He can't focus right now, Jedi. He's
And
just way out
let's
there.
say we put a point that's 100 times less than its magnitude, right? Just a point on that circle,
What the
right?
fuck are you talking about?
This is
I think he's
basic
talking
knowledge.
about earthquakes. You talking about earthquakes?
Is it like a 8.9
Magnitude
on the Richter scale?
It's a multiple of
Multiple.
whatever.
What?
Yeah, if you factor it. So if I say a magnitude of 100 more, right? It means
Of what,
that
excuses?
scale times 100.
Okay,
No.
A
It's the
big circle. A big circle.
Right. A big fucking circle. Okay.
A big fucking circle. I like that. Yeah.
You put a small point to it, right? And you take a tangent, right? That tangent, right, is going to be proportional to the magnitude. You see what I'm saying?
Oh.
You following?
Ah, I fucking see it,
Oh.
man. Now I do. I didn't
No,
see it
AV.
before, but now that you said it.
AV.
Yeah, go
AV.
ahead.
Explain to me.
Now relate that to a
What do you think I
sphere
mean when I say
in
that?
reality.
That's very easily verified. We can draw a circle, right?
No,
Relate that
within
to
the
reality.
conceptualization of you drawing fucking big circles, like Timbo's trying to point out, where we're doing this in reality. Sometimes.
This guy's a riot, man.
Where in reality are we drawing tangent lines to spheres?
Yeah.
No,
We're
I
doing
mean,
that.
if you
No.
okay. No,
If you've got a sphere, then you draw a tangent line to a sphere.
Yeah,
But you must
No,
have
no,
a
we're
sphere.
making the case that the Earth is a obloid. That's what we're
Is it
saying.
now? It's a fucking
An
obloid.
obloid.
What the fuck is an
Yeah.
obloid?
I mean,
Did you just
that's
make that up?
by
I'm calling you.
definition.
I'm calling that fucking word out, dude. Like in Scrabble. Fuck you, man. You need to
What is
go
it?
back
What
to
is
the
it?
dictionary with that one. What the fuck is
Are
an
we getting
obloid?
to that now? It's
No.
like
No. You said obloid, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay,
Give us an
what an
obloid.
obloid is it's basically a circle that's not 2 pi r, right? That's what we'd consider an obloid.
A circle that's not a circle.
So it's not a circle.
Not 2 pi r. So like
All right.
an eclipse
Continue,
would be some
BK.
sort of obloid in 3D.
I put some in before you continue, BK. I put some important information for you in the chat that you might want to consider before you keep talking about your tangents.
Okay.
The obloid. I got it.
Let me just see it.
I'm
my
going to
computer.
use that word tomorrow.
Yeah,
Obloid.
me too.
Yeah, I mean, if you
The Earth
look
is
at the
an-
Earth, it's more close to an
Yeah?
obloid than it is.
Oh,
to a-
really? When you look at the Earth, it's an obloid. I thought when you look at the Earth, it
Well,
looks
like-
flat. You
Alright,
said it looks
if
flat
you-
earlier.
if you-
I just looked
No,
at the
if you
definition.
measure like the gravitational points
No.
on
We're
the
not
Earth,
measuring
right, it
gravitational
varies
points
from
because
point to point.
we were talking about when we were looking upon the Earth, and I said about the horizon, and you said it looks flat. Now it looks like an obloid. Is what you said right
Do you
now.
know what an
Well, the
obloid is,
horizon
dude?
and the general shape of the Earth
are
is
you
different, my
telling us-
friend.
This is bollocks. Sorry, this is bollocks. I've just found out the definition of the word obloid. Adjective.
Yeah, so have I.
Yeah. So it's the
Definition of
opposite of an
obloid.
obloid, where it's defined as spherical, round, circular, or globular. Like obloid is something different to spherical, which you're trying to point out, or round, or circular, or
I'm
globular.
not saying
And
that
having
it's
an-
complete obloid to an effect.
An obloid
it's-
is
I'm
something
saying
that's
that-
having an oblong shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Having an
to
oblong
that,
shape
in a
in
perfect-
solid form with the cross section of circular ends.
Yeah, just look at a picture of an obloid. And you'll see, like,
Yeah.
if you look at the
That's fine,
If you
BK.
look
But
at,
where
like,
do you
the-
see that? Yeah, dude. Okay, so you're getting to the word obloid. But where do you see the Earth looking like that?
Well, so how we can reason, right, that the Earth is
We're
an
not
obloid?
reasoning, dude. Man, I want to. This is the interesting part, right? When you ever think about like how you're going to present this to somebody else, how can you say that what you're describing looks like the Earth? Where's the correlation? Where's the tie-in, sir? No, crickets. No, I don't like crickets right now. You need to tell me how the fuck you're gonna tie that into the fucking Earth, from an obloid to Earth. Where's the connection?
The connection is that an obloid is much closer to the shape of the Earth.
That's just stating the claim again. I don't want to hear the claim all over again. I want you to tell me.
I'm giving reasons, and you don't want to hear the reasons. What kind of circleback is this, my friend?
Well, you're the one making it. You're saying it's a fucking obloid because it is.
How many beers you had? You're saying you don't want the reason. Now you're saying I'm only making claims. So it's like
that the Earth is
retarded.
obloid. Yeah, it's retarded. Yeah, because the Earth's an obloid.
You want to hear the reasons?
No, I want to know how we can verify that it is. I don't want reasons, bro. Stop giving me fucking reasons. No, I don't need reasons or excuses. I need you to now. I don't need reasons. I need you to tell me how it's demonstrated to be so. Demonstrate it to me.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Can you demonstrate that the Earth being a... No. Fuck that.
Yeah,
dude.
I guess you could. Okay, you could go into different points in the Earth, right? You get a plane ticket.
Where?
Right?
Where'd I go? Where?
Okay.
Russia?
Go to the equator, right?
Equator. Ecuador.
Right. Measure the acceleration of gravity there, right?
What the fuck, dude?
No, listen to me.
Goes down. So shit goes down, okay.
You go to the equator and then things drop. Oh, fuck, dude. Thank you for Captain Obvious.
I'll be right back, okay? I just got to finish something off real quick.
Yeah, we'll be waiting at the edge of our seats till you return.
I mean, look, if you want me to go to the equator to drop something, fuck me, dude.
Well, it's all about gravity at the equator. Fucking hell.
Not just the equator. You got to go to the equator on a boat in the ocean. Yeah, come on.
At night in your socks.
Yep.
On Tuesday, July 25th. I don't know.
Navigating with a plumb bob and a protractor.
With a captain name, Bob's your uncle or some shit. Like you have to fucking meet all the requirements and get the fucking shit right. Oh fuck. And he doesn't know. Like, yeah, I'm thinking he's kind of new to this argument, so he's kind of like all just in the whirlwind. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow right now.
But he just tells us that you guys don't know maths and then claims that a tangent line doesn't intersect with something.
Well, he's claiming to have science on his side, and he hasn't presented not one fucking thing with science.
No.
Much less be able to tell us what a hypothesis test is. He doesn't know, but that's fine. He'll get to. Well,
hello, I'm back.
Hooray.
Man, I can't believe you're back, dude. I thought you were gonna leave.
Okay. Are we still on? Oh wait, I'm looking at the site chat.
Where are we at? Do you remember where we were at in the conversation?
Obloids, right?
Oh, you do remember? Fucking okay. So how does an obloid look like the Earth? Go ahead. What's the demonstration for that?
Okay, so if you take different points in the Earth, right, the gravitational acceleration.
Ecuador, you said, right? Ecuador. We're in Ecuador.
What? When did I mention Ecuador? I said
That's
equator.
at the equator, no? Where the fuck is the equator on the Earth? Where is it?
It's right at the
where?
Well,
where?
If you define it as the middle of
the middle of what?
Pole, I guess that's a more general.
Right at the equator.
No.
No.
It's just a band at the middle from the south pole to the.
Dude, BK, I actually gave you a place geographically where it would be at, and you said not Ecuador. Fucking hell, bro. I'm trying to
those locations where they set up their demonstrations with their bullshit sinks and the water turning each way.
I'm saying,
on the equator.
There's a difference at the equator and the poles.
Oh, is there?
Because there's a middle force, right?
According to which model? According to which model?
Okay. Do you guys agree that the Earth rotates?
He's
no,
not gonna
I'm
answer
asking
you.
I want to know which model you're using.
What do you mean, which model?
because you're starting to say that because of your obloid shape, that at the equator, the radius is different than it would be north to south. So you're not using the WGS 82 model, which says the Earth is fatter beneath the equator.
Like other people for it.
Just go and get me the model of which you speak, because it clearly sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Again, which model are you talking about?
You're obloid.
Quickly find it. I mean, as I said before, I hang around here 24/7, so
yeah,
it's hard for me to.
Show me obloid.
This is my first time arguing for this, to be honest.
Lovely. That's lovely. Shush. Show me the obloid model, or the model where the Earth is fatter beneath the equator, and let's do a comparison with the blue marble. Let's see what we get.
That'd be interesting.
I guess that would be the International Center for Global Earth Models. I'll give you the website right now.
Well, the WGS 84 model. That's the oblate. No. That's the oblate spheroid, where the Earth is a little bit flatter beneath the equator.
A little bit chubbier.
Yeah.
AK doesn't know any of this. Fucking
no, I'm posting it.
You're getting hit upside the head with all this information, aren't you? You're just like, what the fuck?
No, I'm consistent.
Yeah, you are. You are.
That's what every championship boxer says to the referee. Yeah.
When you leave, we'll be when you leave, we'll be saying that about you. No, at least he was consistent. Fuck. You can say anything else about him, but he's consistent.
He had heart. Well done, mate.
He's told us that the equator's at the equator, so we know a lot more about fucking nothing. Fuck.
Yeah. So, which model? Is that water curving?
Probably fucked off by now.
That's a shame.
I think he had a few rounds left on him, but he just didn't want
to. Yeah, I would have thought so. Flatsy in the chat said the equator is in the sky anyway. Yeah, that's far too deep for our young man.
Yeah, this guy is not even anywhere near that. I actually gave him a geographical location at the fucking equator, and he's like, I never said that. And then he went ahead and told us that the equator's at the equator. What the fuck?
He said you could go to 4 points on the Earth. Let's say the equator. You said what, Ecuador? You went that. Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. You don't get one as like innocently fucking spiraling like him as you usually get the ones that are. They know the argument.
I thought he was going to keep on. I thought he was going to keep on going. It sounded like he was actually starting to enjoy it.
Yeah, right. It's a shame.
What, not knowing what he said? Yeah, it's just they like to tout their fucking knowledge around like they know what they're saying, and they don't know what they're saying. He just, like, earlier when he first started, it felt so good to say mass and gravity and just to explain, get it all out, you know? Then after a while, it's like, well, what do you mean by those terms you're using? Define them. And then it started getting like fucking... He didn't know his ass from his elbow, dude. Like, he was trying to figure shit out. Step right up. Don't be shy. Who's the next contestant?
Yeah, right. It's a pleasure to see you in the world.
Yeah.
We just had Elder Bear step into the room.
Who's that?
I've never seen Elder Bear before.
Is he another numpty?
I'm not sure. I've never met Elder Bear. Elder Bear, you there?
Bev Earther.
Elder Bear.
Oh my god. No way. He's a Bevite.
Yep.
That's what they're called, Flatsy.
Bevite.
This is the way you said it, AJ. You don't know what we're talking about.
Nah. No idea.
Keep your eyes on the road, man. 10 and 2. Don't worry about Discord.
I think my favourite moment from a couple of weeks ago when Nathan Oakley was on the Earth Awakening server, whereas one flat earther, I can't remember their name, asked them, off the horizontal plane, is the Earth hanging off underneath it? Which was really, really weird.
Fuck.
I know. Didn't quite get that. I was a flat earther as well.
Hey, we got Jojo that just entered. Jojo, what say you, man? Earth's a globe. Is you or is you ain't a flat earther?
The Earth is round because I say so. Prove me wrong.
Is that right?
What, round like a coin?
That's all the evidence I have, though, is because I say so. So.
Do you know that super weak information you just came up with? Like, even though you're trolling, I don't know, but people actually don't know that the Earth is a globe. They just believe it is. That's a fact. Did you know that? I can prove it to you.
Well, I've been here for a while, listening in. I don't know, like what. How can we prove that it's whatever shape it is, alpha?
Well, it's simple. If there's any demonstrated evidence of it being whatever it is anybody says it is, then it should be presenting itself as such. Wouldn't you agree, Jojo? Let's say it was a globe, right? And you said it's a globe. Well, it's not just you saying it. The Earth is actually a globe. It presents itself as one. If that was the case, wouldn't you agree, Jojo?
When you say it presents itself like
so,
it's proof.
Yeah, the Earth itself is demonstrating itself to be what it is. You don't have to tell me that it is. It just is. Do you understand what I am saying, my man?
I guess on a high level, but how do you prove that it is? Like, can you elaborate?
So if you get to the evidence part of it, well, let's say that with the Earth being a globe and what we're being told that it is a globe, there's a specific geometric shape size to it, right? It's got metrics. So the size of the Earth is going to be in a range of like the numerical values that they give it, right? The radius, diameter, and circumference. So, I mean, you could look that up, but any of those and whatever you want to look at it from, either miles or kilometers, you're going to understand that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions. You agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Okay. So if it is that, as they say it is, then it surely is by the Earth demonstrating itself to be so. Whenever we run, let's say, something simple as a line of sight test, or if we do lasers or whatever the case is, it doesn't matter. What we're going to find out is that every time we test the Earth, we're going to always have the Earth's predictive geometric size or the horizon to be where it should obstruct our view from anything farther past that. So if we're saying that the predicted horizon of the Earth from an observer height of 1 foot or 6 foot or whatever you're going to get your elevation from, then that predict. Yeah, but let me finish. That predicted value. Yeah, but hold on, Jojo. That predicted value of where that geometric horizon should be on the globe is never going to change. It's static. That means that the reason why they derive that number is because they know it's something you can count on. It's not something that's nobody knows. It's ambiguous. No, you have to know the size of the Earth. If you're going to do orbital mechanics, if you're going to know the distance to the sun, like there's a lot of things that you have to figure out from that. So you need to know, right? If you don't know and you're saying, well, we don't know because we can't measure it, then there's a problem. That throws the radius off. And with the radius is like you fucking tug that little string on the sweater and it undoes the whole entire fucking sweater with that one little string. That's what the radius is. It's the one little string on the sweater. You pull it and it all comes apart. So you need to have those values predicted, known, and able to be known by everyone. You could test them. So when that's not the case, then you don't have it. So like I said before, going back to the premise, it needs to be demonstrated self-evidently. So even if you said the Earth was a globe and I didn't believe that, it didn't matter. At the end of the day, it's a globe. If it was. Got it?
Yeah, I was going to cut you off, but maybe it was a benefit to everyone else listening. Now, I've heard this before where we're only meant to see a certain distance but then there's the 2 oil rigs, which is like 3 or 4 times, but then further than what we should see. And then they say what is it, refraction or something like that, right?
Yeah, refraction, terrestrial refraction, but that invokes the already baked in R value into the equation, and you can't have something baked into the equation when you have. It's like it's a begging the question. You're already inside of the equation. You're already putting the R value, which you're actually looking for. How is it already in the equation, given what terrestrial refraction is said to be, when you don't even know it's a globe? You're trying to figure out if it is one, but that's already baked into the formula. So it's not even it's more of an assumption, is what it is. And then you're saying that because of my assumption, it proves my idea correct. That's incorrect. You don't start off with an assumption. You have to first see what the Earth looks like, and then you go and test to see if you can find anything in the way of a measuring. If it's curving in any way, right? Then you would be able to detect and then measure. That simple. There's no real hard. It's not like you don't have to stand in here and learn all this high-end mathematical equations. It's just either it is doing something, like you can see it and then test it, or it's not, and you can't test it. So which one is it, right? That's what we're asking. Which one is it? Did you get that?
I'm sorry, dude. Are you asking me if I think the world is flat or round?
No, did you get what I said? Not that it's flat.
No, I understood what you said. Yeah, man.
Yeah, there you go. That's all.
I don't know. I think the equation is a lot more complicated than what they give to you. Like so many, for every foot of elevation, you should only see so much distance. I think the atmosphere where you are. No, okay.
No, because it's fucking known, dude. Like I said before, something that's a geometric and it's a shape. It's already a shape. You can't say the shape it's too hard for us to understand. No, fuck that, dude. If I give you any type of shape, you'd be able to tell me. Did I cut out? Fuck. You guys hear me cut out?
Oh, we can hear you, dude.
Like if I gave you a fucking shape, it doesn't matter what it is, right? If I give you a shape and I told you this shape measures whatever, you'd be able to say, okay, let me test it. Let me see if it measures what you said it measures. And then you'd be able to verify that, yeah, it measures what I said it measures. Now, why can't we do that with the Earth? Because it seems like at the point where we're speaking of the Earth, Jojo, people's brains turned into fucking oatmeal. And they're like, nah, well, it's too fucking hard. Like, there's no way. And yeah. But then how did they derive it the first instance? We got that problem.
Oh, people spurg out in this VC. It's great. But no, what I was getting at is say you're in an aircraft, right? Or people just get passionate in their debates. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to get at is,
my friend, it's not going to change for you or me. It is the truth. No matter even if you're like, no, fuck that, Earth's not flat. Well, Tufts cookies, my man. It is. So if you don't like that, then I don't know. Go find another VC where you can talk about Fortnite or some shit. Who knows?
I agree. But what I was getting at with the equation being more complicated, it's like when you go in an aircraft, right? There are some days that are nice and clear, and you can see further than other days, right?
Yeah.
So the equation's not that simple, is it? It should take into multiple factors.
Well, I don't know what side of the fence you lie on, but fucking go ahead, Jedi.
What are you measuring to?
What do you mean, what am I measuring to?
What are we observing, what we're measuring to take account of for refractive effects? What are we actually doing?
What are we taking into account? Well,
you should be more. You said it's complicated. We need to take into account refraction. So what are we doing? Are we looking at something? We're not doing anything.
No. My bad, Effie. Well, what I meant is oh, sorry,
Jojo, what side are you on, man? I don't even know. Are you arguing for globe right now? Fucking, you're getting me confused. Or are you just stating things in the open air? Just fuck.
I'm not even. I'm not even taking a side. I'm just saying that. All
right.
The basic. Okay, go on.
No, I just didn't know what. I'm just clarifying because it sounded like you were a bit.
No, but I'm just saying the basic. The basic formula of X amount of feet up, we should be able to see X amount of feet long. it seems very crude and doesn't account for a lot of different things. Like I said, you know,
right. So they are back to the where. Then how did they get it in the first place, Jojo?
well, there's a lot of calculations that are oversimplified to make it easy, you know, because it's
Okay,
like
but
close enough.
calculations. I know, but calculations aren't measurements, and then you need to know. This isn't like, well, yeah, it was this one day and this the other day, and you know, we're approximating. No, you have to fucking be a little bit more closer.
Well, that's exactly what a calculation is. It's an estimate. It's an approximation, and they make easier calculations that are less accurate just for simplicity.
So you don't have to tell people the size of the Earth. You just have to say it's around this, or can you say, hey, wait a minute, no, it's this.
They can say it's around this, but it's off. Is it measured or is it calculated? Right?
But
you understand the difference.
They're not telling us. They're giving us specifics, right? How big the Earth is. It's specifically this big. So that doesn't tell us that it's within like it could be 1,000 to like 10,000, like miles. They don't say that. That's not what anyone's saying. It's 39.59, bro.
Can I try and give you an example, Alpha? Like when you fill up
it's not landing though, man, because like you're arguing more of the point of like it's too hard for us to because we got variables. And I'm like, that's not the case though, because they're not telling us that it's variables. They're telling us no, it's something easily understood. It's predicted. You can know where it's at, and it's this size. And you're arguing for the point that it's just way too complicated. It's like for minds of people, it's like far beyond that. Like
they're telling you that the mass of the Earth is easily understood and isn't estimated.
Mass?
Like who is measuring?
Yeah, I know, but that's another question. We're talking about people that are saying the size of the Earth, not the mass.
Okay, you're saying the size of the Earth is measured and not estimated. Like I'm trying to give you an example here. Like when you go and fill up your car with gas, right? Is the dollar machine or whatever the fuck, is that measured or is it estimated?
The dollar machine?
Whatever, the register, as you pump the gas and the liters and the dollars go through, whatever you call that.
Yeah, but
is that measured or estimated?
Listen, brother, you're actually using an analogy that doesn't fit, or it's not.
No, because a lot of things are estimated and they're not actually measured.
Do you understand? You're using a different analogy that doesn't fit what you're.
No, but
you should be
it
talking
does
about.
Because the Earth is the same thing. It's not measured. It's estimated.
So do you use dollars of gas to find out the distance to the sun?
Well, no, they estimate.
So if
you know what an analogy is?
They're both estimated.
Yeah, the first rung of the first rung. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking. So the first rung of the cosmic ladder, as known by like, you have to understand the distance to certain things, right? Like in the cosmic scale. So in order to get to that level, you already have to have something established. Now you can't be saying that something is not